Chapter 1. Traveling back to the Great Era. After finishing her live stream, Mu Cheng glanced at her watch, which showed 2 in the morning. She kicked off her high heels and rubbed her long, sore calves that had been standing for 5 hours. She sold 6,000 pieces of clothing tonight, earning a considerable income, but her legs were getting thinner from all the standing. After graduating with a master's degree, Mu Cheng initially worked for a foreign car company. However, with the rise of new energy vehicles, the foreign company exited the domestic market, leaving her unemployed. After spending 2 months at home reading novels, she was introduced by a close friend to a live streaming company to become a fashion host. Relying on her stunning looks, porcelain white skin, 170 centimeters height, and her ample bosom, slim waist, and long legs, she carved out a niche for herself in the live streaming industry. The cost of making money was waking up early and staying up late, standing there and talking nonstop. After washing up and changing clothes, Mu Cheng pressed the elevator button to go downstairs while scrolling through her phone to revisit the most exciting chapters of her unfinished novel. Suddenly, the elevator lights went out and it plummeted down. Startled, Mu Cheng dropped her phone and frantically pressed the buttons, but the elevator didn't stop at any floor. She pressed herself against the elevator walls in the emergency position and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! When she opened her eyes again, Mu Cheng found herself lying on a large Kong, a traditional heated bed. A handsome man with sharp features and an air of confidence was leaning over her. His thin lips were exploring her neck and shoulders haphazardly, sending a tingling sensation through her. Mu Cheng never expected to receive such a physiological experience just before dying. But what kind of romantic scene was this with a rustic Kong and colorful candy wrappers hanging from the ceiling? Yet the man in front of her was indeed quite a feast for the eyes, and Mu Cheng instinctively clung to his muscular shoulders. Handsome, what's your name? Yunche's consciousness instantly cleared. He shook his head and then looked at Mu Cheng with disgust. The man in front of her had his white shirt half tucked, his cheeks slightly flushed, and the desire in his eyes was unmistakable, making Mu Cheng feel a bit dazed. She had seen many handsome men, but it was rare to come across someone with such striking looks and a well-defined physique. This ghostly figure was treating her, well, he let her have a good meal before she died. However, the expression of disdain on the man's face was too obvious. Mu Cheng, what exactly did your aunt give me to drink? Yunche hurriedly got off the Kong while buttoning his shirt, his exposed muscles full and lightly glistening with sweat. Mu Cheng swallowed hard. She had dated a campus heartthrob in college, who was also decent-looking, but he was nothing compared to the man before her. But what did the handsome guy just call her? Mu Cheng. What kind of twisted joke was that? Cosplaying as Mu Cheng and Yang Zongbao from the Yang family generals. Wait, could it be that the name he mentioned was Mu Cheng? The vicious female supporting character Mu Cheng from the novel Military Young Masters, Second Marriage, and Indulgent Love? Scenes from the elevator's plummet flashed through her mind. At that moment, her phone screen had been stuck on the part where the vicious female character Mu Cheng was brutally raped by the smuggling leader in the cabin of a boat while trying to escape abroad. Yunche never expected that she had traveled into a book. She had traveled back to 1984, and she had done it so carelessly. She was not the main heroine, but rather a cannon fodder character in the original novel. Taking a deep breath, Mu Cheng stared blankly at the man before her, who was both noble and resolute. She pointed at his waist and abdomen. You are Yunche? Yunche snorted coldly, quickly tucking the hem of his shirt into his pants and fastening his belt. Comrade Mu, I thought you would be different after your rural transformation. I came to pick you up because my mother asked me to, but I never expected you to be so shameless. That's right. This man was the male lead in the novel, a young regiment commander of a certain army unit in the capital, a second-generation officer with a solid background, the savior of the female lead by Lin, and the ex-husband who had despised Mu Cheng for 5 years. Yunche's mother and Mu Cheng's mother were classmates and good friends. However, Mu Cheng's grandparents were overthrown during the movement and passed away one after the other, while her biological parents were studying abroad and didn't dare return. After learning about the domestic situation, Gu's mother, who also studied chemistry, intended to adopt Mu Cheng, but the circumstances didn't allow it at the time. For many years, Gu's mother had been providing assistance to Mu Cheng. Seeing that Mu Cheng was about to turn 18 and with some relaxation in the household registration policy, she had her son Yunche bring the unregistered Mu Cheng back to the capital for placement. The Gu family indeed had good intentions, But Mu Guiying's actions in the book were indeed somewhat ungrateful. She not only seduced their son, but also turned the Gu family into a laughingstock in the neighborhood. It wasn't until the two divorced that Gu Yunche and the female Li Bailin had a sweet second marriage. In the end, Gu Yunche rose to the rank of army commander, while Bailin became the commander's wife. When their daughter was born, the vicious female supporting character Mu Guiying quietly died on a smuggling boat. When the news of Mu Guiying's death reached them, Gu Yunche set off a full 20 firecrackers in the yard to celebrate the complete departure of this plague god. At that moment, Gu Yunche's cold expression suppressed the flush on his cheeks, and he looked at the dazed Mu Guiying as if he wanted to skin her alive. Recalling the plot, Mu Cheng's mind went blank for a moment. She remembered that in this chapter, Mu Guiying was trying to change her fate by desperately climbing into the male lead's bed, tricking Gu Yunche into drinking the tiger whip wine, brewed by old Wang next door for 3 years. However, this tiger whip wine was spiked, but the added ingredients were not put in by Mu Guiying in the original book. After Mu Guiying successfully had relations with Gu Yunche, she ran to the east of the village, disheveled and in disarray, wailing for an entire afternoon. "Commander Gu raped me. I can't live anymore. Someone come and help me. Commander Gu won't take responsibility for me. I'll hang myself with a rope." In the end, it was the village secretary who intervened to calm the situation, and Mu Guiying registered her marriage with Gu Yunche in the county town. After getting the certificate, Gu Yunche took Mu Guiying back to the capital, and from then on, Mu Guiying began her 5 years of chaotic fake marriage life. Recalling this, Mu Cheng quickly buttoned her clothes. Clearing her throat, she spoke with a mix of guilt and exasperation. "Commander Gu, please hurry and leave. That wine was given to me by my aunt. She wants to swindle you out of money." Gu Yunche paused, looking her up and down. Mu Guiying was indeed beautiful, but her earlier seductive behavior and her current righteous demeanor were like two different people, indicating that she was aware of what she was doing and was playing tricks. Gu Yunche glared at Mu Guiying with hatred. "Don't try to pull tricks on me, or I'll write a letter to report you for your immoral behavior." If that happened, she really wouldn't be able to leave. Yu Cheng nodded desperately, assuring him, "Commander Gu, don't worry. I promise to keep my mouth shut." Gu Yunche didn't want to stay in that room for even a minute longer. He turned to leave, but Mu Cheng grabbed his sleeve. "Commander Gu, please don't ignore me. If you don't take me away with you, I will die here." She was speaking the truth. Mu Guiying had been fostered by her aunt in the countryside since she was little, and this aunt, who had no connection to her, was only taking her in to marry her off to her foolish eldest son. Moreover, the aunt had drugged the wine with the intention of swindling Gu Yunche after everything was done. She was sure that Gu Yunche, with his education and position, would look down on illiterate Mu Guiying, and he would certainly pay to settle the matter. This way, the disgraced Mu Guiying wouldn't dare disdain her foolish son, and she would also have money to marry off her second son. Gu Yunche glanced at the earnest Mu Guiying. He didn't say a word and pulled the door open to leave. Seeing him leave, Mu Cheng sighed resignedly. She looked around. The room was dilapidated and messy, filthy, and she was wearing a thin, washed-out red floral shirt and gray pants. She smiled bitterly. After wearing so many new styles, I never expected it would all become a distant past. "Mu Cheng, you really are a sinner." No, she was no longer Mu Cheng. She was now Mu Guiying. Suddenly, the door was pushed open to a middle-aged woman with a face full of flesh left, and she first looked towards the large Kong. But only Mu Guiying was sitting at the edge of the Kong. Chapter 2. Is she playing hard again? The woman slapped her thighs twice, expressing a look of regret. "You useless, worthless thing." She picked up a broom from the corner and swung it at Mu Guiying, shouting, "I'll beat you to death." Mu Guiying was startled by the scene before her before she could react. The broom handle had already struck her. The thin clothes of early summer made Mu Guiying feel a sharp pain on her body. She jumped off the Kong, trying to snatch the broom from her cousin Aunt Lu Yi, but her small frame was no match for Lu Yi's robust figure. They were simply not on the same level. Lu Yi's broom handle struck her back again, and her back felt like it was on fire. "You ingrate! Eating my food and wearing my clothes. How dare you retaliate?" Lu Yi was enraged and hit harder. Mu Guiying ran around the room, dodging Lu Yi's broom. Clearly, a direct confrontation wouldn't work. Mu Guiying quickly pleaded for mercy, planning to use a roundabout strategy. "Aunt, if you hurt me, Gu Yunche really won't look at me anymore." Mu Guiying ran to the round wooden table, circling to avoid Lu Yi, "and the reason I didn't succeed is that the medicine in your wine was too little. Gu Yunche woke up shortly after, so I couldn't make it happen. Outside the door, Gu Yunche, who had turned back after hearing the commotion in the house, caught Mu Ying's words, and his stern face grew even darker. He sneered, "TSK, so it was playing hard to get before." Gu Yunche didn't expect that Mu Ying, who grew up in the countryside, actually understood the 16 strategy from the 36 stratagems. Her earlier urging for him to leave and not care about her was actually a military tactic. As someone who had led troops for many years, he had been played by this little girl. Thinking of this, Gu Yunche strode out. Suddenly, he bumped into a sturdy, honest-looking man. The man had clear eyes and appeared quite naive, but he grinned. "Sorry, brother. I'm in a hurry to save my wife," and bumped into you. Gu Yunche frowned. "Who is your wife?" "Of course, it's Gu Ying. Gu Ying is my wife." The man grinned, looking proud and silly. Gu Yunche helplessly closed his eyes. Mu Ying was already married. No wonder she had been teasing him so comfortably. Had she lied about her age to the Gu family? If so, what was he even doing here? Was it to bring back a woman who had seduced him, a married woman, to the capital? Thinking of this, he turned to leave that Gu Yunche intended to go to the village committee to call his mother and inform her of the situation here. Mu Ying was simply not worth the Gu family's years of care and did not deserve to be taken to live in the capital. Inside the house, He was getting a bit dizzy from running around the table with Mu Ying. She was catching her breath with her hands on her hips when her foolish son rushed in. "Mom, you can't hit Ying if you hurt her. I won't have a wife." Mu Ying looked at the fool from the book suddenly appearing before her and gasped. Lui's eldest son was 25 this year. He had a high fever as a child, which damaged his brain. He looked somewhat naive, not completely foolish, but at night he would shout and yell loudly because he was afraid of the dark outsiders might not know he was foolish during the day. But at night, it was obvious he was not normal, and Yu Ying stepped back in fear as the fool came over and hugged her tightly. He leaned in to kiss Mu Ying, saying, "Wife, if you kiss me, it won't hurt anymore." Mu Ying desperately covered the fool's mouth. She pleaded with "Aunt, I'm dirty. Gu Yunche won't want me anymore, and then my second brother's bride money will be completely gone." Caught her breath and gave her eldest son a good slap on the neck. "Don't make a fuss. Your wife hasn't earned us any money yet, so stop messing around." The fool listened to his mother and released Mu Ying. Mu Ying breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear speak again. "Son, your wife isn't listening to your mother. Lock her in the woodshed and don't give her food at night." The fool, as if given a military order, picked up Mu Ying and headed for the woodshed. All the way, Mu Ying's struggles were futile. Over the years, she had been underfed and overworked at Lui's house, taking care of pigs and cooking. She ate little and worked a lot, so how could she match the strength of a young, robust man? The fool set her down on the firewood stack. "Wife, just stay here. I'll sneak some corn cakes to you for dinner." Mu Ying rolled her eyes. "Yeah, your heart is quite good. I should thank you." "No need to thank me. You're my wife." The fool clapped his hands, looking delighted. Mu Ying. After the fool locked the door from the outside, Mu Ying surveyed the woodshed. There was only a small window, but it was sealed shut with wooden board from the outside. If she wanted to escape, she could only wait for the fool to bring her food and find the right moment to flee. Mu Ying recalled the events of the past half day with a sense of lament, but her mind grew clearer. Since she was here, she couldn't repeat the same mistakes. She didn't want to end up like the character in the book, dying alone and helpless on a smuggling boat. Suddenly, she heard Lui's voice from outside. "Old Wang, Captain Gu hasn't finished drinking, yet it's all that girl Ying's fault for not knowing how to entertain guests." Old Wang said a few more things, but Mu Ying couldn't hear clearly. However, Lui's loud voice rang out. "Captain Gu is here to pick up Ging. I can't treat him poorly. I'll go invite him to drink again tonight. Old Wang, please help me kill another chicken." He was really pulling out all the stops to ensure that Mu Ying succeeded in betting Gu Yunche she killed another chicken. On the other side, the village secretary was anxiously watching Gu Yunche, who had been on the phone for nearly 20 minutes. He sighed inwardly at how much this phone call would cost. Gu Yunche raised his voice, his magnetic and clear voice filled with helplessness. "Mom, why don't you trust my judgment? That Mu Ying is not a good person. I will not bring her back to the capital." He rubbed his temples. "As for Uncle Bai's daughter, Bai Lin, I will go to the provincial city to pick her up." The village secretary frowned upon hearing this. So the high-ranking official from the capital had changed his mind and didn't want to take Mu Ying back anymore. then wouldn't this child, end up marrying Lu Yi's foolish son? Yunche listened to the phone for a while longer. He reluctantly compromised. All right, I'll observe for one more night. However, she will probably disappoint you. After saying this, he hung up the phone, his face as cold as water. As soon as the village secretary entered the room and was about to say something about Ging, Lu Yi rushed in. As soon as she entered, she shouted, Captain Gu, I'm here to invite you to drink. Gu Yunche's cold gaze assessed Lu Yi. He smirked. That's great, I quite like Lu An's wine. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi couldn't stop smiling. She wiped her rough hands on her clothes. All right, I'll go buy some peanuts and braised pig trotters now. Lu Yi glanced at the village secretary, who seemed about to say something, fearing he might spoil things. She cheerfully said, Village secretary, come with me, I just happen to have something to discuss with you. The village secretary pondered for a moment. Since he couldn't persuade Gu Yunche, he could only try to encourage Lu Yi to be kinder. Seeing the village secretary about to leave, Gu Yunche stood up. He said in a deep voice, Wait a minute. Chapter 3, Is She a Married Woman? Hearing Gu Yunche's voice calling for someone to stay, Lu Yi's heart raced. Did he not want to go to her house for dinner tonight? Gu Yunche walked over and handed 10 yuan to the village secretary. This is the cost of my phone calls over the past 2 days. The village secretary politely declined, but Gu Yunche smiled faintly and said, We have disciplinary requirements. You can't refuse. Lu Yi stared at the 10 yuan, her eyes shining with excitement. In the village, the monthly income was only 20 yuan, and even in the county, the monthly salary was only 30 to 50 yuan. Gu Yunche casually gave away 10 yuan, indicating that he was well off. Lu Yi seemed to see the money for her second son's wedding falling in her pocket, and she smiled joyfully. Gu Yunche noticed her greedy expression and snorted coldly before leaving. He was staying in a side room at the village secretary's house and needed to go back to pack his things, preparing to leave for the county and then take a train to the provincial capital to pick up Eileen and go to the capital. However, he needed to deal with that dinner tonight, treating it as a way to let his mother give up on Mu Guiying. That evening, Gu Yunche arrived as promised, but did not see Mu Guiying. Instead, he saw her husband sneakily stuffing corn cakes in his pocket and stealing a pig's trotter. Gu Yunche was puzzled and asked, What are you doing? The fool smiled and said, I'm being nice to my wife. I'm bringing her these. If she's happy, I can kiss her. Gu Yunche looked down to hide his embarrassment, his expression darkening as he thought, This couple is so affectionate. Why is my mother still worrying? He glanced at the door and saw Lu Yi had not returned yet. He poured the wine from his cup into another cup, while the fool grabbed the wine cup and drank it all in one go. Gu Yunche was surprised and said, Don't drink. The fool laughed and replied, This wine. I often sneak it. It makes me feel good. After saying that, he ran off. Gu Yunche pursed his lips and filled the empty cup across from him with plain water. Just as the fool was leaving, he bumped into Lu Yi returning, and he quickly hid in the back room, waiting to find Mu Guiying later. Lu Yi glared at her foolish son. Don't be so clumsy. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Gu Yunche drinking alone, and one cup was already empty. Lu Yi was overjoyed and became even more attentive. Meanwhile, Mu Guiying was anxiously staring at the door in the firewood room, with a fire stick beside her. She planned to knock the fool out and escape. But as she watched the sky darken, she wondered why the fool had not come yet. Just then, the door was pushed open forcefully. The fool's face was flushed, and he laughed wildly. Wife, I missed you. I'm here to find you. When Mu Guiying saw him, his condition was very similar to Gu Yunche's after taking medicine at noon. She jumped up. What did you drink? The fool chuckled. I drank the wine of Officer Gu. Mu Guiying's heart sank into an unfathomable abyss. Gu Yunche must have guessed Lu Yi's intentions. He thought she was colluding with Lu Yi against him, and in a fit of anger, he made the fool drink the spiked wine. Gu Yunche wanted to see her ruin her own reputation, to make her suffer living in the countryside. Thinking about a future living with the fool, Mu Guiying was filled with dread. She looked at the fool approaching her and tightened her grip on the fire stick. She raised the stick and shouted, Don't come any closer. If you come closer, I'll kill you. Mu Guiying did not want to accept her fate, but the fool, driven by desire, ran towards her while unzipping his pants. Wife, I want my wife. Mu Guiying swung the stick at the fool, but he grabbed it and they struggled. Help! Help! Mu Guiying's desperate voice echoed from the firewood room. Gu Yunche heard the sound and paused. The voice was sharp, hoarse, and filled with fear. He licked his lips, feeling a twinge of compassion. However, since Lu Yi and Mu Ging had plotted against him first, and both were unwilling to give up, Mu Ging was only reaping what she had sown. Moreover, she was already married to Lu Yi's son, so he had no reason to get involved. Yunche calmly looked at the panicking Lu Yi. Lu Yi trembled. "Officer Gu, I'll go see what that silly girl Guiying is doing." Yunche's expression was cold and stern. "Aunt Lu, have you heard the saying, a failed thief loses both the chicken and the rice?" Lu Yi's face changed dramatically, and she hurriedly walked outside. Soon, Lu Yi's loud cries echoed. "Help! That dead girl Mu Guiying has killed someone. Mu Guiying has killed someone." Yunche could no longer sit still upon hearing the commotion. He strode outside and saw the disheveled Mu Guiying running out of the firewood room, holding a bloody stick. She was covered in blood, and it was hard to tell whether it was hers or her husband's. Yunche did not expect her husband to be so unkind to her. Feeling a sense of unease in his heart, Mu Guiying's bright almond-shaped eyes were filled with tears as she bit her lip and looked at Yunche, who was standing by indifferent. Her eyes were full of grievance and resentment. She sneered, "So the esteemed officer is nothing but this. Allowing a fool to violate a girl who hasn't even turned 18. Yunche was stunned by Mu Guiying's words, momentarily frozen in place, a flicker of astonishment crossing his usually calm face. "What did you say?" Mu Guiying now believed that her fate in this story was one of continuous misfortune. Even though she had traveled from a technologically advanced era, she could not change the fate of a supporting character destined to be cannon fodder. But she did not want to die here. If she had to die, she wanted to die with dignity. With that thought, Mu Guiying threw away the stick and turned to run outside. "Mu Guiying, clarify what you mean." Yunche called after her as he chased her. He did not expect Mu Guiying to run so fast. Following her, he saw she was heading towards the village secretary's house. He chased her and saw her rush into the side room where he was staying. Yunche stopped in his tracks. His white shirt wrinkled from the rise and fall of his chest, frowning at Mu Guiying with a hint of resentment. "Mu Guiying, how dare you?" Thinking of these underhanded tactics, Yunche anticipated that Mu Guiying would rush out from his room, claiming he had raped her, making him take the blame and follow her to the capital. Suddenly, a chaotic scene flashed before his eyes, a scene in a dream where Mu Guiying, at the eastern edge of the village, was shouting that he had assaulted her, and later, the village secretary intervened and insisted he marry Mu Guiying to settle the matter. Yunche clenched his fists, his handsome face filled with coldness. He stood still, deciding not to chase after her. He wanted to see how Mu Guiying would perform this act of assault without him present. Time ticked by. Mu Guiying had not yet come out of Yunche's room, and he lost patience, deciding to take the initiative. After all, Yunche was an active duty officer. He would not allow a rural girl who could not read to lead him by the nose. Yunche took the initiative to find the village secretary and briefly explained what had just happened. Upon hearing the details, the village secretary pounded his thigh and exclaimed, "That foolish Lu Yi is really causing trouble. Guiying is a pure girl who almost fell victim to her silly son." Yunche's stern and handsome face showed a moment of daze. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you saying Lu Yi's son is a fool?" Chapter 4, asking him to feed her medicine with his mouth. The eldest of the Lu family is a bit foolish during the day, looking simple-minded, but at night, he is completely insane, the village secretary said. Yunche was taken aback for a moment and then asked, "Did Comrade Mu marry him?" "No. Guiying will only be 18 on the 23rd of next month, and she doesn't even have a household registration," the village secretary replied, throwing his pipe into the basket and putting on his shoes to check on Mu Guiying's situation in the room where Yunche was. He continued, "This child Guiying is unfortunate, without a father or mother, fostered in the village but without a birth certificate. She is an undocumented resident. Life at the Lu's is even harsher. Lu Yi wants her to marry the fool without even asking me if I would give Guiying a letter of introduction. She isn't of legal marriage age, and without a household registration, she can't get a letter of introduction, but instead, the village's early marriage customs can't bind her. So she can be considered to have benefited from misfortune." Yunche's heart trembled. It turned out he had misunderstood her. As soon as he stepped into the room, both of them saw Mu Guiying fainted by the calm, her face pale, and there were dried bloodstains on her white floral shirt. "Captain Gu, hurry and save her!" the village secretary shouted, snapping Gu Yunche back to reality. Gu Yunche strode over and picked up Mu Guing. Having graduated from military school, Gu Yunche, who was cold and unapproachable in the army, was holding a girl for the first time, and he didn't expect Mu Guing to be so soft and light. Her pale, bloodless face was still beautiful, but it carried a sharp sadness like a wilting rose. A wave of guilt surged in Gu Yunche. He gently called out to Mu Guing, "Comrade Mu, wake up!" The village secretary was going to fetch the village doctor, but was stopped by Gu Yunche, old secretary. "Comrade Mu looks like she has low blood sugar. Do you have white sugar at home? Make her a cup of sugar water and feed it to her." The village secretary said he had it and hurried his wife to make the sugar water. When a bowl of sugar water was brought over, Gu Yunche was in a dilemma. Mu Guing was unconscious, and he couldn't feed her the sugar water. He tried to spoon feed her a couple of times, but it all dribbled out from the corners of her lips. The village secretary was anxiously rubbing his hands. "Captain Gu, have you ever heard the Storyong family generals?" Gu Yunche didn't understand how the village secretary had brought up Yong family generals. He was a bit impatient and replied, "I haven't heard of it." After Mu Guing saved Yang Zongbao, to save his life, she fed him medicine mouth to mouth. Why don't you use this method?" The village secretary suggested, only to see Gu Yunche's cold gaze sweep over him, but his ears turned red. Gu Yunche looked at Mu Guing, who was leaning against the headboard, and felt troubled. He had received strict family education and formal schooling since childhood. After entering military school, he strictly adhered to military discipline and national laws, obeying the orders of the organization. After graduating from university, he was assigned to the army as a deputy company commander. Relying on solid military theoretical knowledge and scientific and technological skills, he steadily became the youngest regiment commander in the entire army. Before this, Gu Yunche had never held a girl's hand, let alone hugged one, and now the village secretary was suggesting he feed Mu Guing sugar water mouth to mouth. Gu Yunche couldn't do it. He stared at Mu Guing's porcelain white face, her delicate skin, and he could see the fine fuzz on her face, while her pale lips looked like snow-white jasmine, exuding a youthful fragrance. Gu Yunche's mind was in turmoil. It seemed that if he stared at her for a moment longer, he would uncontrollably want to kiss her, and her frail shoulder, which he was supporting, felt like it was igniting flames that burned his fingertips. He quickly lowered his eyelids. "Comrade Secretary, I can't do it. Let's think of another way." As soon as he said that, Gu Yunche released Mu Guing, but the unconscious Mu Guing slid down like a boneless snake, about to fall off the bed. Gu Yunche reacted quickly and supported her. After all this commotion, Mu Guing leaned back into Gu Yunche's arms again. The soft, boneless touch of the woman made him instantly straighten his back, and he looked down at the unconscious girl in his arms, his heart racing. Gu Yunche felt like a soldier who had been hit by a wild horse and was fleeing in a panic, his body sweating, feeling hot, his face flushed, and even his gaze became a bit dazed. The village secretary watched Gu Yunche hesitate, while Mu Guing's complexion grew worse. "Captain Gu, where am I supposed to find someone now? Hurry up. If you delay any longer, Gu Ying's life might really be in danger. The people's soldiers serve the people. What is wrong with you making a sacrifice for Gu Ying? Low blood sugar for a long time can easily cause shock." Thinking of this, Gu Yunche no longer hesitated. He took the porcelain bowl, drank a mouthful of sugar water, held Mu Guing's chin, and pressed his thin lips against Mu Guing's lips, transferring the sugar water into her mouth. Is this a kiss? Does it mean that his first kiss has been given to Mu Guing? Gu Yunche pressed his lips together. The warm touch of Mu Guing's lips startled him, and he immediately pulled back, drank another mouthful of water, and passed it to her. This went on repeatedly until the last mouthful of sugar water was fed. Just then, Louis started cursing. "A big official from the capital has molested my gang folks. Am I lying?" Gu Yunche turned around to see a crowd of villagers gathered at the door. The village secretary was furious at Louis's accusation. "Louis, what nonsense are you talking? Do you think I don't know what you've done?" The village secretary revealed the truth about Mu Guing's fainting from low blood sugar, and that Gu Yunche had only fed her sugar water to save her, and there was no question of molestation. Seeing the village secretary getting angry, Louis slightly restrained herself. She rubbed her hands together. "Captain Gu, I'm actually here to take Guiying home. Gu Yunche's expression darkened. He had settled Mu Guiying and turned to Lu Yi. Are you taking Mu Guiying back so your fool son can continue to bully her? Lu Yi felt guilty and muttered, my eldest son likes Guiying. How could he possibly bully her? Gu Yunche scoffed coldly, exuding an imposing presence without anger. It is illegal to infringe upon women and children. Lu Yi, your son may be foolish, but you can still be held accountable. His words stunned Lu Yi and the villagers. The women in the back who were watching the commotion were pulled back by their sensible men, those meddling old hags. Come with me. Do you think the officer from the capital is someone to be trifled with? The village secretary knows what kind of person he is. They did not know Gu Yunche well, but seeing the village secretary respect him, they felt intimidated. Lu Yi glanced at Mu Guiying lying on the bed. She threw a tantrum, sitting on the ground, slapping her thighs as she spoke. I don't care. Guiying was raised by me. I can't let her sleep in Captain Gu's room without knowing what's going on. I'll wait here for her to wake up. Lu Yi cried out like a wailing ghost, then turned to the villagers who hadn't left, saying, when my Guiying wakes up, she will tell us what happened. The villagers who were originally about to leave stayed behind, some genuinely concerned about Mu Guiying, while others were just curious. Gu Yunche looked at Lu Yi, who was so adamant, and glanced worriedly at Mu Guiying, which she used the same trick again to distance herself from Lu Yi's family, claiming he had bullied her, and then rely on him to take her back to the capital. He had already decided to take Mu Guiying away, hoping she wouldn't disappoint him and wouldn't plot against him again. The village secretary was very angry and began to patiently persuade unrelated people to go home. But there were always a few who refused to leave. At this moment, Mu Guiying woke up. Chapter 5. Did she participate in drugging? Gu Yunche sat on a nearby bench waiting for Mu Guiying to wake up. His gaze fell on her face, which gradually regained color, and the sweat had subsided. When Mu Guiying woke up, a faint scent of soap filled her nostrils. She turned her head and saw neatly folded men's shirts. She frowned, trying to recall where she was. Guiying, you're awake. The village secretary saw the dazed look in Mu Guiying's eyes and sighed. I'm the village secretary. Mu Guiying paused. The village secretary in the book was very kind to her, one of the few good people who showed her kindness in the village. Mu Guiying's eyes brimmed with tears. Old secretary, you have to help me. Seeing that Mu Guiying had woken up, Gu Yunche walked over and draped a shirt over her dirty body. Now that you're awake, take your time to speak. Mu Guiying glanced at the shirt on her, surprised that Gu Yunche cared about her. She lowered her eyes, recalling what happened before she fainted. She had come to find the village secretary, and according to the book, there was a persimmon tree at the village secretary's door. Mu Guiying found the village secretary's house, but didn't know where he was at the time, so she rushed into the nearest room, only to find it was where Gu Yunche was staying. Would he misunderstand that she had deliberately barged into his room again? Mu Guiying looked apologetically at Gu Yunche. Captain Gu, I've caused you trouble. As she spoke, she attempted to get out of bed. Lu Yi rushed over, but was blocked by Gu Yunche's outstretched arm. Lu Yi made a face. She quickly spoke up. Guiying, you should tell everyone who bullied you. Our big guy got hurt protecting you. I won't blame you or cause you trouble, but your aunt has to help you seek justice. There was a hidden meaning in her words. Mu Guiying understood what Lu Yi meant. She looked at the villagers who were watching the excitement, and then at the anxious Gu Yunche. She had already guessed what had happened while she was unconscious. Seeing Mu Guiying looking down and not speaking, Lu Yi grew anxious. Guiying, a woman's reputation is the most important thing. If your reputation is ruined, not to mention our two men, you won't find a man in the whole village willing to marry you. Was she threatening her? Mu Guiying rolled her eyes at Lu Yi. What exactly was her aunt trying to say? Lu Yi was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect the clever Mu Guiying to falter at a critical moment and ask her what she meant. Wasn't her meaning clear enough? She raised her eyebrows at Mu Guiying again. Guiying, to be honest, the village secretary is here, and the villagers are here. They will judge for you. No matter how powerful the official is, they can't surpass the law. This was even more straightforward. The village secretary was furious to see Lu Yi trying to smear Mu Guiying in front of Gu Yunche. Lu Yi, don't go too far. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll call the police at the township office right now. Lu Yi was intimidated into silence, but continued to glare at Mu Guiying. Mu Guiying knew that in this era, there were no surveillance cameras, no recordings, and no mobile phones, it would be too easy for her to frame Yunche. She looked at Yunche, whose expression was stern, towering at 188 centimeters, giving off an imposing presence. Mu Cheng pondered her words. How could she say it so that Yunche would let go of his concerns about her wanting to cling to him and take her away from Louis's house? If she didn't express herself well, Yunche might harbor resentment and let Louis seize on her mistakes, leading to her being harassed for money. Then Mu Cheng would end up on the same path as before, ultimately dying on a smuggling boat. She brushed her hair back. "Aunt, I am soft-hearted and don't dare to harm others, but I also don't want to wrong a good person. However, Yunche interrupted her. Comrade Mu, think it through before you speak." The words Mu Cheng had yet to say were cut off by Yunche. She frowned at the handsome, promoted man in front of her, feeling uneasy inside. Yunche was afraid she would say something inappropriate, even more afraid she would entangle him. Presumably, in the original book, Mu Cheng's desperate attempt to climb into Yunche's bed left a deep-seated impression of hatred in him, in his mind. Mu Cheng was someone who couldn't say anything good or do anything good. Thinking of this, Mu Cheng sighed deeply. She looked down at the white shirt draped over her, clenched her fists, and calmed her mind. It was Captain Gu who saved me. He did not assault or violate me. The one who wanted to take advantage of me was my aunt's foolish brother. I rushed to the village secretary's house to seek his help, but unexpectedly fainted as soon as I entered. Mu Cheng took a breath, her tone steady. Captain Gu arrived in the village yesterday. I didn't know he was staying in this room at the village secretary's house when I barged in. So, this whole matter has nothing to do with Captain Gu. Yunche's handsome brows relaxed a bit, and his expression softened. He glanced at the curious villagers and asked, "Did everyone hear that?" The villagers nodded repeatedly, shouting that Louis was no good, and began to disperse. Louis, regaining her senses, didn't expect Mu Cheng to say this. Initially, when she learned that Yunche was coming to take Mu Cheng to the capital, she had discussed with Mu Cheng about having her sleep with Yunche, and Mu Cheng had eagerly agreed. Now, Mu Cheng was changing her tune. "Mu Cheng, you black-hearted ingrate. When I discussed drugging Captain Gu and sleeping together, you agreed wholeheartedly. Now that you see he intends to protect you, you're changing your tune." Louis tried to rush over to tear at Mu Cheng, but was stopped by the village secretary. He scolded, "Louis, if you keep causing a scene, I'll call the police at the township office right now. If I can't catch your big guy, I'll catch you." Hearing this, Louis finally shut her mouth, spitting angrily at Mu Cheng. "Shameless thing. Do you think going to the capital will make you a phoenix? Ridiculous. Can a native chicken ever become a golden phoenix?" The village secretary pulled Louis away as she struggled and cursed. Mu Cheng retorted, "Whether I become a phoenix or not is not for you to worry about. Instead of wasting your time cursing me, why not think about how to treat the foolish brother and gather money for my second brother's wedding?" Louis was so furious she was hopping mad. But the village secretary's wife and the village secretary held her back, pushing her out. She couldn't reach Mu Cheng. In her exasperation, she turned to the cold-faced Yunche, saying, "Captain Gu, Mu Cheng is not a good person. She has a belly full of bad ideas. You must keep your eyes open and not fall for her tricks." Hearing Louis's words, Mu Cheng bit her lip, feeling a bit guilty. After all, when she had crossed over, Yunche had already consumed the drugged tiger whip wine, and in the original book, Mu Cheng had indeed participated in the initial plotting. In the original story, Mu Cheng had reluctantly agreed after being beaten, but her initial refusal was because she hadn't seen Yunche and was worried about him. Once she met Yunche in person, she was captivated by his handsome appearance and strong physique. To put it bluntly, in the original story, Mu Cheng had been infatuated and had the intention of seducing Yunche, which is why she hadn't stopped him from drinking the wine in time. At that moment, Mu Cheng glanced up at Yunche. His expression was dark, and the look in his eyes had returned to its previous coldness and impatience. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Cheng cautiously asked, "Captain Gu, do you believe me if I say I was beaten into participating in drugging you?" Chapter 6. Counterattack on Yunche. "She is a little fox." Mu Cheng asked him if he believed what she said. Yunche stuffed his hands into the pockets of his neatly tailored dark gray trousers, his expression inscrutable as he stared at her. Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh. "Do you think I believe you? This conversation is dead." Mu Cheng brushed her braid and, feeling annoyed, asked, "So, Colonel Gu, you mean you never intended to take me away from here, right?" Gu Yunche's mood was quite complex at this moment. The little pity he once felt for Mu Ging had now dwindled to almost nothing, and he even regretted having thought about taking her away. "Yes, your character and thoughts are problematic. I don't want you living near my parents." Gu Yunche replied in a deep voice, not wanting her to return to the capital with him, but he didn't intend to abandon her either. Mu Guiying stared at Gu Yunche in a daze. He was tall, with bronze skin, distinct and deep facial features, resembling a Greek statue. His thin lips pressed together, a strong nose, and those dark, deep peach blossom eyes gleaming with cold light, giving off a wild yet refined, restrained yet sexy aura. Yet, such a man who could make any woman's heart flutter spoke to her in such a cold manner. She bit her lip, staring at him unblinkingly. Gu Yunche cleared his throat, ready to express his plans. Just then, Mu Guiying adjusted her shirt, her gaze cold and mocking. She retorted, "But if Colonel Gu hadn't made the fool drink the drugged wine, I wouldn't be in such a miserable situation. Don't you feel any guilt?" Mu Guiying straightened her back, her words firm. "You took me away from Lu Yi's house, and we can forget about you giving the fool the wine. If you don't take me away, I'll call the police in the village and say you're an accomplice to the fool, knowing the wine was problematic yet letting him drink it. By then, Colonel Gu, you probably won't be able to explain yourself, right?" Her words were straightforward because she sensed a possibility of softening in Gu Yunche's response. Gu Yunche didn't want her living with his parents, which coincidentally aligned with her wish not to be around the Gu family, but that didn't prevent him from taking her away. As long as they left Lu Yi, with her current knowledge and skills, she could probably make a living in the capital in 1984. Gu Yunche paused for a moment and then nodded. "Little Mu, you truly have a clever mind. I admire you. Of course, I have more than just a clever mind. In 2024, I was competing for a living against a female anchor who had an average of 800 tricks up her sleeve. If I didn't have a sharp mind, I would have been eliminated long ago." After a moment of contemplation, Mu Guiying asked him, "Colonel Gu, will you take me away?" Gu Yunche looked at Mu Guiying's porcelain-white face, slightly flushed with excitement. He raised an eyebrow. "Since you put it that way, how can I not take you?" Mu Guiying paused, pondering Gu Yunche's tone and meaning. She cursed inwardly. Does this Gu really know how to speak properly? Always using rhetorical questions. Is it fun to beat around the bush? Seeing that Mu Guiying had no intention of leaving, Gu Yunche awkwardly cleared his throat twice. "Go back and pack your things. We'll leave early tomorrow morning for the county." Gu Yunche had a plan. He would first take Mu Guiying to the capital and settle her in a hotel. Once she turned 18 next month and got her ID card and registered her household, he would help her find a job in a textile factory. In the future, the Gu family would treat Mu Guiying as a relative, and she could live in the factory dormitory without disturbing his parents at home. This way, the Gu family would fulfill their duty, and Mu Guiying would have job security. Everyone would benefit. Gu Yunche raised his eyes and saw Mu Guiying staring at him, her eyes glistening with tears, looking pitiful. He frowned in displeasure. "What are you going to make a fuss about now?" Mu Guiying suppressed the urge to curse, muttering to herself repeatedly, Inner peace, a good girl doesn't suffer losses in front of her eyes. Let South leave this place first." Gu Yunche didn't hear what Mu Guiying was muttering. He pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, lowered his eyelids, and glanced at the tip of his shoes. He spoke without much tone. "Little Mu, if you have nothing else, go home and pack your things. I need a rest." Mu Guiying got off the bed, slipped on her shoes, and walked out. She kept murmuring that phrase to calm her emotions, fearing she might impulsively curse at Gu Yunche. "You dogman with bad intentions, asking me to go back and pack my things. How can I even get out of there? Besides, Lu Yi's place is not a home. It's clearly a den of demons." As soon as Mu Guiying went out, Gu Yunche closed the door. At the moment the door slammed, he realized he had misspoken. How could he let Mu Guiying go back to pack her things? Would she even be able to come out in one piece? With Lu Yi's family's ignorant behavior, they might make the fool and Mu Guiying consummate their relationship. By then, it would be too late, and it would be even more difficult for him to take Mu Guiying away. Although Mu Guiying wasn't of good character, she was still a young girl in her prime. If she were really ruined by a fool, how could he have the face to wear a military uniform again? Gu Yunche pressed his forehead. My mind is all muddled because of them. He opened the door to call out to Mu Ging and saw her dipping her face in the basin of clean water next to the village secretary's door, splashing some on her face and dabbing around her eyes, making a couple of sad expressions before turning and entering the brightly lit room of the village secretary. Soon, the sound of Mu Guiying crying came from inside. Old secretary, I finally got Colonel Gu to take me away, but right now I'm in a bit of trouble. I can't go back to Aunt Biao's. I'm afraid if I go back, I won't be able to come out again. She cried, Old secretary, please have pity on Guiying and let me stay at your house for the night. Gu Yunche smiled bitterly as he turned back to his room, slamming the door with a loud bang. He said in frustration, it's easy to change the mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's nature. I really underestimated her. That night, once settled, Mu Guiying sat in a daze on the clay bed while the village secretary's wife brought in 2 buckets of hot water with a shoulder pull. Her tone was gentle. Guiying, wipe your body and change in my clothes. At that moment, Mu Guiying's eyes were red. After a long day of turmoil, she really couldn't cry anymore. But now she was moved by the couple's kindness. Auntie, thank you for taking me in. The secretary's wife comforted Mu Guiying a few times, then found a new towel and a newly made women's tank top and shorts for her, along with a set of wash pants and a shirt before leaving. Mu Guiying wiped herself down quickly, but many places on her body were bruised and bleeding from Lu Yi's beatings. Her back was especially painful, and even if there were no open wounds, it was still covered in scars. She walked to the rectangular mirror hanging on the wall, turned her back to check her injuries, but when she saw her reflection, she dropped the towel in shock. The Mu Guiying in the mirror was clearly the same Mu Cheng from her senior year. The original Mu Guiying from the book had the same face as hers. Could this also be the reason why she crossed into the book? Chapter 7, Is This Her Vest? Mu Guiying looked at herself in the mirror, her feelings of grievance unable to be contained, and she put down the lifted vest, hugging her legs and squatting on the floor to cry. After crying for a while, she finally calmed down. Mu Guiying washed her hair and also cleaned the bloodstained shirt and pants. She carried the basin to hang the clothes. On a dry, early summer night, hanging the clothes outside for a whole night would surely dry them. Suddenly, Mu Guiying looked down and saw Gu Yunche's white shirt with light gray stripes draped over the back of a chair. The back of the shirt also smudged with blood. After hanging the clothes, she took advantage of the light in the room to wash Gu Yunche's shirt as well, scrubbing it with soap twice until it was very clean. She knew that Gu Yunche liked cleanliness. To put it in modern terms, he had a bit of a cleanliness obsession, and since she had soiled the shirt, it was only right for her to wash it clean for him. On the other side, Gu Yunche lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He didn't know what had possessed him. Every time he closed his eyes, he thought of the scene where he fed Mu Guiying sugar water mouth to mouth, and he would unconsciously savor the unique fragrance of the girl and the softness of her lips. Gu Yunche suddenly sat up, brushing aside the bangs on his forehead while wearing a white vest. What are you thinking? He felt that he was too bored to be thinking of these nonsensical things. Gu Yunche took a few deep breaths, preparing to calm down and fall asleep quickly. But just as he lay down, he heard the sound of water splashing outside. Having trained his hearing and eyesight well, he easily discerned that it was coming from the direction of Mu Guiying's house. She was either washing clothes or washing. Gu Yunche paused, the temperature rising to his ears, and he pulled the quilt up over his head to block out the outside noise. The next day, Gu Yunche got up early, folded the quilt into a standard tofu block, took out his suitcase to pack his things, and then took the basin to fetch water to wash up. When he opened the door, he saw his shirt fluttering in the wind on the clothesline, tangled with a lady's vest nearby, and also fluttering in the wind was Mu Guiying's white shirt with red floral patterns. So it was indeed her who washed the clothes last night. Looking at the 2 garments entangled in the wind, Gu Yunche's ears turned red. He put down the basin and quickly walked over to untangle his shirt. At that moment, Mu Guiying, yawning, stepped out to fetch water to wash her face and brush her teeth, and she saw Gu Yunche holding his shirt. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Gu Yunche looked up. Mu Guiying raised her hand to greet him. She awkwardly smiled and said, Captain Gu, good morning. Gu Yunche, distracted, accidentally pulled down Mu Guiying's vest, and the clothespin fell to the ground. Mu Guiying, looking at Yunche's already somewhat flustered expression, almost broke down. Her greeting hand dropped one finger at a time, awkwardly pointing at the lady's cotton vest in Yunche's hand. Captain Gu, that's mine. Yunche's face turned red, the blush creeping from his face to the base of his neck and then to the tips of his ears. He glanced at the vest he had accidentally taken down. He strode over, tilted his head, and pushed the vest, which was hot in his hands, into Mu Cheng's arms. I accidentally pulled it down. Here you go. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunche hurried away, striding back into the house. Mu Cheng instinctively felt like a giant red shrimp floated past her eyes as she looked at the cotton vest sewn by a rural woman in the 1980s that she was holding. She couldn't help but laugh. With that style, how could Yunche be so embarrassed? If she showed him a bikini or something lacy, wouldn't he bleed from his nose? Thinking about how the upright and heroic Yunche would make such a big fool of himself, she felt quite happy and hummed a tune as she went to pick up the clothes. After all, she was still wearing the outfit of the village secretary's daughter-in-law. When Mu Cheng came out to brush her teeth and wash her face, she found Yunche's basin, toothbrush, and towel draped over the basin. She felt even more amused. Yunche was too embarrassed to come out to wash up and was hiding in a room waiting for her to finish. Mu Cheng brushed her teeth leisurely, intentionally making him wait, keeping him obediently in the room. She washed her face with soap, and the refreshing well water felt cool against her skin. But when she bent over, the wound on her back pulled painfully, so she hurriedly splashed water to wash off the foam, straightened up, dried her face, and returned to the room. Yunche watched Mu Cheng finish washing up and go back through the window. He frustratedly hit the wall with his hand. How could I take her? He really felt embarrassed. Even more embarrassing was his own thoughts. He shouldn't think too much about it. It was just an accidental mix-up of clothes. Yunche glanced at his red ears in the small, round mirror hanging on the wall. These years were crucial for the regiment, with tactical breakthroughs and field training. He couldn't consider personal issues. But for Yunche, who had received higher education and had experiences studying abroad, it was completely normal to fall in love and get married. He had normal physiological needs and desires for marriage, and he could wait a few more years to consider marriage. Thinking of this, Yunche felt much more at ease and stepped out to wash up. During breakfast, Mu Cheng served porridge to the village secretary and others. The village secretary's wife had gotten up early to steam buns, boil eggs, and even packed a small bag of eggs for Mu Cheng to take along to eat on the road. However, the whole table of people had little appetite, each lost in their own thoughts. Yunche also noticed Mu Cheng's restlessness. After a moment of contemplation, he comforted her. Don't worry, Lu, he wouldn't dare to bring people to block you. We'll leave right after breakfast. Mu Cheng nodded. Yunche noticed that her hairstyle was simple and neat. A high ponytail that swayed playfully when she nodded while speaking, youthful and lively, quite pretty. After the two finished breakfast, they set off. The village secretary escorted them to the village entrance, and before they left, he handed Mu Cheng 10 yuan. The village secretary had arranged for a driver, Xiao Wu, who was picking up materials from the county town, to take them to the county S bus station. Once they got on the bus, Mu Cheng's heart settled a little. After all, in the original book, Lu Yi had called her relatives to block the road and intentionally hurt her and Yunche in a crowd. However, the book mentioned that the two left the village to go to the capital, not to the county to get a marriage certificate. As the vehicle passed the big locust tree at the village entrance, Mu Cheng recalled the contents of the book. She quickly told Xiao Wu, "Let South take the left road. It's shorter." In the original book, Xiao Wu had intentionally taken a longer route to get closer to Yunche, who came from the capital, which just happened to encounter Lu East blocking the road. This time, Mu Cheng proposed to change the route. Yunche slightly nodded. "Comrade Xiao Wu, we're in a hurry. Please take the shorter route." Xiao Wu saw that Mu Cheng was from the village and knew the road, so he had no choice but to turn left. Mu Cheng felt happy but also uneasy, because her arrival had changed the plot's direction. Did that mean others would not follow the usual rules either? Thinking of this, Mu Cheng, sitting in the back, occasionally turned to look outside. Yunche, in the passenger seat, glanced at the rearview mirror and saw Mu Cheng fidgeting restlessly. He turned around and asked her, "What are you worried about?" Chapter 8. How did she change from being so hated? Facing Gu Yunche's scrutinizing gaze, Mu Cheng paused and said, I'm just afraid that my aunt will chase after us. Gu Yunche's eyes held a faint smile. They can't catch up. Your aunt can't outrun a jeep. As he finished speaking, Gu Yunche turned around. Just then, the driver exclaimed that someone was blocking the road ahead. Gu Yunche saw Lu Yi leading villagers with sticks to block their way. He didn't expect Lu Yi to be so bold as to actually come here to cause trouble. Before coming to pick up Mu Cheng, he had learned about the customs and traditions of Gucheng village, which indeed had a fierce reputation. However, since Mu Cheng had just directed the driver to take a different route, how did Lu Yi know they would be blocked here? A hint of confusion flashed in Gu Yunche's deep peach blossom eyes as he turned to look at Mu Cheng, whose expression was one of surprise. With cold sweat beading on her forehead, Mu Cheng looked genuinely scared, but who could tell if she was just pretending? With that thought, Gu Yunche pressed his brow. Unable to hide his fatigue, he turned and asked with a smile, Mu Cheng, what exactly are you planning? Gu Yunche's deep and bright peach blossom eyes seemed to see through everything, revealing her truest self, yet the penetrating gaze was filled with confusion and questions. Mu Cheng could not defend herself and shook her head as if resigned. I just want to leave here. As for why Lu Yi is blocking us on this road, I really don't know. Gu Yunche's expression showed no sign of fluctuation. He simply watched her quietly for a moment before turning around to unbuckle his seatbelt. He told the driver, Xiao Wu, stop the car ahead. Once the car was parked, Gu Yunche got out. Mu Cheng stared at him without blinking as he walked to the back of the car and opened the door. Remembering that in the original story, they both got beaten, she had a bad feeling that Gu Yunche was going to pull her down to negotiate with Lu Yi. After all, he hated her so much. Gu Yunche opened the car door and said, stay in the car and don't come down. With that, he closed the door. Gu Yunche walked towards Lu Yi, dressed in white, tall, and handsome, each step exuding undeniable firmness and coldness. Mu Cheng was shocked by Gu Yunche's actions. She followed his figure with her gaze. Watching him negotiate with Lu Yi and the others, taking out a wallet and handing several bills to Lu Yi. Lu Yi snatched it away while saying something, but Mu Cheng couldn't hear clearly. Then, a villager struck Gu Yunche on the shoulder with a stick, and soon after, other villagers began to attack as well. Gu Yunche was an officer, and he had come to pick her up during his vacation. He couldn't hurt the villagers, so in this situation, he was at a disadvantage. Mu Cheng was very anxious. She hurriedly asked Xiao Wu, Master Wu, do you have anything in the car that could be used to fight back? Xiao Wu was startled by the situation, and only when he heard Mu Cheng's reminder did he remember that there were 2 short shovels in the back, which they had used to dig mud when their car got stuck in the rain. Yes, they're in the back. The 2 of them got out of the car, each grabbing a shovel to rush to Gu Yunche's aid. As Mu Cheng approached, she raised a shovel and charged at Lu Yi. Hitting someone with a shovel could be deadly. She intended to scare Lu Yi. Seeing Mu Cheng's reckless demeanor, Lu Yi stepped back in fright, sitting down on the ground. Mu Cheng shouted loudly, I've already called the police. If you continue to make trouble, you'll all be arrested. She glanced at Gu Yunche, who had cold sweat on his forehead and looked somewhat disheveled. Clearly, he had sustained some superficial injuries. She slightly lifted her chin and called out, what are you standing there for? Come over here. Was Mu Cheng trying to protect him? Gu Yunche was completely stunned. For the first time in his life, he was experiencing protection from a girl, and everything was so sudden. Her fiery eyes, her cheeks flushed with anger, and her wild and passionate demeanor like a volcanic eruption. He inexplicably stood behind Mu Cheng. As a soldier, he couldn't engage with civilians, even if these villagers were unreasonable and unruly. However, the Mu Cheng before him was completely different from the one he had heard about from the villagers. They said she was spoiled and lazy, afraid of getting sunburned while working in the fields, scared of dirt and refusing to clean the cow shed, and unwilling to labor in the mill. In short, she was incapable of carrying anything and only focused on her appearance, spending all her savings on skincare products. Moreover, she used her looks to disrupt the matchmaking events of girls she didn't get along with, standing in front of their suitors and acting flirtatiously, making those suitors reject other girls and demand to marry Mu Cheng, while she would say she wanted to marry someone from the city, not a country bumpkin. Additionally, Mu Cheng was also vain and cunning, to get close to a film projectionist from the county. She had her village friends help her cut pigweed while she dressed up to go watch movies. In summary, if it weren't for the village secretary feeling sorry for her background and protecting her, she would have probably been driven out of Mu Cheng village to fend for herself long ago. But the Mu Cheng before him was completely different from the one described by others. Yunche was a bit confused. On the other side, Lu Yi, who had been frightened and sat on the ground, got up and brushed herself off. Mu Cheng, stop trying to scare me. This isn't the village secretary's office. Where are you going to call the police? Mu Cheng sneered coldly. I'm using a mobile phone. Everyone was astonished. Yunche frowned and lowered his voice. A mobile phone? Mu Cheng realized she had slipped up. She coughed lightly and said, Master Wu, you have a radio communication device in the car, right? Xiao Wu paused. He nodded while waving the shovel, cooperating with Mu Cheng. Yes, we call the police. You are. Lu, he was speechless. Mu Cheng interjected. You are breaking the law, causing trouble, and attacking an active duty officer. That is a serious crime, causing trouble. She almost blurted out the legal code. Mu Cheng was stumped. She couldn't say any more. How could a person who couldn't even read a word say such things? Just then, Yunche continued. Violating the law falls under the crime of obstructing social management order, which is essentially a crime of hooliganism. His magnetic voice carried an undeniable chill and authority, making the hair on the back of Mu Cheng's neck stand up. Similarly, it shocked the ignorant villagers. Seeing this, Lu Yi muttered angrily, I don't care. Guiying was raised by me. You think you could take her away with just this little money? She clutched a handful of 10 yuan bills. In the end, it was still about money. Yunche said in a deep voice, I said, I'll send you more money when I get back. Lu Yi wanted to say something more, but heard Mu Cheng coldly ask, Aunt, when I came to your house, my grandparents gave you 3 gold bars. Doesn't that count as money? Lu Yi was greatly astonished. She thought to herself, Mu Cheng was only 3 years old when she came to her house. How could she remember the gold bars? Chapter 9, Severing Ties, of course. A 3-year-old child wouldn't remember the gold bars. But Mu Cheng remembered the plot in the book. In the book, the second year after Mu Cheng married Yunche, Lu Yi brought the fool to their home to cause trouble, accidentally revealing that Mu Cheng's grandmother had already spent the 3 gold bars given to the Lu family. At that time, Mu Cheng and Lu Yi got into a fierce fight, and Lu Yi scratched Mu Cheng's face. When Yunche returned to handle the matter, he brought along his beloved girl, Bai Lin. Yunche's salary had already been spent by the lazy Mu Cheng. It was Bai Lin who took out 100 yuan to settle things with Lu Yi. Yunche was very touched. He didn't even ask about the wounds on Mu Cheng's face, and instead sent Bai Lin back to school, their affection for each other deepening. Seeing that Mu Cheng was utterly humiliated in front of Yunche, Lu Yi mocked her relentlessly. When Yunche left again to go home, Mu Cheng had a huge argument with him, and he didn't offer a single word of comfort. He even coldly mocked Mu Cheng with disdain. In the end, he simply moved his personal belongings back to the Gu family, and even during holidays, he never returned to Mu Cheng's side, rendering their marriage effectively over. Lu Yi's visit to the capital to demand money was the final spark that led to the breakdown of their marriage. Thinking back on this, Mu Cheng felt a chill in her heart. This time, she would not marry Yunche again. But she also wouldn't let Lu Yi turn her into a target of public scorn, a burden in Yunche's eyes. A coarse daughter-in-law in the eyes of the Gu family, or a failure in Bai Lin's contemptuous gaze. Seeing that Lu Yi had prematurely revealed the matter of her grandmother's gold bars, she had to strike while the iron was hot. Her tone was sharp. Wait, 3 gold bars? I've lived in your house for 15 years. Surely that's worth at least that much, right? Yunche looked at the fiercely charged Mu Cheng and felt that she wasn't as foolish as he had imagined. In fact, she was quite clever. He chimed in, Little Mu, the living expenses for 15 years in the village wouldn't even amount to 1 gold bar. Mu Cheng turned to look at Yunche. Her starry eyes filled with pleading like a timid little rabbit. Captain Gu, can you help me write a guarantee? Yunche nodded. Okay, what do you want to write? Mu Cheng stood on her tiptoes, her warm breath brushing against Yunche's ear. He suddenly straightened his back, realizing that his ears had turned numb. Uncomfortable, he pushed Mu Cheng's shoulder away. Just say it. I can't hear you. Mu Cheng took 2 steps back, feeling that Yunche was acting strangely. I'm afraid Lu Yi will hear. she said. Mu Guiying pulled Gu Yunche to the side and quickly explained the contents of the guarantee. Gu Yunche returned to the car to get paper and pen and began to write quickly. Louis tried to leave, but was stopped by the driver, Xiao Wu. Before long, Mu Guiying and Gu Yunche approached, and she took the letter from Gu Yunche's hand. "Auntie, please put your thumbprint here. This will clear our relationship." Lu Yi couldn't read, so Gu Yunche read it to her. It basically stated that Mu Guiying would compensate for Lu Yi's nurturing with the 3 gold bars, and thereafter, they would have no further relationship. Lu Yi refused to put her thumbprint. Mu Guiying sneered and threatened, "If that's the case, then return my 2 gold bars. Your fool of a brother told me that there are still 2 gold bars in the basket on your roof. I've seen the basket." In reality, the fool hadn't said anything, and she hadn't seen it. She was deliberately deceiving Lu Yi. Lu Yi's face turned pale, and she pressed her thumbprint on the paper. Mu Guiying also pressed her thumbprint, and Gu Yunche added his name, asking Xiao Wu to sign as a witness. This guarantee was carefully placed into Mu Guiying's pocket. Lu Yi, having failed to scheme, cursed Mu Guiying as she left. "Don't think that just because you've latched onto Gu Yunche, you'll have a good life. From what I see, you two are not on the same path. He looks down on you and despises you. Your hard days are still ahead." Gu Yunche looked awkward and displeased. He glanced at Mu Guiying, whose expression was calm, seemingly unaffected by Lu Yi's words. Mu Guiying smiled as she watched Lu Yi leave. Lu Yi, angrily walking back, tripped over something and almost fell flat on her face. Mu Guiying couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her laughter was crisp and sweet, like silver bells swaying in the wind, making Xiao Wu chuckle along as he stared at Mu Guiying. Seeing this, Gu Yunche coughed lightly. "Let us go. Otherwise, we'll miss the bus to the provincial city." Mu Guiying frowned and followed. "Are we still going to the provincial city?" Gu Yunche turned back. The movement pulled at the injury on his back, causing him to tighten his jaw, responding blandly, "Yes." Mu Guiying noticed his frown and the discomfort on his face, glancing at his broad back. Tentatively, she asked, "Are you hurt? Let us go to the hospital in the county first. It's just a small injury. It's nothing," Gu Yunche replied in a deep voice. "There are people waiting for us in the provincial city. I've already delayed time dealing with your matters in Gucheng village, and I don't want to keep them waiting." So, someone was waiting for Gu Yunche. Mu Guiying didn't want to say much and got into the car. On the way, she looked out the window, wondering what she should do in the future. What would the capital be like in 1984? Could she take the college entrance exam? After all, the current Mu Guiying was still a little village girl who hadn't even attended elementary school, but inside, she had already graduated with a Master's degree and was a well-rounded young woman. She didn't want to be buried due to lack of credentials in this era. Despite her knowledge, Gu Yunche noticed that Mu Guiying hadn't spoken since getting in the car. He turned to take a look at her. She was quietly leaning against the car seat, gazing out the window. Outside was the agricultural landscape. Would a girl raised in the countryside find it surprising? Obviously not. Could it be that she was sad after hearing Lu Yi say that Gu Yunche looked down on her? Thinking of this, Gu Yunche asked, "Little Mu, are you thirsty?" Mu Guiying came back to her senses, and before she could respond, Xiao Wu handed her a military green water bottle. "Little Mu, my mom made some sweet water for me. The bottle is new, so go ahead and drink." Mu Guiying shyly took the water bottle. "Thank you, but I'm not thirsty yet." She placed the bottle aside and looked at Gu Yunche, whose expression was somewhat unpleasant. Gu Yunche asked again, "Are you hungry?" Without waiting for Mu Guiying to answer, Xiao Wu handed her a yellow paper bag. "My mom bought this bread for me. Eat it if you're hungry." Mu Guiying thought the driver was quite nice. She smiled and took it, placing it aside. "I had breakfast this morning, so I'm not hungry. Let us just leave it for now." "Thank you, Driver Xiao Wu." Driver Xiao Wu smiled happily, looking quite proud. Gu Yunche snorted coldly and turned away. Mu Guiying found Gu Yunche's reaction somewhat puzzling. Why was he unhappy when others offered her food and drink? Xiao Wu, not caring, asked Gu Yunche, "Captain Gu, are you going to the provincial city on official business?" "No, I'm picking up my dad's comrade's daughter to come back with me." Chapter 10. The childhood friend arrives. Gu Yunche casually answered driver Xiao Wu's question about why he was going to the provincial city. However, in his mind, he was recalling the image of Bai Lin playing shuttlecock in his family's yard when she was little. her fair face gradually turning red from jumping and glistening with a light sweat. When Mu Cheng heard Yunche mention his father's comrade's daughter, she couldn't help but wonder if he was referring to Bai Lin. In the original story, Bai Lin was Yunche's childhood friend, the only daughter of the martyr Bai Zhenbong, who had been raised in Yunche's home after her father's death. At that time, the Gu family did not bring the 3-year-old Mu Cheng back because they were unable to take care of so many children. Thinking of this, Mu Cheng tentatively asked, "How old is your father's comrade's daughter, and what is her name?" Yunche turned to look at Mu Cheng, his eyes filled with confusion. He silently speculated that Mu Cheng didn't know Bai Lin. Why did she seem so concerned and curious? Yunche adjusted the cuffs of his shirt, pulling them up to reveal the clear muscles on his arms. Mu Cheng stared for a moment, inwardly scolding herself for being infatuated. She wasn't someone who was love-struck, but in 2024, she did like handsome guys with broad shoulders, slim waists, and long legs. If a man like Yunche had been around when she was a live-streaming girl, she would have had to make a move to make him blush and have a racing heart, making him unable to resist her. But this was Yunche. With childhood friends on one side and admirers on the other, there were many people who liked him. She, Mu Cheng, who had grown up in the countryside, should know her place and keep her distance from such a man with a destined partner. "What are you looking at?" Yunche's cool, magnetic voice came through. Mu Cheng's cheeks flushed. The buttons on your shirt cuffs are really nice. Social embarrassment is a yearly occurrence. My family has particularly many. Mu Cheng withdrew her gaze and heard Yunche clear his throat. "The girl I'm picking up is named Bai Lin. She's 2 years older than you." It really was Bai Lin. Hearing Bai Lin's name made her momentarily distracted. In the original book, Bai Lin appeared in the 2nd year of college, at a time when Mu Cheng and Yunche's marriage was fraught with conflict, while Bai Lin shone like a calm and uncontentious moonlight upon Yunche, making his turbulent life with Mu Cheng peaceful. Mu Cheng and Bai Lin were two extremes. One was extremely disliked, to the point where even the neighbors of the Gu family would avoid her, while the other was extremely beloved. Even a crying toddler would smile brightly at the sight of her. How tragic. Thinking of this made Mu Cheng let out a sigh. Yunche paused. Did Mu Cheng really know the word tragic? "What did you just say?" Mu Cheng was momentarily stunned, looking around. "Nothing, I just think Bai Lin is a lovely name." Speaking of names, Mu Cheng had a plan to change hers. She didn't like the name Mu Cheng. It was easily misunderstood and led to awkward situations. How could she not mind sharing a name with the literary figure and war goddess Mu Cheng? Yunche saw that Mu Cheng had stopped talking and had closed her eyes to rest. He awkwardly turned back, thinking he must have misheard. Due to delays on the road, Yunche and Mu Cheng missed the train to the provincial city. The county town wasn't far from the provincial city, but there weren't many people traveling there. There was only one train a day and only one bus service. Driver Xiao Wu took them to the county guest house. Mu Cheng looked at the ancient streets of the county town, raising dust, and felt particularly nostalgic for her era. Yunche watched Mu Cheng looking around and found it amusing. After all, she grew up in the countryside. How could she have experienced the bustling county town? When she went to the provincial city and then to the capital, she would surely be left speechless. But in her current state, she must be hungry. "Let's go. Wash your face at the guest house, and I'll take you out to eat." Xiao Wu nodded, saying, "Just turn right down this road, and you'll find a friendship restaurant. Next to it is the Huimin restaurant." Mu Cheng was indeed hungry and happily entered the guest house. Yunche felt that Xiao Wu was being overly enthusiastic. After all, Mu Cheng was beautiful, fitting the type that men liked, but her character was lacking. He was afraid that Xiao Wu would be led astray by her. "Xiao Wu, you should head back first. Next time you go to the capital, I'll treat you to a meal." Xiao Wu scratched his head, reluctantly opening the car door to take out a loaf of bread. "Captain Gu, please give this to Miss Mu. She hasn't tried it yet." Yunche correctly guessed Xiao Wu's intention. He pushed it back. "She likes eggs, not bread." After saying that, Yunche turned and entered the guest house. Xiao Wu snapped his forehead in realization. So they were a couple. No wonder Captain Gu came all this way from the capital to pick someone up. He took a bite of the bread, got back in the car, slapped the steering wheel, and clicked his tongue. Captain Gu is really lucky. Miss Mu is so beautiful. You can't find another like her in the county. Mu Cheng washed her face. When she came out again, Yunche had changed into a light blue shirt and dark green pants, waiting at the door. Let's go. It seemed that Yunche had changed his whole outfit because the previous one had gotten blood on it from his injury. On the street, Yunche walked ahead while Mu Cheng followed behind, deliberately maintaining a respectful distance. Young women riding bicycles and others carrying knitted bags couldn't help but light up with excitement upon seeing Yunche's appearance, as if they had seen a beacon of light. Mu Cheng sighed inwardly. Who doesn't like handsome guys? Who isn't a face control? Moreover, Yunche was definitely the spring of beauty lovers. Xiao Mu, can you walk a bit faster? Yunche was becoming increasingly uncomfortable and impatient with the attention from those women and called out for Mu Cheng to hurry up. Mu Cheng quickly caught up. I'm coming, Captain Gu. Hearing Mu Cheng call him captain, the girls on bicycles slowed down, and those with bags also slowed their pace. Their eyes sparkled like a sky full of stars, wishing they could melt Yunche in the starlight. But they looked more like wolves with a glint of greed in their eyes. Yunche strode quickly with his long legs. He lowered his voice. Don't call me Captain Gu anymore, just call me. Mu Cheng's eyes met his gaze, looking confused. Yunche felt it necessary to keep her clear-headed regarding the way she addressed him. I consider you a sister. You can call me brother or Gudage. Mu Cheng knew that Yunche had a younger brother and sister. How could he be her elder brother? Mu Cheng was self-aware and softly replied, Okay, Gudage. Let's go. Yunche nodded in satisfaction. Mu Cheng took the opportunity while he was happy to say, Gudage, I just happen to have something to ask you about. Can we talk while we eat? She wanted to ask him something? The word ask was rarely used in the ancient village area. They typically used inquire or casually talk about something. Seeing Yunche looking at her scrutinizingly, she quickly smiled awkwardly. Asking is a new word I learned with the village secretary. Isn't it correct? It's just another way of saying inquire. Yunche slightly nodded before stepping into the restaurant. When ordering, Yunche asked for Mu Cheng's opinion, but she didn't express any thoughts, fearing she would say something wrong again. Yunche ordered braised pork, shredded potatoes, and scrambled eggs with chili on his own. Mu Cheng thought it was good. They were all dishes that go well with rice. Yunche poured a cup of tea for Mu Cheng and slowly asked, What do you want to inquire about? Chapter 11, she wanted to change her name and settle down. Yunche sat upright, dignified and composed, pushing the teacup in front of Mu Cheng, waiting for her to ask him a question. When Mu Cheng met his gaze, she scrutinized him more closely. Yunche's eyes were clear and profound. His facial features sharp and handsome, with slightly arched eyebrows that exuded a cold and fierce aura. His thin lips were slightly upturned, and his jawline radiated a noble air. He had a tall and robust stature, and his reserved and upright demeanor made even a simple shirt look extraordinary on him. His fingers were long and well-defined, and each time he poured tea, raised his cup, or savored it, he did so with such calm elegance that it drew attention. Truly a remarkable person. Mu Cheng had first seen him on the Big Kong, and later, he was either escaping or running away. It was only today, after observing him for half a day from behind, that she finally got a good look at this well-known handsome man, Yunche. Seeing Mu Cheng staring at him, Yunche awkwardly cleared his throat and lowered his gaze in frustration. If you don't ask, then forget it. With that, he began to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks, preparing to eat. Mu Cheng noticed the tips of Yunche's ears turning red, and she thought it must be her direct gaze that disgusted him. I want to ask. I want to know if I can change my name directly when I settle down in the capital. That way, I can use my new name on my ID card. Yunche raised his eyes, looking puzzled. You want to change your name? Mu Cheng nodded. Yes, this name was randomly given to me by Lu E. I don't like it. I want to change it. For some reason, a vague dreamlike scene flashed through Yunche's mind. A woman crying hysterically. Yunche, you despise me. You despise everything about me. You despise the meals I cook, the tea I brew, even the smell on me, and my terrible name. You think I'm not as good as Bai Lin. You are always embarrassed to mention me to others, to mention my name. Did I choose my name myself? Yunche sneered. Mu Cheng, do I despise your name? You will never see your own mistakes. What I despise is you. Yunche stared blankly at Mu Cheng in front of him, feeling it was strange that he would think of those two sentences. He lowered his gaze to the swirling tea leaves in the cup and said slowly, "A name doesn't define a person. It's just a code." Yunche raised his eyes again. "Do you think Bai Lin's name sounds nice, and you want a nice name too?" "It has nothing to do with her. I just simply want to change my name." Mu Guiying was unwilling to mention Bai Lin. "I just want a name I like." The name Lin in Bai Lin's name originally meant beautiful jade, symbolizing beauty, kindness, and purity. When Yunche spoke about Bai Lin's name, his eyes sparkled. He continued, "She is indeed a person who lives up to her name. Living up to one's name means that a person matches their name. You." Yunche spoke for a while, implying that Bai Lin's name suited her well, and that if Mu Guiying chose a nice name, it would be undeserved. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Mu Guiying's expression change. She waved her hand awkwardly. "Brother Gu, there's no need to remind me that I'm just a village girl, not someone who can be on stage. As for changing my name, I will decide for myself." Mu Guiying downed the tea in her cup. She lowered her gaze to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks, picked up a water jug, and poured herself a glass of water, adding, "Even if I change my name to Mu Amao or Mu Xiaogo, it's just for my own amusement." Yunche was taken aback. He hadn't finished speaking, and she was already retorting. He thought Mu Guiying was quite sharp-tongued and good at finding fault with people. He sneered, "Fine, as long as you're happy." Before long, the dishes were served. Mu Guiying was content to be a person who eats, and Yunche also had the habit of eating in silence. The two finished their meal without saying a word. After the meal, Yunche took Mu Guiying back to the guest house, saying, "Don't wander around if you have nothing to do. I'm going out to buy some things." "I'll go too. I want to buy something." Mu Guiying had no money, and what she wanted to buy were just gauze and medicines like Yunnan Bai Yao, which she needed to go to a state-run store or a hospital for. Yunche knew Mu Guiying had no money, only the 10 yuan given to her by the village secretary. She must have seen the girls in the county dressed beautifully and wanted to buy new clothes. "What do you want to buy? I'll get it for you." Mu Guiying should have been happy to hear this, but Yunche's cold and scrutinizing gaze made her happiness vanish. He was guessing what she wanted to buy and what her intentions were. She replied with a cold face, "Women's things, I can buy them myself. You wouldn't understand." With that, Mu Guiying walked straight ahead. Yunche was inexplicably left hanging, coldly snorting. What a bad temper. At the state-run store, Yunche used ration tickets to buy bread, lunch meat, and canned goods. He also bought apples as fruit. Seeming dissatisfied with the limited selection at the store, his brows furrowing. When he reached the small goods counter, Yunche saw a pair of adorable little porcelain cats, beautifully decorated with gold edges. Without hesitation, he spent 8 yuan in cash to buy them. Mu Guiying was somewhat taken aback. According to the price levels at that time, Yunche had essentially bought all the bread in the supply and marketing cooperative. Wealthy people were indeed different. Even the shop assistant said, "These were brought in according to the quota. I thought they wouldn't sell. I heard they are quality products from Jingtown, and they sell well over there. So we only just got this pair." Yunche's cold brows softened a bit. This made Mu Guiying guess that these were gifts he was buying for Bai Lin. And Bai Lin was indeed different to Yunche. Yunche watched Mu Guiying standing there in a daze, holding the cloth bag. He asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to buy clothes?" He carefully placed a pair of wrapped little porcelain cats in the bag and turned to Mu Guiying, saying, "I'll go pay for you." Mu Guiying was taken aback for a moment. She waved her hand. "I've finished shopping. Let's go." Yunche glanced at Mu Guiying's empty bag. Did that mean she didn't buy any new clothes? Mu Guiying asked the sales clerk how to get to the nearby hospital. Hearing her inquiry and recalling what she said about buying women's items, Yunche felt embarrassed and turned his head away, gripping the mesh bag tightly. Mu Guiying turned around and saw Yunche lost in thought, the tips of his ears slightly flushed. She glanced at the tightly wrapped little porcelain cats in the bag, and then at his hand that was gripping the bag, the veins clearly visible, as if he was holding onto a lifeline. A strong and upright man feeling shy because of his thoughts about a girl was quite charming. But that girl was Bai Lin. She curled her lips slightly. Yunche lightly cleared his throat. "Are you ready?" "Yes, I'll go to the hospital by myself. Brother Gu, you can return to the guest house first." Mu Guiying looked at him, being so attentive to that pair of little porcelain cats, genuinely worried that if he walked a little further with her, they might get broken. Yunche felt as if he had been granted amnesty. "Okay, I'll head back first." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked in the opposite direction. Mu Guiying thought Gu Yunche was a big straight man, the kind who wouldn't turn around. Then she thought he just didn't want to think too much for her. After all, she was the villainous female supporting character. She shrugged her shoulders and turned to head to the hospital. Chapter 12. The tough guy got shy in the evening. Gu Yunche knocked on Mu Guiying's room. "Xiao Mu, get up, it's time to eat." Mu Guiying, too tired to move, replied, "I just want to eat 2 eggs for dinner. Good. You can go eat by yourself." She had applied medicine and lay down on the moderately hard wooden bed, feeling utterly unwilling to move. Last night, she had slept on a hard clay kong at the village party secretary's house, which left her back sore. Although the bed in this guest house couldn't compare to her previous home's cloud rubber mattress, it was at least more comfortable than the clay kong. With her eyelids heavy, Mu Guiying managed to handle Gu Yunche's call and then fell asleep. Gu Yunche didn't think much of it and went out to eat a bowl of noodles. When he returned to the guest house, Mu Guiying's room was dark, and after frowning for a moment, he went back to his own room. After taking off his shirt to check the wounds on his back, he noticed that while the cuts weren't deep, the lines of blood were quite alarming. Gu Yunche sighed internally, realizing he had forgotten to buy medicine. If his mother saw him like this, she would surely be heartbroken and nag him for a long time. But it was clearly too late to go to the hospital now. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Gu Yunche simply wiped his body with a towel and went to bed shirtless, lying on his side to let the wounds breathe and prevent them from getting worse. At night, after waking up, Mu Guiying got up to wash and change her dressings. After changing the dressings, she suddenly remembered that Gu Yunche hadn't applied medicine to his wounds yet. Dressed and armed with gauze, powder, and iodine, she went to knock on Gu Yunche's door. Just as Gu Yunche had fallen asleep, he heard someone knocking and thought he misheard, ignoring it. When Mu Guiying knocked harder, the door opened. Wait, he actually didn't lock the door while sleeping? Mu Guiying thought. Handsome boys need to protect themselves, especially with so many girls who are into looks, like me. She often said this in her live streams. In the moonlight, she caught a glimpse of a beautiful man sleeping naked, at least on the upper half. Gu Yunche's broad and solid back, with defined muscles, looked like a work of art, and the scars on it were like a man's best attire, wild and flamboyant. At that moment, he was radiating hormones, his sexual tension palpable, and his battle-damaged looks were off the charts, with a narrow waist cinched by a belt, making him an irresistibly perfect man. Mu Guiying's heart raced, and her gaze moved up and down. She swallowed hard, feeling a mix of envy and regret, thinking, Bai Lin must be living her best life. Gu Yunche, who had been awake for a while, felt Mu Guiying chattering behind him and tightened his grip on the pillowcase, thinking that if she dared to take another step, he wouldn't mind using a shoulder throw to put her down. Embarrassed, Mu Guiying withdrew her gaze and tiptoed over, intending to place the medicine down and leave. Gu Yunche's internal alarm bells rang as he twisted the pillowcase into a braid. What does she want to do? He caught a faint scent of jasmine soap wafting into his nostrils, getting closer. Mu Guiying aimed to place the gauze and medicine on the bedside table. Just as she got close, a large hand seized her wrist. In the dark, Gu Yunche sat up abruptly, coldly demanding, "Who let you in?" As he spoke, he turned on the bedside lamp. In the dim light, Mu Guiying was dressed in a white shirt with red floral patterns, brown striped pants, and black canvas shoes. Having just washed up, her hair was still damp, droplets falling on her chest, while her pale cheeks glowed with a post-bath blush. Gu Yunche's heart tightened suddenly, and he instinctively pushed Mu Guiying away, coldly saying, "Mu Guiying, control your dirty thoughts." He turned his head away. "Self-destructing your innocence and framing me will only make me look down on you more." Mu Guiying saw the disdainful expression on the man's stern face. She scoffed, thinking, does Gu Yunche have paranoia? Her wrist hurt from his grip, and when he let go, she rubbed it in frustration. "I know you're injured, and I brought you some medicine." "Medicine?" Gu Yunche scoffed. What a poor excuse. He put on his shirt and stood up to face Mu Guiying. "Why didn't you bring it earlier? Why wait until I'm asleep to bring it?" Mu Guiying was annoyed by Gu Yunche's mocking tone. She placed the medicine on the bedside table, her tone sharp. "That's because I was too tired to move after walking from the county hospital in the north to the south and back, and only got up to apply medicine after a nap." She glared at Gu Yunche. "If it weren't for you getting hurt while trying to take me away, do you think I'd willingly bring you medicine? Do you think I enjoy being scolded and despised by you?" The grievances of recent days erupted at that moment. The loneliness, strangeness, and fear for moving from modern times to 1984 weighed heavily on Mu Cheng's heart. She couldn't find an outlet for her feelings and had to endure Yunche's disdain and sarcasm. What sins have I committed to deserve this? Wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, she declared, I know you all look down on me. I don't want to seek out pointless humiliation. She turned back to grab the medicine and gauze, opened the door, and slammed it shut with a bang. Yunche was stunned for a moment, feeling uneasy as he tightened his jaw. He looked at the empty bedside table, feeling frustrated, realizing he had misjudged Mu Cheng and had even made her cry. After a moment of contemplation, he walked to Mu Cheng's door and raised his hand to knock. The lights were off in her room, and she sat on the bed, holding back tears as she wiped her eyes, only to see a tall figure standing behind the white curtain. She knew it was Yunche looking for her. Outside, Yunche raised his hand to knock again, but, seeing that the room was dark, withdrew his hand and shoved his hands into his pockets. He stood at the door for a while before returning to his room. Mu Cheng knew she shouldn't have any hope for someone who didn't have a good impression of her, even for an apology. She took off her shoes, pulled the blanket over herself, and went to sleep. The only relief from her worries was in deep slumber. The next day, after washing and tidying up, Mu Cheng opened the door and saw the tall Yunche standing before her, looking refreshed. He gazed at her for a moment with his peach blossom eyes, then handed her a brown paper bag. I bought you fried cakes and hawthorn cakes. Eat them while they're hot. Mu Cheng was somewhat taken aback. She took the bag, and a faint aroma wafted out. Looking at Yunche, she smirked and said, Are you using these to apologize to me? Chapter 13, help him ward off bad relationships last night. The two parted on bad terms. Yunche's words pierced the heart, and Mu Cheng didn't believe that he brought her food to apologize. Yunche wore a white shirt with gray stripes, gray-black pants, and shiny leather shoes. His deep, peach blossom eyes exuded a man's calmness and sharpness. However, his gaze towards her felt unnatural. He raised his hand to touch his nose and said, Eat while it's hot. I'll wait for you outside. Mu Cheng's delicate face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she stared at Yunche. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Yunche cleared his throat. I just thought you liked to eat, that's all. Oh, is Yunche still that proud? Mu Cheng watched as the indifferent Yunche strode away like he was being chased by a dog, revealing his inner guilt. She took out a fried cake and took a bite. The rich oil fragrance and the sweetness of brown sugar made her not want to bother with the stubborn Yunche, focusing instead on enjoying the rare treat. After breakfast, Yunche took Mu Cheng to the train station with a suitcase. Not to mention anything else, Yunche's suitcase was rather eye-catching, while others carried neatly packed luggage. His stood out, and his clean and elegant outfit, along with his cold and refined demeanor, elevated the old green train carriage by a few notches. The men and women in the carriage all turned to look at the two finding their seats, both of them good-looking, like stars stepping out of a movie. A young man who had just boarded noticed Mu Cheng's beauty and deliberately squeezed past her. Mu Cheng lost her balance and stumbled, leaning against Yunche's back. He immediately caught her wrist and pushed her away. Mu Cheng's back hit someone else's raised water bottle, causing her to cry out in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing this, Yunche reached out his arm to pull her back. A nearby lady watching the scene chuckled and teased Yunche, Oh, this young couple is newlyweds. Why are you so shy? You should hurry and let your wife sit inside. The aisle was crowded with standing tickets. Yunche helped Mu Cheng into the inner seat before sitting down himself, propping his left arm on the table to prevent anyone from squeezing in. Mu Cheng had been on a high-speed train before, but it was never this crowded. As the train started moving, the noise of people filled the cabin, but it was less cramped. The lady across from them smiled and asked Yunche if he was accompanying his wife to visit relatives. Yunche's face was as cold as water, and Mu Cheng wanted to laugh at his grim expression. She cleared her throat and said, Auntie, we're not a couple. He's my brother. Upon hearing they were siblings, the lady's chatter picked up. She laughed heartily. No wonder you're both so good-looking. Your brother, and you must have many admirers. The lady's eyes twinkled as she began to inquire about Yunche's background. What does this young man do for work? Annie, my brother has a girlfriend. Mu Cheng recalled how excited the lady looked and thought about how she herself was often pressured by relatives to marry or have children during family gatherings. Fortunately, she didn't go as far as renting a boyfriend to take home for the new year. Understanding her feelings, she was willing to help Yunche out of this awkward situation. Yunche's cold voice interrupted her thoughts. Mu Cheng, when do I have? Mu Cheng quickly covered Yunche's mouth and explained with a smile to the lady. Annie, my brother is shy. His girlfriend is in the provincial city, and we are just going to see her. The lady looked disappointed, as she hadn't had the chance to introduce her niece's cousin from her aunt's house in the provincial city to this handsome young man since he already had a girlfriend. Mu Cheng leaned closer to Yunche and whispered, if you don't want to be forced into chatting or introduced to someone, just keep quiet. Yunche paused and glanced at the lady, his expression awkward. He looked at Mu Cheng, realizing she understood quite a bit. After that, Yunche frowned and fell silent. He thought about how Mu Cheng, at her young age, must have been pressured to go on blind dates, and that the foolish son of the Liu family was merely a means of security given to her by Liu Yi before marrying the foolish son. Her looks made her a valuable catch. It was precisely because of relatives like Liu Yi that Mu Cheng had become somewhat materialistic and utilitarian, willing to go to any lengths for her future, even going so far as to conspire with Liu Yi to drug him. Thinking this, Yunche lost the mood to chat with Mu Cheng and closed his eyes to rest, no longer speaking. Mu Cheng noticed the change in his expression. She pressed her fingers to her forehead, wondering what he was imagining again. The green train slowly made its way to the provincial city. The air in the carriage was stuffy, and the swaying of the train made Mu Cheng feel dizzy. She broke out in a sweat and slumped over to sleep. She felt unwell, especially in her stomach, as if she was carsick. When Yunche opened his eyes, he saw Mu Cheng asleep, her brows furrowed, and sweat beading on her nose and forehead, making her face appear even paler. He looked down, no longer watching her. The lady across from him reminded Yunche, your sister looks unwell. She must be carsick. Has she taken a train before? Yunche shook his head. He stood up and took a bottle of hawthorn jam and a spoon from the luggage rack. He tapped the bottom of the jar and twisted the lid open with some force. Wake up, Mu, he said. Eat something. It will help. Since Mu Cheng was the daughter of his mother's friend, he should take good care of her, especially since he had misunderstood her good intentions yesterday. Mu Cheng took the jar, scooped out a piece of hawthorn, and ate it, feeling a bit better. People in the carriage involuntarily swallowed at the sight of the jar. Yunche was serious and rarely smiled. However, Mu Cheng, like a greedy squirrel, stuffed her cheeks with hawthorn, and her smug expression as she noticed others watching her amused Yunche. Mu Cheng glanced at the jar and asked, how many jars of jam did you buy? Brother Gu, is it not enough? Yunche asked with a smile. Enough, but I won't share with you. I'm afraid you'll dislike it after I've touched it. You eat. You can open another jar. Mu Cheng thought that she was being stingy by asking. 2 hours later, they arrived in the provincial city. As Yunche and Mu Cheng exited the platform, they saw a girl in a red check dress waving at Yunche. Brother Yunche. The girl revealed a row of beautiful white teeth, clutching her backpack strap, and hopped over to Yunche like a cheerful little rabbit. Brother Yunche, it's me, Bai Lin. You probably don't recognize me anymore. Bai Lin twirled gracefully in front of Yunche, her red checked dress blooming like a trumpet flower, and her black strapped chunky heels clacked happily. Yunche was stunned for a few seconds and nodded slightly. You've grown. The last time I saw you, you weren't this tall. Mu Cheng looked at the female lead from the original story and suddenly understood why Bai Lin was the main character, because she had the aura of a protagonist and enough confidence. Mu Cheng glanced at Yunche, who was usually cold and unapproachable, surprisingly smiling. Upon seeing Mu Cheng standing next to Yunche, Bai Lin's smile dimmed a little as she sized her up. Brother Yunche, who is this young lady? Yunche looked at Mu Cheng, his expression ambiguous. Chapter 14, just one room left. Shall we live together? Yun's sharp brows and eyes were filled with ambiguous meaning, as if he was struggling to find a way to introduce Mu Cheng. After pondering for a moment, he said, this is my distant relative. She comes from Gucheng village. Her name is Mu Cheng. Bai Lin's smile brightened a little, and though she maintained a polite restraint, her cheeks flushed slightly. A flash of disdain appeared in her eyes. Clearly, Bai Lin was holding back her laughter because of the name Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng turned her head to look elsewhere. In the original book, Mu Cheng served as a contrast to Bai Lin. The more unworthy Mu Cheng was, the more beautiful Bai Lin appeared. Her parents were wealthy deserters living abroad, while Bai Lin's parents were heroes. She was sharp-tongued and mercenary, while Bai Lin was generous, gentle, and caring. She was illiterate, while Bai Lin was well-educated. She had a bad temper, shouted a lot, and loved to argue, while Bai Lin spoke softly and gently. Seeing the stunningly beautiful Mu Cheng staring blankly into the distance, Bai Lin approached her and pulled her hand. A hint of mockery and impatience showed in her eyes, but she was very good at hiding it, and in a moment, she was smiling like a flower again. My name is Bai Lin. I'm 20 years old. Comrade Mu, how old are you this year? Mu Cheng looked at Bai Lin's fair hand holding hers, feeling uncomfortable and pulling back. I'll turn 18 next month. Then you're my little sister. I've never had any siblings growing up, so in the future, my brother Yunche and I will take care of you like a real sister. Bai Lin's smile was gentle, but in Mu Cheng's eyes, it carried a strong green tea vibe, reminiscent of the 7 days of unreasonable refunds and return shipping coupons she faced during her previous live broadcasts, with buyers calling her beautiful sister one after another. Mu Cheng smiled slightly. Sister Bai Lin, if you treat me like a real sister, does that mean I can also dress as beautifully as you in the future? Bai Lin's expression suddenly turned grim. She had saved up for a long time to buy this outfit, which she had only worn today to pick up Yunche. Yunche helplessly closed his eyes, coldly advising Mu Cheng, "Little Mu, you can't be so rude. When we get to the capital, my mom will buy you new clothes." Mu Cheng knew that these two were one being hypocritical and the other looking down on her for being mercenary. She wanted this effect anyway, as she had no intention of being a distant relative of the Gu family. Isn't it all about who is better at tea? She could do it too. Mu Cheng bit her lip, looking at the two well-dressed people in front of her, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes. It turned out Sister Bai Lin was just saying it casually. I was thinking too much, thinking that this wild girl who had no one to care for her would really have an older sister to love her. Her trembling voice made Yunche uncomfortable. He was just about to explain to Bai Lin that she was also staying at her aunt's house and wasn't financially well off. Just then, Mu Cheng sniffled and said, "I'm sorry, Sister Bai Lin. I didn't have parents or sisters growing up. Nobody taught me that being honest is impolite. I'm sorry." After finishing her words, she stood quietly there, staring at her cloth shoes, while opposite her, Bai Lin's leather shoes were shining brightly. Although Bai Lin looked down on Mu Cheng, she found herself in a difficult position at this moment. She gritted her teeth and said, "How about this, Brother Yunche? Let us first take Sister Cheng to buy a few decent clothes." Mu Cheng raised her eyes to look at Bai Lin again, awkwardly tugging at her shirt. "Sister Bai Lin, do you think my clothes are not decent and embarrassing for you?" "No, that's not what I meant," Bai Lin hurriedly explained, looking helplessly at Yunche. Yunche put the suitcase down. "Sister Bai Lin didn't mean it that way. Let us go. We'll first go to the store to buy clothes." "No need. My outfit was newly made at the end of last year. It's not old and I can still wear it." After saying that, Mu Cheng picked up her little cloth bag and walked forward. She turned back with a bright smile. "Brother Gu, Sister Bai Lin, let us go." Bai Lin pressed her lips tightly. She looked at Yunche, wanting to say something, but hesitating. "Brother Yunche, Yunche knew Mu Cheng's little trick. Her thoughts were heavier than Bai Lin's, and she was deliberately making Bai Lin unable to back down. He smiled and said, Doesn't he understand? Don't be like her. She has suffered a lot these past few days, so please bear with her." Bai Lin smiled even more gently. "How could it be? I just think Sister Cheng looks friendly and straightforward." Mu Cheng watched the two of them gazing at each other, rolling her eyes as she walked ahead alone. Yunche called out to her, "Little Mu, wait." When they reached the station, Bai Lin looked awkwardly at Mu Cheng again. "Sister Cheng, I'm staying at my aunt's house. It's small there. I only prepared a room for Brother Yunche." She looked sincerely at Yunche. "Brother Yunche, there isn't ahead where my uncle works. Let us settle Sister Cheng there first. If Sister Cheng doesn't want to stay at the inn, she can squeeze in with me." Yunche was worried about leaving Mu Cheng alone at the inn. He nodded, "Thanks, but little Mu, I'd rather stay at the inn. I sleep poorly and don't want to disturb Sister Bai Lin's rest." Mu Cheng didn't want to interfere with Bai Lin and Yunche's reunion, They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and it was inevitable for them to pour out their hearts. Why would she want to join the fun? Besides, she didn't know what Bai Lin's aunt's house was like, but she could tell Bai Lin didn't like her at first glance. Yunche felt a bit guilty in his heart. He thought that his previous conversation with Bai Lin had hurt Mu Guiying's pride. That's why she would rather stay at the inn than go to Bai Lin's house and be a burden. Bai Lin felt a hint of pride deep down. She didn't like Mu Guiying. If Mu Guiying were a bit more rustic, it would be better, but this Mu Guiying, aside from her somewhat rustic name, was beautiful, had a great temperament, and didn't have the cowardice of village people. She was confident and expressive. If such a girl dressed up a bit, wouldn't she overshadow her? Yunche had little contact with women, so in his eyes, this might just be a girl's boldness. But Bai Lin could feel the strength in Mu Guiying's bones, which made her feel insecure. Upon arriving at the inn, Bai Lin found her uncle, the innkeeper Zhang Qinghua, to arrange a room for Mu Guiying. Zhang Qinghwa's gaze fell on Mu Guiying's face, and his eyes brightened a bit. He didn't expect a girl from the countryside to be so beautiful, with snow-white skin, glossy red lips, and a naturally smiling curve at the corners of her mouth. Even her apricot-shaped eyes blinked with liveliness. After glancing at Mu Guiying and then at Bai Lin, he found that this girl looked more pleasant than Bai Lin. If she were dressed up, she would be a celestial beauty. Yunche carefully inquired how many people were staying at the inn and then took out his officer ID. "Uncle, please open a room next to Sister Guiying's." It was Mu Guiying's first time in the provincial capital, and Yunche wasn't at ease leaving her alone at the inn. Bai Lin's uncle looked at Yunche and then noticed Bai Lin's slightly changed expression. He quickly apologized. "Captain Gu, there's a research delegation from another province coming over for an inspection, and rooms are tight. There's only this one left." Chapter 15 Gifts are for others. What a coincidence. The guest house in the provincial capital has no other rooms left? Mu Guiying certainly doesn't believe it. It turns out that Bai Lin has already taken an interest in Yunche at this time. She has regarded Mu Guiying as a potential rival, meaning she doesn't believe that Mu Guiying is a distant relative of the Gu family at all. Yunche frowned and looked awkwardly at Mu Guiying. Mu Guiying didn't want to go to Bai Lin's aunt's house. She hugged her cloth bag tightly and reassured, "Don't worry, Brother Gu, I can stay alone without a problem." Bai Lin's uncle, Zhang Qinghua, also repeatedly assured that he would take good care of Mu Guiying. And Yunche handed over the food he bought in the county town to Mu Guiying. "I bought this for you to eat on the way. You didn't eat much because of motion sickness. Take it back home." Yunche doesn't say much, but this sentence sounds quite nice. Mu Guiying took the food and urged Yunche, "Hurry up and go to Sister Bai Lin's house. They're all waiting for you." Watching Yunche and the others leave, Mu Guiying's tense nerves completely relaxed. After washing up, she planned to peel an apple to eat and saw the little porcelain cat that Yunche bought for Bai Lin in the knitted bag. Mu Guiying stared at the carefully wrapped newspaper around it. She carefully unwrapped it. While eating the apple, she read the newspaper. Wanting to understand the era she was in more deeply. After reading several newspapers, she couldn't help but smile. She was in a good time. She secretly rejoiced. "I have finally been favored by the goddess of luck. From now on, I will also be a wealthy person following the tide of the times. Deep city stocks, real estate, internet, mobile games, artificial intelligence, here I come." Just as Mu Guiying was immersed in her dream of having a golden finger, she heard a knock on the door. When she opened it, she saw Yunche rushing back. "Xiaomu, did you see me?" Yunche's gaze fell on the two little porcelain cats on the bedside table, and then he glanced at the newspapers laid out on the bed. Following his gaze, Mu Guiying looked at the two little porcelain cats, which seemed to be smiling somewhat strangely in the light. She had intended to finish reading the newspapers before wrapping the porcelain cats again. Who would have thought Yunche would return so urgently? She thought Yunche would at least finish dinner at Bai Lin's aunt's house before coming back to get this little thing, then stroll with Bai Lin, give gifts, and finally watch a movie, holding hands and sharing sweet kisses, thus warming their relationship. But unexpectedly, Yunche was so impatient to return for the little porcelain cat. Yunche frowned. "What are you unwrapping the newspaper for?" Mu Guiying hesitated for a few seconds. "I plan to eat some sunflower seeds and spit the shells on it." Guiying's sharp gaze landed on Mu Guiying. He chuckled lightly. "I didn't buy any sunflower seeds." The lie failed. Mu Guiying kilidet her trot. Ah, I was going out to buy sunflower seeds to eat. I'm borrowing a newspaper to hold the shells. Isn't that too much? Yunche felt a sense of being at a loss for words, like a scholar meeting a soldier. He nodded slightly. That makes sense. But you are unfamiliar with the place. Don't run around. After saying that, Yunche quickly walked over and took the two little porcelain cats. His gaze softened a bit when he looked at the porcelain cats as he carefully held them in his hands. As Yunche left, he reminded her again, don't run around. Before Mu Ging could respond, Yunche strode downstairs. She felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. Being an unappreciated female supporting character is tough, especially when feeling down, particularly for her breasts. Mu Guiying closed the door and walked to the window. Outside, Yunche was already walking beside Bai Lin, proudly showing the two little porcelain cats to her. Bai Lin indeed liked them very much. Her eyes were crescent-shaped with smiles, showing a youthful and pure demeanor. Yunche looked at Bai Lin with a gentle expression, completely different from the indifference he showed Mu Guiying. Mu Guiying pulled the curtains tightly to block the affectionate scene outside. She sat down and continued reading the unfinished newspaper, but her mood was affected, and her mind involuntarily replayed the events from the original book. Although the original Mu Guiying was unpleasant, it was Yunche's indifference that made her increasingly dislike her. While Mu Guiying had many flaws, when she first married Yunche, aside from wanting to cling to him to leave Lu Yi's house, she had no other bad intentions. It was under Yunche's indifference, the Gu family's rejection, and by Lin's constant provocations that she gradually lost her original self, becoming the disliked Mu Guiying. And her relationship in marriage with Yunche seemed to have entered a deadlock. The colder Yunche became, the more she acted out, and Bai Lin was the catalyst for the deterioration of their relationship. In the original book, Mu Guiying came from a rural background. She was afraid of being poor and liked to save money, putting away Yunche's salary for emergencies. However, Yunche always had to give half of his salary, along with food and cloth coupons, to Bai Lin. He said that Bai Lin, who was in college, couldn't eat enough or dress well, and as her brother, he couldn't let her go hungry. Mu Guiying had endured this before, but once when Yunche spent several food coupons to buy 2 boxes of imported chocolate biscuits. She had never eaten them and wanted to keep 1 box. Yunche promised her well. As a result, 1 box went to the Gu family, and 1 was given to Bai Lin. To appease her, Yunche bought 2 pounds of hawthorn cakes for Mu Guiying at the store, saying, Bai Lin is sick and has no appetite. She said she wanted it, and I couldn't refuse. Mu Guiying was very disappointed at that time. She threw the 2 pounds of hawthorn cakes away in front of Yunche, who found her unreasonable and returned to the army. Mu Guiying felt heartbroken about the 2 pounds of hawthorn cakes and picked them up again, eating while crying, gradually cooling her heart. From then on, Mu Guiying stopped saving money. She began to squander Yunche's other half of the salary, dressing herself up flamboyantly, attracting attention. And everyone in the courtyard said she was not a woman who lived for the sake of life, and Yunche was being taken advantage of by her. Thinking of this, Mu Guiying found the apple in her hand very sour and not sweet anymore. She threw the apple core into the trash can. I can't follow the old path of the original owner. Stay away from men, no marriage and no children, stay safe, and make a lot of money. Mu Guiying clenched her fist to cheer herself up. She tidied up a bit and lay on the bed to continue reading the newspaper. At Bai Lin's Uncle Zhang Qing's house, the dining room was filled with laughter and joy. A table full of delicious dishes made the Zhang siblings realize that they had a distinguished guest today. Bai Lin's cousin, Zhang Qingqing, had her beautiful eyes glued to Yunche, who was sitting across from her, sitting up straight and looking very dignified. Zhang Qingqing's small actions were noticed by Bai Lin, who sneered and thought to herself that her cousin still couldn't hold a candle to her. She picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in Yunche's bowl. Brother Yunche, this is made by me. You should try it. Yunche didn't expect that after so many years, Bai Lin could cook. However, as a student who was about to take the college entrance examination, why did the Zhang family still need her to cook? Chapter 16, she occupied the household registration quota of the Gu family. Yunche glanced at Bai Lin's hands, which were even rougher than Mu Guiying's. Mu Guiying also did some work, but she paid great attention to taking care of her hands and delicate face. Yunche heard from the village secretary that she would rather starve than not save money to buy clam oil and snowflake cream. The braised pork was tender and flavorful. Perfectly cooked, it seemed that Bai Lin had mastered this dish through practice. Since Bai Lin cooked for the Zhang family, she must have done her fair share of laundry and housework as well. Thinking of this, Yunche's brows tightened. He said in a deep voice, "Aunt, uncle, my parents asked me to bring Bai Lin back to the capital this time, to settle her in our household and have her attend senior year in high school there, participating in next year's college entrance examination." Bai Lin had entered elementary school late due to the cost of living with the Zhang family, which delayed her by 2 years. It was only because the Gu family regularly sent money for her schooling that she was able to continue her education. Later on, when the Zhang family's situation improved, and Gu's father had his subordinate take care of Zhang Qinghua's work, Zhang Qinghua was able to support Bai Lin through high school. Otherwise, she might have had to work and support her family long ago. When the Zhang couple heard that Gu Yunche wanted to take Bai Lin away, they were quite pleased. After all, Bai Lin had been corresponding with Gu Yunche for many years, and her affection for him was obvious to anyone. Gu Yunche's decision to personally come and pick her up this time showed that the Gu family was indeed considering a marriage alliance. Zhang Guoqing beamed with joy, already formulating plans in his mind. He readily agreed, saying Bai Lin's academic performance was good and that she would do fine in the capital. "But Commander Gu, my daughter Qingqing will also be taking the college entrance examination next year. Could you possibly take her to the capital as well? If she can get registered there, it would be easier for her to take the exam, as the quality of education is better." Bai Lin felt disgusted by her uncle's behavior and looked apologetically at Gu Yunche. Gu Yunche guessed that Bai Lin had not had an easy life in the Zhang family over the past few years, needing to study while also working and taking care of the entire Zhang household. He lowered his gaze and put down his chopsticks, speaking solemnly. "Although the management of household registrations has loosened a bit, our household quota is already full." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingqing's face fell. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "Brother Yunche, are you just trying to brush me off after saying you want to take my sister away? I also do well in my studies. Please help me." Bai Lin noticed her aunt and uncle giving her meaningful glances. She bit her lip, contemplating how to help Gu Yunche refuse this request. Brother Yunche isn't brushing anyone off. He came this time not only to take me, but also to take Sister Guiying. The Zhang family exchanged glances in confusion. Zhang Qingqing, puzzled, asked, "Cousin, who is Sister Guiying?" Mu Guiying, who had taken a nap at the guest house, sneezed. She mumbled, "Who is talking about me?" and rubbed her nose, turning over to sleep again. On the way to the guest house, Bai Lin walked alongside Zhang Qingqing, carrying the lunchbox for Mu Guiying. Her gaze fell on Gu Yunche, who was standing not far away buying sunflower seeds, and she knew without thinking that he was buying them for Mu Guiying. Bai Lin felt even more fortunate for having told her aunt's family about how Mu Guiying would occupy a household registration quota from the Gu family during dinner. Although she wasn't afraid that Gu Yunche would develop feelings for a village girl like Mu Guiying, such a good person as Gu Yunche might lead Mu Guiying to have improper thoughts. Thinking of this, Bai Lin wrapped her arm around Zhang Qingqing's. In a friendly tone, she said, "Qingqing, that Mu Guiying claims to be a relative of Brother Yunche's, but actually, she isn't." Seeing Zhang Qingqing, who looked dispirited, perk up, Bai Lin lowered her voice. "I suspect she is the daughter of Aunt Gu's friend. Not a relative?" Bai Lin held Zhang Qingqing's arm and whispered in her ear about Mu Guiying's background. The Gu family had no relatives with the surname Mu. "So, I think Mu Guiying's parents are enjoying life overseas. If it weren't for the current situation, how could Mu Guiying have the opportunity to leave the countryside? With her parents overseas, how could she compare to you?" Zhang Qingqing became even angrier upon hearing this. Her grandparents and parents were all from good backgrounds, and she was a promising student. Why should Mu Guiying occupy such a precious household registration quota? Gu Yunche bought 5 spice and original flavored sunflower seeds and stood at the street corner waiting for the two. Bai Lin, seeing that Gu Yunche had finished his shopping, pressed her lips together and let Zhang Qingqing continue to make a fuss about Mu Guiying, smiling without saying a word. She secretly tugged at Zhang Qingqing's sleeve. When Zhang Qingqing saw Gu Yunche standing ahead, she fell silent. Upon reaching the guest house, Gu Yunche knocked on the door. "Little Mu? Mu Guiying, having just finished showering, was standing in front of the mirror, drying her hair. She responded, "Coming." Mu Guiying opened the door to find Gu Yunche standing at the entrance with two girls behind him. The faint scent of soap and shampoo wafted from him. Her already fair and delicate face was covered with a layer of water mist, accentuating her bright and lively eyes, and her cherry-red lips glistened. The tips of her smooth black hair were still dripping with water. Suddenly, a phrase popped into Gu Yunche's mind. The clear water yields the lotus, naturally unadorned. Bai Lin and Zhang Qingqing were also stunned by Mu Guiying's beauty. Both of their faces tightened. Mu Guiying glanced at the girl standing next to Bai Lin, feeling puzzled. She hadn't intended to form a trio with Gu Yunche and Bai Lin. Why was there an extra light bulb now? Gu Yunche lowered his gaze and stopped looking at Mu Guiying. "Bai Lin and I came to bring you lunch. This girl is Bai Lin's cousin, Zhang Qingqing." Zhang Qingqing? In the original story, Zhang Qingqing also had feelings for Gu Yunche. She was Bai Lin's cousin, later went to college, and married Gu Yunche's comrade. Their relationship was fine after marriage, but they never had children. Zhang Qingqing had a poor relationship with Bai Lin, always claiming that Bai Lin was the reason for her miscarriage. However, neither the Zhang family nor the Gu family believed her. Thinking of this, Mu Guiying looked at Zhang Qingqing with a hint of pity in her eyes. They were both cannon fodder female characters, equally infamous. They were truly kindred spirits in misfortune. However, why did Zhang Qingqing's gaze toward her seem so unfriendly? Mu Guiying stepped aside. "Thank you, come in." Gu Yunche entered first, placing the bought sunflower seeds on the table. He glanced at the trash can and the newspapers on the table, noticing there were no sunflower seed shells. He smiled slightly. Mu Guiying was quite obedient and hadn't run off. This provincial capital was much larger than the ancient city village. What if she got lost? Bai Lin smiled and placed a lunchbox on the table, warmly inviting Mu Guiying, "Sister Guiying, come over and eat while it's hot." As the aluminum lunchboxes were opened, the dishes looked quite plentiful. The only time Mu Guiying had eaten well was when Gu Yunche had taken her to a restaurant in the county. At other times, she either starved in the firewood room or fainted from motion sickness. Mu Guiying glanced at Zhang Qingqing again, feeling only pity for herself now. After all, although Zhang Qingqing was also a cannon fodder character, she was well fed. After thanking them, Mu Guiying quietly began to eat. Zhang Qingqing watched her eat, her eyes wide with surprise. Chapter 17 can give up the quota. After Mu Guiying thanked her, she quietly ate her meal. Zhang Qingqing was ready to watch the rural girl eat ravenously, smacking her lips, but unexpectedly, Mu Guiying ate slowly and gracefully, chewing without making a sound, displaying excellent dining etiquette. Bai Lin was equally astonished, while Gu Yunche stared intently at the newspaper on the table, his brow furrowing deeper. It seemed he had thought of something, and he too looked at Mu Guiying as she ate. Feeling the gaze on her, Mu Guiying uneasily raised her eyes. "What are you all staring at me for?" Zhang Qingqing withdrew her gaze and shot Mu Guiying a secret glare. She pretended to be pitiful and pulled Mu Guiying's arm, saying, "Sister Guiying, please help me. Can you give your household registration quota in the capital to me?" Gu Yunche paused. His sharp gaze turned to Zhang Qingqing. He coldly reprimanded, "Zhang Qingqing, what nonsense are you talking about?" Bai Lin did not expect Zhang Qingqing to be so impatient, wondering why she would say such a thing right off the bat. Zhang Qingqing thought Mu Guiying was illiterate, having lived in the countryside without seeing much of the world, and that she only wanted to go to the capital to find a reliable man to marry and settle down. But Mu Guiying could also find someone to marry in the provincial capital. She could also live the good life she envisioned. "Sister Guiying, your parents can't arrange a proper marriage for you. You just want to go to the capital to find a man to settle down. If you give your household registration to me, I promise to have my parents find a good marriage partner for you in the provincial capital." As soon as Zhang Qingqing finished speaking, her face turned red with embarrassment. It was somewhat excessive for a young girl to mention men, marriage partners, and settling down. She did not want to ruin her impression in Gu Yunche's eyes. Gu Yunche's expression was exceptionally cold, and he did not expect Zhang Qingqing to speak to Mu Guiying in such a manner. Even if Mu Guiying thought that way, it was none of Zhang Qingqing's business. She could not frame Mu Guiying just because she wanted to settle in the capital. Mu Guiying's clear, yet probing gaze swept over the three of them. She noticed Bai Lin looking down at her shoes, appearing indifferent, while Yunche's face showed displeasure, clearly unaware of Zhang Qingqing's remarks. Mu Guiying's thoughts shifted slightly, and she guessed that Bai Lin was the instigator. Bai Lin had incited Zhang Qingqing to come and plead with her, intending to achieve two goals at once. Mu Guiying looked at the impatient Zhang Qingqing and asked, "Sister Zhang, how do you know I want to go to the capital just to get married? Who told you? Was it Sister Bai Lin?" Upon hearing her name mentioned by Mu Guiying, Bai Lin's cheeks flushed suddenly. "Sister Guiying, my cousin also wants to go to the capital to take the college entrance examination. I told her she couldn't go. That Uncle Gu and the others are going to help you with your household registration. She didn't believe there was someone like you, so she came to see for herself." Bai Lin said this while keeping her gaze fixed on Yunche, her aggrieved expression truly making one feel pity for her. Mu Guiying did not believe Bai Lin. She turned to Yunche and asked, "Brother Gu, is that true?" "It is," Yunche replied apologetically, looking at Mu Guiying with sincere tone. "Zhang Qingqing is young and inexperienced. Don't take her words to heart." He said solemnly, "I came to pick you and Bai Lin up." The implication was that Zhang Qingqing had nothing to do with it, and he had no intention of letting Zhang Qingqing take Mu Guiying's household registration quota. Mu Guiying put down her chopsticks and scrutinized Zhang Qingqing. Zhang Qingqing appeared quite flustered, her not-so-fair face flushed with embarrassment. Mu Guiying thought to herself that this girl was in a tight spot. She glanced at Yunche again, such a handsome man with a great figure. A typical heartthrob. Who wouldn't he be smitten? Clearly, Zhang Qingqing was smitten too. Mu Guiying pursed her lips, regaining her composure, and asked Zhang Qingqing again. "Sister Zhang seems to know a lot about my situation, knowing that my parents can't arrange a marriage for me, which is why I want to go to the capital to find a good family to marry into. But since this is our first meeting, how do you know this?" Mu Guiying's question rendered the room silent. Yunche's cold gaze fell upon Bai Lin, who had been looking down at her shoes. She raised her eyes to meet his, but her eyes were filled with tears. Yunche was taken aback. How did Bai Lin know about Mu Guiying's family situation? Bai Lin struggled to keep her tears from falling, her voice trembling painfully. "Sister Guiying, please don't be so aggressive. I told Qingqing my speculation, but I didn't expect her to think this way." Zhang Qingqing, however, was quite loyal. She stood up, hands on her hips, facing Mu Guiying. "Don't make it hard for my cousin. I'm discussing with you. You originally wanted to go to the capital to climb the social ladder. Am I belittling you?" Mu Guiying rolled her eyes, not expecting Zhang Qingqing to be so naive and sweet. She was being used as a pawn by Bai Lin, and she was still enjoying it. With her chin propped up, her eyes scanned the white rice in the aluminum lunchbox, her tone sarcastic. "This is the first time I've seen someone from the city asking for something with such an attitude?" Mu Guiying scoffed again. "Sister Zhang and Sister Bai Lin are really polite. One is shamelessly asking for my household registration quota, while the other is gossiping behind my back. Mu Guiying am truly opening my eyes and gaining a lot of knowledge." Bai Lin and Zhang Qingqing blushed with embarrassment. Yunche pressed his fingers to his forehead, feeling that three women together were indeed noisy. He said solemnly, "Little Mu, your household registration cannot be taken away by anyone. You should rest early. We're leaving." Mu Guiying thought Yunche would defend Zhang Qingqing and Bai Lin. After all, he genuinely looked down on her, and didn't he want her to move into the Gu family? However, why did he say that her household registration couldn't be taken away by anyone? "Wait, I haven't finished speaking." Mu Guiying stood up, her tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "I truly want to leave Guqing village, but I have no intention of finding a man to climb the social ladder or to marry and settle down. So, let's not mention these things again." Mu Guiying then looked at Zhang Qingqing and the on the verge of crying Bai Lin, saying, "I can give up the household registration in the capital, but I want a household registration in Deep City. If you can help me settle there, I am willing to exchange." Deep City? A coastal city undergoing major economic development and opening up? Yunche pondered over the newspapers for a moment, then looked at Mu Guiying. He asked, "You want to go to Deep City?" Mu Guiying nodded. Deep City is at the forefront of the opening up, a place full of opportunities. She wanted to go there to catch the wave of the times and make her fortune. Was that not reasonable? Thinking of this, Mu Guiying couldn't help but smile. The joy of seizing the opportunity was hard to hide. Yunche's eyes flashed with surprise. He never expected Mu Ying to be such a thoughtful person. But does she really not know how to read? Chapter 18. Yunche gave her a new name. But Zhang Qingqing angrily pushed past Mu Ying and walked towards the door. If you won't give it, then don't. What are you using the household registration in Deep City to exchange for? That place is in the coastal New area. How can our family find a way in? Bai Lin clenched her fists. She realized that Mu Ying was different from what she had imagined. She originally wanted to use Mu Ying to dissuade Zhang Qingqing from going to the capital. With Zhang Qingqing's personality, she would definitely target Mu Ying, and Mu Ying, being coarse and rural, was not someone to be trifled with. The two would end up fighting fiercely over the household registration quota, and in that case, Yunche would hate Zhang Qingqing and also dislike Mu Ying. One of them wouldn't get the household registration, and even if the other did, she couldn't stay in the Gu family, so she wouldn't have to face these two annoying women anymore. But Mu Ying unexpectedly suggested going to Deep City and wanted the household registration there. And in just a few words, she pulled Bai Lin, who wanted to stay out of it, into the situation. Bai Lin felt that Yunche's gaze towards her had become much colder. He was so smart that he must have figured out that she was giving Zhang Qingqing ideas behind the scenes. Bai Lin walked to the door to wait for Yunche. She needed to explain things to him clearly. But Yunche said, Bai Lin, wait for me downstairs. Bai Lin anxiously looked at Mu Ying, but Mu Ying didn't give her a glance. She nodded. Okay, Yunche, I have something to say to you too. Yunche slightly nodded, and Bai Lin then closed the door. She leaned against the door to listen to what they were saying, but could only hear the sound of running water. Mu Ying was washing the lunchbox. After washing it, she put the lunchbox in front of Yunche and took a towel to dry her hand while looking at Yunche, who was staring at her. Brother Gu, do you have something to say to me? Yunche leaned against the table, staring at Mu Ying with an ambiguous gaze that held both inquiry and a hint of unnoticeable feelings. When he saw Mu Ying turn around, he lowered his eyes. He gently tapped the tabletop with his hand, making a rhythmic sound. Have you thought about what name you want to change to? What? Mu Ying thought Yunche had an extraordinary imagination. At this moment, he was speaking for Bai Lin, and she could still think of a point. How could he come straight to ask her what name she wanted to change to? Mu Ying cleared her throat and nodded. I've thought about it. I want to be called Mu Cheng. Yunche's deep eyes sparkled with a hint of light, and he slightly frowned. Which Qing character? Mu Ying had been called Mu Cheng even before she came here. Her name was given to her by her grandfather. The character Qing was taken from the Shuan and Huainanzi, referring to peace and stability, seen as still water. The Mu family hoped she could bring peace all year round, and the meaning of Cheng is clarity, brightness, and tranquility, symbolizing a pure heart, serenity, and great achievements. Remembering the origin of her name, Mu Ying tightened her jaw and squeezed out a sentence. The Cheng in orange, I've never eaten it, but I've heard it's sweet and sour and very delicious. Yunche, he paused for a moment, shook his head. The Cheng in orange doesn't sound nice. Use Cheng from clear and pure instead. Serene and far-reaching. Upon hearing this, Mu Ying quickly nodded. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Gu. Yunche noticed the twinkle in Mu Ying's eyes, as if she was looking forward to the character he chose, and a smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Do you know how to write this Qing character? Mu Ying thought to herself. I recognized 1,000 characters when I was 5. By 2nd grade, I could read and write almost all characters. But she couldn't say that. She shook her head. No, is it hard to write? Did he think too much? Yunche sighed. He slightly nodded. It's not easy to write. When we get to the capital, I will teach you. Yunche placed the sunflower seeds he bought on the newspaper. The sunflower seeds you wanted, I bought them. Mu Ying had just casually mentioned sunflower seeds to brush off Yunche. She didn't expect him to actually buy them for her. She walked over, grabbed a small handful, peeled one with her hands, and put it in her mouth to chew. It's quite fragrant. Yunche patted the flattened newspaper beside him, deep in thought. Why did you flatten the newspaper so much? Mu Ying's heart raced. It turned out Yunche had grown suspicious and was testing her. Suddenly, she thought of the newspaper pasted on the wall of the village secretary's house, and she smiled. I thought it was a waste to use the newspaper for sunflower seed shells, so I might as well take it to the capital to paste on the wall. Leave the newspaper to paste on his wall? Yunche. He laughed out loud. slightly leaning forward to tease Mu Cheng. Pasted in your room? The Gu family's financial condition could be said to be quite superior at that time. Even if they didn't use wallpaper, they would at least use paint or plaster. Mu Cheng could only force a smile at Yunche. Sure, if you like it, it wouldn't hurt to paste it in your room first. With one leaning forward and one looking up, their distance suddenly closed a lot. Yunche's keen eyes could even see the fine fuzz on Mu Cheng's fair cheeks. Her skin was really delicate. He was startled and leaned back, increasing the distance between him and Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng noticed Yunche's discomfort. His shy appearance was quite charming. She thought to herself, if this were in her era, she would definitely pounce on Yunche and kiss him first out of respect. Unfortunately, this thought would remain purely in her imagination. You, don't take Zhang Qingqing and Bai Lin's words to heart. It's settled that you will use the name Mu Cheng for your household registration. After saying that, Yunche quickly walked out the door. What kind of fate is this? She could be called Mu Cheng again, just like before. Does this mean she is no longer Mu Cheng and will not fulfill the destiny of Mu Cheng? And all of this begins with Yunche naming her Mu Cheng? Just before Yunche closed the door, he said in a deep voice, "Rest early, Mu Cheng." Mu Cheng looked at Yunche in astonishment, and her lips curved slightly into a beautiful arc. Okay. Yunche hurriedly ran downstairs and saw Bai Lin standing in the moonlight, looking like a pear blossom in the rain, waiting for him. Bai Lin almost cried as she explained everything to Yunche. She elaborated on her life, living under her aunt's roof, adding embellishments. She sobbed, "Brother Yunche, I'm sorry. Have I become very opportunistic in your eyes?" Yunche's expression remained calm, without much emotional fluctuation. "What you did hurt Mu Cheng. You should apologize to her." Mu Cheng? Who is Mu Cheng? Yunche was not only smart and alert, but also fair-minded. Since Bai Lin had exposed Mu Cheng's shortcomings in the Zhang family, prompting Zhang Qingqing to confront her. It was only fair that Bai Lin should also mention that Mu Cheng would change her name to Mu Cheng for her household registration in the capital. His tone was light yet firm. Mu Cheng's new name is settled. She will use this name for her household registration. So, you should let your cousin give up early. Yunche's cool and calm voice sent shivers down Bai Lin's spine. She grabbed Yunche's sleeve. "Okay, I will. Brother Yunche, please don't blame me, okay?" Chapter 19, Did Yunche give up on her? Yunche watched as Bai Lin cried so hard she could hardly catch her breath, feeling a pang of sympathy. He took out a handkerchief and handed it to Bai Lin, saying, "Stop crying. You haven't had a good time at the Zhang family. But that's not a reason to hurt Mu Cheng." Bai Lin nodded, repeatedly apologizing. "I will definitely seek forgiveness from Sister Gang, no, from Sister Mu Cheng. Knowing one's mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue." Yunche sighed. He didn't particularly like the intricacies among girls, but he couldn't really be angry with Bai Lin. After all, she had a tough time in the Zhang family over the past few years, and what she did was just to protect her own residency status. Bai Lin twisted her rough hands. Tears were still drying on her face. "Brother Yunche, do you like Sister Mu Cheng?" Yunche was taken aback. He thought Bai Lin's question was abrupt. How could he like Mu Cheng? He frowned in displeasure. "Why do you ask that?" Bai Lin shyly bit her lip, looking hesitant to speak. Seeing Yunche's impatience, she finally said, "I feel like Brother Yunche treats Sister Mu Cheng very well. You take good care of her." Does he really take good care of Mu Cheng? Yunche thought he didn't. He just felt sorry for her. After all, her situation with Lu Yi was worse than Bai Lin's, and he kept an eye on her to prevent her from going down the wrong path. Lu Yi had raised her for over a decade, already leading her astray. He couldn't let her go further off course. "I don't like her. I take care of her because her situation is worse than yours." With that, Yunche stopped dwelling on the matter and strode forward. Bai Lin looked at his straight back, feeling a ripple in her heart. She knew that Yunche looked down on Mu Cheng. Even if she changed her name to Mu Cheng, he would still look down on her. A good name couldn't change her empty-headed nature. But she had just suffered humiliation from Mu Cheng, so why should she let herself be wronged because of Zhang Qingqing and Mu Cheng? That night, Yunche slept in the room that the Zhang family had specially cleaned for him. His mind flashed back to Bai Lin asking if he liked Mu Cheng, and he thought it was simply absurd. He closed his eyes and unknowingly fell asleep. In his dreams, Mu Cheng's beautiful face appeared before him, and he felt a tightness in his lower abdomen, turning over in bed. Yunche opened his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his cheeks flushed. He couldn't believe he dreamt of Mu Cheng, and in the dream, he was utterly shameless. He threw off the covers, got out of bed, and started doing push-ups on the floor. After the 28th, he felt that the action overlapped too much with the dream version of himself. It was too embarrassing. Yunche quickly stopped, stood by the bed, and began to stand at attention, breathing deeply to calm his mood and inappropriate desires. He felt like he was going insane. What was happening to him? Meanwhile, Bai Lin was sleeping with Zhang Qingqing. After Zhang Qingqing had cried a few times, Bai Lin impatiently comforted her. She patted Zhang Qingqing's shoulder. "Qingqing, I'm tired. Let's stop chatting." Bai Lin yawned and turned away. She muttered, "Once the rice is cooked, if Mu Cheng becomes someone else's wife, then there won't be so many issues." Zhang Qingqing felt a surge of happiness. Yes, if Mu Cheng really married a man from the provincial capital, wouldn't the residency status naturally fall in her hands? Zhang Qingqing had a plan in mind and happily turned over to sleep. After Zhang Qingqing fell asleep, Bai Lin got up, opened the window, and deliberately kicked off the covers, letting the early summer cold wind blow over her body again and again. After all the hardships she had endured over the years, she would never let anyone block her path. The next day, Mu Cheng stretched, lounged in bed for a bit longer, and then got up. According to their previous agreement, they were supposed to go to the Gu family in the capital today. After getting up, washing up, and fixing her hair, Mu Cheng looked at herself in the mirror and suddenly understood what natural beauty meant. Without skincare lotion, moisturizing cream, sunscreen, foundation, or setting powder, her skin could breathe fresh every day, but without sunscreen and hydration, she felt somewhat troubled. After getting ready, Mu Cheng went to wait at the entrance of the guest house for Yunche and the others. The guest house staff knew that Mu Cheng was a relative of Director Zhang Qinghua, so they let her sit and wait at the entrance. Sitting on the chair at the entrance, Mu Cheng watched the people come and go outside, but did not see Yunche and Bai Lin come to find her. For a moment, she felt abandoned by Yunche, as if he and Bai Lin had already boarded the train back to the capital. A sense of panic began to swirl in Mu Cheng's heart. She had no money, no residency, no identity. If she really got stranded in the provincial capital, what would she do? Mu Cheng stood up and asked the staff wiping the front desk, "Comrade, do you know how to get to Director Zhang's house?" The staff member was taken aback and shook their head. "I don't know, but Aunt Xiao will know. When she comes in the afternoon, I'll have her tell you." Mu Cheng nodded and sat back down to wait. As noon approached, Mu Cheng still hadn't seen Yunche, but Aunt Xiao, who was coming to take over her shift, arrived. Aunt Xiao was warm-hearted. She was worried that Mu Cheng wouldn't find her way, so she had her nephew, who also worked at the guest house, take Mu Cheng to Director Zhang Qinghua's house. On the bus, Mu Cheng felt very dejected, her mind racing with thoughts on how to find a way out for herself. But Yunche had clearly promised her that he would help her register as Mu Cheng. How could he just give up on her? Aunt Xiao's nephew, Qi Heng, looked at Mu Cheng sitting beside him and felt his heart racing. There were many girls in the provincial capital who dressed well and looked good, but this was the first time he had seen a girl like Mu Cheng, bright, exquisite, delicate, and sweetly fragrant. Qi Heng was just sitting next to her, secretly watching her, and he was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Mu Cheng turned her head to glance at Qi Heng and politely nodded. "Sorry for the trouble." Qi Heng stammered for a moment before squeezing out a reply. "Not at all. It's no trouble." After talking to Mu Cheng, he didn't know where to put his hands and feet, gripping the fabric on his knees tightly. When they arrived at Zhang Qinghua's house, the door was tightly locked, and there was no one home. Mu Cheng looked at the glaring lock on the door and felt a wave of despair. The Zhang family was clearly at the train station to send off Yunche, Bai Lin, and Zhang Qingqing. Previously, with Yunche by her side, Mu Cheng hadn't felt scared, but now she was afraid. Qi Heng saw that Mu Cheng's eyes were brimming with tears. He hurriedly said, "Don't worry. I'll go ask the neighbors where Director Zhang's family went." Qi Heng went to ask the neighbors, while Mu Cheng leaned against the red brick wall, feeling desolate as she kept asking herself what she should do as an undocumented person. Suddenly, a magnetic voice called out, "Mu Cheng." Mu Cheng raised her eyes to see Yunche walking toward her against the sunlight. His tall figure was shrouded in a patchy shadow from the trees, and his features blended into the soft light, giving him an unreal handsomeness and composure. Gu Yunche. Mu Cheng ran toward Gu Yunche, reaching out to grab his arm as if to embrace him. Gu Yunche froze in place. Chapter 20. Recently, something seems off everywhere in the dim light. Gu Yunche watched Mu Cheng, who was softly whimpering. Her face appeared particularly hazy in the dappled shadows of the trees, her delicate and stunning features flickering in and out of view, with a fine down on her cheeks giving off a different texture. Mu Cheng was soft like a sad little fox, so close to his heart. After a moment of daze, Gu Yunche pushed Mu Cheng away under the astonished gaze of the man opposite him. Mu Cheng, be mindful of the impact, he said. Mu Cheng, overwhelmed with joy, cried tears of happiness. Wiping her tears, she laughed and sobbed. I thought you had abandoned me here. Gu Yunche had chased over from the guest house, sweat beading on his forehead, his face filled with anxiety. His brows gradually relaxed only after he saw that Mu Cheng was unharmed. Bai Lin has a high fever and is hospitalized with acute pneumonia. I took her to the hospital and then came to the guest house to find you. Gu Yunche looked up at the equally anxious man and said solemnly, the people at the guest house said you came to find me at Zhang's place. Mu Cheng wiped her tears and pointed to Qi Heng behind her. He brought me here. I couldn't find Director Zhang's house. At that moment, Zhang Qingqing and others were standing at the entrance of the alley, witnessing Gu Yunche's embrace of Mu Cheng. Zhang Qingqing's face turned red. This Mu Guiying. No, that Mu Cheng is truly shameless. She actually hugged brother Yunche in broad daylight. Zhang Qinghua reprimanded the outspoken Zhang Qingqing. Shut up. This matter must not be spoken of outside. It's not good for Colonel Gu's reputation. The Gu family cannot be provoked. Zhang Qingqing pouted. Why shouldn't I say it? Mu Cheng is just a shameless vixen. She wants to hook up with Gu Yunche to climb the social ladder. If Mu Cheng dares to do it, why shouldn't I dare to speak about it? Gu Yunche had changed Mu Cheng's name and insisted on taking her to the capital to settle down, clearly showing favoritism toward her. Whether this favoritism stemmed from sympathy or romantic feelings was hard to say. However, she noticed that Qi Heng's eyes were glued to Mu Cheng. Zhang Qingqing started to plot. She pretended to be obedient and said, I understand, Dad. It's almost noon. Let us keep sister Mu Cheng and brother Qi here for a meal. Zhang Qinghua and his wife shared the same sentiment. Zhang Wuqing cheerfully walked over to open the door, inviting Gu Yunche, Mu Cheng, and Qi Heng inside, while Zhang Qingqing busily prepared tea and water. Mu Cheng took the teacup that Zhang Qingqing handed her. She thought, has this girl suddenly changed her personality? It's almost impossible for a person's character to change overnight. Except perhaps in the case of winning the lottery. Thank you. Mu Cheng steadily received the teacup. She had read about green tea schemers in novels who serve soup or water, intentionally spilling it on themselves to garner sympathy or splashing it on others while pretending to be innocent. She blew on the tea and took a sip. The temperature was just right, indicating that Zhang Qingqing hadn't steeped it long enough. Gu Yunche held the teacup, occasionally glancing at Mu Cheng. He recalled the soft touch of the woman he had embraced earlier, and his heart felt a little unsettled. Gu Yunche realized he had been acting unusually lately. He needed to restrain his unfounded thoughts and dreams. He planned to settle Mu Cheng and Bai Lin after returning home, and then he would immediately return to his unit. He looked down at the tea leaves slowly sinking in the water and thought of Mu Cheng, who had just dried her hair with a towel. Suddenly, Gu Yunche placed the teacup on the coffee table and stood up awkwardly. I'll go pack some dishes. Mu Cheng glanced at the wall clock. It was almost noon. It was reasonable for Gu Yunche to pack a few dishes to spare the Zhang family any trouble. After Gu Yunche left, Zhang Qingqing enthusiastically invited Mu Cheng to tour her room and Bai Lin's room. After a quick look around, Mu Cheng found that the Zhang family treated Bai Lin well. Whatever Zhang Qingqing had, Bai Lin almost had the same, and they were nearly identical items. She thought of Bai Lin's frequent appearances in front of Gu Yunche and felt somewhat puzzled. Zhang family girl, your cousin is very clean, right? The sheets and pillowcases are all hand-washed so cleanly. Zhang Qingqing, noticing Mu Cheng's naive expression, pointed to the washing machine in the corner. We wash our clothes with a washing machine, My dad got the ticket for it from the foreign exchange goods department at the International Trade Center. And we're the only ones in this alley with one. Then how did Bai Lin's hands become so rough? Zhang Qingqing recalled something and scoffed. My cousin is pretentious. For the 2 months before you came, she said she didn't want to use the washing machine to save electricity, so she washed by hand. She pulled Mu Cheng to the living room and turned on the television. How can she not feel sorry for the electricity when she lights the lamp every night to study? She just wants to show off in front of my mom. Zhang Qingqing, who spoke her mind, revealed everything she wanted to say. She pointed at the television. You all watch for a bit. I'm going back to my room to study. Mu Cheng stared blankly at the 18-inch black and white television. The images inside made her even more confused. But this foolishly beautiful appearance caught Chi Hang's eye, giving it a different charm. He cleared his throat. Little Mu, I also got a television ticket this year. My mom said I should bring the TV home before I get married. Mu Cheng was bewildered. She smiled and nodded. That's great. Congratulations, Chi comrade. I didn't expect you to be getting married. Chi Hung paused, scratching his head. The house assigned by my mom's workplace has also come through. It's an apartment, 2 bedrooms, and a living room. Mu Cheng didn't expect Chi Hung's family situation to be quite good. So, she complimented him a couple of times. Chi Hung, with a smug smile, added, I also have a refrigerator, washing machine, tape recorder, and bicycle. Mu Cheng thought, is this early stage flaunting of wealth? She took a sip of tea and stopped talking. Before long, Yunche returned with the food boxes. As soon as he entered, he saw Mu Cheng watching television, her lively eyes full of curiosity, but her curiosity carried a hint of indescribable sadness. In the dining room, Zhang Qinghua and his wife began to set the table. Yunche called Mu Cheng over to wash her hands. The Zhang family had a wash basin outside with running water, but the water was a bit cold. Mu Cheng pulled her hand back and shyly said, I didn't expect the water to be this cold. Her delicate hands were tender, and Yunche glanced at them before going into the room and bringing out a thermos of hot water. I'll make some hot water for you. Yunche recalled that the village secretary said Mu Cheng loved beauty. She saved money to buy snowflower cream and clam oil. He also thought of Bai Lin's rough hands and didn't want Mu Cheng's hands to become rough from using cold water. Inside, Zhang Qingqing gripped the note in her hand tightly. Watching the two washing their hands outside, the jealousy in her heart burned away her previous hesitation. Zhang Qingqing walked over, grabbed Chi Hung, who was arranging the stools, and shoved the note into his hand. Sister Mu Cheng just wrote this in my room. She asked me to pass it to you. After saying that, she casually went to the kitchen to help her mom with the cooking. Chi Hung's heart raced. He looked around before heading to a corner to unfold the note. He saw a crooked line written on it, with Pinyin, Chi comrade, at 9:30 tonight. I'll be waiting for you in the guest house room. As long as you don't mind that I'm a country girl, I'm willing to date you. Chi Hung suddenly crumpled the note into a ball and stuffed it haphazardly into his pocket. After Yunche and Mu Cheng finished washing their hands, they walked into the room one after the other. Yunche glanced at Chi Hung, who was staring intently at Mu Cheng, and that gaze made Yunche feel very uncomfortable. At the table, Chi Hung kept serving food to Mu Cheng. Yunche's expression grew increasingly gloomy. He vaguely felt that Chi Hung seemed to have an interest in Mu Cheng, and he wondered if Mu Cheng was falling back into old habits again. Chapter 21. Mu Cheng, stay away from him. In the restaurant, Mu Cheng had half a bowl of food stacked in her bowl, and she was eating it in small bites. She thanked Chi Hung, saying, Thank you, you eat yours, I'm fine with this. Zhang Qingqing noticed Chi Hung being very attentive to Mu Cheng, and a smug smile appeared on her lips, which was caught by Yunche. She quickly lowered her head to eat, no longer looking at Mu Cheng and Chi Hung. After the meal, Yunche wanted to take Mu Cheng back, but Chi Hung said he was going back to the guest house and didn't need Yunche to send her. However, Yunche blocked Mu Cheng's path, his gaze sharp as he stared at Chi Hung in front of him. His tone was cold and firm. I'll take Mu Cheng back. You can leave first. Mu Cheng thought that Yunche was being a bit unnecessary, since wasn't he supposed to go to the hospital to deliver food to Bai Lin? Why do you have to take her back first? Chi Hung was significantly shorter and less muscular than Yunche, and his personality was rather gentle. All right then, I'll leave first. After Chi Hung left, Yunche turned to Mu Cheng. We need to talk. A serious talk? If it were in her time, that accidental moment of hugging him wouldn't mean much. But now, hugging the esteemed Gu commander felt utterly inappropriate. Mu Cheng's confidence instantly shrank from 2 meters 8 to 1 meter 2, and she followed Gu Yunche with a somewhat gentle demeanor. Gu Yunche thought that Mu Cheng was feeling guilty for trailing behind him. He turned around, "Come here," seeing that Gu Yunche was relentless. Mu Cheng walked over and directly apologized. "I didn't mean to grab you or hug you. I thought you had left me. When I saw you come back, I was so excited." She explained further, "It's like losing something very important to me and then finding it again. Lost and found?" Gu Yunche understood the concept, but she had to continue playing dumb. "Huh?" Gu Yunche cleared his throat with a couple of coughs. "Next time, be careful. Just because you're excited and happy doesn't mean you can hug other men." Other men? Gu Yunche was quite self-aware, classifying himself as one of those other men. "Got it." Mu Cheng readily agreed, pulling a small handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket, eating them as she walked, tossing the shells into the trash can as she passed by. Gu Yunche felt even angrier seeing her act as if nothing was wrong. "Do you remember what you said yesterday?" Mu Cheng had said quite a bit yesterday. Which one was Gu Yunche referring to? Gu Yunche hadn't expected Mu Cheng to be someone who only spoke without remembering. She seemed completely oblivious, her confused expression showing no signs of recollection. She genuinely didn't remember. "You said you wouldn't randomly find a man to marry. You don't want to live that kind of life." Gu Yunche spoke through gritted teeth. She had said that. "I remember." Mu Cheng frowned, confused. What's wrong? Gu Yunche tightened his grip on the thermos, the veins on his hands standing out. "Then remember your words and stay away from Chi Hong." He had inquired about Chi Heng's family situation. Chi Heng's family was well off, but his mother was domineering, and Chi Hong listened to everything she said. Previous relationships ended because of her, so associating with someone like Chi Hong would definitely disadvantage Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng stuffed the sunflower seeds into her pocket, clapped her hands. Her eyes filled with helplessness. The impression she left on Gu Yunche in Gucheng village was that of being someone who clung to men, wanting to change her fate. With her hand in her pockets, Mu Cheng's expression was calm. "Lu Yi's foolish son has made me wary of men, so I want to marry. I want to remain childless and stay away from men." The determination in her voice made it seem like she wasn't lying at all. However, her skill in lying had always been quite high. Otherwise, how could he have been tricked into drinking spiked alcohol by her? Gu Yunche responded with a half-smile. "I'll trust you this once." Mu Cheng rolled her eyes, and she and Gu Yunche waited for the bus at the bus stop. Seeing Mu Cheng silent, staring at the people and cars on the street, Gu Yunche thought she had taken his words to heart. He added, "Once you settle down and get a job, I'll have my parents help you find a partner. That Chi Hong isn't suitable for you." Mu Cheng quickly shook her head, waving her hands. No. Men will make life unhappy. I really don't need that." Her words sounded a bit strange. Gu Yunche raised an eyebrow. "Where did you learn that?" Mu Cheng. She had been careful enough with her words, trying to be straightforward to the point of having no friends, yet she still revealed a flaw. "Good age, the bus is here." Just then, the bus arrived, and Mu Cheng hurriedly called Gu Yunche to get on. Upon arriving at the guest house, Mu Cheng got off first. Gu Yunche saw her happily wave goodbye, while Chi Hong approached with 2 bottles of orange juice, completely unaware. Sitting in the car, Gu Yunche watched as Mu Cheng accepted the orange juice Chi Hong handed over. In the hospital, after Zhang Qingqing left, she ran to tell Bai Lin about Mu Cheng hugging Gu Yunche before heading to school. Bai Lin's face appeared calm, but her hand under the blanket was clenching the sheets tightly. Zhang Qingqing knew her cousin liked Gu Yunche. Every time Bai Lin received a reply from him, she could be happy for an entire day. Zhang Qingqing wanted Bai Lin to know about Mu Cheng hugging Gu Yunche so that Bai Lin could cling to Gu Yunche, making things smoother in the evening. After Zhang Qingqing left, Bai Lin's face fell. She was already feeling dizzy from the fever, and hearing this news only fueled the fire in her heart, making her restless. Suddenly, Gu Yunche pushed the door open. "Bai Lin, get up and eat." Bai Lin's bright eyes were misty with tears. "Brother Yunche, I delayed your return to the city." "I'm sorry." Gu Yunche spoke without much tone. "This isn't your fault. You're burning up. How can you travel?" He took out the food from the thermos for Bai Lin to eat. Bai Lin wanted Yunche to feed her, deliberately sounding weak. Just leave it there. I don't have a strength right now. Yunche nodded slightly. All right. Bai Lin. Yunche, feeling bored, stood up to ask a nurse for a newspaper to read. Bai Lin frowned, looking at the exceptionally handsome man in front of her. She felt a pang in her heart. Didn't he have anything to say to her? Brother Yunche, I'm worried about my grades dropping after going to the capital. I want to be able to keep up. Bai Lin's eyes were downcast, looking gentle and pitiful, filled with concern. It's fine. Yunche thought about how little time he had at home. If you don't understand something, you can ask Yunche. He is often at home. Bai Lin paused. She didn't dare to provoke that big devil. After eating, Yunche prepared to leave, but Bai Lin pulled him back. Brother Yunche, stay with me for a while. It's so boring being alone in the hospital. Yunche rolled up his shirt sleeves and checked his watch. Okay. Yunche sat down and peeled an apple for Bai Lin. When dinner time came, Zhang Qingqing arrived. As soon as she entered, she said, I've already delivered Mu Cheng's food. Brother Yunche, after dinner, can you help me with a few problems? Yunche looked at the energetic Zhang Qingqing, who seemed to have forgotten yesterday's unpleasantness. He didn't think much of it and agreed. That night after dinner, Mu Cheng was eating sunflower seeds while reading a newly bought newspaper when she heard a knock on the door. She tentatively asked, Who is it? Qi Heng nervously replied, It's me, Qi Heng. Chapter 22, Framed and Counterattacked. Mu Cheng opened the door just a crack and saw Qi Heng with a flushed face, looking quite shy. Did you need something? Qi Heng raised an eyebrow, staring at Mu Cheng's awkward face peeking through the door. He thought she was being overly dramatic and shy. While helping Zhang Qinghua with the dishes at the Zhang family home, Zhang Qingqing had told him that Mu Cheng was an orphan who came to the provincial city on her way to the capital, intending to settle down and marry a good man there. If she could find a suitable partner in the provincial city, she would be willing to stay. Qi Heng asked a few more questions about Mu Cheng. However, Zhang Qingqing was preoccupied with what Bai Lin had said about things being settled once they were done. She smiled at Qi Heng and teased, Brother Qi, you're not interested in Sister Mu Cheng, are you? Qi Heng just smiled, his cheeks slightly reddening. Sister Mu Cheng is fostered in the countryside. She doesn't have a household registration. Her birthplace is said to be in the capital. But if they could find her records, she wouldn't need to settle with the Gu family. With her situation, can your family's daughter-in-law even consider her? Qi Heng's mother was known for her strong personality. He was sure she wouldn't approve of Mu Cheng. Not only did she lack a household registration, but given that she was raised in the countryside, his mother would never agree to him dating Mu Cheng. Zhang Qingqing left with her bowl of rice, mumbling something under her breath. Brother Qi, don't rush. Just like my aunt's sister and brother-in-law, they had a bad reputation, but now they have 2 children and everyone praises their relationship. Who remembers the past? Zhang Qingqing's sister and brother-in-law had been together before marriage and, due to family disapproval, but after she got pregnant, her in-laws accepted her for the sake of having a grandchild. Their relationship was harmonious, and those who knew about it now thought little of the past. Qi Heng seemed encouraged and began to formulate his own plans. Even a fake relationship could be played out. He respected Mu Cheng. With that thought, Qi Heng pushed the door open. He was holding a can and some pastries. Let us go inside and talk. Mu Cheng found Qi Heng's behavior puzzling. She spoke up to stop him from closing the door. If you have something to say, just say it here. Qi Heng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. How could he just say he wanted to date her? As soon as he thought that, he closed the door. Mu Cheng had learned self-defense and was very alert, especially around unfamiliar men. She always stayed vigilant. She walked over, leaning against the door, and asked Qi Heng, I didn't understand what you just said. What do you mean by wanting to date someone? Who do you want to date? Mu Cheng furrowed her brow, her smile turning tense. Her beautiful eyes took on a sharpness, and when she was silent, she appeared cold and unapproachable. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Heng spoke up, Little Mu, I like you, and I want to date you. Mu Cheng was taken aback, and after thinking for a while, she gently frowned. Qi Heng, I don't want to date you, nor do I want to get married so soon. You have such good conditions. You can definitely find a girl who matches your temperament, but that person is definitely not me. Mu Cheng's words were both straightforward and tactful. However, Qi Heng felt that Mu Cheng was being somewhat arrogant. Aside from her looks, She didn't stand out in any other way. She had no education or skills, couldn't work, and couldn't live without a man. Did she plan to starve? With that thought, he walked over. Mu Cheng pressed the doorknob, raising her voice to scold him. Don't come over. As Chi Hung approached, he placed his hands on her shoulders and continued to persuade her. Little Mu, I will treat you well. I'll give you all my salary each month. And I'll buy you all the big items like a washing machine and a TV. All you need to do is cook at home. Such a good life would have been very tempting for the previous Mu Guiying, but it didn't move Mu Cheng. She pushed Chi Hung's hand off her shoulder. Comrade Chi Hung, I don't like you, and I can't date you. Sorry, it's too late. You should go. It was improper for a man and a woman to be alone in a room, especially in this era where friendships between men and women had to be handled with care. She opened the door, but was pulled back by Chi Hung. He looked at Mu Cheng's full, rosy lips opening and closing, and for a moment, he couldn't control his desires. He leaned in and said, Little Mu, please agree to me. I will treat you well. Mu Cheng felt trapped. She thought of two moves, either to use a black tiger to claw the groin or to kick him away. Mu Cheng had a deep disdain for workplace harassment. She had been misunderstood by Yunche when she first arrived and almost bullied by Lu's foolish son. Now, with Chi Hung harboring ill intentions, she was furious. Mu Cheng not only wanted to shatter Chi Hung's hopes, but also wanted to ruin him completely. She raised her knee, preparing to kick, when suddenly the door was kicked open and a man in a white striped shirt rushed in. He pulled Chi Hung aside and punched him. Chi Hung was knocked to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Yunche turned to check on Mu Cheng. Her nose and cheeks were flushed, and she looked a bit wronged and angry. His usually calm expression showed signs of turbulence, struggling between anger and sadness. He softly asked, Did he bully you? No, he didn't succeed. I wanted to. Mu Cheng couldn't say she wanted to use the black tiger move, so she decided silence was the best option. Tears of frustration streamed down her cheeks, and Yunche's hand gradually tightened into a fist. He turned back to lift Chi Hung up again. Mu Cheng grabbed Yunche's arm. Brother Gu, don't hit him anymore. If you accidentally hurt him, I'm afraid it will bring you trouble. Hearing the commotion, the duty officer Zhang Qinghua came over with a flashlight and immediately saw the chaotic scene. Yunche protecting Mu Cheng while bloodied Chi Hung was on the ground, scrambling to get up. Chi Hung pointed at Mu Cheng and yelled, What are you pretending for? Didn't you write me a note to come here? Yunche's eyebrows deepened under the light, his gaze icy. He smirked coldly. Mu Cheng can't read or write. How could she write you a note? Chi Hung was taken aback for a moment, then pulled a note from his pocket and unfolded it for Yunche and Zhang Qinghua to see. The handwriting was crooked, but some words were still recognizable, with some using clumsy pinyin. Mu Cheng bit her lip, looking at the words. I didn't write it. I can't understand it. Chi Hung, who gave you this note? Chi Hung stammered, realizing he had been tricked. It was Zhang Qinghua who gave it to me. You really can't write? Mu Cheng thought to herself, Of course, what can you do about it? She nodded, I can't. Zhang Qinghua was shocked. Impossible. My Qinghua wouldn't write such ugly words. She is still young. She wouldn't do something like this. But that couldn't be said. Being young didn't mean one couldn't be a villain. Some young people already showed monstrous traits, acting recklessly because of their age. Thinking of the explosive news she had seen before, she felt a surge of anger. At this moment, her heart and mind were trembling. Director Zhang, don't use age as an excuse. Being young doesn't mean having good character. At least your Qinghua character isn't great. Zhang Qinghua rushed upstairs after coming from the hospital and saw a crowd gathered. Has something happened? She hurried over and saw Mu Cheng standing there, her clothes intact. Mu Cheng smiled knowingly. Oh, Zhang family's younger sister. Are you here just in time to reap the rewards? Sorry, but I'll have to disappoint you. Mu Cheng pushed past Yunche and walked up to Zhang Qinghua. Your victory is gone, but I can give you a taste of a good fruit. With that, Mu Cheng raised her hand and slapped Zhang Qinghua across the face. Chapter 23. Let me show you the style of a tea art master. A loud slap stunned Zhang Qinghua, but it made the people around her see clearly. Zhang Qinghua was also prepared. She covered her face and insisted, Sister Mu Cheng, what did I do wrong? You asked me to help you fill in the pinyin for the characters you couldn't write. If you can't write, I'll hold your hand and write it for you. Why are you hitting me? Zhang Qingqing hooked her arm around Zhang Qinggua's, saying, Dad, I advised Sister Mu Cheng not to do this. It would ruin her and Brother Qi's reputation, but she said she was interested in the conditions of Brother Qi's family. Qi Heng also mentioned that during their casual chats, he had informed Mu Cheng about the major items his family needed to buy, like a new house and a television. Gu Yunche pressed his fingers against his forehead, a vague expression appearing in his eyes. The bitter smile did not reach his eyes. He clenched his fists and silently looked out the window past the door. Mu Cheng knew that Gu Yunche, upon hearing Zhang Qingqing and Qi Heng's words and recalling her previous actions, would prefer to believe what he had experienced and seen. He felt disappointed in her. Mu Cheng's porcelain-white face turned slightly pink from frustration. She glared at Zhang Qingqing while thinking about how to resolve the situation and defend her innocence. At that time, Mu Cheng entered Zhang Qingqing's room without anyone else present, as long as Zhang Qingqing insisted that it was Mu Cheng who asked her for help. She could claim she couldn't recognize the characters, but she couldn't deny knowing about the whole matter, since Zhang Qingqing adamantly stated that it was her who asked for help. Without witnesses, everyone was more inclined to believe Zhang Qingqing's words, which were the two most fatal points. Since Zhang Qingqing and her cousin Bai Lin were so shameless, Mu Cheng decided to let them experience the style of a tea art master. Mu Cheng pinched her thigh hard to force out tears. She raised her tear-filled eyes, saying, Zhang family sister, how can you bully me like this? Just because you want to go to the capital using my household registration quota, and I didn't agree, you would go so far as to harm me and Qi Heng? Qi Heng was stunned. Zhang Qingqing wanted to take Mu Cheng's household registration quota? Gu Yunche's voice turned cold. Zhang Qingqing, if you can't clearly explain the origin of this note, I have reasonable suspicion that you deliberately framed Mu Cheng over the quota. Zhang Qingqing's face turned ugly. She noticed that Gu Yunche and Qi Heng were looking at her with cold indifference, one with disgust, the other with hatred from being used. Zhang Qingqing had previously openly expressed her thoughts and publicly humiliated Mu Cheng, and Gu Yunche had even changed the name used for Mu Cheng's household registration because of this. She mumbled in a small, petty, and guilty voice, I didn't. Mu Cheng wiped her tears, her nose turning red. Zhang family sister, when I first went to your house, you showed me a television I had never seen before, and I learned that there are washing machines for laundry. I felt very curious and grateful to you. You let me see your and Bai Lin's room, and I realized how big the gap between us is. I've never seen such a clean bed and such soft blankets. Her voice choked with sobs. You have everything, while I have had nothing since I was born. Why, just when my life was finally getting better, and Brother Gu came to take me to the capital. Do you want to take even that away from me? The more Mu Cheng spoke, the sadder she became. I have no relatives, no home. I see someone willing to take me in and treat me well, but you harm me like this, deliberately, making Brother Gu misunderstand me. Are you trying to tell me that my existence is redundant? Zhang Qingqing looked at Mu Cheng, who was crying and putting countless large hats on her head, and she was so anxious that she stomped her feet. I didn't want to harm you. Brother Qi is a good person. It's great that you can find such a partner. Besides, a few of the characters were written by you. I can't write such ugly characters. Qi Heng handed the note to Mu Cheng, already believing her words in his heart. Xiaomu, take a look at this note. Do you recognize any characters? If Mu Cheng said she didn't recognize a single character, those unfamiliar with the original text would think she was pretending. She looked at the letter E, pointed at it, and said, I recognize this character. I saw it in Ergo's book. Gu Yunche glanced at the letter. Do you recognize this character? Is this sentence a poem? Mu Cheng wiped her tears, reciting, Goose, goose, goose with a curved neck singing to the sky, white feathers floating on green water, red palms stirring clear waves. This, Ergo taught me. Some staff members from the guest house, who came to watch the excitement, couldn't help but laugh. Gu Yunche turned to Zhang Qinghua and Zhang Qingqing. In a deep voice, he asked, Zhang Qingqing, do you have anything else to say? Zhang Qingqing also burst into tears, pointing at Mu Cheng. She's lying. She asked me to write it for her. I'm just a high school student. Do I need to replace 2 lines with pinyin? She also said she recognized pinyin. Gu Yunche scoffed coldly. Who can prove that this wasn't your deliberate act, and that writing pinyin isn't your smokescreen? Zhang Qinghua watched as people pointed fingers at Zhang Qingqing, then raised his hand and slapped her. "You ungrateful girl. How could you make such a joke with Mu Cheng?" Deep down, Zhang Qingwo was on his daughter's side. But he had to maintain appearances. Otherwise, if this matter escalated, Zhang Qingqing's reputation would be ruined, and she might even be taken away for investigation and face re-education. Mu Cheng glanced at the father and daughter, thinking that using a joke to lightly brush over this matter was too lenient for them. She wiped her tears. "Brother Gu, I've caused you trouble again. In the village, Lu Yi slandered my reputation, saying I was opportunistic and had a bad heart, calling me an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Now that I'm in the provincial city, I've been framed by Zhang Qingqing, becoming a lowly village girl trying to use despicable means to marry out. I really don't deserve to go to the capital with you. Thank you for being so kind to me during this time, making me feel that I can live well too." After saying this, she bowed to Gu Yunche and turned to run upstairs. Gu Yunche reached out to grab her, but missed. Qi Hing thought about the upstairs and shouted, "Not good. The roof is up there. Xiaomu won't do something irrational. Will she?" "Everyone." Gu Yunche felt a sharp panic deep in his left chest. He didn't have time to think anymore and quickly ran upstairs with long strides. However, Mu Cheng, who was ahead, slowed down and murmured, "Oh, Gu Yunche, why are you so slow? I just put in 80% of my acting skills and 200% of my effort. If you don't react in time and I want to commit suicide, then I really can't continue this rooftop act." Suddenly, Mu Cheng heard footsteps and hurriedly ran up, heading straight for the rooftop on the 5th floor. Tonight, the moon was bright, the stars sparse, and the summer breeze brushed against her face, while the blue and white checkered sheets from the guest house swayed in the wind on the clothesline. Mu Cheng froze for a few seconds. "Oh my, this scenery is a bit artistic. I can instantly channel a poetic spirit. You are the wind, and I am the sand. When you are full, I overflow." Remembering a previous online joke, she couldn't help but murmur softly. When she reached the edge of the rooftop, Mu Cheng timely hit the brakes, standing firm at a safe distance. She widened her eyes, trying hard to let the wind blow into her eyes, and tears came pouring down. Gu Yunche lifted the sheet and chased after her, the sound of fabric and wind stirring behind him. "Mu Cheng." Gu Yunche looked at Mu Cheng, who appeared like a trembling autumn butterfly in the night, and gently pleaded, "Stay there, don't move. I'm coming to get you." Chapter 24. This young lady is too fragile to take care of herself. Mu Cheng turned to look at Gu Yunche. His white shirt collar fluttered gently in the breeze, and the strands of hair on his forehead fell down because of running. Beads of sweat clung to his well-defined nose. He looked somewhat disheveled, yet the tension in his expression made his face appear tight. It was a sense of fragility. A dignified and handsome man was unexpectedly exuding a sense of fragility due to panic. Mu Cheng, however, developed a vivid image of a woman who wanted to care for a fragile man, for example, herself. After all, Gu Yunche, looking like this, was indeed quite likable. But it was precisely because he was so likable that Bai Lin and Zhang Qingqing harbored hostility toward her, and she instantly became sober. Mu Cheng bit her lip and whispered, "Brother Gu, if I die, will all problems be solved?" Gu Yunche looked at the precariously swaying Mu Cheng. As if bound by invisible ropes, his movements became gentle and slow. His voice choked in his throat. Even his breath felt as light as a feather. He was genuinely afraid that Mu Cheng would turn around and disappear over the edge of the rooftop. "Mu Cheng, come here. There is absolutely nothing that cannot be solved." Gu Yunche slowly approached Mu Cheng and extended his hand. "Did you forget what I told you yesterday? Your name is Mu Cheng, and you will use this name to settle down. The name Mu Cheng will appear on my family's household registration." Upon hearing this, Mu Cheng glanced at the people following behind, especially noticing Zhang Qingqing's pale complexion. Zhang Qingqing was terrified by the current situation. She never expected Mu Cheng to actually jump off the building. Mu Cheng hesitantly asked, "Brother Gu, you won't despise me, will you? I really didn't let Qi Heng come to find me. I am not that cheap." Qi Heng was frightened. He never thought Mu Cheng was such a strong-willed girl. She was completely different from the temper described by Zhang Qingqing. She was strong, pure, and innocent. He loudly advised Mu Cheng, "Comrade Mu, come down quickly. You are a good girl. I never intended to offend you. I was also deceived by Zhang Qingqing." Chi Hung turned to look at the onlookers. Colleagues from the guest house and those staying there were all aware of the situation's beginning and end. They knew Mu Cheng and Chi Hung were wronged and trapped by Zhang Qingqing. They all urged Mu Cheng to come down and not do anything foolish. The effect was achieved. Mu Cheng tilted her head to glance at Zhang Qingqing, who was sitting on the ground with a gray face, her hands tightly clutching the strap of her army green backpack. Seeing that Mu Cheng had no intention of coming down, Yunche felt anxious yet remained calm. He cautiously walked towards Mu Cheng and softly said, "Look, everyone believes in you. The things you were worried about will never happen." Mu Cheng gazed at the man whose face was full of concern in the night, his deep eyes hiding a man's panic and restraint. His deep, magnetic voice carried a pleading tone that was very moving, intoxicating her. Yunche noticed Mu Cheng was lost in thought looking at him, and he quickly seized her wrist, pulling her down from the edge of the rooftop. Mu Cheng lost her balance and fell into Yunche's embrace, her face colliding with his solid chest. She felt the flesh on her cheeks sting from the impact, but the powerful heartbeat resonated in her ears, and the faint scent of soap wafted in her nostrils. Not afraid of heights and standing steadily on the rooftop, Mu Cheng hadn't felt anything unusual, but now she experienced a bit of dizziness. She realized Yunche was not rough at all. He smelled nice, with a hint of masculinity and strength, which was very attractive. Unfortunately, she didn't stay long in such a wide and secure embrace. Yunche pushed her away, followed by his furious voice. "Mu Cheng, are you stupid? Just because of this little thing, you want to jump off the building? Is your life that worthless?" Yunche's cold and hard brows were filled with anger as he tightened his grip on Mu Cheng's wrist. "Do you know that the most precious things in life are life and freedom? If you belittle yourself like this again, I will." He didn't know what he could do. However, he felt a bit lost in this moment. Why was he so flustered and angry? Mu Cheng knew she had gone too far. The best outcome would be to faint, leaving the mess for Yunche to clean up. With that thought, she rolled her eyes and fainted in Yunche's arms. She internally recited, "This young lady is too fragile to take care of herself. I should faint when it's time to faint. This drama of domestic strife truly doesn't deceive me." Yunche was both angry and anxious to see Mu Cheng fainted. He quickly carried her downstairs to her room, shouting, "Zhang Qinghua, go call the doctor on duty at the infirmary." The crowd was filled with sighs. A good girl was nearly driven to jump off the building to prove her innocence because of Zhang Qinghua's daughter. What a sin. They advised Zhang Qingqing with kind words. "Qingqing, you went too far this time. Sigh, if Dad has been harmed by you, if this matter gets out, how will he have the face to stay at the guest house?" Chi Hung glared at Zhang Qingqing with resentment. "Zhang Qingqing, I want to let this go. I will report this to your school." The others at the guest house, fearing Zhang Qingqing would cause more trouble, directly escorted her downstairs. In the room, Mu Cheng was examined by the doctor from the infirmary. He put down the stethoscope, saying there was nothing serious, just a scare. "Just have a good rest tonight, and you'll be fine." Yunche let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at the people around and said, "You all can leave. I will stay with her tonight." The guest house staff found a military cot for Yunche to place in the room and made up the bedding while he went to deal with Zhang Qingqing's matter. When the room quieted down, Mu Cheng opened her eyes. She pouted and thought, "Playing with me like a character from Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, who isn't a bit of a cunning old fox?" Mu Cheng felt that Zhang Qingqing's commotion today must have the hand of Bai Lin behind it. Otherwise, how could Bai Lin fall ill with a fever at such a time, with Zhang Qingqing causing a ruckus? The hospitalized Bai Lin not only cleared herself, but also successfully cut off Zhang Qingqing's path to the capital using Mu Cheng's hand. Mu Cheng murmured to herself, "Killing two birds with one stone. Bai Lin is indeed a master of strategy." She looked at the ceiling and thought, Yunche's expression doesn't look good. How could he choose Bai Lin? Is he under some sort of spell or possessed? Hearing the sound of the door opening, Mu Cheng quickly closed her eyes. Yunche walked in and stopped by the bedside. Mu Cheng then thought of another question. How did Yunche know Chi Hung was with her? And how did he arrive in time to save her? Yunche frowned and stared at the newspaper beside Mu Cheng's pillow, dated today. He bit his lip and spoke in a casual tone. "Mu Cheng, hand me the newspaper by your pillow." I only saw the title. Has the steel factory in the capital made any technological innovations? Mu Cheng's mind was wrapped up in how Yunche came to save her, and she didn't think much. She opened her eyes and pulled out the second side of the newspaper, handing it to Yunche. Yunche paused for a moment before reaching out to take it. He glanced at the newspaper for a moment, his tone sarcastic. Let me see what's written on it. Mu Cheng's mind was blank at that moment. How could she wake up? How could she have handed him the newspaper? Suddenly, Yunche's clear voice came from behind the newspaper, revealing it was Ode to the Goose. Goose, 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 with a curved neck singing to the sky. White feathers floating on green water, red palms stirring clear waves. Mu Cheng despairingly closed her eyes. She steeled herself and said softly, Brother Gu, how did you know I only know this one poem? Chapter 25, she was seen through by him. Mu Cheng felt that she hadn't checked the calendar today. Everything was going wrong for her. Yunche's previously gentle and calm gaze returned to indifference and detachment, and the smile on his lips was filled with sarcasm and self-mockery. He looked like a young master of a prestigious family who had been played by a small-time con artist for a long time. But she really did play him. She had no choice. Mu Cheng didn't want to be trapped in the role of the utterly useless and despised Mu Guiying. Yunche noticed a momentary daze in Mu Cheng's eyes, and he pulled over a chair to sit by her bed. Mu Cheng, tell me, besides deceiving me, pretending to jump off a building, and fainting, what else do you have? His tone suddenly turned colder. So, was the note for Chi Hung really written by you? Yunche casually adjusted his shirt cuffs, and when he raised his eyes, there was a chill in them. If you really want to find someone to marry, I can help you, and you don't need to mess around anymore. Mu Cheng felt his cold demeanor brought back his previous prejudices. She sighed. That note wasn't written by me. The jumping and fainting were all acts, but I did it for self-defense. I couldn't just sit back while they came to my door, could I? After she admitted to pretending to jump and faint, the indifference on Yunche's face deepened. He asked again, so, Lu, isn't too bad to you and let you read and write? No. I only know those few characters because the village secretary taught me. Mu Cheng's tone grew sharper under Yunche's icy demeanor. In the end, you just don't believe me. If this were about Bai Lin, you would definitely believe her and protect her, right? Yunche found Mu Cheng utterly unreasonable. She wouldn't admit her own problems and instead dragged others into it. Yes, Bai Lin's character is worthy of my trust. And as for you, Yunche stood up, I still vividly remember your actions in Gucheng village. The implication was that he remembered everything. He glanced coldly at Mu Cheng. How can I trust someone like you? Mu Cheng was completely enraged. She lost the guilt she felt for deceiving Yunche and instead mocked him coldly. Bai Lin has a good character? Zhang Qingqing is obviously straightforward. How could she come up with so many tricks to harm me? It's Bai Lin, the scheming advisor. Who gives Zhang Qingqing ideas while she charges ahead like a fool? Only someone as foolish and naive as you would think Bai Lin is a good person. What is a foolish and naive person? Yunche, coming back to his senses, raised an eyebrow in anger and stood up. Stop slandering good people without evidence. I trust what I saw with my own eyes more. He tidied his clothes and walked out the door. Before leaving, he said coldly, before Bai Lin is discharged, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, you don't need to leave with us. Mu Cheng was so furious that her whole body trembled. She hit the bed a few times and shouted, Yunche, you're just a big fool. No wonder you're being played around by Bai Lin. She lowered her gaze and saw the military cot, her eyes suddenly turning red. You're not a fool. You're just protecting the one you like. Yunche had appeared like a godsend in front of her, helping her deal with Chi Hung, and she was very grateful. But all of this wasn't enough for Yunche to develop genuine sympathy and treatment for her. If she showed even a slight flaw in character or morals, she would become the unforgivable one, the opposite of Bai Lin. Mu Cheng wiped her tears in grievance. What was she expecting? Some things she could change, but she couldn't change others' opinions and prejudices. Downstairs, Yunche looked at the lights still on in Mu Cheng's room, feeling restless. He chuckled bitterly. How could I force someone to change their way of thinking? Am I crazy? Yunche walked to the bus, stopped to wait for the bus. When the bus arrived, he realized he couldn't return to Zhang's house to stay overnight. So he turned back to the guest house to book a room. only to be told there were no rooms available. Yunche felt a sense of misfortune, as if the roof was leaking and the rain was falling at night. When a staff member from the guest house approached him, "Captain Gu, the hospital called just now, saying a girl named Bai Lin is looking for you." Bai Lin was looking for him? Yunche remembered that before he left the hospital, he had briefly told Bai Lin that Mu Cheng was in danger and that he would go check out. He nodded. "I know. I'm going to the hospital now." Yunche left the guest house and instinctively looked up at Mu Cheng's window. The light was off. He smiled self-deprecatingly. Could he still expect Mu Cheng to reflect on her actions? She never thought she was wrong. She was probably already fast asleep. The late-night bus arrived late, and the streetlights by the bus stop stretched Yunche as shadow long. But he was in a bad mood, and couldn't he explain why he was unhappy? When he arrived at the hospital, Bai Lin was still awake, sitting there waiting for Yunche. "Brother Yunche, is Mu Cheng okay?" Yunche frowned slightly. "You're not sleeping because you're worried about her?" Bai Lin nodded, her eyes full of guilt. "Yes. I'm afraid that because I didn't arrange accommodation for her, she would have an accident staying alone at the guest house. That will make me feel guilty." Yunche pursed his lips and walked over to pull out a chair to sit down. He looked lazy and tired, softly saying, "Yes, fine. You should sleep. I'll sit here for a while before leaving." Bai Lin obediently lay down, but she saw Yunche's expression was downcast, and her heart tightened. She really wanted to know what the final outcome was. Zhang Qingqing clearly attacked. Why was Mu Cheng fine? Bai Lin asked quietly, "Brother Yunche, what exactly happened? Can you tell me?" Yunche glanced at the pitch-black night outside, his brows slightly furrowing, his dark eyes suddenly sinking. Zhang Qingqing framed Mu Cheng, trying to make her get involved with Qi Heng to obtain Mu Cheng's household registration quota. Fortunately, neither she nor Qi Heng succeeded. Yunche continued. Qi Heng and Zhang Qingqing are now at the police station explaining the situation. Qi Heng will be punished, and Zhang Qingqing will also face consequences at school. Bai Lin felt a chill in her heart. Fortunately, she and T directly participated in this matter. Otherwise, she would have been finished. Tears gleamed in her eyes as she felt guilty. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't inadvertently mentioned Mu Cheng's background, Qingqing wouldn't have used that to harm her." Yunche recalled Mu Cheng's words about Bai Lin, and he felt suspicious. He carefully observed Bai Lin. She was crying again, looking soft, weak, and full of self-reproach. Yunche lowered his gaze. "This has nothing to do with you. You should sleep." After crying for a while, Bai Lin resolutely promised to treat Mu Cheng well, apologize to her, and make amends. After a moment, she asked, "Brother Yunche, how did you find out that Zhang Qingqing wanted to harm Mu Cheng?" Chapter 26. Their relationship returns to the starting point when Zhang Qingqing came to deliver lunch. She shouted that she had a problem with her homework and wanted Yunche to tutor her. Yunche casually flipped through Zhang Qingqing's exercise book and found that the question she asked had already been solved by her a few days ago, and her calculations and results were correct. Clearly, Zhang Qingqing knew how to solve that question. She was deliberately trying to keep him occupied. During this time, Zhang Qingqing kept looking at her watch, as if waiting for a specific moment. When Yunche stared at Zhang Qingqing, she, feeling guilty, proactively mentioned that she had delivered lunch to Mu Cheng, who said she was very tired today and wanted to go to bed early. But Mu Cheng had been staying at the guest house. Apart from visiting Zhang Qingqing's home, she hadn't gone anywhere, so how could she be tired? It was obvious that Zhang Qingqing was saying this on purpose to prevent Yunche from looking for Mu Cheng. Only then did Yunche feel that something might happen to Mu Cheng. At that moment, he couldn't determine whether it was Zhang Qingqing's doing or if he was overthinking it. However, he needed to verify to be at ease. So, he deliberately mentioned to Bai Lin in front of Zhang Qingqing that Mu Cheng was in danger. If Zhang Qingqing followed him, then she would have a problem. He just didn't expect that Mu Cheng was not innocent either. Perhaps Mu Cheng already knew about Zhang Qingqing's scheme and was playing along. "Yunche, why aren't you talking?" Facing Bai Lin's inquiry, Yunche rubbed his forehead and casually replied, "Just a guess. You should sleep." Yunche watched Bai Lin fall peacefully asleep, and for a moment, the light in his eyes dimmed. Bai Lin's way of speaking and crying really resembled her. If she were still around, she would be the same age as Bai Lin now. Seeing Bai Lin's serene sleeping face, he thought of Mu Cheng, who was also asleep. He had seen her sleeping after she fainted from low blood sugar last time, and her sleeping posture was decent, breathing silently, and her face was sweet and soft, peaceful, as if only then she was not sharp and calculating, but a good girl. Compared to the kind Bai Lin, Mu Cheng's actions made him feel disgusted. Suddenly, Yunche paused. Why was he thinking of Mu Cheng again? Why was he even concerned about her? After Bai Lin fell asleep, Yunche got up and left, heading to the train station guest house to spend the night. The train station guest house was not far from the platform, and the incessant sound of trains passing by woke Yunche up early. He first went to the hospital to confirm Bai Lin's discharge time and bought 3 train tickets to the capital. After handling these matters, Yunche returned to the municipal guest house where Mu Cheng was staying. He took advantage of someone checking out to book a room, and it turned out to be right next to Mu Cheng's. When he was carrying his luggage to his room, he ran into Mu Cheng, who was returning from buying steam buns. Their eyes met, and both looked rather displeased. Yunche noticed the dark circles under Mu Cheng's eyes, as if she hadn't slept well the night before. Mu Cheng was staring at the box in his hand, wondering why he had moved into the guest house. Due to their unpleasant parting the night before, they exchanged no words. Mu Cheng nodded at Yunche and climbed the stairs, preparing to return to her room. Yunche followed her with his suitcase, noticing that the brown paper bag she was holding was filled with steaming buns. With only 10 yuan from the village chief, she could only afford the cheapest food. Yunche cleared his throat and said, "Wait for me at noon. I'll come back and take you out for a meal." Mu Cheng stopped in her tracks, turned back to glance at Yunche, but he was looking down and didn't meet her gaze. She knew that Yunche's politeness was because he had to take care of her. After all, they were now in the provincial capital, and they hadn't reached the capital yet. The reason he had to deal with Mu Cheng was similar to encountering an opponent in the workplace that he couldn't eliminate yet had to fake a smile to cope. Mu Cheng turned around and shook her brown paper bag. "No need, I bought buns. I have food for the whole day." Yunche knew Mu Cheng was a glutton. She loved snacks and various soft and glutinous treats. Of course, she also liked delicious but rarely eaten fish and meat. It was clear that she was saying this to annoy him, and he was already familiar with her little schemes. Yunche coldly snorted, "Suit yourself." Mu Cheng rolled her eyes, quickly returned to her room, and only realized that Yunche was staying next door when she closed the door. Yunche entered his room and shut the door, ignoring her. Inside, Mu Cheng chewed on her buns with plain water, cursing Yunche for being ungrateful and biased. As she cursed, she quietly continued eating. During the time she had been here, Yunche had been relatively nice to her, which made her a bit complacent. How could she forget that a man would only show more favoritism to those he liked? Yunche liked Bai Lin, and it was only natural for him to favor her more. In Yunche's heart, Mu Cheng, was nothing. Why should she expect him to believe her and stand by her side? Mu Cheng knocked her fist against her head. "Mu Cheng, wake up. Don't forget how you died. Refuse to cause trouble. Stay away from Yunche and live a peaceful life." Chewing on the hot bun, Mu Cheng recalled the first day Bai Lin came to the capital to study and stayed at the Gu family. Yunche rushed back from the regiment to welcome Bai Lin, even bringing her a gift, a red dress with white polka dots made of genuine silk from Jiangnan, which was extremely valuable and rare. However, when Mu Ging married Yunche, their wedding only had 2 tables, and she didn't even get to wear a red dress. On the eve of their wedding, Yunche only gave Mu Ging 10 yuan to make a coat with red checkered cloth, and she could only afford a pair of brown cotton pants from the not-so-good material she chose. As for the red silk flowers she wore on her head, she had a bargain for a long time before they sold her 3 for only 1 yuan and 80 cents. When she returned and complained to Yunche that having an odd number of flowers was unlucky, Yunche didn't even look up, continuing to read his book, Superstitions. Children shouldn't talk about strange powers and gods. Do you understand? Mu Ging didn't understand. What are you talking about? You're playing the lute to a cow. Yunche dropped that line and closed the book and left. Later, when they went through the divorce procedures, Mu Ging muttered while holding the divorce certificate, "I said having an odd number of flowers is unlucky. Are we getting divorced?" Yunche thought Mu Ging was simply unreasonable and strode to the car, heading straight back to the army. Reflecting on this, Mu Cheng secretly cursed Yunche for being heartless. But she also recalled another scene where Mu Cheng suspiciously reported Yunche to the army, claiming he had an affair with Bai Lin and had gotten her pregnant. In the end, after investigation, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Yunche lost face in the army, and Bai Lin faced criticism at school, while Yunche's attitude toward her became even worse. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Mu Cheng quickly came to her senses and walked over to open the door. When she opened it, she found Zhang Qinghua with Bai Lin leading Zhang Qingqing, standing at the door, while Yunche and a police officer in uniform, along with a woman wearing glasses, stood behind them. Chapter 27 Agreement and Settlement. She wants more money. As soon as Zhang Qingqing saw Mu Cheng, she knelt down on the ground. Sister Mu Cheng, please forgive me. I really know I was wrong. Just hearing this, Mu Cheng knew that this group of people had come to persuade her to settle. If she did not settle, Zhang Qingqing would have a criminal record, and her academic career would come to an end. Not to mention being unable to take the college entrance examination, she might not even qualify to work in a factory. The bespectacled woman claimed to be Zhang Qingqing's homeroom teacher, as she tried to persuade her emotionally and rationally. Comrade Mu, Zhang Qingqing is a good student. You cannot ruin her life just because she made a small mistake. A small mistake? Mu Cheng narrowed her eyes slightly, like a little fox, and she smiled faintly. Seeing that Zhang Qinghua had spoken highly of his daughter in front of Zhang Qingqing's homeroom teacher, she turned Zhang Qingqing into a victim and herself into the perpetrator. Teacher, how much do you know about this matter? She almost caused me to be bullied. Is that a small matter? The female teacher was taken aback and glared at Zhang Qinghua. But Zhang Qingqing was indeed a good student. It would be a pity for her to ruin her life due to youthful ignorance. Bai Lin, who had just recovered from serious illness, looked pale. She took Mu Cheng's hand and said, Sister Mu Cheng, please forgive Qingqing. If you let her go this time, you will be a great benefactor to my aunt and uncle's family. They will compensate you. After Bai Lin finished speaking, she weakly glanced at Yunche. Yunche knew that Bai Lin had come to plead for Zhang Qingqing at the behest of the Zhang family, who were leveraging their favor to pressure her into coming. She was still wearing a hospital gown. The nurse had clearly told him that Bai Lin could only be discharged tomorrow, and she needed to rest well after being discharged. Yunche walked over and advised Bai Lin, don't get involved in this matter. Wait for me in my room, and I will take you back to the hospital later. Yunche looked at Bai Lin with concern. His tenderness and care were genuine. This made Mu Cheng feel stifled. He held a bias against her, and was even afraid that this matter would taint Bai Lin's ears. She knew that Yunche's implication was for Bai Lin to withdraw, and he would handle this matter himself, still openly favoring and protecting her. Since Yunche had come with the group, his intentions were naturally clear. He also wanted Mu Cheng to show mercy. Yunche turned to look at Mu Cheng. Her clear eyes suddenly looked at him. He hesitated. Mu Cheng, I think this matter. Mu Cheng sneered and nodded in agreement. I agree to settle, but Director Zhang needs to give me some compensation. Otherwise, I will take it to the end. A complex expression appeared on Yunche's flawless face. His pupils constricted, and he raised his eyebrows slightly. Disappointment crossing his eyes before he ultimately restrained himself and returned to an eerie calm. Mu Cheng tilted her head and winked at Yunche, smiling mischievously. Brother Gu, do you have any instructions? Yunche did not expect Mu Cheng to agree to the settlement and actively request some compensation. He clenched his jaw tightly. Mu Cheng, what exactly do you want to do? Mu Cheng found Yunche's confusion baffling. He didn't want Bai Lin to be put in a difficult position, yet he also didn't want her to simply brush it off. Wasn't he being contradictory? Yunche lowered his voice. The Zhang family is difficult to deal with. If you agree to settle, they will follow you all the way to the capital. By then, if the matter escalates, it will affect your life there. He understood the Zhang family. Reconciliation was their first step, and the second step would be to take advantage of the situation, exchanging more compensation for Mu Cheng's household registration quota. Once Yunche returned, he would have to rejoin his team. How could she deal with the Zhang family? After all, the school already knew about Zhang Qingqing's wrongdoing, and she would be affected to some extent. Transferring schools would be her best option. Mu Cheng pouted. She was not afraid of them. The moment she crossed over, she only had herself, fearless and unafraid. Mu Cheng looked at the police officer behind her. Officer, I agree to settle. You need to mediate and provide a certificate. Yunche paused, remembering how Mu Cheng had dismissed Lu Yi in the same way. She was just using the same trick again, so why was he still worried about her? He turned to Bai Lin and said, Mu Cheng is quite capable. You don't need to worry. I will take you back to the hospital. Bai Lin noticed that Yunche was very angry. She felt joyful inside, but still pretended to care about Mu Cheng, patting her hand. Brother Yunche, and I will wait for you next door. Call us if you need anything. Bai Lin then turned and looked meaningfully at Zhang Qinghua. Uncle, what Qingqing did was wrong. You must properly compensate Mu Cheng and not suffer a loss over a small matter. Mu Cheng had experienced Bai Lin's ability to play both sides. She was two-faced. And Yunche was clearly blind. After Yunche and Bai Lin left, Mu Cheng let the group in and the police proceeded with the on-site mediation. Zhang Qingqing thought that since Mu Cheng came from the countryside and had not seen much of the world, she would only ask for a few dozen yuan as compensation. But she never expected Mu Cheng to make such a large demand. Mu Cheng bit her lip, her eyes clear yet filled with grievance. She briefly explained the situation, knowing that the police were trying to understand the truth, but she wanted Zhang Qingqing's homeroom teacher to know the reason. Mu Cheng raised her eyes to the female teacher, pursing her lips as she presented her case. Teacher, I am orphaned and cannot go to school because I have no household registration in the village. If I could read and write, I might also become an excellent student, but I fear I will never have that chance. I come from a poor background and can only rely on my good reputation and appearance to find a job in the capital. Do you think what Zhang Qingqing did to me is a small matter? The female teacher's eyes reddened. She also came from the countryside, and if it weren't for her grandfather's protection, she might have had a fate similar to Mu Cheng's. She felt guilty. It was not a small matter, but a matter that could affect your whole life. Zhang Qingqing was completely wrong, and I will strictly discipline her in the future. Despite saying this, the female teacher's gaze towards Zhang Qingqing was no longer gentle. It was filled with a sense of disappointment. Zhang Qinghua rubbed his hands together. Little Mu, how do you want Uncle Zhang to compensate you? Mu Cheng thought that Zhang Qinghua was trying to get close to her by calling himself Uncle Zhang. She smiled slightly, lowered her eyes, and pretended to play with her fingers. I won't ask for much. 1,000 yuan in cash, 50 cloth tickets, and 25 tickets each for rice, oil, flour, and pork. Zhang Qingqing suddenly jumped up. She screamed in despair, Mu Cheng, are you robbing me? Mu Cheng looked at Zhang Qingqing with cold eyes, her tone icy. Is that too much? It's not much, right? If I were bullied by Qi Heng, my whole life would be ruined because of you, and you would end up in prison, completely losing your chance at university. Do you think this money and these things are too much to exchange for my peace and your future? Zhang Qingqing stared blankly at Mu Cheng. Suddenly, she pointed at Mu Cheng and cried out in despair, Dad, I told you she can read. Look how she speaks so articulately. Chapter 28, 3 Sleeper Tickets. A love triangle? Mu Cheng rolled her eyes, secretly sighing that Zhang Qingqing was truly foolish. At this point, did it even matter if she could read? She scoffed. Zhang Qingqing, I'm famous for my silver tongue in our village, so stop with the nonsense. After saying that, Mu Cheng pretended to be like a deflated balloon, appearing weak and pitiful. The police officer glanced at the table, where a cold bun she had taken a few bites out of and a half-drunk glass of warm water sat, and they began to understand the girl's situation. A beautiful and gentle rural girl. How could she be so bold if she hadn't been pushed to the edge? The two officers exchanged glances and called Zhang Qinghua aside for a brief chat. At that moment, Mu Cheng looked up slyly at Zhang Qingqing, smiling with a mix of pride and provocation. Zhang Qingqing was furious and slapped Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng, how can you be so shameless? To trick my family, you pretended not to know how to read, and you deliberately asked for so much money and goods. Mu Cheng covered her face. She didn't look up, a hint of malice in her eyes, while tears streamed down her long fingers onto her cheeks. That slap echoed loudly, but shattered Zhang Qinghua's dreams of bargaining completely. The police were also disappointed in Zhang Qingqing, having given her a chance to turn over a new leaf, yet she dared to hit the victim? One officer reprimanded. Zhang Qingqing, what are you doing? Sit down. Zhang Qinghua, furious, came over and slapped Zhang Qingqing. Have you had enough of this? Hurry up and apologize to Mu Cheng. Zhang Qingqing sulking, glared at Mu Cheng and refused to say a word. Mu Cheng forced a bitter smile through her tears. Zhang Qingqing, you clearly grew up pampered by your parents, always protected and confident. Unlike me, who has to rely on myself for everything. If I can't rely on myself, I can only accept my fate. Zhang Qinghua had learned the girl's toughness. He hurriedly apologized for Zhang Qingqing. Little Mu, don't take it to heart. Uncle Jean agrees to your requests and will add an extra 10 meat tickets for 5 gene of pork. Mu Cheng thought to herself that this slap had earned her 50 gene of pork. Ah, how sad and lamentable. After the deal was made, Zhang Qinghua took Zhang Qingqing back to gather money and tickets. Zhang Qingqing's foolish actions had caused the Zhang family to suffer heavy losses, giving all the cash and goods they had saved over the past 2 years to Mu Cheng. After sending everyone off, Mu Cheng approached the waiter who brought the hot water to ask for ice. Excuse me, do you have a refrigerator? Can you give me some ice? Hearing the noise, Yunche looked at Mu Cheng's cheek, which was red and swollen, with clear finger marks. Her delicate, fair skin seemed to have bruised beneath the surface, particularly striking. The waiter nodded. Yes, there's a refrigerator in the high-ranking rooms. I'll go get you some. At that moment, Yunche walked over, frowning. Did Zhang Qingqing hit you? Mu Cheng nodded, speaking in a calm tone as if discussing the weather. Yes, she slapped me. Yunche let out a long breath, looking displeased. The Zhang family is difficult. You should choose not to reconcile. Did Yunche leave in anger earlier because she chose to reconcile? Mu Cheng misunderstood, tensing her jaw and looking down at the ground without saying a word. Yunche observed Mu Cheng. Her skin was porcelain white and delicate, exuding a beauty that suggested she had been raised in luxury, yet she grew up in a village. Her softness was like a rose blooming in the fields, distinct in the village and still distinct in the city. Her looks could easily evoke a man's protective and possessive instincts, but they could also easily incite hostility in women. Seeing Mu Cheng's nose slightly red, as if she had been crying, Yunche furrowed his brow deeply, an inexplicable emotion rising in his heart. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent. The waiter glanced at the extraordinary and handsome Yunche, then lowered her head and pouted, going to get the ice. Mu Cheng noticed Yunche hesitating to speak and turned to return to her room. Bai Lin came out of Yunche's room and glanced at Mu Cheng before approaching Yunche. Brother Yunche, did you give the tickets to Mu Cheng? Yunche pulled a train ticket from his pants pocket and handed it to Mu Cheng. Here's the sleeper ticket for the train the day after tomorrow morning. Keep it safe. Mu Cheng glanced at the ticket. It was a sleeper ticket. In this era, sleeper tickets were not only hard to come by, but also generally unavailable to ordinary people. Only those of certain status could buy them. Bai Lin glanced at the ticket, saw Mu Cheng's carriage, and smiled smugly. Sister Mu Cheng, you're in car 6, while Brother Yunche and I are in car 7. Since I'm still recovering, Brother Yunche is in the same carriage as me to take care of me. Bai Lin's plan was almost bursting out. Mu Cheng rolled her eyes at Bai Lin. She took the ticket from Yunche's hand, her tone flat. Thank you, Brother Gu. A hard sleeper is much more comfortable than a hard seat. As for which carriage I sleep in, I don't care at all. They're all the same. After saying that, she closed the door to her room, not giving either of them a glance. Bai Lin bit her lip, looking at Yunche. Is Mu Cheng angry? Yunche didn't see anger on Mu Cheng's face, but he did notice a hint of disdain and contempt. He frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, I'll take you back to the hospital. The two of them went downstairs one after the other. Just as they reached the door, Zhang Qingqing came over, crying and blocking Bai Lin and Yunche. Cousin, please ask Mu Cheng to lower her demands for money and goods. My mom fainted from anger. While they were mediating, in the next room, Yunche sat reading, while Bai Lin nibbled on the apple he had peeled for her, though it tasted like cardboard. She was quite curious about the progress in the other room, but Yunche didn't budge. He sat there steadily. Bai Lin noticed how focused he was on reading. His long eyelashes lowered, his handsome nose and thin lips. She felt her cheeks flush. Finally, she shyly lowered her head to bite the apple, not saying anything about wanting to check the situation. Yunche continued reading, the rustle of pages turning, but his brow was furrowed as if he was dissatisfied with the content. At that moment, as Zhang Qingqing came to plead, Bai Lin was just trying to understand the reconciliation situation. Zhang Qingqing tearfully recounted how Mu Cheng demanded 1,000 yuan in cash along with many food and fabric tickets, relaying every detail to Bai Lin while occasionally sneaking glances at Gu Yunche to gauge his expression. However, Gu Yunche remained expressionless, as if listening to something trivial. Bai Lin, after hearing it all, felt a pang of pain. If Mu Cheng hadn't demanded so much, the Zhang family, considering Gu Yunche's face, would have given her some cash and goods. But now, everything the Zhang family would have to be given to Mu Cheng. There was nothing extra for her. Bai Lin bit her lip, anxiously looking at Gu Yunche. Brother Yunche, my uncle's family has significant expenses. Qingqing and her brother need to go to school, and also. Gu Yunche's lips curled slightly, the smile taking on a more cynical and indifferent tone. His deep, magnetic voice sounded, Zhang Qingqing. Compared to losing your opportunity for the college entrance examination and becoming a juvenile delinquent, this compensation isn't much, right? Zhang Qingqing was taken aback. Noticing Bai Lin was equally stunned. Gu Yunche took a step forward, casually adding, this amount of money and goods in exchange for Mu Cheng's safety and your future. Do you think it's too much? Chapter 29, he brought her late-night snacks, and she brought him breakfast. Zhang Qingqing and Bai Lin exchanged a glance, both with grim expressions. This sentence had been said by Mu Cheng before, but Gu Yunche was not present at the time. How did he hear it? Bai Lin saw that Gu Yunche was unwilling to get involved in this matter any further. After comforting Zhang Qingqing a few times, she followed him, deliberately avoiding mentioning Zhang Qingqing's compensation. That night, Gu Yunche returned with 2 baskets of soup dumplings from Mu Cheng's late-night snack. He curled his fingers to knock on the door, but heard the sound of running water inside. He checked his watch. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Mu Cheng should be taking a shower and getting ready for bed. He turned around and went downstairs, handing the dumplings to a waiter, asking her to help heat them up and deliver them to Mu Cheng later. The waiter, who had previously brought ice to Mu Cheng, smiled slightly, saying, Captain Gu is really nice to little Mu. Gu Yunche frowned slightly, his jaw tightening, and his hand unconsciously clenched into a fist and stuffed into his pocket. He didn't say anything and turned to go upstairs. The waiter covered her mouth and laughed, thinking how shy such a big man could be. With such a cute demeanor as Mu Cheng's, what man wouldn't like her? Due to the impending arrival of a large sum of money and resources, Mu Cheng felt refreshed as she lay in bed, thinking about life in the capital. Just then, she heard the waiter knock on the door, asking, is little Mu asleep? I brought you food. Mu Cheng had no close ties with the people of the guest house, so she hesitated and replied, I've already eaten, thank you. The waiter responded, you might have thanked the wrong person. This is from Captain Gu. He asked me to heat it up and bring it to you. The waiter's voice gently brushed against Mu Cheng's heart like a feather. But was Gu Yunche trying to ease their relationship? After Zhang Qingqing slapped her, he gave her 2 sweet dates. Mu Cheng opened the door to receive the aluminum lunchbox, thanked the waiter again, and closed the door while the waiter gave her a knowing look. On the other side, Gu Yunche heard that Mu Cheng had received the late-night snack, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but it quickly vanished. Why did he bring late-night snacks to Mu Cheng? Was it really just because he couldn't bear to see her nibbling on steamed buns? Gu Yunche didn't want to think too deeply. He probably wanted to ease the relationship with Mu Cheng. After all, they would have to interact in the future, and he was afraid that he would treat Mu Cheng differently, causing his mother to blame him for being inconsiderate. Mu Cheng ate 2 dumplings and lay on her bed staring at the ceiling, reflecting on her interactions with Gu Yunche, becoming more alert as she thought. Gu Yunche was a fair and attentive person, born into a well-educated family, living a privileged life, kind-hearted, and even felt pity for someone like Mu Guing, who had a tarnished reputation. He was simply feeling sorry for her. With this thought, Mu Cheng yawned, turned over, and hugged her blanket to sleep. The next day, Mu Cheng went out to buy breakfast and knocked on Gu Yunche's door. When he opened the door, he saw Mu Cheng with a sweet smile, saying, Brother Gu, I bought you fried dough sticks, soy milk, and tea eggs. Thank you for the late-night snack last night. It's a mutual exchange, to avoid following the original plot. Mu Cheng felt it necessary to build good relations with the important male and female supporting characters from the Gu family. She didn't want to die on a smuggling boat again. Yunche coughed lightly, placing his fist to his lips. I brought you late-night snacks yesterday because I was worried you'd go back and complain to my mom that I treated you poorly. Don't think too much about it. What a coincidence. Mu Cheng also feared that Yunche would tell his mother that she was trying to seduce him and lying to him, which is why she brought him breakfast in return. She awkwardly smiled. I didn't think too much. You treated me to late-night snacks, so I'm treating you to breakfast. Yunche took the breakfast, gazing at it for a moment. Little Mu, do you think you have money now? Mu Cheng thought Yunche must be a reincarnated polar bear. Otherwise, how could he freeze others in the icy wilderness with just a few words? She didn't want to argue with him. I know what you're going to say. Money, I'll spend it wisely. Yunche nodded dismissively, holding the breakfast as he turned to go inside, then turned back to ask her, have you eaten? He caught a faint minty scent from her mouth. The smell of toothpaste. She hadn't had breakfast at all. Mu Cheng hadn't eaten breakfast. She had been consuming too many carbohydrates lately, so she was lightly fasting. She nodded, I've eaten. Yunche frowned, glancing at the breakfast in his hand, and sighed subtly, as if he had to teach an inconsiderate child. After delivering the breakfast, Mu Cheng felt everything was settled. She borrowed a map of the provincial capital from the waiter, secretly went upstairs, but was caught red-handed by Yunche waiting at the door. Yunche glanced at the newspaper in Mu Cheng's hand. He teased, are you taking all that newspaper to my house to paste on the walls? Mu Cheng's cheeks flushed as she stammered an explanation. I just wanted to see the characters I recognize. She didn't want to create further conflicts with Yunche over this, so she smiled and changed the topic. Brother Gu, do you need something from me? Yunche handed her the eggs and fried dough sticks. Not eating breakfast is bad for your health. There is no need to save on things you shouldn't eat. Mu Cheng felt that Yunche was somewhat baffling. Did he really think she only bought one portion of breakfast to give to him to save money? Heaven could testify she was not trying to save money. She was trying to lose weight. The eggs were fine, but one fried dough stick had about 270 to 290 calories. How could she think eating fried dough sticks was a good idea? Living a disciplined life and controlling her weight were essential for Mu Cheng. She didn't want to indulge herself here. What if one day a storm came and she returned to her original time? A fat female anchor would be sabotaging her own career and clearing the way for her competitors. Could she do that? Clearly, Yunche misunderstood her, thinking she was torturing herself and tightening her belt around him. Just as Mu Cheng was about to say she wasn't hungry, Yunche said, don't ask me how I know you didn't have breakfast. Just eat this first. If it's not enough, I'll go buy you more. Mu Cheng. 2 fried dough sticks contain over 500 calories. Even walking around the city wouldn't burn those calories off, right? She took the breakfast and hurriedly said, that's enough. I didn't eat, mainly because I'm not hungry. Yunche took the newspaper from her hand. Which character do you want to learn? I can teach you. No need for that. Mu Cheng wanted to grab the newspaper back, but found it was held high by Yunche, and she couldn't reach it. Yunche looked at her mischievously. Are you being honest? Mu Cheng felt that Yunche's calm and deep gaze could see through everything. As a low-level little fox, she couldn't compete with a big polar bear. She would either be frozen to death or slapped to death. She opened the door. I want to go to the friendship store to buy a couple of decent clothes. After all, I'm going to the capital, and I don't want to embarrass you and Aunt Gu by dressing too poorly. Yunche paused, flipping open the newspaper to reveal the stiff paper map inside. Can you read the map? Mu Cheng thought. The north is up, the south is down. The west is left, the east is right. Latitude and longitude, scale size, color symbols. She understood the construction location conditions of the airport. But could she say that? She looked at Yunche with admiration in her eyes. I don't understand. Brother Gu, do you understand? Yunche felt somewhat at a loss under Mu Cheng's admiring and infatuated gaze. Her eyes shot at him like high-frequency electric currents, making his scalp tingle. Chapter 30. Riding a bike to buy her new clothes facing Mu Cheng's enthusiastic gaze, Yun's ears turned red. He said in a low voice, of course I can read the map. Oh my. The big polar bear is actually shy. His ears are red. Mu Cheng thought to herself as she pushed the door open. Brother Gu, can you help me find the way to the friendship store? Yun sat there looking at the map while Mu Cheng tore at a fried dough stick eating slowly, her eyes wandering over Gu Yun as if circling him twice. Suddenly, Gu Yun looked up at Mu Cheng, who was peeling an egg. He noticed her slender fingers skillfully peeling the eggshell, and as each piece broke away, it gave off a beautiful feeling. Gu Yun cleared his throat twice. The friendship store is in the north of the city. It's a bit far from here. You need to transfer once by bus. Mu Cheng bit into her egg, showing a hint of impatience on her face. She was nostalgically recalling her BMW X3, her subway pass, her bus card, her ride-hailing app, and, at the very least, her share bicycle. But right now, a bicycle was one of the 3 essential items for marriage, and it wasn't something that could just be had. When Gu Yun raised his eyes, Mu Cheng immediately managed her expression, hiding her feelings of nostalgia for the past. She put on a confused look and asked, "Then how do I get there?" Gu Yun pointed at the map. "Can you ride a bicycle?" Mu Cheng thought to herself that aside from not being able to fly a plane or take the subway, she could ride a car, a balance bike, a motorcycle, an electric bike, a pedal bike, and even a tricycle. But she honestly shook her head, no. Gu Yun frowned slightly and smiled helplessly. "You can ride a donkey cart, right?" Mu Cheng. This she really couldn't. Gu Yun couldn't help but laugh at Mu Cheng's indescribable expression. He stood up. "I'll borrow a bicycle to take you there. We'll ride through the back road. It's the closest route." Shouldn't he be at the hospital accompanying by Lin? Why was the plot going off track? Mu Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. Gu Yun looked at Mu Cheng, who was in a daze, and raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Afraid I'll drop you?" "How could that be?" "I'm afraid of delaying your business." Mu Cheng awkwardly smiled and waved her hand, quickly following him. Gu Yun borrowed the bicycle from the deputy director of the guest house, which had a soft crocheted cushion on the back seat because the deputy director had a 9-year-old daughter in elementary school. Gu Yun steadied the bike and gestured for Mu Cheng to sit on. "Don't worry, you won't fall." Mu Cheng wasn't afraid of falling. She just felt that the scene of the male and female leads riding a bike under the trees in those old youth idol dramas shouldn't happen between her and Gu Yun, but rather between him and Bai Lin. When Gu Yun learned about Mu Cheng's character in Gucheng village, he heard the most about how she loved to take advantage, was delicate and afraid of pain, and loved to show off. It was evident now that she was indeed very delicate. He snorted. "Are you getting on or not?" "Sure." Mu Cheng walked over and sat on the back seat of the bike. Gu Yun's long legs steadied the bike, and he pushed off, riding smoothly. Today, Gu Yun was wearing a white shirt, iron gray pants, and black leather shoes, looking elegant and refined, while Mu Cheng was filled with the faint scent of laundry detergent. She stared at Gu Yun's broad shoulders, unable to help but smile. She remembered many moments in college when she would wear Bluetooth headphones and curl up in bed watching unmentionable shows, where a few male leads really matched her aesthetic. Just like Gu Yun, looking slim in clothes but muscular without them. Suddenly, there was a sharp break, and Mu Cheng's face slammed into Gu Yun's back. Gu Yun felt a sudden soft impact on his lower back. He turned to look at Mu Cheng, who was rubbing her nose, tears welling in her eyes, indicating that his spine had made her nose sore. The soft, teary-eyed Mu Cheng looked like a pitiful little fox, her usual cunning replaced with a touch of cuteness. Gu Yun smiled faintly. "The back road isn't like the main road. It's bumpy. Hold on tight." He glanced at Mu Cheng's aggrieved expression and immediately guessed that what was hard was her nasal bone, and what was soft was. Mu Cheng pouted, wanting to say that Gu Yun couldn't even ride a bike properly, but his sincere yet amused expression made her unable to speak up, so she just mumbled an. She gripped the handlebars in front of the seat, her gaze landing on Gu Yun's slim waist. She missed the male stars from her era who had double-door refrigerators, along with their variety shows that were both relaxing and funny, while life here felt quite dull. Upon arriving at the friendship store, it was as if Mu Cheng had opened a new world. The fashion in the 1980s was something she could easily carry off. Gu Yun didn't understand how girls dressed and hesitated for a moment before catching up with Mu Cheng. He looked down and said, "I only know that girls in the capital like to wear skirts in summer." Sure enough, a typical male statement. Did girls not wear skirts in summer and wear long pants instead? Mu Cheng thought this, but still smiled brightly. Gu Yun smiled and reminded Mu Cheng, "The money from Zhang Qingqing hasn't been given to you yet, and the village chief's money isn't enough. I'll buy you a skirt." Mu Cheng paused. Did Gu Yun not know what it meant to accompany a girl to shop for clothes? This wasn't just about having money or not. This was an important part of the prelude to romance, a trilogy of dining, shopping, and watching movies. Guyun's clear yet profound gaze revealed his intentions. Your money isn't enough. Brother Gu, consider a loan from you. I'll pay you back when I have the money. Mu Cheng said seriously, not wanting to owe Guyun too much. According to the original plot, she wouldn't be well received when she arrived at the Gu family, and she might not change the storyline even if she tried to please them. Therefore, there was no need for her to owe money or favors. Guyun nodded slightly. Okay. The man, who was sparing with words, dispelled Mu Cheng's worries with just one word. She realized she had overthought it. He genuinely thought she didn't have enough money. Guyun followed Mu Cheng, weaving through the counters. Mu Cheng first spent 21 yuan at the leather shoe counter to buy a pair of white low-heeled shoes, similar to Mary Jane's, with a strap in the middle, and then bought a white and goose-yellow fabric hairband at the small goods counter. Guyun thought Mu Cheng had a strong opinion when buying things. She would try on and wear them without asking for anyone else's opinion, and then she would just buy them. Mu Cheng's eyes scanned around until she spotted a purple and yellow plaid skirt. She pointed to the skirt and said to the salesperson, "Excuse me, could you please get this skirt for me to try on?" This skirt had been in stock for over half a month without any interest. The salesperson awkwardly brought it to Mu Cheng. "Little comrade, this skirt hasn't been wanted, and we're planning to return it. Would you like to see this year's trendy red and white checker dress instead?" Mu Cheng thought the red and white checker dress looked like a tablecloth from a vintage Western restaurant wrapped around her. She shook her head. "No, I want to try this one. And could you also get me that goose yellow short sleeve shirt with a round collar?" What kind of pairing was a light purple skirt with a yellow short sleeve shirt? Guyun raised an eyebrow in confusion as he looked at Mu Cheng. Chapter 31. The retro beauty of the forest style. The salesperson at the friendship store took one look at Mu Cheng and guessed she was from the countryside. The girl insisted on pairing yellow with purple. What could she do? She took the clothes off the rack and handed them to Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng went to the fitting room. It was a weekday, and the store wasn't crowded. The salesperson leaned on the counter, waiting for Mu Cheng to come out in the new outfit. She teased Yunche, who was handsome and charming, saying, "This comrade, your partner shopping for clothes, is quite interesting." Yunche paused for a moment and quickly explained, "She's not my partner. She's my sister." The salesperson coughed awkwardly, thinking he was with a girlfriend from the countryside, but it turned out to be his sister. A partner could be picky, but how could he be dismissive of his own sister? She had just felt sympathy for Yunche, but now she thought his sister had poor taste in clothes. At that moment, Mu Cheng walked out. She had put on the leather shoes she bought earlier, let her hair down from ponytail, and wore a purple dress with a light yellow shirt. Both Yunche and the salesperson were taken aback. The clash of colors made Mu Cheng's skin appear even whiter, almost glowing. With red lips and white teeth, she looked stunning, like a star from a calendar. Mu Cheng turned slightly and asked hesitantly, "Does it look bad?" Yunche pressed his lips together and nodded. "It looks good, really good." The salesperson seemed to have opened the door to a new world. She quickly called her colleagues. "Hey, come look. With this combination, this girl looks like a fairy." The few customers in the store were drawn over, surrounding Mu Cheng and wanted to try on the clothes she wore. The salesperson brought out the remaining pieces for them to try. Mu Cheng smiled, thinking this classic purple and yellow combination was a popular trend for 2024, focusing on a pure, forest-style, Hong Kong vibe, which had been a hit in her live stream. Before long, when Mu Cheng appeared alongside other female customers dressed similarly, the difference was stark. This style only suited Mu Cheng's fair skin. Even in ordinary clothes, Mu Cheng's natural beauty was hard to conceal. A little dressing up made her look celestial, while others couldn't compare. Yunche watched Mu Cheng as she picked out a second outfit, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth that quickly faded. He scolded himself for being someone who was drawn to beauty. It was a bit ridiculous. His family's criteria for choosing a partner were shared interests, equivalent education, and good character. As for looks, the Gu family didn't place much importance on that. His parents preferred girls who were suitable for family life. Mu Cheng didn't meet any of those criteria. Could he really have inappropriate thoughts just because she was pretty? No way. Not to mention his family. He wanted to devote his limited youth to the army, tactical challenges, and the new recruits in his unit. Yunche turned and softly said to Mu Cheng, "I'll wait for you over there. When you're done shopping, I'll pay." Mu Cheng nodded obediently. Men, there's no man who dislikes shopping. No matter the era, she understood that very well. Mu Cheng picked out a white dress with black polka dots, with longer sleeves that she could add pleats to for a French style. She also chose a standard white shirt and bought a pair of deep blue straight-leg pants 2 sizes larger, asking the salesperson to take in the waist with a sewing machine to fit her size, turning them into wide-leg pants. The salesperson was amazed, saying Mu Cheng had a natural talent for fashion. She was a born clothes rack. Mu Cheng thought to herself that she was a walking clothes hanger, especially in her live streams. After Yunche paid, he led Mu Cheng out. He asked, puzzled, why aren't you wearing the new clothes? I want to keep it low-key. After all, I have a large sum of money to collect in the afternoon. It's better to maintain my original style. Mu Cheng was so perceptive. Low-key? Yunche smirked. You know quite a few words, and you use them well. The village secretary taught you well. Mu Cheng changed the subject. I'll treat you to ice cream. Wait for me. She handed her purchased clothes to Yunche and went to buy ice cream. Yunche frowned slightly, pondering, Mu Cheng, how many secrets are you hiding? What are you trying to conceal? Acting low-key. Mu Cheng boldly bought 2 creamy ice creams and handed one to Yunche. She took a bite, feeling the cool sweetness. Yunche smirked again and asked, why did you buy the most expensive shoes? A pair of shoes costing over 20 yuan was equivalent to a laborer's half-month salary. It was quite extravagant. Mu Cheng pouted. A good pair of shoes can lead a person down a flowery path. A path covered in flowers. Yunche was left speechless. The reason Mu Cheng bought a good pair of shoes was that the fabrics of clothes in this era lacked quality, mostly made of cotton and linen. A good pair of leather shoes elevated her entire look. In the future, they would be very useful, but she couldn't explain that to Yunche. Mu Cheng ate her ice cream with a satisfaction that resembled a child's. Yunche's gaze softened yet remained curious as he casually asked, you can't get ice cream in Gucheng village, right? Mu Cheng sensed he was probing her, but maintained a calm demeanor. You can buy it when you go to the town. Occasionally, it can satisfy a craving. Yunche raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Well, you really must crave it, considering it's over 10 kilometers from Gucheng village to the town. Playing dumb, Mu Cheng pretended not to hear and called to Yunche, Brother Gu. I have something to do this afternoon. Let us head back. She and T collected the money and supplies from Zhang Qingqing's house yet. Wasn't she eager to return? Yunche held the ice cream in his hand and said, all right, I'll finish this and then we'll go. Mu Cheng followed Yunche to the shade of a tree, shielding her eyes from the sun with her hand, casting a resentful glance at the bright, sunny sky. Yunche was confused. The weather is nice today. Don't you like it? I don't have sunscreen, a sunshade, or sun protective clothing, without a hat or mask. I'm always worried about getting sunspots. What is good about that? Mu Cheng shook her head. It's a bit sunny. She took another lick of her ice cream and said, Brother Gu, I spent a total of 74 yuan on clothes. I'll pay you back this afternoon. Yunche hadn't expected Mu Cheng to be so sensible, always keeping track of how much she owed him. He said seriously, it's more than a day's journey from here to the capital. Keep your supplies safe, and it's best to keep money in the bank. It's safer. Bank savings require identification, and she didn't have a household registration. Yunche added, you can use my officer ID to deposit it. If you need it, I'll withdraw it for you. Once your household registration is sorted, you can transfer it to your name. His thoughtful and careful approach left Mu Cheng with no reason to refuse. Thinking of this, she smiled at Yunche even more brightly, sweetly, like the gentle rain in Jiangnan, silently nurturing everything, falling into his heart, tickling and softening it, comforting and enchanting. Yunche stared at Mu Cheng in the shade. He stared blankly for a moment before looking down at his ice cream, eating quickly, making Mu Cheng feel like his ice cream was almost burning his mouth, leaving him restless. Chapter 32, he always thinks of the beyond. Mu Cheng glanced at the pedestrians and found a reason. Yunche was indeed eye-catching, with too many girls looking at him. On the way back, Mu Cheng sat in the back seat holding the clothes she had bought. Riding the bike, Yunche's white shirt was filled with the cool summer breeze, and the fabric occasionally stuck to Mu Cheng's cheek as the wind blew. She touched her cheek, feeling a bit hot, and thought of the main characters in the movie Under the Hawthorn Tree. Mu Cheng smiled slightly and murmured to herself, TSK. I didn't expect that being alone with him could really make me think about love. Love brain is great, but I hope it doesn't last. Yunche frowned. He didn't understand what love brain meant, but he understood what love was. His ears turned slightly pink, and he pedaled faster. Mu Cheng glanced back at the bike, but she didn't see any dogs chasing them. When they arrived at the guest house, Yunche went to return the bike while Mu Cheng went back to her room. Her cloth shoes had thin soles, and after walking a lot, her feet began to hurt. She poured hot water into the basin and adjusted the temperature. Mu Cheng took off her shoes and socks to soak her feet, leaning back on the bed and stretching lazily. So comfortable. She glanced at the cloth shoes that needed to be changed. Perhaps because of the thin soles, Mu Cheng had even put insoles in them. But why were the insoles so puffy? As Mu Cheng bent down to pick up her shoes, she heard someone knock on the door. During the day, she hadn't locked it. Come in. The door's unlocked. In walked Yunche, holding an aluminum lunchbox. He had gone to the state-run restaurant to pack lunch for her. Feeling embarrassed, Mu Cheng gestured for Yunche to sit first. Brother Gu, I'm tired from walking. I'm just soaking my feet. Yunche's gaze fell on the red enamel basin, and he saw Mu Cheng's fair feet in the water. Her toes were slender, with rounded nails dyed a light pink from the impatience flower, looking very delicate and charming. He was momentarily stunned and quickly walked to the table to put down the lunchbox before leaving. Watching Yunche leave in a hurry, Mu Cheng felt a bit confused. She hadn't provoked him, so why was he acting like this? Yunche returned to his room, holding his forehead as he sat at the table. He felt more and more out of control, constantly seeing things he shouldn't, and sometimes even fantasizing about Mu Cheng, to the point of dreaming about her at night. Only a rogue would have thoughts about a young girl. But Yunche didn't expect he was also a man who could be swayed by beauty, feeling unable to articulate his thoughts. He felt like Mu Cheng was driving him crazy. He stretched his pants and did 100 push-ups on the floor in one go. After sweating profusely, he finally felt calm. In the afternoon, Zhang Qingqing came with her father, Zhang Qinghua, bringing 1,000 yuan in cash and the agreed-upon large-denomination material tickets. Mu Cheng signed the agreement in the presence of the police officer. However, Mu Cheng told Yunche that she couldn't write, and she jokingly asked the police officer, "Can I just use my fingerprint?" The officer replied, "You need to sign your name first, then use your fingerprint." Mu Cheng was in a dilemma. She could write her name with her eyes closed, but to fit with Mu Cheng's original character, she absolutely couldn't write it out. Yunche bent down to write for her, but the police officer interjected, "You're not a direct relative, right? It's better if you guide her to write." Yunche looked at Mu Cheng anxiously. Mu Cheng nodded. To expedite the process, she thought gender differences meant nothing. She even comforted Yunche, "You're my brother. It's only right for you to teach me how to write my name." Yunche's eyes flashed with a mix of helplessness and shyness as he held Mu Cheng's hand, writing the two characters for her name. Her hand was soft and delicate, long and smooth, resembling the descriptions of hands in ancient writings. As soon as Yunche finished writing, he immediately pulled back. This scene caught Zhang Qingqing's attention. She glanced at the new clothes on Mu Cheng's bed and tightened her grip. After Mu Cheng pressed her thumb into the ink pad, she proudly placed her fingerprint next to her name. When Zhang Qinghua saw Mu Cheng receive the cash and material tickets, his gaze towards her was filled with undisguised disgust and malice. Yunche noticed and frowned coldly. "Director Zhang, you seem quite unhappy about this?" He stood tall and imposing in front of Zhang Qinghua, who nodded and bowed, saying no. Zhang Qingqing realized that Yunche was siding with Mu Cheng. She pulled Zhang Qinghua aside and turned back to Mu Cheng, saying fiercely, "We'll see about this." Mu Cheng rolled her eyes and watched the two leave. After they were gone, she counted out 100 yuan in bills to give to Yunche. One was to repay him, and the other was to share the food expenses from the past few days. Yunche refused, but Mu Cheng insisted. She really didn't want to owe him a favor. In the end, Yunche couldn't argue and accepted 5 10 yuan bills. "I'll take 50 yuan. You keep 50 for expenses. As for the 20 or so yuan, consider it a gift for those shoes you wore out." Hearing Yunche, who usually spoke little, say this made Mu Cheng's heart warm. She quickly replied, "Brother Gu, then I want to treat you to dinner tonight. You can't say no?" Yunche nodded slightly. "Okay." Mu Cheng smiled and extended her fist in front of Yunche. He stared at her hand blankly, then mimicked her and made a fist to bump hers. She sweetly smiled. It's a deal. Whoever doesn't come is a little dog. Yunche chuckled, murmuring softly, you really are a child. He then went to the bank, deposited 900 yuan into his savings account, and returned to give Mu Cheng the cash before heading to the hospital to visit Bai Lin. Bai Lin sat on the bed, reflecting on what Zhang Qingqing had said. She mentioned many differences between Yunche and Mu Cheng, and she also said that Yunche had bought a lot of clothes for Mu Cheng. Wiping away a tear, she looked up just as Yunche walked in. He frowned. Bai Lin, why are you crying? Bai Lin turned her head to wipe her tears. It's nothing. I just miss my parents. Yunche was slightly taken aback. He remembered that today was May 21st, the day Bai Lin's mother learned of her father's death and took her own life. It was her mother's death anniversary. Bai Lin guessed that Yunche had gone shopping with Mu Cheng, and he had forgotten that today was her mother's death anniversary. A flash of resentment crossed her eyes. She raised her gaze and smiled lightly. Brother Yunche, what have you been busy with today? Yunche's expression became a bit unnatural. He tightened his jaw, pondering for a moment before answering honestly. Mu Cheng didn't have any clothes to wear, so I went with her to buy some and then accompanied her to sign the agreement with your uncle. Bai Lin's forced smile was heart-wrenching. She nodded understandingly. It's a big deal for Mu Cheng. My mother has been gone for so many years. Bai Lin, Yunche said solemnly, I'm sorry. I'll accompany you to pay respects to your mother now. Yunche was not an ungrateful person, although his father had always spoken vaguely about Bai Lin's father's death. He sensed that Bai Lin's father had sacrificed himself to protect his father. Over the years, he had provided Bai Lin with much more support than he had for Mu Cheng, and his father had repeatedly reminded him to take good care of Bai Lin. Bai Lin smiled through her tears, playfully chiding, Brother Yunche, you're so good to me. Is that so? If it were true, he wouldn't have forgotten that today was Bai Lin's mother's death anniversary. Yunche felt a wave of guilt. You change your clothes, and I'll go buy offerings. Seeing Yunche leave in a hurry, filled with guilt, Bai Lin's smile gradually returned. Hatred for Mu Cheng surged within her. How could a countryside girl like Mu Cheng, who was inferior in every way to her, monopolize Yunche? In the evening, Mu Cheng put on the new dress she had bought, changing into a good mood as she went to the state-run restaurant to wait for Yunche. Chapter 33, She would stand up. Mu Cheng looked at the menu and ordered 4 dishes: stir-fried mixed vegetables, braised pig schrotters, red braised pork, and smashed cucumber, 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. The 2 of them had a bumpy journey, but she had to admit that Yunche was very nice and took good care of her. So it was perfectly normal for her to treat him to a meal. When it was meal time, the state-run restaurant gradually filled with customers. Mu Cheng's appearance and outfit were quite eye-catching as she quietly sat there drinking tea while waiting for Yunche. Inside the restaurant, the men's eyes were glued to her, but she occasionally raised her eyes to look at the door. Yet no sign of Yunche appeared no matter how long she waited. The waiter came over and asked, Comrade, when will your dishes be served? Mu Cheng glanced at the dark night. She asked the waiter, what time is it now? It's 7:43. The waiter seemed a bit impatient. Is the person you're waiting for coming or not? We've turned over several tables already, and your dishes haven't even been cooked yet. Mu Cheng knew that Yunche probably wouldn't come. His words were not credible, and although he was technically saving her money, she still felt a bit disappointed. Mu Cheng, who had been stood up by Yunche, smiled bitterly. Wake up, he doesn't eat big meals. What is there to be disappointed about? Just consider it's saving money. The waiter looked confused. 1 tomato, scrambled egg, 1 stir-fried mixed vegetables, and 2 servings of rice to go. Mu Cheng added, I have a train tomorrow morning, so I'll return the lunchbox to you. If I'm late, the staff at the guest house will bring it over. The waiter noted down the dishes and went to the kitchen. Once the food was ready, Mu Cheng paid and took the lunchbox back to the guest house. She asked the service staff in the guardroom, Has Commander Gu returned? The staff shook their head. No. Didn't he go out together? Mu Cheng guessed that Yunche was probably with Bai Lin. She placed the square box on the counter. Please give this to him when he comes back. The staff smiled and took the lunchbox. She cheerfully said, Little Mu, your dress is really beautiful. Our colleagues at the guest house praised you for a long time after you left. Mu Cheng smiled lightly. Then the staff said, Chi Hung has been given a serious demerit. He has been transferred to the guest house in the lower city. Mu Cheng paused for a moment and then went upstairs. At night, she listened for a long time and didn't hear any sound from the next room. Mu Cheng laughed at herself. The only one who could keep the upright, dignified, self-disciplined Gu Yunche overnight was probably Bai Lin. What was she still waiting for? Mu Cheng covered herself with the blanket and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the staff who got off work returned the lunchbox to Mu Cheng. She looked evasive and uncomfortable. That little Mu, Commander Gu didn't come back last night. Mu Cheng took the lunchbox and saw the staff's curious gaze. An active duty officer not returning overnight always gave a bad impression. Mu Cheng pursed her lips and explained. We're leaving today. Brother Gu helped Sister Bai Lin pack her things yesterday, and he stayed at Director Zhang's house. He told me it was my forgetfulness. The staff believed her. After all, how could the Honorable Commander Gu not return overnight for something bad? Mu Cheng took the lunchbox, emptied the food, and after cleaning it, returned it to the state-run restaurant. As soon as she entered, she saw Gu Yunche having breakfast with Bai Lin. The morning sunlight poured through the restaurant window, illuminating the two of them. Their smiles and laughter made their expressions particularly gentle, harmonious like a painting. The waiter, seeing Mu Cheng coming to return the lunchbox, greeted her warmly. Hey, comrade, you're here to return the lunchbox, right? Gu Yunche and Bai Lin turned to look at Mu Cheng in unison. For some reason, Mu Cheng suddenly felt awkward appearing there. It was an inner awkwardness. As the third party who disrupted the childhood sweetheart relationship in the original book, it was quite presumptuous for her to interrupt the date between the male and female leads. Mu Cheng waved her hand and casually greeted them. What a coincidence. Gu Yunche slowly stood up. He had promised Mu Cheng to accompany her to the state-run restaurant for a meal. However, Bai Lin had fainted after returning from the cemetery, and he stayed at the hospital to take care of Bai Lin all night. Since Bai Lin didn't want to delay their return to the capital today, he had to accompany her to Zhang's house to pack things and carefully look after her. Mu Cheng, Gu Yunche had called the guest house from the hospital yesterday, but no one answered. Just as he was about to explain, Bai Lin stood up. Sister Mu Cheng, have you had breakfast? Mu Cheng didn't want to have a meal with the two of them. She nodded. I've eaten. Bai Lin saw Gu Yunche frowning and said, yesterday I fainted and Brother Yunche took care of me in a hospital. You don't mind, do you, Sister Mu Cheng? Did it even matter whether she minded? Mu Cheng laughed it off. What do I mind? I'm not related to Brother Gu. Did she mind? She wasn't even someone to Mu Cheng. Gu Yunche's face turned slightly red as he stuttered an explanation. The two spoke almost in unison. Mu Cheng saw Bai Lin covering her mouth and smiling, looking all tender and pleased. How come you both say that? I just said it casually. I didn't mean it like that. Bai Lin's delight was evident. Mu Cheng rolled her eyes and handed the lunch box to the waiter. The waiter smiled and took it, feeling relieved as she said to Mu Cheng, good thing you took your food to go. The person you were waiting for didn't show up before we closed. This was quite awkward, and the matter Mu Cheng didn't want to mention was brought up by the meddling third party. Gu Yunche's face, already gloomy, darkened further upon hearing Mu Cheng's words. He looked apologetically at Mu Cheng, just as she said, I'll return to the guest house to wait for you. After saying that, she turned and left. Mu Cheng pouted and muttered softly, so embarrassing. That waiter was just looking for trouble. Gu Yunche's gaze fell on Mu Cheng as she exited, while Bai Lin's expression had turned dark. Mu Cheng followed Gu Yunche and Bai Lin to the train station. Unlike Bai Lin with her large bags, Mu Cheng only had a small backpack. She was still wearing the outfit she had from ancient city village. Her look striking and her attire simple. Gu Yunche helped Bai Lin carry her numerous bags, and they walked in front. Mu Cheng followed behind, watching the slightly newer green train than the one she arrived on. In her time, the old green trains were almost extinct, and it was rare to see one again. She glanced over the train cars. Gu Yunche turned around to look for Mu Cheng. Seeing her curious expression, he felt a bit uncomfortable because he hadn't kept his promise to have dinner with Mu Cheng and had made her wait for a long time. However, Mu Cheng didn't look at him at all. He pursed his lips. Mu Cheng, keep up with me. Mu Cheng glanced at the number 6 carriage, smiled lightly. I've arrived. She ignored Gu Yunche and held onto the handrail as she boarded the train, with the attendant helping her. Bai Lin was sweating lightly and noticed Gu Yunche's gloomy expression. Sister Mu Cheng must be angry for ignoring you and me. Yunche collected his thoughts and smiled helplessly. She is just being childish. After saying that, he strode forward. Bai Lin frowned tightly. Mu Cheng was 2 years younger than her, a proper young girl. And she was too attractive for mature men. Yunche was 26 this year, with a very impressive resume, having achieved success in both academics and career. He had enough charm to attract Mu Cheng. A sense of unprecedented crisis swirled in Bai Lin's heart. She hurriedly caught up. Brother Yunche, wait for me. Chapter 34. Why don't you say you're my wife? Yunche moved the luggage onto the train. He got on and reached out to pull Bai Lin. Bai Lin's face turned slightly red. She shyly extended her hand, but saw Yunche retract it again to help stabilize the luggage that was about to fall. Instead, it was the conductor who held Bai Lin's arm and pulled her up. Bai Lin felt uncomfortable in her heart. The shyness on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by disappointment. Yunche found a seat, settled the luggage and Bai Lin, then stood up and said to Bai Lin, "Wait here, I'll go check on Mu Cheng." Bai Lin grabbed Yunche's arm. "Brother Yunche, wait until the train leaves before looking for Mu Cheng. If you go now, the conductor is checking tickets. It'll be troublesome." Yunche was worried that Mu Cheng wouldn't find her bunk, and he wanted to see who was staying in her carriage. If someone was willing to switch bunks, he wanted to move Mu Cheng over. He looked up and saw the conductor coming to check tickets, so he reluctantly sat down. Bai Lin noticed that Yunche wasn't in a good mood today, but didn't know why. She took an apple out of her bag and handed it to Yunche. "Brother Yunche, have an apple." Yunche took the apple but didn't eat it. Instead, he held it in his hand. Bai Lin frowned. She always felt Yunche wanted to give the apple to Mu Cheng. The conductor looked at Yunche's ID and saluted. He smiled and said, "There's a little girl in carriage 6 who is your sister?" Yunche nodded. What's wrong with her? The conductor had come from that carriage to check tickets. He chuckled. Nothing much, just verifying her identity. She said she is going to the capital with her brother and sister-in-law. Her brother is named Yunche, a regiment leader, and her sister-in-law is named Bai Lin. Upon hearing this, Bai Lin's cheeks turned red and shy. Yunche's face darkened. Nonsense. He strode towards carriage 6 to find Mu Cheng. The conductor smirked, took the ID Bai Lin handed him to check. He jokingly said to Bai Lin, "Your husband is quite thin-skinned, but his sister seems to have a lively personality." Bai Lin gently and shyly replied, "He has always been this way." The conductor looked at the empty bunks above, then at his notebook. The person in that bunk canceled their ticket. "Should I move your sister over here? I'll be switching shifts at the next stop, and new passengers coming on board won't be able to switch anymore." Bai Lin's smile became unnatural. She shook her head and stopped. "No, my husband and his sister don't get along well. They always argue when they meet. It's better for them to be apart." The conductor believed her and didn't say more before leaving. On the other side, when Yunche rushed to find Mu Cheng, he discovered she had already taken off her shoes and was leaning against the quilt, watching the crowd outside, looking serene and content. "Mu Cheng, what nonsense are you talking? Who's your brother, and who's your sister-in-law?" Yunche's voice startled Mu Cheng. She turned to look at Yunche, smiling brightly. "Well, now, of course, I say whatever is convenient. Is that so? Then why don't you say you're my wife?" Yunche blurted out, leaving Mu Cheng stunned. She furrowed her brows slightly. "Huh?" Yunche realized he had misspoken. He coughed a few times, fists at his lips. "What I mean is don't talk nonsense. Saying that will cause trouble for Bai Lin." "Trouble for Bai Lin? That must be a happy kind of trouble." Bai Lin is already overjoyed. Mu Cheng didn't want to argue with Yunche about this. She nodded slightly, looking like she had learned her lesson. "I understand. I was wrong." Yunche. He was momentarily at a loss for words. He handed the apple to Mu Cheng. "Here, it's washed." Mu Cheng took it, glanced at the bright red apple. Her habit of eating apples was to peel them. Previously, she found the skin hard and waxy, but this apple didn't have wax. However, she was used to peeling them, and since she hadn't she couldn't eat it. Mu Cheng placed the apple on the table. "I'll eat it later." Yunche looked around at the passengers in her bunk. There were 2 men and 2 women, all wearing glasses, looking scholarly, except for the bunk opposite Mu Cheng, which was still empty. He said solemnly, "When the train starts, I'll come over. You'd better switch to my side." Mu Cheng didn't want to be a third wheel, watching Gu Yunche and Bai Lin being affectionate. She waved her hand. No need, I'm fine here. Gu Yunche stretched his pants leg and sat down on Mu Cheng's bunk. He looked at her with a heavy gaze, which gradually softened. Are you still mad at me? Because I didn't show up last night? Mu Cheng paused for a moment, shaking her head. No, why would you think that? Yeah, why would he think that? Besides, whether Mu Cheng is angry or not has nothing to do with him. Gu Yunche's usually indifferent face showed a hint of stiffness. He was choked by Mu Cheng's words, unable to say anything. He tugged at his shirt collar. At this moment, a tall, handsome man hurriedly approached, carrying a suitcase. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and was dressed quite smartly. Comrade, please let me through. The man spoke slowly, indicating Gu Yunche to move aside so he could put down his luggage. Gu Yunche stood up to help the man lift his luggage onto the rack. The man thanked him, but his gaze fell on Mu Cheng sitting behind. His eyes couldn't hide his delight. A look of astonishment mixed with a hint of possessiveness at seeing a beautiful person. The way the man looked at Mu Cheng wasn't straightforward, but was certainly not innocent. Gu Yunche positioned himself in front of Mu Cheng, not saying a word. Just with a sharp brow and a determined gaze, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the man. The man sat down in the lower bunk opposite Mu Cheng, smiled at her, then lowered his head to read the newspaper he was holding. Mu Cheng also assessed the man in front of her. His demeanor was different from Gu Yunche's masculinity and heroism. The man appeared refined and elegant, with deep brown eyes that were clear and gentle. Long eyelashes gently resting on his eyes, a strong nose, and thin lips. His features together made him hard to look away from. A natural handsome guy, without plastic surgery or adjustments, was undoubtedly pleasing to the eye, and Mu Cheng looked at him with a layer of appreciation. This caught Gu Yunche's eye, and he frowned in displeasure. Before turning back, he said to Mu Cheng, I'll go back and coordinate. You better switch to my side. Mu Cheng thought Gu Yunche was being unreasonable. She was fine in this lower bunk. Why did you have to go to his side? Not waiting for her to refuse or argue, Gu Yunche had already strode back to his side of the carriage. He looked around and found that it was already full. When Bai Lin saw Gu Yunche return, she stood up. Brother Yunche, I asked around. Everyone is couples. The sister above me doesn't want to switch. That older sister had just moved from hard seats, and Bai Lin was afraid she would switch with Mu Cheng. So she deliberately mentioned that her fiancé was being pursued by a rural girl. Her appearance was pitiful, with tears falling, and the content of her complaint made listeners feel sad and sympathetic. Gu Yunche looked at that older sister. She stared blankly at Gu Yunche for a moment, then directly said, What are you looking at? I'm not switching bunks. Gu Yunche. Bai Lin felt guilty, sweating nervously. She comforted Gu Yunche, Brother Yunche. Sit down first. Mu Cheng is not a child. She can take care of herself. Let us wait until someone gets off at the next stop, and then we can coordinate with the new passengers. Gu Yunche nodded, sitting down while recalling the way that man looked at Mu Cheng, his expression turning colder. Bai Lin then took out her math textbook and asked Gu Yunche about a problem. Gu Yunche patiently answered her one by one. On the other side, the man began to carefully assess Mu Cheng through the top of the newspaper. Chapter 35. Changing births, she told a story. In the eyes of the man, the girl had red lips and white teeth, a small and straight nose, and a pair of apricot-shaped eyes that were lively and clear. She was as beautiful as the sun rising amidst clouds, radiant like a lotus blooming in green waves, bright and elegant, charming yet not seductive. The girl was naturally pure and beautiful, making one feel soft and tender at first glance. Mu Cheng noticed the man across from her stealing glances at her. She raised an eyebrow, one brow high and the other low, her expression teasing. Is it beautiful? The man met her gaze, smiling as he put down his newspaper. His lips indeed carried a smile. Beautiful. I was being presumptuous. His voice was quite pleasant, gentle and magnetic, unlike a typical northern man. He tentatively asked, Are you going to the capital for studies? Mu Cheng shook her head. I'm visiting relatives. Was that man just now your relative? The man inquired politely. Making small talk. Mu Cheng nodded, adjusting her blanket as she prepared to lie down and sleep. Although she had traveled here, her habits still belonged to 2024. The man glanced at his watch. It was 4:30 p.m., and the girl was actually preparing to sleep. Sleeping is fine. he could watch her. And Yunche no. On the other side, Yunche was explaining a few problems to Bai Lin. He stood up. You do the rest. I'll go check on Mu Cheng. He resolutely made his way to Mu Cheng's side. Upon reaching carriage 6, he found Mu Cheng already asleep. But the man opposite her was sitting with his legs crossed, staring intently at the sleeping Mu Cheng, his expression not lewd, but rather joyful. The anger that Yunche had been suppressing instantly surged. He walked over and shook Mu Cheng awake. Xiao Mu, wake up. You're coming to sleep on my side. I'll switch berths with you. Mu Cheng, with her sleepy eyes, saw Yunche's lips moving as he spoke. Once she understood what he said, she was somewhat confused. Can't we just stay as is? No, you'll have someone to look after you with Bai Lin. I'm not at ease leaving you here alone. Yunche pulled back Mu Cheng's blanket and took her shoes, helping her put them on. He was always cold and unapproachable at military school and in the team, speaking and acting with meticulousness. When it came to switching berths for Mu Cheng, he was even more decisive. Although Mu Cheng was speechless, seeing Yunche's firm attitude, she had no choice but to compromise. She hugged her small bundle and followed Yunche to carriage 7. She noticed the man opposite her waving at her with a gentle smile. Mu Cheng rolled her eyes at him. She thought this man was a bit frivolous. She didn't know him, so why was he waving? Seeing the man's actions, Yunche's expression darkened. He shot the man a cold glare, his eyes sharp like a thin blade, the deadly stare silently slicing through the air, making one shiver. The man smiled lightly, gazing calmly at Yunche. Mu Cheng felt an electric tension in the air. What was Yunche doing? This was so out of place. Yunche tightened his grip on Mu Cheng's wrist, his voice cold and harsh. Come with me. Bai Lin was waiting for Yunche to come over. Upon seeing him, she stood up smiling, only to see Yunche pulling Mu Cheng along by her wrist. Bai Lin, you and Mu Cheng stay in this carriage. I'll go over there tonight. Bai Lin quickly regained her composure and warmly pulled Mu Cheng over. Sister Mu Cheng, Brother Yunche is worried about you being alone over there. Just stay here with me. Mu Cheng felt her wrist, which Yunche was holding, being pinched. She shook off Bai Lin's hand, pulling her arm, thinking to herself that they were quite in sync, treating her like a fool. Did they take turns to pinch her? She impatiently replied, I was already asleep over there. Why make me come here? Yunche saw that Mu Cheng was completely oblivious to the man opposite her having ill intentions. He coldly scoffed, There's a wolf watching you from across. It's surprising you can still sleep. As for the others, when the older sister in the upper bunk saw Yunche bringing Mu Cheng over, she propped herself up and scrutinized Mu Cheng with disdain. Indeed, she was beautiful. No wonder she could attract such a handsome man. At that moment, she lay back down under her blanket and mocked. What a fox spirit. Fox spirit? Mu Cheng glanced at the woman sleeping in the upper bunk, thinking she was just talking in her sleep. When she looked up, she realized that the passengers were looking at her with contempt. Mu Cheng glanced at Bai Lin's books and notebooks spread out on the table, vaguely sensing that Bai Lin didn't want her to come over and disturb them. Did Bai Lin say anything bad about her to these passengers? Yunche had already made Mu Cheng's bed. Aren't you sleepy? Come over and sleep. Oh, is this the legendary case of someone sending a pillow when you're drowsy? Mu Cheng went over with a playful smile, placing her bag under the pillow, taking off her shoes, lying down, and covering herself with the blanket. But the light here was too bright. She pulled the blanket over her eyes. Yunche sighed helplessly, sitting at the edge of her bed and pulling down her blanket. His tall figure blocked the light from the aisle, wrapping her in shadow. Mu Cheng thought Yunche was acting strangely. Bai Lin, on the other hand, gathered her books and notebooks from the table. Brother Yunche, when we get home, tell me more. Don't disturb Mu Cheng's rest. Yunche nodded, thinking Bai Lin was as sensible as ever. Lying on her side with her back to them, Mu Cheng opened her eyes, secretly cursing the strong scent of green tea. Was she a reincarnation of a green tea spirit? At night, Mu Cheng got up to eat a bun and half a box of luncheon meat. She was about to wash her face and brush her teeth before going back to sleep. But she kept hearing the woman in the upper bunk speaking in a sarcastic tone. The woman was telling a story about a female fox spirit ensnaring an innocent scholar. and how the scholar's fiancé endured humiliation to save him, ultimately perishing alongside the fox spirit. However, as she spoke about the seductive, heart-eating fox spirit, she looked at Mu Cheng. When mentioning the scholar, she glanced at Yunche reading the newspaper, and when discussing the self-sacrificing fiancé, she looked at Bailin. Even a fool like Mu Cheng could tell that this woman was fabricating a story about her. Mu Cheng chuckled lightly, pretending to be engrossed. Hey, miss, in your story, aside from the fox spirit being evil, everyone else is innocent. I want to ask, if the scholar had a firm mind, could he be seduced by the fox? That's the fox's enchantment. The woman shot Mu Cheng a glare. Anyway, there's not a single good fox spirit. They all deserve to die. That's not how it should be said. I have a story too, where the fox is actually a good fox, while the green tea spirits are all wicked and leaking green water. Mu Cheng spoke lightly. She thought to herself that she had read countless novels and watched many movies. Telling stories was her forte. All right. Yunche paused slightly, raising an eyebrow as he looked up from his newspaper at Mu Cheng. Green tea spirit? Mu Cheng showed a sly expression, her smile radiant. It's the 100-year-old green tea tree at the village entrance that turned into a spirit. Its green tea scent is incredibly strong. Smell it, and you'll be sick. Take a sip, and your life will be in danger. Especially you, Brother Gu. Make sure to cherish your life and stay away from green tea. Yunche. He was momentarily stunned, then lowered his head and chuckled. He found Mu Cheng's storytelling quite amusing. She was earnest yet teasing, clever and playful, looking exceptionally adorable. The woman in the upper bunk scoffed, dismissing Mu Cheng's words as nonsense. Mu Cheng paid her no mind. She began to recount the story of Bai Qian and Yi Hua from 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, but replaced the goddess Su Jin with the green tea goddess. The older sister in the upper bunk became fascinated and even offered Mu Cheng some of her homemade sunflower seeds. Girl, I've never heard such a wonderful story before. Have some sunflower seeds. After thanking her, Mu Cheng picked at the seeds, eating while telling her story. More and more people gathered in this carriage, all listening intently. Even Yunche watched Mu Cheng with a leisurely demeanor. Chapter 36, he hugged her. Yunche looked at Mu Cheng, who occasionally smiled and occasionally frowned, clearly captivated by the story she was telling. He noticed that Mu Cheng was getting thirsty from talking. So he stood up and took a can of orange juice from his backpack, opening it and placing it beside her. She sweetly smiled and took a sip of the tangy juice, looking quite pleased. The woman who had been talking about fox spirits had also quieted down, sitting there engrossed in the story. Bai Lin saw that not only was Mu Cheng not being mocked or disliked by the passengers, but she was also the center of attention, making her furious, though she could only pretend to be absorbed in Mu Cheng's nonsensical tale. When it came to the part where the mortal Su jumped off the Yunche platform, Mu Cheng yawned again. She patted her hand covered in sunflower seed shells, knocked on the can, and with a clang, startled those listening intently. Mu Cheng sweetly said, "Want to know what happens next? Please tune in for the next episode." Everyone dispersed now, it's time to sleep. Yunche was taken aback and laughed out loud. He watched Mu Cheng, who was clearly exhausted, mimic the ending of a radio story, looking just like the little fox disciple in disguise as a man, full of whimsy. Everyone was left wanting more. But the conductor also announced that the lights would be turned off soon. Yunche stood up, and as he looked up, saw the man from carriage 6 who had been staring at Mu Cheng come over to listen to her story. The man's eyes behind his glasses carried a light, gentle smile. Mu Cheng noticed him too, just a new loyal listener. She raised an eyebrow, smiling slightly, as a form of greeting. Seeing this, Yunche frowned slightly. He looked at Mu Cheng, his tone serious yet somewhat commanding. "You should wash up and go to sleep. We'll be home by tomorrow afternoon." Upon hearing Yunche's cold voice, Mu Cheng felt he was truly unpredictable. One moment he was good, the next he was bad, and now he seemed to be full of energy. She got up and headed to the washroom at the front. "Can't he say something nice? I'm not one of your soldiers. Why be so fierce?" As she passed by Yunche, Mu Cheng shot him an annoyed glare and even intentionally bumped into his arm, but that bump hurt her bones. Yunche had trained for years, his body full of solid muscle. She had seen the defined muscles on his back, firm and robust, One could imagine that her bump felt like a small egg hitting a large stone, leaving her feeling quite sore. Mu Cheng couldn't steady herself, and Yunche, quick to react, caught her. She instinctively felt a burning large hand wrap around her waist, the palm's temperature high, like a hot iron, making her skin feel warm and giving her goosebumps. She looked up into Yunche's eyes, and he was looking at her too. Their eyes met, and a hint of ambiguous feelings intertwined in their breaths. The noise around her seemed to fade, leaving only the sound of her own heartbeat. Yunche hurriedly withdrew his gaze and steadied Mu Cheng. The train is shaking. Be careful walking. Mu Cheng's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned to leave, I know. Bai Lin, who had witnessed everything, tightly clutched her clothes, feeling as if her throat was blocked with a rag, making her feel uncomfortable all over. She hadn't even held Yunche's hand. Yet Mu Cheng had already hugged him. Bai Lin bit her lip, her face growing paler. Yunche glanced at the man who hadn't returned to his bunk yet, and instructed Bai Lin, she gets motion sickness, you go with her. You two should look out for each other tonight. I'll come check on you. Both girls were on their first long trip, so it was only right for him to take care of them. Bai Lin forced a smile. Okay, I'll go now. The man smirked and turned to walk back. Yunche followed him. Comrade, let us go together. I'm switching bunks with my sister. Sister? The man paused, waiting for Yunche. A glint of coldness flashed in Yunche's eyes. Sure enough, this man was interested in Mu Cheng. Knowing that he and Mu Cheng were siblings, he hurriedly stopped, trying to get closer to his brother-in-law. And Mu Cheng wanted to change her fate. He was worried she would be deceived by this man. Until they reached the capital and brought Mu Cheng and Bai Lin back to the Gu family, he couldn't let his guard down. The man smiled and extended his hand. Comrade, may I ask your surname? Yunche came back to his senses, shook the man's hand. I'm Yunche. And you? The man introduced himself. I'm Qin Yin, here on a business trip. Business trip back. Could this Qin Yin also be from the capital? Yunche curled his thin lips and returned to carriage 6 with Qin Yin. On the other side, while washing her face, Mu Cheng heard Bai Lin's gentle voice coming over. Mu Cheng, do you like brother Yunche? Bai Lin's question came out of nowhere. Mu Cheng was stunned for a moment. Wiping her face dry, what did you say? Bai Lin, under Mu Cheng's scrutinizing gaze, panicked. She had been too angry to ask such a question. Sure enough, Mu Cheng took out a handkerchief to wipe her face. She cleared her throat. Sister Bai Lin, I'm not turning 18 until next month. Don't you think it's a bit excessive to ask me that? Mu Cheng scoffed inwardly, her face innocent while her words were sharp. You like brother Gu? You just asked me that? Does Annie Gu know you have such feelings for her son? Mu Cheng lowered her eyes, counting the implications on her fingers. Sister Bai Lin, you, like me, are going to have your household registration in the Gu family. If you say you like brother Gu now, wouldn't that make the neighbors in the courtyard laugh at the Gu family for raising a daughter-in-law for themselves? This changes the nature of helping the children of martyrs. The Gu family would be ridiculed. She watched as Bai Lin's face turned whiter and whiter, as if she had received a huge shock. Bai Lin came over to grab Mu Cheng's hand, but Mu Cheng dodged. Pretending to be very angry, Mu Cheng started to walk away, leaving a sarcastic remark for Bai Lin. If you like brother Gu, then like him. Don't drag me into this. I don't want to be implicated by you. Bai Lin felt wronged and wanted to cry, quickly following her. Mu Cheng, I didn't mean it like that. Please don't tell Annie Gu and Uncle Gu about what we talked about today. I beg you. Mu Cheng smirked inwardly. After Mu getting married Yunche, Bai Lin had used the same excuse to interpret Mu Cheng's situation in front of Gu's parents, and the neighbors had pointed fingers at her and the Gu family. Unfortunately, Bai Lin and Yunche had made no substantial progress. Otherwise, she would have loved to use this argument in front of Gu's parents. Mu Cheng nodded, ignoring Bai Lin as she went back. The woman sleeping in the upper bunk of Bai Lin lifted the blanket and lay down, but her mind was still pondering the story Mu Cheng told. She got up to ask Mu Cheng, hey little comrade, when Su jumped off the Yunche platform, did she die? Mu Cheng shot a glance at the woman who had been gossiping and mocking her. Not telling you. Go to sleep. The woman huffed in anger and covered herself with the blanket to sleep. Bai Lin waited until Mu Cheng lay down before she herself lay down. But her mind kept replaying the look in Yunche's eyes when he hugged Mu Cheng earlier, a gaze that was gentle and direct, filled with heat. Thinking of this, she tightened her grip on the blanket. In carriage 6, after washing up, Yunche lay down on the bed where Mu Cheng had slept that afternoon. The scent belonging to Mu Cheng filled his nostrils, a faint fragrance of jasmine oil. Chapter 37. Did she steal 50 yuan? Mu Cheng loved beauty. On the day she went to the state-run store, she also bought snowflake cream, clam oil, and hair oil. Mu Cheng's skin was fair, and even without makeup, she was much whiter than other girls. Yunche couldn't help but think of their earlier accidental embrace, and he smiled faintly. Qin Yin felt that Yunche looked like he was infatuated. He let out a sneer and casually asked, "Comrade Gu, what's your sister's name?" Hearing this, Yunche frowned and looked at Qin Yin, who was untangling his shoelaces. "What my sister is called has nothing to do with you." Qin Yin paused in his actions. "Not much, I was just asking. But why do I feel like she isn't your sister?" Yunche felt a prick in his heart. Yes, Mu Cheng had no blood relation to him. She wasn't really his sister at all. Recently, he kept thinking about Mu Cheng. Even just now, he was thinking about what she bought at the state-run store, imagining her graceful and beautiful figure in a yellow and purple dress, thinking of that warm embrace. Yunche wanted to stop his thoughts and hurriedly said, "Her name is Yunran." He mentioned his biological sister's name. Yunran was in her 3rd year at medical school, usually at school or at home, and would hardly encounter this wandering man named Qin Yin. Qin Yin believed him and murmured, "You're really nice to your sister." Yunche stretched his arm and rested his head on his pillow, glancing at the bedboard. He coldly asked, "Comrade Qin, where do you work?" "I work in the foreign trade department of the capital's state-run commercial company, coordinating the allocation of imported televisions to the provincial city," Qin Yin said as he placed his shoes under the bunk. "What about you, Comrade Gu?" Yunche only said, "I also work in the capital." Qin Yin felt that Yunche had hostility towards him, just because he looked at Yunche's sister a bit too openly. His sister was so beautiful. Isn't it natural to look at her a few more times? Yunche was also good-looking. All the women in the carriage were staring at him, so why didn't they notice that his sister was angry? Qin Yin muttered under his breath, "Control freak, dead pervert." Yunche had good hearing. He heard that. He clenched his fists, turning away to suppress his anger, forcing himself not to think about Mu Cheng, not to dream about Mu Cheng, not to have the urge to beat up Qin Yin. At night, Mu Cheng slept deeply, while Bai Lin tossed and turned. The moment Bai Lin thought of Yunche, thought of Mu Cheng's words, and that Mu Cheng would also live in the Gu family in the future. Seeing Yunche daily, Bai Lin became anxious and couldn't sleep. She suddenly sat up. She got up to drink water, but saw Mu Cheng sleeping carefree. Out of anger, she kicked Mu Cheng's cloth shoes away. Bai Lin cursed, "Vixen, worn-out shoes." Her gaze swept, and she saw a lot of banknotes fall out from the sole of Mu Cheng's shoe. Looking around to see no one was watching, she picked up the money and counted it, exactly 100 yuan. When Yunche brought food to Mu Cheng, he mentioned she had no money. Only the 10 yuan given by the village secretary, and then the 50 yuan he left for her as living expenses before going to the bank. He bought a lot of food to prevent Mu Cheng from spending too much, which meant that Mu Cheng had kept the extra 50 yuan without Yunche knowing. So, no one could prove that this extra 50 yuan was Mu Cheng's. At least Yunche couldn't help her prove it. If someone accused Mu Cheng of stealing money, wouldn't she be taken away for questioning? Then Mu Cheng would really not have to settle in the capital and live with the Gu family. Thinking of this, a strange smile crept onto Bai Lin's lips. Mu Cheng slept soundly, as if she had returned to the days of live streaming, fulfilling and profitable. However, in the last 7 days, there had been an unusually high number of returns without reason, making her feel a dull ache in her chest. But the live broadcast room was very noisy, with women's sharp voices making one want to slap them. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap, the woman sobbing. The dream felt too real. Mu Cheng opened her eyes and saw the woman from the upper bunk coming over to pull her. "Get up, you thief." "Oh, in my dream, I can still be bullied by you? Big-chested but brainless." As the words fell, Mu Cheng kicked the woman in the stomach. The woman collapsed on the ground, starting to throw a tantrum. "Conductor, come here, there's an arrogant thief." Mu Cheng rubbed her eyes, realizing that a crowd had gathered around her, with Bai Lin protecting her bed. There was a clear handprint on Bai Lin's face, as if she had been hit. Did that woman from the upper bunk just hit Bai Lin? But why was she shouting that someone was a thief? The awakened crowd began to point and gossip about Mu Cheng. A girl this pretty actually steals money? Really shameless. Yeah, 50 yuan is enough to get her sentenced, right? Isn't she still underage? That makes her a juvenile delinquent. Mu Cheng was astonished, pointing at her nose. Her beautiful eyes were filled with scrutiny as she stared at the crowd. You say I stole money? The woman from the upper bunk got up from the ground, brushed the dust off her pants, and pointed at Mu Cheng's nose, saying to the crowd, "It's her. She stole 50 yuan and hid it in her shoe." She had 50 yuan in her shoe? Mu Cheng recalled washing her feet that day, noticing something bulging under the insole. When she was about to check, Yunche happened to come to find her, and she forgot about it. Could it be that the money under the insole was the private stash of Mu Cheng from the original story? Bai Lin covered her face, standing in front of Mu Cheng. She loudly confronted the woman from the upper bunk. No, that money is Mu Cheng's. She just received 1,000 yuan in compensation. It's her own money. Upon hearing this, Mu Cheng's forehead twitched. Was Bai Lin out of her mind? Why was she bringing up compensation for no reason? Sure enough, as soon as Bai Lin finished speaking, whispers began to spread around. In this era, having 10,000 yuan was as rare as a giant panda. 1,000 yuan was a significant sum. Bai Lin deliberately brought this up at this moment. What good intentions could she have? Whether or not it could attract thieves was another matter. Just the curiosity about the source of this large amount of money would be enough for Mu Cheng to bear. Bai Lin pretended to defend Mu Cheng. She swore the money belongs to Mu Cheng. It was compensation for her almost being harmed. Mu Cheng was furious. She got out of bed, grabbed Bai Lin, and slapped her on the other side of the face. Bai Lin, what nonsense are you talking about? Bai Lin was struck by the slap, her eyes filled with stars. She looked at Mu Cheng with indignation, her expression pitiful. I was trying to help you. Are you sure you're not harming me? Mu Cheng was so angry that her eyes sparkled like washed jade, radiating a terrifying aura. Her lips were pressed into a line, glaring at Bai Lin in anger. Bai Lin covered her face, on the verge of tears. She stammered, "I'll go find Yunche, don't be afraid." As she spoke, Bai Lin pushed through the crowd and went to the 6th carriage. With one less person defending her, the crowd began to point and criticize Mu Cheng again. The woman from the upper bunk relentlessly demanded the crowd to judge. Mu Cheng interrupted the woman's words. "You say I stole your money. Do you have any witnesses? Who saw me steal money? Who can prove that this money is yours?" Suddenly, the carriage fell silent. The woman from the upper bunk bit her lip and recounted how she was awakened by the thief. "I felt someone tugging at me, and when I woke up, I found my bag under the pillow was open. I counted, and I was missing 5 10-yuan notes. I came down to look and saw. The insole of the shoe belonging to the Mu family was not placed properly, revealing a corner of a 10-yuan note." Chapter 38. A full-fledged counterattack, the woman demonstrated the situation and actions of finding money. She held Mu Cheng's shoes, in which she had hidden 50 yuan in each. She turned and spat at Mu Cheng, and as for the money in the other shoe, we would have to ask if there were any other people who had lost money. Human nature has its weaknesses. As soon as the woman finished speaking, someone shouted that it was theirs too, claiming they had also lost 50 yuan. It wasn't just one person saying this. Clearly, they all wanted to take advantage of the situation. Mu Cheng bit her lip and looked coldly at the woman. "When you want to look for the money, I was asleep, right? How do you know no one was trying to frame me?" Mu Cheng's delicate brows were tinged with anger, and she couldn't help but raise her voice. "If I had stolen the money, why wouldn't I keep it on me? Instead, I put it in my shoes and deliberately let you see the edge of the money." As the story was being told, the older sister who had given Mu Cheng's sunflower seeds chimed in. "What kind of stupid thief would do that? When you started yelling, she was still asleep. You woke her up. She doesn't look like someone who's pretending to be asleep. Well, she was acting." The woman was relentless, insisting that Mu Cheng had stolen her money. Mu Cheng's tears were welling in her eyes, but she held them back, sitting on the bed, waiting for the train attendant and police to arrive. "Let them come. Who is afraid of whom?" The woman on the upper bunk sat on Bai Lin's bed, casting a resentful glance at Mu Cheng. What good thing can a girl who almost got ruined and is now flirting with men be? Mu Cheng looked at the mocking gaze from the person across from her, and then at the crowd around them, filled with malicious speculation. The anger she'd been holding in suddenly burst forth. "Watch your mouth. Try saying another word." The woman on the upper bunk was not to be outdone. She chuckled lightly. "Try it. My friend on the lower bunk said you seduced her fiancé, the man who was sitting there listening to your story just now. She's afraid of you, but I'm not." Mu Cheng rushed over, grabbing the upper bunk woman's hair and yanking her back, then slapped her hard. "What she says? You believe? She says you're a stupid pig being used by others. Why don't you believe that?" Mu Cheng scoffed coldly. "When Brother Gu comes over, you can ask him if he is Bai Lin's fiancé." The woman didn't expect such a small girl to dare to hit someone. She opened her mouth to shout again, but Mu Cheng pinched her chin. With a voice tinged with anger, she warned her in a low tone. "However, Bai Lin is right about one thing. I've died once, and I fear nothing. Spreading rumors and slandering is also a crime. You have no evidence to prove I stole the money. So you're just spreading rumors. Anyone who can afford a sleeper train can have their character questioned, but you can't doubt that I've read some law." The woman's previously arrogant demeanor diminished significantly. She muttered a few words and pushed Mu Cheng's hand away. Meanwhile, Bai Lin went to find Yunche, who was still asleep. Bai Lin felt that Yunche's face was flushed, as if he were dreaming of something passionate. When he was in college, Yunche's sleep quality wasn't too good, but after joining the army, due to the increased training intensity, he would collapse in a bed after a day of training. During the break to pick up Mu Cheng and Bai Lin, he had trouble sleeping and was prone to dreaming. After changing beds with Mu Cheng, he lay on the pillow she had used, the faint scent of jasmine enveloping him. It took him a long time to fall asleep again, and the fragrance stirred his thoughts, leading him to dream again. In his dream, he was married to Mu Cheng. Their married life was harmonious, and their couple life was even smoother. He felt a strong urge to return home every week, wanted to stay glued to Mu Cheng during those 2 days. "Brother Yunche, wake up. Something happened to Mu Cheng." Bai Lin urgently called out to Yunche. Groggily, Yunche saw a woman talking to him, but it wasn't Mu Cheng. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and focused. Realizing it was Bai Lin, cold sweat broke out on his forehead from the shock. "Bai Lin, why are you here at night instead of sleeping?" Bai Lin, taken aback by his sudden fierceness, felt tears welling up. She choked out, "Brother Yunche, Mu Cheng was caught stealing money over there." "What? Mu Cheng stole money?" Yunche threw off the blanket and got out of bed, his eyes filled with genuine urgency. This made Bai Lin feel a pang in her heart, and she was relieved that her gamble had paid off. Mu Cheng absolutely could not stay by Yunche's side. If her risky plan succeeded today, she would surely be able to marry Yunche as she wished. In the dark, Qin Yin, who had vaguely heard the commotion, turned over. He seemed to have heard something about someone stealing money. Once a person has been scared of poverty, it's not impossible for them to resort to theft. Qin Yin sighed in the darkness, closing his eyes to avoid being disturbed by trivial matters, pulling the blanket over himself to sleep again. Yunche followed Bai Lin to carriage 7, where the lights were already on, and he could see many people standing in the aisle. He glanced at Bai Lin walking ahead. Her left cheek was red with an obvious handprint. "What happened to your face?" Bai Lin steadied herself. She spoke with a tone of extreme grievance. To defend Mu Cheng, she had been slapped by the woman on the upper bunk, and Mu Cheng didn't appreciate it, even scolding her. Yunche had already experienced Mu Cheng's sharp temperament. He reassured Bai Lin, "Mu Cheng is young. If she is wronged, it's natural for her to be sharp and harsh. You, as her sister, should be more forgiving." Bai Lin's overwhelming possessiveness peaked after Yunche defended Mu Cheng again, permeating every drop of her blood and every cell in her body. She turned to Yunche, her tone calm to the point of indifference. "Brother Yunche, do you really trust Mu Cheng's character that much?" Yunche's expression froze. Did he trust Mu Cheng's character? On the contrary, he should not trust her. Yunche had been manipulated by Mu Cheng and had been coerced into taking her away from Lu Yi's house. It could be said that Mu Cheng's character and handling of matters were far from upright. He had also questioned her character, but that was related to her upbringing. He believed that if Mu Cheng lived with the Gu family or in the capital, her life would get on the right track, but before that, what he could do was to correct her past mistakes and flaws. Thinking of this, Yunche lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Bai Lin breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and told Yunche every detail of how she discovered Mu Cheng stealing money. Upon hearing Bai Lin's description, Yunche's chest filled with anger, like a mine about to explode after the fuse had been cut. He even felt anger toward the Gu family for not bringing Mu Cheng back in time. A sense of guilt for having ruined Mu Cheng long ago surged in his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Bai Lin saw Yunche's expression darken. She added fuel to the fire. When that woman called out to Mu Cheng from the upper bunk, I saw Mu Cheng pretending to be asleep. That money must have been stolen by her. She didn't have time to hide it properly, so she put in her shoes. Yunche looked up at Bai Lin, his expression deep and full of scrutiny. He retorted, "You didn't tell the people present that Mu Cheng should only have 50 yuan on her, right?" Bai Lin hesitated and said nothing. Yunche seized Bai Lin's wrist. "Did you mention anything about the compensation?" Chapter 39. Trust her or doubt her. Facing Yunche's stern questioning, Bai Lin quickly shook her head. She didn't dare to admit it, nor did she want to bring trouble upon herself. "No, I don't want to be righteous and betray my family." Yunche slightly nodded and tried to push past Bai Lin, but she grabbed his sleeve. "Brother Yunche, your identity is special, and I don't want Mu Cheng stain to stick to you. I can choose not to betray my family because I am a student, but you must make choices." Bai Lin pressed her lips tightly together, her expression unusually calm and solemn. She seemed to be worried about him, even though this concern was quite selfish towards Mu Cheng. Yunche's sharp gaze narrowed, and he reached out to pat Bai Lin's shoulder. "I know what I'm doing, so don't speak recklessly." As he pushed through the crowd and appeared in the sleeper compartment, Mu Cheng, with disheveled hair and teary eyes, looked up at him. Her gaze was helpless and pitiful, tugging at his heart. Yunche no longer looked at her, focusing instead on the train attendant and the police officer. "Comrades, this is my distant relative's younger sister. If there's anything, you can talk to me." The two shared what they knew with Yunche. The police officer, seeing that Mu Cheng was still under 18, said earnestly, "This girl is young and is a first-time offender. After we investigate, we can let the local police take her away when we reach the capital." Mu Cheng stubbornly turned her head to glare at the police officer. "I told you I didn't steal her money. Why should I admit to something I didn't do?" Her tone was icy. "If everyone with 50 yuan is a suspect, shouldn't you check everyone? Why am I the only one you're sure about?" The carriage fell silent. After a moment, someone suggested Mu Cheng admit her mistake for self-preservation. Wrongfully accused, tears streamed down Mu Cheng's face. She wiped her tears and said, "I'll say it again. I didn't steal anything. If you want me to admit it, show me the evidence." There was no evidence, but there was a witness. That person was Yunche. Bai Lin looked at Yunche earnestly. She knew that besides the 10 yuan given by the village secretary, the only other money Mu Cheng had was the 50 yuan she kept for herself after receiving a compensation of 1,000 yuan. Now that 100 yuan had been found in her shoes, the other 50 couldn't possibly belong to her. Yunche lowered his eyes, struggling internally, but his expression remained unusually cold. A woman in the upper bunk grabbed Yunche's sleeve. "I heard you were a leader. You wouldn't turn black and white just to protect your sister, would you?" Yunche's face darkened as he looked at Bai Lin and then glanced at Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng's heart trembled. She was afraid Yunche would turn her in. She pleaded, "Brother Gu, I really didn't steal the money. The money in my shoes is what I've saved over the years." Mu Cheng recounted the situation, insisting that the money in her shoes must have been secretly saved by Mu Guiying. Bai Lin was astonished. "Mu Cheng, you don't know where you put your own savings? Why were you so confused when you first saw the money?" Mu Cheng was enraged by Bai Lin's malicious words, her forehead veins popping. She hadn't expected that Bai Lin had started to deal with her for Yunche's sake at this point. Either Bai Lin had been reborn, or she was inherently like this. Bai Lin had never been a good person from the start, just skilled at disguising herself, deceiving the Gu family and Yunche. "Bai Lin, shut up!" Yunche shouted at Bai Lin. Bai Lin's tears fell, looking like a delicate flower wilting in the cold wind, crying pitifully. She sobbed, "Brother Yunche, you've always been so outstanding. I don't want you to be ruined by Mu Cheng." To Yunche, Bai Lin seemed to be reminding him to cut ties decisively. But to outsiders, it sounded like Bai Lin was solidifying the idea that Yunche was willing to protect Mu Cheng at the cost of his future. The train attendant's face darkened. "Captain Gu, don't make the mistake of protecting your sister. If you shield her, our train crew will report you to your unit. Yunche clenched his fists. He said in a deep voice, I came to take Mu Cheng home. She has lived in Gucheng village for nearly 18 years, and she doesn't have to inform me about her private savings. Yunche's gaze turned heavy as he looked at Mu Cheng. I know she has more than 50 yuan, but that doesn't prove the extra money is stolen. Perhaps she just kept some things to herself. Yunche was speaking the truth, but with Bai Lin's earlier remarks, it sounded like Yunche was making excuses for Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng sensed Yunche's defense of her, but this wasn't the steadfast support she wanted. Her heart felt desolate like a barren desert, devoid of life. She didn't know whether to blame Yunche for sticking to his principles or blame herself for not being able to make Yunche believe in her and go against those so-called principles. The carriage was once again filled with voices, and this time, Yunche was also being scolded. Seeing the crowd turn their anger towards Yunche, Bai Lin stepped forward to shield him. What Brother Yunche said is the truth. There's no intention to shield Mu Cheng. There's no silver here. Mu Cheng pulled Bai Lin aside and coldly reprimanded. You better shut up. She turned to the train attendant and the police officer. Brother Gu is telling the truth. He was sent by his parents to pick me up during his leave. We haven't known each other long, so it's reasonable that I wouldn't feel safe telling him about my possessions. Mu Cheng cast a heavy glance at Yunche. If he wanted to protect me, he would have insisted those money were mine. The fact that he didn't means he is telling the truth. Mu Cheng, will never admit to something I didn't do. Mu Cheng's attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, calm and composed, her words resonating. Yunche looked at Mu Cheng with admiration, but she didn't give him a single glance. He frowned, unable to understand her expression. He asked the woman who claimed her money was stolen, You said Mu Cheng stole your money. Do you have any evidence? Moreover, the carriage is dark at night. Are you sure you searched your bunk thoroughly? Everyone exchanged glances. The older sister who had brought sunflower seeds and canned food for Mu Cheng spoke first. The leader and Mu Cheng are right. If everyone with 50 yuan is a suspect, then all suspects should be checked. We can start with me. The train attendant and police officer nodded at each other. All right, check everyone in this carriage. I'll go call 2 female attendants to assist in the search. Hearing this, Mu Cheng bitterly smiled, thinking that now the extra money on her would not just be 50, but 100, as the 50 yuan Yunche had left for her was still in her inner pocket. This way, it was unlikely that another person would point out that she had stolen 50 more, right? Soon, Mu Cheng was taken by 2 female attendants for a search, while the male attendant began to search the bunks. The police officer asked Yunche to step aside. Captain Gu, you should avoid this. After all, it's inappropriate for you to be at the scene of the incident. Yunche nodded, giving Bai Lin a meaningful glance before returning to the 6th carriage with the police officer. He reached the connecting point between 2 carriages, and the female attendants led Mu Cheng back. They spoke mockingly. Captain Gu, your sister is quite good at hiding money. There is still 51 yuan in her clothes. Yunche's expression cracked, his sharp brows slightly raised. Mu Cheng, what? The police officer hasn't convicted me yet, but Brother Gu has already determined I'm a thief? Yunche listened to Mu Cheng's sarcastic words, his anger boiling. He understood this was more beneficial for Mu Cheng to argue that she had saved money without telling him. But it also proved that since Mu Cheng arrived at the provincial train station, she had mocked Bai Lin's false kindness. From the very beginning, she had not spoken a single truth. She had money and wouldn't go hungry or cold. Through Yunche's deep, unfathomable eyes, Mu Cheng knew what he was thinking. Although the reality was not as he imagined, she had long lost the strength to explain. Nor could she explain. Chapter 40 The Truth. My performance fee is expensive. For everyone who was unwilling to believe her and stood firmly by Mu Cheng's side to support her, she could neither wake them nor be bothered to do so. Mu Cheng walked over and pushed aside Yunche. Please make way. The female train attendant thought this little girl had quite a character, like a prickly little hedgehog that stabs whoever she catches. When they first searched her, they were shocked by the girl's delicate, fair skin, and then shocked by her boldness and lack of shyness. She reminded them to search carefully while taking off and putting on her clothes. Yunche turned around in the dim light to watch Mu Cheng walk toward the bright 7th carriage. She didn't look back, walking with utmost confidence. His heart suddenly ached, as if with her departure she had walked away to the ends of the earth. Yunche wanted to follow, but was stopped by the train police. "Captain Gu, please cooperate with our work. Don't worry, we won't wrong your sister." Yunche's indifferent gaze showed some panic, but in the end, he returned to the 6th carriage to wait for the outcome. On the other side, the carriage had basically been searched. Except for Mu Cheng, who was suspected, everyone else was fine. The train attendant looked at Mu Cheng and said, "Now we will search the carriage again carefully if there is still nothing." Mu Cheng sneered, "If I had over 150 yuan in suspicion, why has anyone come out to accuse me of stealing money? With such a big commotion, who would dare to take advantage? If caught lying, that would really be a crime." The woman who lost money started to feel doubtful while rummaging through her bag. Her money bag had indeed been tampered with. It was open, but she only lost 50 yuan, and the remaining 26 yuan was still there. If Mu Cheng had stolen it, she should have taken it all. Not left some for her, right? The train police looked at the 26 yuan cash left in her bag. He frowned. Was the money you lost kept together with this 26 yuan? Hearing this, Bai Lin clenched her fists, and when she looked up, she saw Mu Cheng staring at her unblinkingly. When her gaze met Mu Cheng's sharp eyes, she obediently lowered her eyelashes to cover her guilt and panic. The woman who lost money hesitated in response to the train police's inquiry. I also feel. It's quite strange." Mu Cheng's lips curled into a cold smile. "Comrade police, is it possible that someone discovered I had 100 yuan hidden in my shoes, knowing I should only have 50 yuan, and deliberately stole 50 yuan from the sister to frame me?" Mu Cheng's words stirred up a storm. The woman who lost money looked at Bai Lin, who had woken up first when she was looking for her money. She then recalled Bai Lin saying that Mu Cheng was flirting with her fiancé, Captain Gu. Was Bai Lin using her to harm Mu Cheng? Thinking of this, she pointed at Bai Lin and asked, "Is Captain Gu your fiancé? What nonsense! Hadn't Captain Gu just made it clear? He was on leave to pick up relatives, one named Mu Cheng and the other Bai Lin. What fiancé?" The train police glared at the woman who was talking nonsense. He coldly said, "You better look again." The woman understood in her heart. She glared at Bai Lin hatefully and continued to search for her money. If she found it, that would be fine, but if not, she would definitely speak out her suspicions about Bai Lin. At that moment, the woman discovered 20 yuan on the outside of her bag, which was not her money, and she instinctively looked at Bai Lin. Bai Lin's eyes were glistening with tears, full of pleading. Suddenly, a female train attendant found 5 neatly folded 10 yuan notes in the trash can. She exclaimed, "Found it. This looks like it was mixed in with the sunflower seed shells thrown into the trash." Hearing this, the woman closed the outer part of her bag, accepting Bai Lin's apology for the 20 yuan. After all, this 20 yuan was a large part of her half-month salary and could buy a lot of things. Moreover, since Bai Lin used her, taking a little money was not too much, right? Bai Lin saw that the woman did not speak and felt relieved. She cheerfully said, "I told you, you wrongly accused Mu Cheng." Mu Cheng shot a glare at Bai Lin, coldly scoffing, "You were just a latecomer." Bai Lin came over and grabbed Mu Cheng's hand. "Sister Mu Cheng, what did I do to offend you? How can you say that about me?" Mu Cheng ruthlessly shook off Bai Lin's hand. She walked over to the woman who lost money. "Your money has been found. Don't you think you should give me an explanation?" Mu Cheng looked around. "Those who previously thought I stole money should apologize to me, right?" The carriage fell into an eerie silence. Mu Cheng coldly scoffed. "Is it because I'm poorly dressed and sleeping in the sleeper carriage that I deserve to be suspected?" By saying this, she forced those who had slandered her in the carriage to apologize to her, and soon, apologies began to emerge. Finally, only the woman who lost money remained. She held 50 yuan in her hand, bent down to apologize to Mu Cheng. "I'm sorry, sister, I wronged you. Please forgive me." Mu Cheng crossed her arms, coldly scoffing, "I don't accept your apology. Spreading rumors is illegal." The woman's face turned pale. The woman in the upper bunk spoke up in support. "You were too anxious about losing money, but slandering the sister and ruining her reputation is wrong. You not only have to apologize, but you also have to compensate her." The woman gritted her teeth and took out 20 yuan from her side bag. "I'll give this sister 20 yuan as compensation. Is that okay?" 20 yuan is not a small amount. But Mu Cheng was staring at the place where the woman took her bag. Her eyebrows slightly raised, carrying a hint of mockery. "Sister, you placed this money so carelessly. No wonder you lost money. Mu Cheng looked at Bai Lin, filled with ridicule. Who knows which angel sister gave you this 20 yuan? You probably just found out yourself. Many people didn't understand what the girl meant, except for the woman who lost money and Bai Lin, whose faces turned increasingly ugly. The train attendants intervened, and others also told Mu Cheng that 20 yuan was not a small amount. Mu Cheng thought that making Bai Lin bleed 20 yuan was better than having no punishment at all, so she reluctantly accepted it. After a long night of commotion, people dispersed in small groups once the truth came to light. Although the woman who lost money felt upset, she didn't want to keep harassing Bai Lin in front of everyone, so she held back her anger and went to sleep in the sleeper. Bai Lin, feeling guilty, approached Mu Cheng to ease their relationship, but saw that Mu Cheng had already packed her things. Mu Cheng, it's so late, where you going? Mu Cheng, holding her luggage, smiled mockingly. Oh, I'm going to swap your Yunche brother out, so you won't cause any more trouble. I'd love to play with you, but I'm worried you won't have enough money. Mu Cheng's eyes were cold. The appearance fee for playing along with you isn't low. 20 yuan is a friendship price. If they're SA next time, you might not have enough blood to give. Bai Lin was choked and couldn't say a word. She felt that Mu Cheng spoke so coherently, and Mu Cheng didn't seem like an illiterate at all. She was sweating on her forehead. You've read books. You can recognize characters? Mu Cheng looked at Bai Lin as if she were a fool, her expression indifferent. Hey, Bai Lin, are you going crazy with your obsession? What else are you going to accuse me of? The woman who lost money couldn't stand being used by Bai Lin anymore. She stood up angrily and shouted at Bai Lin, are you still going to sleep? Everyone has been in turmoil all night. Is it fun for you to play tricks? Bai Lin sat on the bed, feeling wronged. She didn't dare to provoke the woman in the upper bunk, as she had leverage over her. Mu Cheng returned to the 7th carriage, and her eyes fell on Yunche, who was standing at the entrance of the 7th carriage. He looked at Mu Cheng with a deep gaze. Mu Cheng, the train police just told me. Chapter 41, is he confessing his concern? Mu Cheng's gaze was cold, devoid of any warmth, as she met Yunche's expectant eyes with indifference. She nodded slightly. The matter was resolved. Sorry, Gugu. I borrowed 20 yuan from Sister Bai Lin as compensation again. Are you very disappointed? Yunche frowned in confusion. What does this have to do with Bai Lin? Mu Cheng knew Yunche would ask this. She briefly explained what had happened. Yunche's brows furrowed tightly, and he already had a suspicion in his heart. He spoke softly. Mu Cheng, you say Bai Lin harmed you. Do you have evidence? I don't have evidence. Tears welled up in Mu Cheng's eyes, making her look pitiful with the tear stains on her face. She said sarcastically, what saddens me is that, just like there is no evidence here, you only choose to believe those you want to believe and never want to trust me. Yunche's heart tightened suddenly, and he grasped Mu Cheng's wrist. Mu Cheng, I do not believe you. If there were evidence, I wouldn't shield Bai Lin. Without evidence, I can't punish her either. I know you're misunderstood, and it makes me uncomfortable too. Mu Cheng shook her head. This isn't a misunderstanding. It's prejudice. She wanted to avoid saying more and try to get past Yunche, but he tightly held her with his large hand. At that moment, the carriage shook and Mu Cheng stumbled towards Yunche. He instinctively caught her and stepped back 2 paces to the door between the 2 compartments. Yunche looked down at Mu Cheng in his shadow and asked gently, are you okay? He continued softly, my identity doesn't allow me to lie, and I can't use my identity to support you and tarnish my group. Do you understand? Yunche was explaining for not defending Mu Cheng thoroughly in the carriage earlier. His voice was low, magnetic, and the warm breath enveloped Mu Cheng, making the hairs on her body stand on end. At this moment, Mu Cheng's sharp tongue faltered. She numbly nodded and then shook her head. Yunche's heart felt even heavier. I do not believe you, and I'm also worried about you. During this time apart, I couldn't sit still. Mu Cheng raised her eyes to meet Yunche's deep gaze, their breaths intertwining. Mu Cheng said coldly, let go. It was only then that Yunche realized he was still holding Mu Cheng's waist. He quickly released her. He stuttered, I didn't mean to you. Get some rest early. Mu Cheng watched as a moving iceberg hurriedly left, feeling perplexed as she returned to her bunk. Qin Yan wanted to ask something, but saw the girl opposite him angrily burying her head under the blanket to sleep. He awkwardly got up to go to the bathroom. As he reached the door, he saw Yunche standing not far away, staring at the girl. Qin Yin said with a smile in his tone. Comrade Gu, are you going to the bathroom too? Do you want to go together? He felt a sense of revenge for when he was driven away by Gu Yunche while listening to the girl tell a story. Now, wasn't Gu Yunche also being driven back by his sister? Gu Yunche shot a glare at Qin Yin, like a black gemstone, and strode away. Bai Lin was sitting on the bunk, waiting for Gu Yunche. She timidly looked at the solemn-faced Gu Yunche and said, Yunche Gu, I didn't harm Mu Cheng. You have to believe me. Gu Yunche coldly glanced at Bai Lin. Her delicate appearance under the moonlit window appeared particularly pale. But he recalled Mu Cheng's words, it's not a misunderstanding, it's prejudice. He lifted the blanket and laid down in the bunk where Mu Cheng had slept, his voice devoid of warmth or tone. It's late. Let's talk tomorrow. Don't disturb others' rest. Bai Lin, already flustered, felt even more anxious. She could hear Gu Yunche's indifference and impatience, so she obediently lay down, forcing herself to fall asleep quickly. However, Gu Yunche couldn't sleep. The words Mu Cheng had said echoed repeatedly in his mind, along with her expression and tone. Each time he thought about it, it felt like his heart was being pricked by needles. Prejudice. When someone has prejudice against another, no matter what that person does, they will always be wrong in the eyes of the other. Did he have prejudice against Mu Cheng? Gu Yunche clearly told Bai Lin not to speak out of turn, but she insisted on interrupting, making them passive. Therefore, he believed Mu Cheng's words about Bai Lin. But Bai's father's death was related to Gu's father, and Bai Lin's mother's unexpected death was also a secret his parents were unwilling to discuss. He knew his parents would never abandon Bai Lin because of Mu Cheng. Ignoring her completely, lost in thought, Gu Yunche gradually fell asleep. In the morning, the frustration from last night made Mu Cheng wake up early. She bought breakfast sold by the train attendant, and after eating, she occasionally glanced at the newspaper of the man opposite her. Qin Yin noticed and handed her the newspaper, saying, you can read it first. Mu Cheng shook her head. I can't read. You're Gu Yunran, right? Qin Yin smiled. Your brother said your name is Gu Yunran. I am Qin Yan. Mu Cheng couldn't understand how Gu Yunche could tell others her name was Gu Yunran. The original Gu Yunran despised Mu Ging, constantly saying that Mu Ging was unworthy of her brother. Gu Yunran had once blurted out, how can my brother, this fresh flower, be planted in your pile of cow dung? Now, her brother's willingness to find Bai Lin, that pile of cow dung, was his own business. Mu Cheng wanted to stay far away from the young lady of the Gu family. Then she thought she was now Gu Yunran, so she could act. I am Gu Yunran. I was wrong for stealing money yesterday. It's quite embarrassing, and I don't want others to know my name. Qin Yin had just learned about what happened last night from other passengers. He asked again, the girl who came to find your brother yesterday is your future sister-in-law? Does she dislike you? Not just dislike. She is full of malice towards me. Mu Cheng took the newspaper to read. Qin Yin noticed the girl was less restrained and admitted she could read. He leaned back against the blanket, his tone gentle. What grade are you in? Senior 3. Once I pass the university entrance exams, I can stay far away from that bad woman. My brother is blind and clueless, with almost zero ability to discern a bad woman. He can't be relied upon. Mu Cheng skimmed through the political section of a newspaper, her eyes shining brightly. Qin Yin looked puzzled. What does discern mean? Mu Cheng asked excitedly. If the negotiations go smoothly, will Hong Kong return? Qin Yin smiled and nodded. Yes, that's the trend. You're still young, but you really know how to grasp the key issues. Muchemis mood instantly brigrotenet. After she traveled here, there were significant deviations from the original book and current events, but the main historical line remained unchanged, and her opportunities for success and wealth had not changed. Mu Cheng hummed a tune. In 1997, I called out to you affectionately, making the whole world leap for you, so that this precious name remains in my heart. Qin Yin stared blankly at the girl in front of him. The morning light poured through the train window, illuminating Mu Cheng's face. Her almond-shaped eyes were clear and bright, sparkling like stars. Her fair skin had a faint pink hue, and her ruby-red lips moved in harmony with the song, delicately inviting. The corners of her mouth naturally curved upward as she sang, and her dimples appeared and disappeared on her face, making her look exquisitely beautiful and stunning. As for the song, Qin Yin had never heard it, but the lyrics were good, and the artistic conception was high. Her voice was melodious and pleasant. Qin Yin's heart raced, beating very fast. When Mu Cheng noticed Qin Yin staring at her in a daze, she leaned slightly forward, covering her lips with the back of her hand. Comrade Qin, you have to keep my singing a secret. My family is strict. My parents and brother don't let me learn to sing. Qin Yin came back to his senses and caught a faint scent of jasmine. His cheeks flushed slightly. Okay, I'll keep it a secret. Mu Cheng was just teasing Qin Yin. The capital was so big, with so many people. The probability of them encountering each other again was 0. She said to keep it a secret simply to avoid him asking who wrote the song. She certainly couldn't say it was written by a certain master from 13 years later. Qin Yin coughed lightly twice and took an apple out of his bag. Let me peel an apple for you. Mu Cheng picked up the apple that Yunche had given her yesterday and handed it to Qin Yin. Just help me peel it. Meanwhile, Yunche returned from washing up, looking gloomy. Bai Lin, come out for a moment. I need to talk to you. Bai Lin's palms were sweating, and as she stood up, she stumbled and almost fell over. shop.However, Yunche cancels Mu Cheng. Don't be angry, Bai Lin timidly looked towards Yunche, only to find that he had already left. Supporting herself against the table, she walked out uneasily. In the sparsely populated last carriage of the train, Yunche furrowed his brow, his gaze lingering on Bai Lin's face, unsure of what to decipher from it. Bai Lin's smile remained gentle. Yunche Gu, what do you want to say to me? Bai Lin, I don't want what happened last night to happen again. Your suffering is not caused by Mu Cheng, and there is no need for you to target her and frame her because of your little thoughts. Yunche's deep, magnetic voice echoed, carrying a barely perceptible coldness. His narrowed eyes revealed a hint of danger, surging with undeniable anger. Bai Lin grabbed Yunche's arm and pleaded, Yunche Gu, I really didn't participate in what happened last night. You have to believe me. Yunche looked at Bai Lin, who still stubbornly denied it. He brushed her hand away, his tone still icy. Last night, every time you spoke out of turn was proof that you not only participated but also led the whole thing. His cold gaze bore straight into Bai Lin's. Bai Lin felt guilty for a moment. She shook her head. Yunche Gu, we've known each other for so many years, and we've corresponded for so long. Don't you understand my character? Yunche's brows furrowed slightly. He smiled bitterly, exactly because of that. I don't understand why you hate Mu Cheng so much. Even going so far as to use underhanded means to exclude her, Bai Lin paused, unable to find words to defend herself. She wiped her tears, crying even harder. Yunche Gu, I have no grievances with her. In fact, I sympathize with her. You can't think that just because the Zhang family pressured me regarding her household registration quota, I'm targeting her everywhere. After speaking, Bai Lin went straight back to her bunk. Yunche cast a cold glance out the window, wondering if Bai Lin's parents were around. She would have been raised to be broad-minded and open-hearted. Suddenly, a train attendant pushing a dining cart approached. Yunche stepped aside and asked, Comrade, is the dining car still serving meals? The attendant shook his head. It's over. Yunche bought breakfast from Mu Cheng and took it to carriage 6, where he heard her sweet, clear laughter coming from inside. What came into Yunche's view was Mu Cheng chatting with Qin Yin. She was eating an apple while listening to Qin Yin talk about his experiences in the city he had just traveled to for work. Qin Yin spread his long palm in front of her. The prawns from Shenzhen are this big. I made up my mind then for such big prawns. I have to go develop in Shenzhen. Mu Cheng wanted to go to Shenzhen to strike gold and catch up with the trend, while Qin Yin was going for prawns. She shrugged. Don't try to fool me. I don't believe it. Qin Yin leaned back slightly, and upon raising his eyes, he saw the cold-faced Yunche. He smirked. Little girl, your brother is here. Qin Yin glanced at the breakfast Yunche was holding. He came to bring you sweet dates. Mu Cheng paused eating the apple and looked at Yunche. He had dark circles under his eyes, and he hadn't slept well last night. Qin Yin, sensing the atmosphere, stood up and headed to the dining car. Yunche placed the breakfast on the table. The dining car isn't serving anymore. You should eat a little to fill your stomach. Mu Cheng had already eaten, remaining silent and quietly nibbling on her apple. Yunche slowly spoke, Mu Cheng. I've already criticized Bai Lin and warned her. Though she doesn't admit it, she should understand my attitude now. He smiled sincerely. If she bullies you again, tell me, and I will teach her a lesson. Yunche is going to teach Bai Lin a lesson for her. Will he do it again? As his childhood sweetheart, shouldn't he always be on her side, favoring her? Gu Yunche's actions left Mu Cheng truly puzzled. Is that all? Although Mu Cheng was surprised. She had no intention of forgiving Bai Lin. Gu Yunche adjusted his wristwatch. No, I will have my parents pay more attention to her. At your age, both you and Bai Lin lack the ability to discern right from wrong and need others' criticism and guidance. The usually taciturn Gu Yunche surprisingly started lecturing. He rubbed his brow, looking awkward. Bai Lin's father is my dad's comrade-in-arms. They went on missions together. My dad came back, but her dad didn't. Seeing Gu Yunche hesitate, Mu Cheng speculated whether Bai Lin's father's death was related to Gu Yunche's father. If so, then the Gu family owed Bai Lin's family a life-saving grace, which is why they tolerated her. Clearly, that isn't the whole reason. What else could it be? Mu Cheng opened her mouth, but didn't ask. Regardless of the true reason, the Gu family wouldn't abandon Bai Lin as long as she didn't cause a fatal incident. They would always prioritize educating Bai Lin to help her remember her lessons. She scoffed, I understand now. Gu Yunche saw Mu Cheng's calm demeanor, which seemed to have been anticipated, and he felt choked. He said in a deep voice, I have no prejudice against you. I will protect you. Okay, I will try my best to get along with her in the future. Mu Cheng nonchalantly replied to Gu Yunche. She appeared carefree, and if Bai Lin didn't act out, she could indeed consider coexisting peacefully. If Bai Lin insisted on acting out, she wouldn't mind striking back hard. Gu Yunche tightened his jaw, feeling a sense of powerlessness that was frustrating and uncomfortable. He spoke softly, Mu Cheng, I'm sorry. I haven't done well enough. Can you not be angry with me? Mu Cheng paused, wondering what was going on with Gu Yunche. Suddenly, the kind-hearted older sister from the upper bunk who had spoken up for Mu Cheng came running to find Gu Yunche. Oh, Captain Gu, you're here. Your green tea sister has fainted. Green tea sister? Mu Cheng couldn't help but chuckle, and apple juice dribbled down the corner of her mouth. Seeing Mu Cheng smile, Gu Yunche also curved his lips. He wanted to reach out and wipe the juice from her mouth, but hesitated, instead pulling out a blue and white checkered handkerchief from his pocket and handing it to Mu Cheng. Wipe your mouth. Since you're smiling, you're not angry anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yunche unconsciously reached out to pat Mu Cheng's head, like an older brother comforting a little sister not to cry. Mu Cheng was startled by Gu Yunche's action before she could even wipe her mouth with the handkerchief. It felt as if her head had been struck by lightning, sending a chill down her spine. Gu Yunche also felt that his behavior was a bit abrupt, especially when faced with Mu Cheng's expression, which resembled that of a gorilla in a zoo looking at him. He coughed lightly, his left hand forming a fist. Tightly clenching his jaw, he forced out a sentence. I'm going to check on Bai Lin. I'll come back later. You still haven't told me what happened after Su jumped off the Zhaoxian platform. In a daze, Mu Cheng watched Gu Yunche walk away briskly. She rolled her eyes, thinking, I haven't forgiven you yet. What are you so happy about? Since childhood, Mu Cheng had held grudges and had zero tolerance for things that harmed her. She was willing to endure now only because her household registration wasn't settled yet. On the other side, Gu Yunche returned to the front of the carriage and called for the medical staff on the train. He thought Bai Lin was just pretending, but the doctor confirmed that her fainting was caused by severe flu and lack of rest. Gu Yunche sat on the edge of the bed, staring at Bai Lin with an inscrutable expression. After a while, he pressed his fingers to his brow, leaning back in fatigue as if he were pretending to sleep. The woman in the upper bunk had taken Bai Lin's remaining 50 yuan. After pondering for a moment, she finally spoke, Captain Gu. Bai Lin was just trying to do a good deed, but made a mistake. She didn't harm anyone. The woman bit her lip apologetically. It was my fault for accidentally losing the money, and because it was a large amount, I got emotional and hit Bai Lin. She was just protecting Mu Cheng. Gu Yunche remained silent for a long time. He looked at the woman, trying to find a hint of guilt on her face, but she appeared very calm. The woman is considered a key figure in this matter. Because of Bai Lin's guidance, she even accused Mu Cheng of stealing money. But later it was confirmed that Mu Cheng was innocent. The woman was also criticized and educated for this, and logically, she shouldn't have spoken up for Bai Lin. Could it be that she really misunderstood Bai Lin? Or did Bai Lin promise her some benefits? Chapter 43, Jealousy or Madness. Gu Yunche glanced at the watch. There were still 3 hours until they reached their destination. He didn't plan to tell his parents about this matter for the time being. lest they worry and exacerbate the relationship between Bai Lin and Mu Cheng. His father would definitely favor Bai Lin, and after he returned to the team, Mu Cheng would no longer have any support in the Gu family. Gu Yunche had never felt so mentally exhausted from training, but now he was physically and mentally drained. Just as he was lost in thought, Bai Lin woke up. She propped herself up and said, "Yunche Gu, please don't ignore me. Just trust me this time, okay?" Bai Lin's face was pale, making her already thin face appear even smaller, and her large eyes were filled with tears, looking more hollow and helpless. Gu Yunche sighed. "Bai Lin, I promised my father that I would take good care of you, so I won't abandon you." Bai Lin hesitated for a moment before saying, "Yunche Gu, I want to eat canned fruit." Gu Yunche nodded and got up to take out a jar of canned oranges from his luggage. The small porcelain cats he had bought had been transferred to a box, secured with newspaper, and he pushed the box further inside. Bai Lin glanced at the box. Her eyes filled with regret. When she first saw the two little cats, she thought they were a gift from Gu Yunche, but he only wanted her to help find a box, fearing they would break during the long journey. Who was Gu Yunche really going to give these two little porcelain cats to? Bai Lin clenched her hands, inwardly cursing that it wouldn't be for Mu Cheng. Would it? Gu Yunche's bangs fell slightly, and the dappled shadows of the trees outside flickered on his handsome face, adding a touch of calm indifference. His sharp profile appeared extremely cold under the interplay of light and shadow. Bai Lin stared dreamily, thinking she had to marry him. Gu Yunche twisted the lid off the can and placed a spoon on the table. Bai Lin scooped out a slice of orange and put it in her mouth, her eyes squinting with a smile, so sweet. She scooped out another slice of orange and handed it to Gu Yunche. "Yunche Gu, you have one too." Gu Yunche recalled how Mu Cheng had eaten hawthorn canned fruit on the train before. She was very discreet, while Bai Lin had no sense of boundaries. Wanted to feed him. He raised his brow and glanced at Bai Lin. "There's more in the bag. You can eat it yourself." Gu Yunche turned and took out another jar of canned peaches and a spoon before walking outside. "Yunche Gu," Bai Lin called him timidly. Gu Yunche felt a bit impatient, his tone cold. "Finish eating and rest a bit. Don't faint in front of my parents later." Bai Lin was troubled because Gu Yunche had given Mu Cheng a jar of canned peaches, which was more expensive than the hawthorn and orange cans by 70 cents. Frustrated, she threw the spoon into the can, splashing juice onto her red checkered dress. She hurriedly took out a handkerchief and wiped at the stain on her dress. "What bad luck. I'm just a jinx." When Gu Yunche arrived at car 6, he saw Qin Yin sitting opposite Mu Cheng, eating the breakfast he had bought for her, both of them chatting and laughing. Mu Cheng's eyes were crescent-shaped, filled with a hint of excitement, her warmth contrasting with her already stunningly beautiful face, making it even more charming and causing Qin Yin to be unable to look away. "Gu Yinran." Gu Yunche's cold and deep voice startled Mu Cheng. The smile on her lips gradually faded as she looked at the tall and handsome Gu Yunche, whose clear and bright eyebrows were shadowed with gloom. His hand was gripping the can tightly, the veins on the back of his hand standing out, as if he would crush the glass bottle with just a little more force. Gu Yunche shot a cold glance at the peeled egg in Qin Yan's hand. Raising an eyebrow, "Comrade Qin, you're quite old, yet you're stealing my sister's breakfast?" Qin Yan looked bewildered. Mu Cheng, Rubit, had fordehat, thinking that Gu Yunche must be missing a screw. Why wasn't he taking care of his main character, Bai Lin, and instead came here? "Brother, I've already had breakfast. It would be a waste to throw it away, so I gave it to Comrade Qin." Mu Cheng smiled gently like the warm sun in winter, making Gu Yunche feel soft and warm inside. But why was she calling him brother? Mu Cheng waved her hand in front of Gu Yunche, teasingly saying, "Brother, don't you recognize your good sister Gu Yunran?" Gu Yunche paused, feeling awkward as he walked in front of Mu Cheng, opened the jar of canned peaches, and placed it on the table, handing her the spoon. "Here, canned peaches." Mu Cheng liked peaches and strawberries among other fruits. When she was a child and fell ill, she would cry for peaches during off-season. Her parents would coax her with canned peaches, which she also liked. Mu Cheng took the spoon and smiled sweetly. "My brother still loves me." Gu Yunche didn't expect Mu Cheng to take her role as a sister so seriously, so much so that calling him brother came naturally. He had personally assigned her the identity of a younger sister in front of Qin Yan, and he could only accept it. Qin Yan found the sibling dynamic Quite interesting. When they quarreled, it was sharp. When they reconciled, the brother doted on his sister. But if he really doted on her, why would he argue over a woman? As an outsider, he couldn't comment on their relationship and could only peel the egg for himself. Just as Qin Yin brought the egg to his lips, he met Gu Yunche's piercing gaze. Gu Yunche's long and cold eyes were filled with deep ink-like darkness, as if cold arrows were shooting out from them. Seeing this, Qin Yin quickly moved the egg away from his mouth. Suddenly, Gu Yunche's lips curled into a chilling smile. Qin Yin let out a sigh of relief, turning to rummage through his bag, pulling out 5 yuan and handing it to Gu Yunche. Here for breakfast. I can only eat comfortably if you take the money. No need. My sister is treating you to breakfast. Just eat. Qin Yin waved the money towards Gu Yunche again. Captain Gu, no need to give change. Gu Yunche's fist was clenched tightly, but his eyes held a smile. I said, since my sister is treating you, you can eat with peace of mind. Qin Yin glanced at Gu Yunche's fist, which was larger than a bowl, and chose to remain silent. He took a bite of the egg, but felt Gu Yunche's gaze on him grow even colder. Mu Cheng was eating the canned fruit, her eyes shifting between Gu Yunche and Qin Yin. She could sense a hint of competition in the air. Could it be that handsome men also compete with each other? Gu Yunche turned to Mu Cheng. His expression softened a bit. Is it good? Mu Cheng nodded slightly. It's good. I've always liked canned peaches. She remembered that canned peaches were rare in this era and lowered her voice to add, I like them, but I can hardly eat them all year round. Gu Yunche pressed his lips together slightly, chuckling lightly. The state-run stores in the capital have a good supply. If you want to eat in the future, I'll buy them for you. The piece of peach on Mu Cheng's spoon fell back into the can with a plop, and the juice splashed onto her shirt. She took out the handkerchief that Gu Yunche had given her earlier to wipe her shirt, surprised again by Gu Yunche's strange behavior. Clearing her throat, Mu Cheng said, Brother, when we get home, I'll wash the handkerchief and return it to you. Gu Yunche watched Mu Cheng's astonished expression and smiled slightly. He didn't expect her to be such an easily satisfied girl. Promising to buy her more canned peaches made her so happy. After a moment, Mu Cheng impatiently looked at Gu Yunche. Brother, is Bailin okay? Aren't you going back? Gu Yunche crossed his legs, sitting steadily on Mu Cheng's bed. He nodded slightly. She is fine now. Seeing that Gu Yunche had no intention of leaving, Mu Cheng quietly reminded him, Brother, Bailin is still waiting for you. I'll go back after you finish eating, Gu Yunche said, casting a cold glance at Qin Yin across from him, adding lightly, I'm afraid someone might get greedy and steal the canned fruit. Qin Yin was eating an egg when Gu Yunche said this. He choked, and tears welled up in his eyes. Chapter 44. Mu Cheng slaps the female. Lead again. Qin Yin choked, coughing and tearing up. He got up to find something to drink, but the freshly brewed tea was too hot to sip. Feeling uncomfortable, he grabbed the can of yellow peaches that Mu Cheng had left on the table and started drinking. The sound of gulping echoed as he downed the sweet syrup, and he felt himself relax, though his heart tightened. Embarrassed, Qin Yin placed the can back down and turned to look at the Gu siblings. Their expressions were surprisingly uniform, both appearing momentarily dazed. Mu Cheng and Gu Yunche exchanged a glance, and she smiled bitterly. Brother, you still have the ability to predict the future. Huh? Even the usually indifferent Gu Yunche smiled, his deep yet clear laughter pleasant to hear. He scratched the end of his brow, teasingly said, Qin Yin, why don't you give that 5 yuan to my sister? Gu Yunche teased Qin Yin, saying that as a grown man, he should be more of a gentleman. What was it about competing with a young girl for food? Qin Yin's face instantly turned beet red, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Yunche, Bailin appeared in the carriage, looking desolate as she gazed at Gu Yunche. With a pitiful expression, she bit her lip. I'm scared. I'm afraid I might faint again. Can you watch over me? The others. Gu Yunche awkwardly stood up, his tone calm. All right, we'll arrive in 2 hours. He then reminded Mu Cheng, when we get off the train, don't wander off. Wait for me to come find you. Mu Cheng looked at Bailin, her eyes filled with a gentle yet hidden coldness. She smiled lightly. I understand. After the two left, Qin Yin tried to shove the money into Mu Cheng's hands, but she refused. He wanted to find a chance to talk to her, but Mu Cheng was busy packing her things before heading to the restroom at the end of the carriage. As Mu Cheng changed her clothes, She recalled the scenario from the original book. Gu Yunche brought his new wife, Mu Cheng, back to the capital, where Gu Yunche's parents personally came to pick them up, and the household guards and maids helped carry the luggage. Although the Gu couple were not powerful figures, Mu Cheng's first impression was not good. She didn't seem to match their son, and even the capital's populace felt the same. The guards and maids watched Gu Yunche with pity, their gazes towards Mu Cheng filled with meaning and a hint of disdain. Mu Cheng could fully understand their perspective. When Gu Yunche went to Gucheng village, he was a handsome and dashing man, but upon returning, he was forced to marry and bring back an illiterate village girl. If she were Gu Yunche's parents, she would feel equally upset. But now, such a thing should not happen to her, Mu Cheng. After changing her clothes, Mu Cheng tied her hair into a bun with a hair tie and black clip, took out some clam oil, applied it to her lips to achieve a lip oil effect, and rubbed it in, effectively moisturizing and exfoliating. She pouted, thinking about gathering skincare and makeup products once they reached the capital. When Mu Cheng stepped out with her clothes and shoes, the men waiting to use the restroom almost forgot their urgency as their eyes fell on her, their faces turning red. When Mu Cheng returned, Qin Yin felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his chest. He forced a faint smile to mask his nervousness and mumbled to himself, "Why didn't you dress like this when you got on the train?" Mu Cheng replied calmly, "When out and about, one shouldn't flaunt wealth or appear ostentatious. I know how I look. I should be cautious against fire, theft, and wolves." This was the first time Qin Yin had heard such words. They were fresh and made sense. He looked at Mu Cheng with narrowed eyes, the depths of his gaze growing increasingly profound, like a black hole that could swallow a person whole. Mu Cheng glanced at Qin Yin's look, then tucked a stray hair behind her ear, turning her gaze outside the window to avoid his intense stare. She couldn't help but marvel at how innocent men in this era were, their feelings intense and passionate, leaving her a bit at a loss. Not long after, the train gradually slowed down, arriving at the station. Mu Cheng never expected she would have the fortune to witness the capital from 40 years ago. Everyone said that the past should not be pursued, but here she was, experiencing time flowing backward. As she disembarked, Qin Yin followed closely behind, his gaze on her yellow and purple figure, like a tulip seed taking root in his heart. Ready to bloom, he instinctively extended his arm to shield Mu Cheng from being jostled by the men behind them. Upon exiting, Mu Cheng immediately saw Gu Yunche and Bai Lin waiting. Bai Lin's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing Mu Cheng. Was her outfit something Gu Yunche had bought for her while they were shopping in the provincial city? Gu Yunche's eyes were filled with astonishment, a faint smile appearing on his lips before quickly flattening again. However, Qin Yin grabbed Mu Cheng's arm as she turned to leave, stuffing a piece of paper into her hand. "This is my home phone number, address, and my work address. You can come find me anytime." His eyes were filled with reluctance. Oh my! Mu Cheng felt that the longing in Qin Yin's eyes was anything but innocent. Suddenly, she discovered the joy of being a sea king in this era. She smiled. "Qin Yin, you don't want to be the fish in my pond, do you?" Even though Qin Yin didn't fully understand what she said, he found it amusing and wanted to hear more. He nodded. "Sure, remember to call me." Mu Cheng was momentarily stunned, then placed the note in her pocket. Bai Lin looked at Gu Yunche beside her, feeling that Gu Yunche's gaze towards that man was sharp. Mu Cheng's sister is impressive. She made a good friend in just over a day, and he is quite handsome too. Gu Yunche shot a cold glare at Bai Lin. "Don't talk nonsense." After bidding farewell to Qin Yin, Mu Cheng walked towards Gu Yunche. A woman from the upper bunk accidentally bumped into her, causing the introduction letter and actor certificate in her hands to fall to the ground. Mu Cheng bent down to pick it up, glancing at the actor certificate before returning it to the woman. "So you're an actress. No wonder your acting skills are so good." The woman's face turned pale, and she anxiously searched for Gu Yunche, who was standing not far away, watching. Seeing the woman who had falsely accused Mu Cheng of stealing money still trying to entangle her, Gu Yunche set down his suitcase and strode over. When the woman saw Gu Yunche approaching, she snatched the actor certificate and introduction letter from Mu Cheng's hand and ran. Gu Yunche grabbed Mu Cheng by the wrist, concern evident in his gaze as he examined her. "What did she say to you? Did she hurt you?" "I'm Fine." Mu Cheng glanced at Bai Lin, who looked extremely nervous, as if afraid that she would speak to Gu Yunche. Noticing this, Mu Cheng deliberately tugged her skirt. Guji, do you think I look like I deserve to be among the people of the capital in this outfit? Mu Cheng shot a sidelong glance at Bai Lin, noticing her face growing increasingly pale. Gu Yunche felt Mu Cheng's warm breath and the faint scent of jasmine on her. He tightened his grip, but didn't move. His voice low. You look great like this, especially beautiful. Mu Cheng achieved her goal and smiled, standing straight. Let us go. Sister Bai Lin is still waiting for us. She thought to herself, you white lotus, green tea. I'm not going to let you intimidate me. The group exited the station. The Gu family's driver waved at Gu Yunche. Yunche, over here. Gu Yunche nodded slightly and said to Bai Lin and Mu Cheng, let us go. Mu Cheng glanced at the car, an old Hongqi sedan with a jeep behind it. It seemed the book's description was accurate. Gu Yunche's family background was indeed impressive. Just then, a man and a woman got out of the car. The man resembled Gu Yunche, but looked a bit rougher, while the woman beside him was delicate, graceful, and dignified, with Gu Yunche's refined features resembling those of a woman. These were Gu Yunche's parents, Gu Shenji and Fong Wenqing. Their gazes fell upon Mu Cheng simultaneously. Gu Shenji walked over and looked at Mu Cheng. You must be Bai Lin, right? Girls change a lot as they grow up. You become so beautiful that even Uncle Gu can't recognize you. Chapter 45, she doesn't stay long at the Gu family. Mu Cheng didn't expect Gu Shenji to mistake her for Bai Lin. Fong Wenqing carefully examined Mu Cheng and came over to pull Gu Shenji. Old Gu, you got it wrong. This is Guiying. She looks just like her mother. Gu Shenji turned his head to look at the pale, frail girl. Are you Bai Lin? Bai Lin nodded pitifully. Mu Cheng raised her eyes to look at the awkward Gu Yunche beside her, who showed displeasure at Gu Shenji's neglect of Mu Cheng. He introduced Mu Cheng. Dad, Mom, this is Mu Cheng. She changed her name, no longer called Mu Guiying. Fong Wenqing smiled and took Mu Cheng's hand. I didn't expect little Mu to be doing so well in Gucheng village. Gu Yunche interrupted her again, Mom. Mu Cheng didn't have a good life in Gucheng village. The clothes she is wearing were bought by me in the provincial city. So that's how it is. Fong Wenqing smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect my son to help a girl pick out clothes. He has really grown up. Gu Yunche wanted to explain further, but heard Mu Cheng bow to Fong Wenqing and Gu Shenji. Uncle Gu, Aunt Fong. Hello, my name is Mu Cheng. Thank you for taking the time to pick us up. Mu Cheng politely greeted and introduced herself. While Bai Lin was still stuck in the frustration of being mistaken for someone else, and Mu Cheng stealing the spotlight. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she stood there, dazed, forgetting to greet them and only watching the Gu family members chat with Mu Cheng. Gu Shenji smiled at Bai Lin, but thought her pitiful appearance showed a hint of pettiness. He couldn't see the strong character of Bai Zhenbong and his wife in her at all. Bai Lin, did you get tired on the way? You look unwell. Bai Lin came to her senses and smiled. I feel a bit uncomfortable, but Yunche has been taking good care of me all the way. Fong Wenqing urged them to get in the car. Secretary Li drove another jeep. Gu Shenji said to Mu Cheng, Little Mu, you take the jeep. Bai Lin is not feeling well. Let her take the sedan. As the head of the family, Gu Shenji's words carried absolute authority, and Mu Cheng had no objections. From a moment, Gu Shenji mistook her and greeted her. She guessed that Bai Lin was more important to the Gu family. She maintained her composure with a perfectly timed smile. Okay, then I'll get in the car first. Fong Wenqing felt that Gu Shenji favored Bai Lin a bit too much. She tried to mediate. Let Yunche take the jeep. Little Mu, you sit with us. No need. Aunt Fong, it's the same wherever I sit. As she spoke, Mu Cheng stepped lightly into the car. Gu Yunche's gaze followed Mu Cheng's figure. He said in a deep voice, I'm taking the jeep with Mu Cheng. Gu Shenji paused, then coldly huffed, You sit in the passenger seat of my car. Seeing the unwilling look on Gu Yunche's face, he couldn't help but command in a low voice. Did you forget what I told you before? You need to take good care of Bai Lin, not just her, but also her emotions. An invisible pressure bore down on Gu Yunche. He raised an eyebrow, Dad. I'm not your only son. You also have Gu Yunting. He has the obligation to take care of his sister Bai Lin too. After a retort, Gu Yunche opened the front car door and got in. Gu Shenji's brows furrowed slightly. This brat, so reluctant to deal with women. Is he planning to become a monk in the future? The jeep that Mu Cheng was in followed closely behind the red flag car, and she looked at the capital streets, both strange and familiar. Familiar with the towering, iconic buildings, while strange with the not-so-tall buildings and not-so-wide streets beside the road. Secretary Lee glanced at Mu Cheng through the rearview mirror, surprised that a rural girl could be so beautiful. Soon, the car stopped in front of a 3-story small building, which had parking spaces in front and a small garden with a swing set. Mu Cheng thought this was a mansion worth millions back then. Fong Wenqing noticed the surprise in Bai Lin's eyes. The courtyard where Bai Lin lived when she was young had now been assigned to someone else. She looked at Mu Cheng again, who appeared indifferent, as if she had seen it all before. Bai Lin exclaimed in admiration, "Uncle Gu, this building is really impressive." Fong Wenqing smiled and said, "Let us go inside." The family's maid, Sister Fong, came over to help carry things, carefully assessing the 2 girls. Both were beautiful, but the one in the purple dress was even more stunning, resembling a fairy. "This must be Bai Lin?" Sister Fong took Mu Cheng's bag and greeted her warmly. "Aunt, you got it wrong. I'm Mu Cheng. That one is Sister Bai Lin." Mu Cheng knew that the saying clothes make the man was true. If she had come in her old clothes, not only would she fail to overshadow Bai Lin, but she would also make the Gu family's driver, secretary. It made feel she was shabby, naturally excluding her from the Gu family circle. Sister Fong's thoughts were similar to Secretary Lee's. She couldn't believe such a beautiful and graceful girl came from the countryside. Bai Lin's face turned even uglier. Gu Yunche noticed her pale complexion and remembered she had fainted before. "Sister Fong, please take Bai Lin back to her room to rest, and bring her a cup of sweet water." Gu Shinji laughed heartily, patting Gu Yunche on the shoulder. "Good. My silly son has finally learned to care for girls." At this moment, Bai Lin's dry lips revealed a shy smile. Gu Yunche frowned, impatiently pushing his father, Gu Shinji's hand away. He walked towards Mu Cheng, reaching out to take her bag. "I'll take you to see your room." Gu Shinji noticed Gu Yunche was being friendlier to Mu Cheng and showed displeasure. Mu Cheng did not hand her bag to Gu Yunche. She held it herself. After everything that happened, she understood clearly. If it hadn't been for Mu Guing climbing into Gu Yunche's bed and interrupting, Bai Lin would have naturally been Gu Yunche's wife. The main character's halo was shining brightly, so Mu Cheng had to temporarily shine alone in the Gu family. Gu Yunche looked puzzled. "Aren't you tired carrying your own bag?" "Not tired." Mu Cheng tightened her grip on her bag, signaling Gu Yunche to lead the way. "Big brother Gu, please lead the way." "Gu Yunche, this sounds like we're going to catch a thief." He chuckled helplessly, muttering, "Little girl, why are you so resentful?" As he spoke, Gu Yunche walked ahead. Mu Cheng knew he was still trying to make up for his earlier apology on the train, but she maintained her distance from him. She turned her head and unexpectedly saw Gu Shinji looking at her with approval. Mu Cheng gave a faint smile in response. Gu Shinji paused, feeling that this little girl was quite sensible. Once they reached the room, Gu Yunche awkwardly looked at Mu Cheng. "See if you need anything. Just tell Sister Fong." Mu Cheng looked around the room and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The overall decoration of the Gu family was European style, with not only wallpaper but also half-meter-high wooden paneling, reminiscent of the grand houses in period dramas. "Are you considering where to put your newspaper?" Gu Yunche teased, smiling at Mu Cheng, his smile like a warm spring breeze. Mu Cheng was momentarily stunned, feeling shy as she rubbed her hands. "Big brother Gu, don't joke like that. I've seen good houses before." However, Gu Yunche felt Mu Cheng was lying. She showed no surprise, but rather an air of familiarity. "Get ready and come down for dinner." Gu Yunche stopped again, turning to tell Mu Cheng, "My parents are on the 3rd floor, and the study and small reception room are also on the 3rd floor. Yumi, Bai Lin, Gu Yunting, and Gu Yinran are on the 2nd floor, with a shared bathroom on the top of the 2nd floor. The living room, dining room, kitchen, and Sister Fong's bedroom are on the 1st floor." It was rare for the usually taciturn Gu Yunche to say so much. Mu Cheng knew he was trying to make up for what happened on the train and was being kind to her. She smiled and said, "Got it. I won't be staying for long anyway. No need to know the details." Chapter 46. The malicious supporting role reaps hearts? Mu Cheng casually responded as she put her clothes in the wardrobe. Gu Yunche frowned. "Not staying for long? Where are you going?" Mu Cheng turned around and bumped into his dark, deep eyes. She said softly, "I have to move out sooner or later. I need to work, right? With a single dormitory, I can't keep living here and causing you trouble." This made sense. Even Yunche had thought of finding a textile factory for Mu Cheng to work in, away from the Gu family. But that was then. This was now. She had just arrived in the capital, and it was unfamiliar territory. How could she rashly move out? Yunche lowered his gaze, fell silent for a moment, then turned and left the room. Mu Cheng sat on the bed and patted the moderately soft mattress, looking at the light yellow and gray checkered sheets. She let out a long sigh. This journey felt like a pilgrimage. After washing her hands, she stepped out and immediately saw the frail Bai Lin coming out. Mu Cheng leaned against the door with her arms crossed. She raised an eyebrow and laughed lightly. "Sister Bai, you look so weak, I'm afraid you might faint again." Bai Lin bit her lip, warily glancing at Mu Cheng. She lowered her voice. "What do you want?" "I just wanted to tell you not to mess with me." Mu Cheng raised her eyebrows and smiled. "I remember the good deeds you did on the train. If you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. But if you insist on being troublesome, I'll make sure you regret it." This was the first time Bai Lin saw a fierce look on Mu Cheng's youthful face. Bai Lin paused slightly, looking sorrowful. Mu Cheng noticed Bai Lin's gaze seemed to drift behind her, so she quickly stood up straight. She spoke gently. "Sister Bai, if you're not feeling well, just eat in your room. I'll bring the food to you. Uncle Gu and Aunt Fong are reasonable people. They won't pick on you." Bai Lin gasped. Could it be that Mu Cheng had eyes in the back of her head? How did she know that Fong, Yunche, had just gone upstairs and was now behind her? Bai Lin shook her head. "I'm not unwell. I can go downstairs and eat with everyone." Mu Cheng rolled her eyes at Bai Lin, chuckling. "Sister Bai, why force yourself? Look at how pale you are. I'll have Sister Fong bring the food up. You can eat in your room and then lie down properly." Fong Yunche interjected, advising Bai Lin. "Come on, Bai Lin. You should really rest. Little Mu, you're so considerate, caring so much for your sister Bai. If only my daughter was as sensible as you." Mu Cheng looked surprised and shy at the compliment. She also linked arms with Fong Yunche, saying, "Aunt Fong, how could I compare to Sister Yunran? She has such a loving mother like you, and a father like Uncle Gu." As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Cheng lowered her gaze. This was the perfect moment to evoke Fong Yunche's sympathy. If the hostess felt sorry for her, her time living in the Gu family would go more smoothly. Fong Yunche patted Mu Cheng's little bun hairstyle, saying, "Good child, life will be better from now on. Come on, let's go downstairs to eat." She nodded at Bai Lin and reminded her to go back and lie down, saying Sister Fong would bring up the food. Mu Cheng turned her head, mockingly smiling at Bai Lin. In the past, she thought if she didn't provoke Bai Lin, the heroine would let her be. But Bai Lin was a fierce competitor who wanted to eliminate all other women around Yunche. Mu Cheng had no feelings for Yunche now, but she was determined to settle in the Gu family. Bai Lin's previous actions had touched her interests, so how could she not retaliate? Today, she deliberately made Bai Lin suffer along the way as a warning not to mess with her. On the way downstairs, Fong Yunche introduced the runes and personalities of the three Gu siblings, modestly saying she was not good at educating children, which led to their difficult temperaments. Yunche was too cold, Yunran too proud, and Yunting too unruly. In short, after hearing all this, Mu Cheng felt that the Gu family was a den of dragons and tigers, and she had to deal with three major troublemakers plus Bai Lin, that vixen. Mu Cheng thought to herself, the life of a supporting role is really hard. To level up, one must defeat monsters, and that's just too difficult. When they arrived at the dining room, Yunche had not yet come down, but Gu Shunji was already seated at the head of the table, asking Mu Cheng about her life in Guqing village. Mu Cheng spoke truthfully where she needed to, and where embellishments were necessary, she didn't hold back. As she spoke, Fong Yunche's eyes turned red, and Gu Shunji frowned. Even Sister Fong stood there, captivated by her story as she served the dishes. She put down the soup and wiped her eyes. "Little Mu, your life has been so hard." Mu Cheng lowered her gaze to conceal her calm emotions. She gently said, "Fortunately, it's all in the past. I'm especially grateful to Brother Gu for personally picking me up, and grateful to Uncle Gu and Aunt Fong for being willing to accept me to live in the Gu family. I can never repay your kindness in this life. In my next life, I'll work like a horse to repay you." Yunche came down after showering and changing clothes, and he heard Mu Cheng's words clearly. The expression on his face was hard to describe. She was really grateful to him for picking her up, and she had almost thanked him to the bed, nearly sleeping with him. Who said Mu Cheng was an innocent rural girl? Yunche was the first to disagree. She was clearly a little fox full of lies and schemes, wagging her tail to win over his parent hearts, especially when she pretended to be strong and sly when she looked up. It was both cunning and amusing. However, that soft and lively appearance was also somewhat cute. Yunche couldn't help but soften a bit inside, lowering his eyelids to hide the soft light in his eyes, but a smile spread across his lips. Yunche, come sit down. Why are you standing there? Fong Wenqing wiped her eyes and called Yunche to take a seat. Mu Cheng felt a chill run down her spine. How did Yunche walk so silently? When did he start listening? Mu Cheng turned her head, smiling brightly, but then her smile froze on her face. Because the Yunche in front of her looked more handsome than ever, having showered and changed into an ivory white cotton shirt. His tall figure made the shirt hang loosely. His hair was as black as the night, with some strands falling carelessly over his forehead, adding a touch of unruliness and nonchalance. His eyes bore a distant and teasing look, as if uninterested in everything, but when looking into his eyes, one could catch a glimpse of subtle cunning and warmth. Mu Cheng quickly lowered her gaze, quiet as a quail. Yunche noticed Mu Cheng's nervousness. He sat down and asked, "Where's Bai Lin?" Fong Wenqing replied that Bai Lin was unwell and was eating upstairs. Yunche didn't ask further, instead picking up his chopsticks. "Then let us eat." Mu Cheng let out a sigh of relief, glad that Yunche didn't expose her. If Yunche had mentioned the incident where she drugged him in Gucheng village, Gu Shenji and Fong Wenqing would have thrown her out with her belongings. Yunche served Mu Cheng a bowl of soup. Mu Cheng glanced at the bowl and saw a chicken leg inside. She silently calculated the calories. Fong Wenqing, meanwhile, gave a slight smirk to Gu Shenji, hinting that their son was quietly paying attention to another girl, even showing favoritism. Gu Shenji asked Mu Cheng in a neutral tone, "Little Mu, what are your plans after settling in the capital?" Chapter 47, give me the complete set of textbooks. I want to go to college. Mu Cheng's plan after settling down was to first take the college entrance examination and then start a business during her university years. However, at this stage, she felt it was not appropriate to share this with outsiders. She was pondering how to respond to Gu's father when Yunche intervened. "Dad, let's eat first. After dinner, I'll go to your study to discuss something." Gu Shenji vaguely felt that his cold and aloof eldest son was quite caring towards this little girl, Mu Cheng. He glanced at her. Indeed, she was a stunning beauty. Although she was young, her demeanor was exceptional, bright and charming, which certainly attracted men. He let out a muffled cold snort and stopped talking, while Fong Wenqing occasionally sized up Mu Cheng. Although Mu Cheng was young, she had developed well. She had a slim waist, full hips, a firm chest, long legs, and fair skin, making her stand out even in the capital, just like her mother did when she was young. Mu Cheng's biological mother was Fong Wenqing's friend and classmate, both of whom were school beauties. But Mu Cheng's mother had more pursuers than she did. Fong Wenqing smiled without speaking and placed a piece of rib in Mu Cheng's bowl. "Little Mu, you're too thin. Eat more meat." Mu Cheng's eyes swept over the rib, calculating the calories again. She felt that after this meal, she would weigh 2 pounds more. Her body was not prone to gaining weight, but she didn't know how Mu Guing's body was, so she dared not act rashly. However, the Gu family was not as annoyed with her as in the original book, so she decided to enjoy this meal. After dinner, Mu Cheng obediently helped Sister Fong clear the table in the dining room. Sister Fong, however, wouldn't let her help, saying, "This is what I'm used to doing. You just focus on your conversation with Aunt Fong." Fong Wenqing took Mu Cheng's hand and led her to the yard, introducing her to the fruits, vegetables, and flowers she had planted. Yunche followed Gu Shenji to the study. In the study, Gu Shenji carefully inquired about Bai Lin's situation at the Zhang family. Back then, if it weren't for the Gu family's troubles, they would not have sent Bai Lin to live with the Zhangs. Over the years, Gu Shenji had taken special care of Bai Lin. After Yunche explained the situation clearly, Gu Shenji's brows furrowed even tighter. "Last time I went to the provincial city for a meeting and visited the Zhang family to see Bai Lin. She was out participating in a literary performance in the county, so I checked her room, and the Zhang family treated her well." Yunche had stayed in a room that was tidied up at the Zhang family and had never been to Bai Lin's room. He remained silent. his face showing signs of doubt as he recalled Bai Lin's rough hands and the washing machine at the Zhang family. Gu Xinji's lips curled into a cold smile. Zhang Qinghua is too opportunistic. He must know about the facade projects I did in the past. Gu Yunche adjusted the cuffs of his shirt, looking somewhat indifferent. Gu Xinji, seeing his reticent son not responding, rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Yunche, you're not young anymore. When do you plan to wake up? Dad, what aspect do you hope I wake up in? Gu Yunche raised his eyes, speaking in a nonchalant tone. I do need to think more about tactical assaults. If you have nothing else, I'm leaving. Before he could stand up, Gu Xinji pressed him back down. I have something to say. You should pay more attention to Gu Bailin. If you like her, you two should develop into a couple. Your mom and I both approve of Bailin as a daughter-in-law for the Gu family. She knows her roots and is the daughter of your Uncle Bai. The Gu family should take care of her for a lifetime. Gu Yunche knew his father would say this. He smiled lightly, his lips curling into a small arc. His expression casual yet helpless. He stood and gave Gu Xinji a standard military salute. Secretary Gu, you have already transitioned to a local position and no longer have the authority to interfere in the marriages of former subordinates. Of course, you also cannot arrange your children's marriages as a father. I will be returning to my unit tomorrow. Please take care. After speaking, Gu Yunche turned and slipped away. Gu Xinji was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. He grabbed a book from the desk to throw at Gu Yunche. However, his son had long legs, and before he could throw the book, the door was already closed. This little brat. Gu Xinji slowly sat down, taking out a black and white photo from a drawer. The photo was of Bai Zhanbong and his wife together, and seeing their youthful faces made his eyes sting. He took a cigarette from the box, lit it, and took a deep puff. Suddenly, he thought of Fong Wenqing telling him to quit smoking and got up to open the window. Just then, Gu Xinji saw Gu Yunche casually walking over to where Mu Cheng was swinging. In the garden, Gu Yunche looked at Mu Cheng with handsome features. I made this swing for Gu Yunran. Do you like it? As soon as Mu Cheng thought of Gu Yunran, that super spoiled former sister-in-law, she felt uncomfortable, wanted to get up, but was pressed down by Gu Yunche. He adjusted his pants and sat down beside her. I won tea bite you. I'm returning to my unit tomorrow and will only be back on the weekend. Mu Cheng nominally nodded. However, she was thinking about how to interact with the Gu family, her mind wandering elsewhere. Gu Yunche scratched the end of his brow, seeing her disinterested and not in the mood to chat. He asked Mu Cheng again, do you plan to work after settling down? Mu Cheng came back to her senses and looked at Gu Yunche. She always felt that this man had changed quite a bit from the cold Gu Yunche in the book. Perhaps he could really help her? Mu Cheng said warmly, I want to go to college. Gu Yunche's breath caught in his throat. He displayed an expression of disbelief. You want to go to college? Mu Cheng nodded slightly, seriously stating, after I settle down, I can transfer to the second or third year of high school, or I can repeat a year. Gu Yunche leaned back, supporting himself on the white swing chair. His tone was playful. Mu Cheng, how many secrets are you hiding? I don't have any secrets. I believe that as long as I study diligently, I can catch up. Mu Cheng's innocent and naive expression was perfectly executed. Gu Yunche chuckled. You haven't even attended elementary school. Which subjects can you learn? Math, language, foreign language, politics, history, geography, physics, chemistry, biology? Which one can you handle? Coincidentally, I could do them all. After the subjects were not divided into arts and sciences, she could handle everything. Mu Cheng pointed to her head, trying to lean on her parents' inherited intelligence. I've been smart since I was young and learned things quickly. Brother Gu, what if I'm like my parents? Gu Yunche had heard his mother say that Mu Cheng's parents had high intelligence and were considered geniuses, but they had all received formal education. While Mu Cheng had no foundation at all, how could she take the college entrance examination after studying for just 2 years? It sounded like a joke. He stood up. Mu Cheng, you need to be practical and not fantasize about unrealistic things. Mu Cheng knew Gu Yunche would say this. She stood up and grabbed his arm as he tried to leave. Brother Gu, give me a month, and I will show you. Gu Yunche paused. Mu Cheng shrugged, leaning forward. Brother Gu, help me get a complete set of textbooks from first grade to high school third year. I will definitely give you a big surprise. Gu Yunche's gaze fell on Mu Cheng's plump lips as they opened and closed, and his heart felt as if it were being lightly brushed by feathers, tingling. In that moment of distraction, Mu Cheng decided to cut to the chase. She patted Gu Yunche's shoulder. It settled then. "I'll wait for your good news, Brother Gu." After saying that, Mu Cheng walked back to her room with light steps. Gu Yunche watched Mu Cheng's charming figure disappear at the door, his hands stuffed in his pants pockets. "Did I promise you?" Uncle Wang, the driver of the Gu family, found a note while cleaning the Jeep and thought it had accidentally dropped from secretarially. He intended to deliver it to Gu Xinji. Just as Gu Yunche returned to the house, he reached out. "What is it? Let me see." Chapter 48. Gu Yunche discovers the note. Gu Yunche unfolded the note and saw the message Qin Yan left for Mu Cheng. It clearly listed Qin Yan's home phone number, workplace, and address. Obviously, Qin Yan was interested in Mu Cheng and wanted to keep in touch with her. Driver Uncle Wang noticed Gu Yunche's expression darkened immediately after seeing the note. He asked, "Isn't this from Secretary Li? So who is this for Mu Cheng?" Before going to pick up Mu Cheng, the Gu family, including the driver and the maid, knew that Mu Cheng had no relatives, as her background was akin to that of an orphan. Classmates? Clearly not. How could someone who already had a job and a fixed phone number be a classmate of Mu Cheng? Gu Yunche clenched the note tightly and put it in his pocket, speaking seriously, "Don't mention this to my parents." With that, he strode into the house. Back in his room, Gu Yunche took out the note and looked at it again. His expression was gloomy, like dark clouds hiding moisture, ready to unleash a torrential downpour at any moment. He opened the drawer and placed the note in one of the books he was reading. His mind wandered back to everything that happened on the way to pick up Mu Cheng, the people he encountered, from Mu Cheng drugging him to climb into bed, to Lu's family's foolish son, Qi Heng, and then to Qin Yan. All the men associated with Mu Cheng were of various types, including himself. Thinking of this, Gu Yunche felt he couldn't understand Mu Cheng or decipher her thoughts. Her words were half true, half false, and her intention seemed overly calculated, as if every step she took was predetermined. Gu Yunche also recalled the accusations from Bai Lin, Zhang Qingqing, and others against Mu Cheng, feeling a bit confused. With that thought, he changed his clothes and drove his Jeep to Gu Yunting's school. Gu Yunting had just started his freshman year. He swaggered down from the basketball court and greeted Gu Yunche with a grin. "Hey bro, did you bring back 2 sisters? Bai Lin is older than you. She's your sister." Gu Yunche handed a bottle of orange juice to the sweating Gu Yunting. He took it, bit the straw, and asked, "Is that Gu and your sister? Her name is now Mu Cheng, and she's 2 years younger than you." Gu Yunche tilted his head slightly toward the nearby snack bar. "Come sit for a moment. I have something to tell you." Gu Yunting felt intimidated by the imposing figure of his older brother. He cautiously sat down and asked, "Bro, since you went to the provincial city, didn't you bring me anything?" Gu Yunting scoffed, "No." Gu Yunting looked disappointed, but tried not to show it, saying, "I'm the forward of our basketball team. If you have something to say, hurry up." After a moment of thought, Gu Yunting slowly spoke, "Well, I'm not home. You need to pay extra attention to Mu Cheng, especially who she associates with. Mainly men." "Men?" Gu Yunting couldn't help himself and slapped Gu Yunche on the shoulder. "Bro, are you interested in Mu Cheng? Wow, looks like this old bull is ready to graze on some young grass." Seeing Gu Yunting's carefree demeanor, Gu Yunche smirked slightly, grasped Gu Yunting's wrist, and twisted it painfully in the opposite direction. In an instant, Gu Yunting howled in agony. Bro, let go, I was wrong, it hurts too much." "Please let go." Gu Yunche only released him when he noticed Gu Yunting's classmates looking on with amusement. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make sure you can't show your face back on your team." Gu Yunting turned to glare at his classmates, who were clearly enjoying the spectacle. He put on a compliant act in front of Gu Yunche, saying, "Big brother, please give your orders. I'm all ears." Gu Yunche briefly assigned Gu Yunting his tasks, which were essentially to monitor Mu Cheng's development and ensure she wasn't influenced by bad men. Additionally, if she encountered difficulties at the Gu house, Gu Yunting needed to step in to help. "Why don't you ask my second sister?" Gu Yunting finished his orange juice, and the sound of the straw squeaking irritated Gu Yunche. He snatched the empty glass bottle away, saying, "Your second sister is so willful and proud. She wouldn't even look down on Mu Cheng." Gu Yunting, holding the straw, chuckled, "If you tell my second sister that Mu Cheng is my future." Gu Yunche raised an eyebrow, casting a deep gaze at Gu Yunting. Go on." Gu Yunting grinned, but stopped speaking, getting up to run back to the court. Watching the broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted boy dart away like the wind. Yunche felt a sense of unreliability and disarray. Feeling uneasy, he called out, "Remember what I told you?" Yunche stopped and turned around, flashing a bright smile as he gave a mock salute. "Rest assured, leader, I will definitely keep an eye on my future sister-in-law. I promise to complete the task." Fearing that Yunche would chase after him, he dashed into the basketball court. Yunche clenched his fists behind his back. His expression was one of exasperation. How did this kid manage to get into an engineering university with such a low capacity for thought? After questioning Yunche's intelligence, Yunche finally drove home. At the Gu house, Bai Lin woke up from her afternoon nap and found Gu Shinji and Fong Wenqing had already left for work, and Sister Fong had gone out to buy groceries. Even Yunche was not at home, thinking about how she had suffered so much because of Mu Cheng, and now eating alone in her room. She was furious. With no one at home, she couldn't hold back any longer. She needed to teach Mu Cheng a lesson. Bai Lin went to Mu Cheng's room and knocked on the door. The knocking was loud and imposing. Mu Cheng had just taken a shower and was curling up in bed to catch up on sleep loss during the train ride, but this inconsiderate person kept knocking. "I am sleeping." "Who's knocking?" Mu Cheng asked, suppressing her irritation as much as she could. "It's me, Bai Lin." Bai Lin's face turned red with anger. Used to playing the pitiful and innocent role, Bai Lin knocked with such authority, clearly because the Gu family was not home. Mu Cheng turned over in bed. In a sarcastic tone, she said, "Sister Bai Lin, I'm really tired. If you have something to say, wait until I wake up. You can go now." After saying this, Mu Cheng chuckled to herself, pulling the blanket over her head to continue sleeping. Bai Lin didn't expect Mu Cheng to be so cunning. She refused to open the door. Standing at the door, Bai Lin shouted loudly, "Mu Cheng, don't think that just because you're being clever, I'm afraid of you. Let me tell you, with your abilities, I don't take you seriously at all." Mu Cheng rolled her eyes and coldly retorted, "You don't need to have me in your eyes. Just have some self-awareness. Bai Lin, you can read, yet you pretend to be innocent." Bai Lin was so angry she was hopping mad. "Don't think just because you look somewhat decent that you can scheme, and I'm my brother, Yunche. You should take a look at how ugly you are." Mu Cheng yawned. "I may be ugly, but in front of you, I don't even qualify to be ugly. Bai Lin, you shameless girl." Mu Cheng couldn't help but laugh. She threw off the blanket, got out of bed, and walked near the door, lazily replying, "Right, I don't want it anymore. It's yours." "Just right, you don't have one." At that moment, Yunche came upstairs and saw Bai Lin standing at Mu Cheng's door. Frowning, he walked over quickly, only to hear a loud crash. He arrived just in time to see Bai Lin fall at Mu Cheng's door. Bai Lin cried out, "Yunche, Mu Cheng pushed me." Mu Cheng. Chapter 49. Yunche took a cold shower. Mu Cheng stood at the door holding a shirt, having heard Bai Lin accusing her of being difficult. She was furious and directly pulled the door open. With a mocking tone, she said, "Sister Bai Lin, why are you framing a good person?" Mu Cheng's slightly flushed face was tense as she continued, "You cursed me for half a day outside, and I didn't even open the door. How could I push you down?" Yunche looked at Mu Cheng. He felt a rush of blood to his face, and his ears turned red with an indescribable shyness. Mu Cheng was wearing a tank top and shorts, which had a white background with yellow floral prints, a common style of underwear in the village. However, on her, it made her appear dazzlingly fair. Her long neck led down to a partially concealed chest. Her slim waist was barely graspable, and her long, fair, and well-proportioned legs were exposed. With her hair down and barefoot, her curves were graceful and charming, beautiful enough to make one's heart race. Yunche averted his gaze, walked over, and pulled the shirt Mu Cheng hadn't had time to put on over her, fastening it tightly. He shielded her with the shirt as he guided her back into the room. His voice was rough and filled with urgency. "You're not allowed to come out without wearing proper clothes in the future." Mu Cheng glanced at her outfit. This was even more conservative than her sports shorts and tank top. Why was Yunche's face so red? She realized she had been reckless. People's thoughts and behaviors were still quite conservative at this time. When she lifted her gaze again, she happened to see the line of Yunche's jaw. Her back leaned against his chest, and his heated masculine scent enveloped her, causing her to feel a sudden panic. Her breathing became erratic, and for a moment, all she wanted was to end this strange heartbeat. As soon as they entered the room, Mu Cheng broke free from Gu Yunche and climbed into bed. Gu Yunche saw the shy Mu Cheng and felt helpless. Put on your clothes and come out. After saying that, he closed the door and left. Bai Lin had already gotten up, tears in her eyes. Brother Yunche, Mu Cheng is so shameless. She actually came out dressed like that. She blurted out. She wants to seduce you. Shut up. How can you have such a vile thought? Gu Yunche coughed lightly. If you hadn't pretended to fall, would she have rushed out without proper clothes? He turned and walked toward his room, coldly saying, You two go wait for me in the living room. Once the door was closed, Gu Yunche leaned against it, trying to calm his unusually restless heart. He glanced at his lower abdomen and began to pace around the room. He struggled to suppress thoughts of Mu Cheng's earlier appearance, but he still felt extremely agitated. Dressed appropriately, Mu Cheng came out with a flushed face. Just as Gu Yunche emerged from his room holding a change of clothes and a towel. When he saw Mu Cheng, his cheeks flushed, and he became quite awkward. Gu Yunche held the clothes in front of him and hurried into the bathroom. In an instant, Mu Cheng thought of something and shyly covered her face. Gu Yunche had clearly taken a shower before lunch. The reason for his second shower was obvious. In the washroom, Gu Yunche adjusted the water temperature to cool, and the water flowed down the muscles of his back, his hands resting against the wall, a bitter smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. I'm really going crazy. In the living room downstairs, Mu Cheng sat there, looking pitifully at Bai Lin, engaging in a verbal tug-of-war. Bai Lin wanted to speak, but was afraid of being retorted by Mu Cheng, and even more afraid of Gu Yunche hearing her, especially since he had just scolded her. Mu Cheng watched Bai Lin's expression change, unable to help but chuckle. After a long while, Gu Yunche finally came down. He deliberately avoided looking at Mu Cheng and simply said, I'm returning to the team tomorrow. I hope you two can get along peacefully. I don't understand the intricacies between girls, but I won't tolerate any trouble. If anyone stirs up trouble, don't blame me for being merciless. His words were cold and left no face for Bai Lin and Mu Cheng. However, Mu Cheng responded calmly. Sister Bai Lin, did you hear that? Brother Gu has set the rules for us. Even if you don't like me, I must abide by Brother Gu's rules. Gu Yunche raised his gaze to Mu Cheng. He realized that this little fox was not only cunning but also quite articulate. Her display of power was quite impressive. Seeing Gu Yunche's playful gaze, Mu Cheng cleared her throat. Let me make my stance clear. If no one offends me, I won't offend anyone. But if someone does offend me, I will retaliate. We are all new to this, so why should I indulge you? Bai Lin was intimidated by Mu Cheng's domineering manner and teared up. Brother Yunche, look at how arrogant Mu Cheng is. Gu Yunche, however, appreciated her straightforwardness. He replied indifferently, Mu Cheng has a point. What about you, Bai Lin? Will you still be unreasonable in the future? Gu Yunche actually thought she was being unreasonable. Although Bai Lin felt upset, she had to relent. I will get along peacefully with Mu Cheng in the future. Brother Yunche, I really didn't tea. Gu Yunche grew a bit impatient and waved his hand. Right? Let's not talk about what happened before. Mu Cheng's eyes sparkled with triumph. Gu Yunche walked over, lowered his voice, and warned Mu Cheng. Don't think your little tricks will succeed. If you keep making trouble, I'll throw you out first. Seeing Mu Cheng's face turn slightly pale, Gu Yunche smirked and asked, Haven't you noticed you've lost something? Mu Cheng raised her eyes, looking confused. Gu Yunche frowned. Did she not take the note Yin gave her seriously? Did she just lose it without care? Suddenly, the sound of a car came from outside. Mu Cheng seized the opportunity to run outside to avoid Gu Yunche's questioning. She hadn't lost anything. It was just that her earlier contact with him had been too intimate, causing her heart to race. Gu Yunche watched her rush out and smiled sweetly at Feng, Wenqing, and Gu Shenji. Uncle Gu, Aunt Feng, you're back. Mu Cheng naturally took Feng, Wenqing's handbag. She said playfully, Aunt Feng, are you free this weekend? I'd like to invite you to go shopping with me. Gu Yunche told them that Mu Cheng hadn't brought anything from the Liu family, and that she was lacking clothes and other essentials. Feng, Wenqing patted her hand. All right, I'll go with you. Gu Shenji found the scene very heartwarming, but when he thought of Gu Yunche and Mu Cheng chatting in the small garden at noon, his expression turned serious. He walked past the two and entered the house. Bai Lin saw Gu Shenji return and weakly called out, Uncle Gu. Gu Shenji raised an eyebrow. Bai Lin, you look so pale. Are you still not feeling well? Gu Yunche coldly glanced at Bai Lin. She could only smile and say, "I'm fine. I feel much better." At dinner, Bai Lin was eating in the dining room, but the atmosphere was strange. Mu Cheng hardly spoke, and Gu Yunche was also silent. The meal felt very heavy. After dinner, Gu Yunche went to find Bai Lin. "Bai Lin, I remember you told me that you didn't save much money at the Zhang family. Just 100 yuan. I can help you deposit it tomorrow." Bai Lin clenched her hands, smiling warmly. "Thank you, Brother Yunche, I'll go get it." Gu Yunche, did he really wrong Bai Lin? Was the incident on the train unrelated to her? Did Bai Lin not compensate the woman who falsely accused Mu Cheng? Bai Lin took out 10 yuan bills and handed them to Gu Yunche. "Brother Yunche, sorry to trouble you." Gu Yunche took the money and scrutinized Bai Lin. "What wrong?" Bai Lin bit her lip. "Brother Yunche, what wrong?" Gu Yunche didn't speak, opened the door, and walked out. He lowered his head and smiled. "Have I been fooled by this little fox, Mu Cheng again?" Chapter 50. Is Gu Yunche's marriage partner someone else? In the bedroom on the third floor, Gu Shinji was reading the newspaper. Fong Wenqing was knitting a sweater for Gu Yunting. The milk-white sweater was almost finished, and she hooked the yarn ball, recalling how Mu Cheng had just helped her wind it. "That little Mu is really well-behaved and smart. She's not bad." Gu Shinji turned a page of the newspaper. "But she has parents overseas, so she's not suitable for Yunche." Fong Wenqing rolled her eyes, and that Bai Lin is not suitable either. "She just borrowed 100 yuan cash from me when she arrived. What does a student need to spend money on?" Gu Shinji frowned, closing the newspaper with a sad expression. This indicates that Bai Lin is not living well at the Zhang family. She doesn't have a penny to her name. Just look at Mu Cheng. She dresses well and looks fresh and delicate. Her hands don't seem like they've worked in the countryside. I heard Yunche say she saved some money at Louis's house, which shows she's a sly and lazy person. Gu Shinji put down the newspaper, saying she is sweet-tongued and knows how to handle things. Don't be fooled into thinking she is a suitable daughter-in-law. I'm telling you, Mu Cheng is not a good match for Yunche. Moreover, she hasn't received an education, and there is a significant cultural gap between her and your son. As a mother, you need to be clear-headed. Don't let Mu Cheng lead you astray. Fong Wenqing was doused with a bucket of cold water by Gu Shinji. She put down the sweater, feeling indignant. Did I ever say I wanted Mu Cheng to be my daughter-in-law? I just simply like Mu Cheng, not that poor Bai Lin. Fong Wenqing stood up to wash up, and as soon as she opened the door, she saw Bai Lin standing at the entrance with a bowl of snow pear syrup. Her expression was normal. "Aunt Fong asked me to bring this to you and Uncle Gu, saying you both have been having sore throats lately." Fong Wenqing was unsure if Bai Lin had heard her and Gu Shinji's conversation. She smiled and took the tray. "Thank you, Bai Lin. You should go back to rest early." Bai Lin said good night and obediently went downstairs. Fong Wenqing turned around and placed the tray on the nightstand. Thinking that their conversation had likely been overheard by Bai Lin, she wanted to see if she would act up. Gu Shinji took a sip of the syrup. "Bai Lin won't disappoint you." Fong Wenqing pouted. "I have someone in mind for Yunche's marriage partner. It's neither Mu Cheng nor Bai Lin." Gu Shinji choked and coughed upon hearing this. Fong Wenqing, however, was unconcerned. "I can tell you that children's marriages are not tools for you to repay favors. As long as Yunche disagrees, no matter how much you favor Bai Lin, it's useless." Gu Shinji's expression grew increasingly gloomy upon hearing this. He put down his bowl. "You all just know how to go against me." Bai Lin, who had returned to her room, had a dark look in her eyes. She realized that in her camp, only Gu Shinji was on her side, while Fong Wenqing favored Mu Cheng. She clenched her hands and secretly vowed to make the Gu family like her. She wanted to drive Mu Cheng out of the Gu family and far away from Gu Yunche. At night, Mu Cheng managed to get a good night's sleep, while Gu Yunche was unable to sleep. He felt like he was going crazy from the two girls who had suddenly appeared in his home. Gu Yunche was exhausted from dealing with the conflict between them, while Mu Cheng said she only trusted Bai Lin, and Bai Lin accused him of favoring Mu Cheng. He felt caught in the middle, which was truly troublesome. Fortunately, he would return to the team tomorrow. Thinking of this, he turned over and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Gu Yunche woke up very early because he had to return to the team, but he didn't expect Bai Lin to wake up even earlier. She had also prepared breakfast for the whole family. As he was adjusting his shirt and just sat down, Bai Lin brought over millet porridge, freshly steamed dumplings, and boiled eggs. She sweetly said, "Yunche Gu, you eat first." Uncle Gu and them are still heating their food in the pot. Aunt Fong will handle things at home. You need to focus on your studies since you're going to school today. Gu Yunche took a bite of the dumpling. It tasted good. Bai Lin smiled and asked, "Is it good, Yunche Gu?" "Not bad," Gu Yunche replied casually, while his other hand flipped through the newspaper. Bai Lin wiped her hands with an apron and sweetly peeled an egg for Gu Yunche. "Yunche Gu, have an egg. It's nutritious." Gu Yunche reached out to take it, and his fingertips brushed against Bai Lin's hand. Bai Lin felt a jolt as if she had been electrocuted. She hurriedly placed the egg in Gu Yunche's hand and shyly turned back to the kitchen. Upstairs, Fong Wenqing, who was stopped by Gu Xinji, said with a smile, "Bai Lin is quite virtuous, getting up so early to cook millet porridge and steam dumplings. I said Bai Lin is sensible. She will definitely make a good wife for Yunche." Gu Xinji glanced at the second floor. Mu Cheng is still sleeping in at this hour. "I was too wrong last night, was I?" Fong Wenqing slightly raised her chin. "Look, your son is holding an egg. I wonder what he's thinking." Gu Yunche frowned at the egg, vaguely remembering that Bai Lin had wiped her hands with the apron before peeling it. That apron was stained. How dirty. Moreover, why did she peel the egg for him? He could do it himself. Disgusted, he tossed the uneaten egg back onto the plate, wiped his hands with a nearby towel, and took another egg to peel and eat himself. Gu Xinji shot a glare at Fong Wenqing. "Your son's bad habits are all cultivated by you. Being hygienic and loving cleanliness, what is wrong with that?" Fong Wenqing went downstairs, too lazy to argue with Gu Xinji. When Gu Yunche saw them coming down, he greeted them. Before he finished eating, he glanced at the second floor and said to Gu Xinji and Fong Wenqing, "Dad, Mom, Mu Cheng is young and likes to sleep in. Let us leave breakfast on the stove." Fong Wenqing, upon hearing this, smiled happily and looked at Gu Xinji with a hint of pride, though she responded, "Don't worry, I'll tell Aunt Fong. You hurry back to the team." Gu Yunche nodded, picked up his bag, and strode outside, just as he heard Gu Xinji asking from behind, "Yunche, was the note that old Wang found in the car dropped by you?" Gu Yunche paused. He had returned home with his parents in the same car, so that note couldn't possibly be his. Fong Wenqing took a sip of porridge. "What note?" Gu Yunche replied in a low voice. "The note was left for me by someone. I asked Mu Cheng to keep it for me." After saying this, he quickly left. Gu Xinji snorted coldly. Fong Wenqing found Gu Xinji's reaction inexplicable. Bai Lin, holding the dumplings, had overheard their conversation. She thought to herself, which note did Mu Cheng collect? The one from that man who was saying goodbye to Mu Cheng in a clingy manner? When Mu Cheng came downstairs after washing up, only Fong Wenqing was home since she didn't have classes today. "Little Mu, you're awake?" Mu Cheng shyly replied, "Aunt Fong, I can't get used to the train. I couldn't sleep on the way back and woke up late today." "It's okay. Yunche told us to let you sleep a bit longer." Fong Wenqing got up to go to the kitchen and asked Aunt Fong to bring out breakfast. A hint of surprise flashed in Mu Cheng's eyes. Gu Yunche actually spoke up for her. Her heart raced a little, but quickly returned to calm. "Aunt Fong, where's Bai Lin?" "Your Uncle Gu took her to school to handle enrollment procedures." Fong Wenqing invited Mu Cheng to eat, saying, "After breakfast, I'll take you shopping." Mu Cheng was slightly taken aback. The female lead Bai Lin was going to be a senior in high school, preparing for university, while she hadn't even received her textbooks. Chapter 51. Captain Gu is going to marry a sweet wife? Not long after Gu Yunche reported back to the team, the officers in the regiment learned that he had brought back two younger sisters from the provincial capital, one a martyr's orphan and the other a rural girl. After training ended, the regiment's political commissar, Lu Xiao, who was Gu Yunche's college classmate, comrade, and good buddy, rushed back to the office to pry into Gu Yunche's business. "Yunche, tell me the truth. Did you go to pick up a wife this time?" Gu Yunche just back, took off his wide-brimmed hat, and placed it on the table. His expression was cold. "I'm here to bring back your two aunts to recognize you." "How cheeky. You stubborn kid. Just tell me, which of the two girls is prettier? Maybe one of them is my future wife." Lu Xiao's shameless demeanor made Gu Yunche hand itch. "Don't make me hit you." With that, he picked up a square paper box and walked away. "Hey, where are you going?" Lu Xiao, getting a face full of dust, refused to give up. Seeing Gu Yunche about to leave, he jokingly said, "Are you going to the medical room again? I'm just going to get a shot. How about I go for you?" Gu Yunche handed the box to Lu Xiao. "Sure, you go. It's a gift for Yaya." Seeing that Gu Yunche really wasn't going, and that Lin Wanhua was on duty today, Lu Xiao immediately backed down. You go. Comrade Wanhua's shots are too painful. I still have a shot to get. And if she's not on duty, I'll go later. Gu Yunche strode out the door, but suddenly stopped. Lu Xiao, your sister works at Xinhua bookstore, right? Can you help me with something? Lu Xiao instantly put on an air of importance when he heard Gu Yunche needed something. If my sister knows it's for you, she'll definitely agree, but the condition is you have to date her. Are you still asking her for help? Gu Yunche's face darkened as he pointed at Lu Xiao's mouth, which was running too freely, and walked away. Lin Wanhua was the wife of Gu Yunche's college dorm mate Li Zheng and was a military doctor in the regiment's medical room. They had a daughter named Yaya, and Li Zheng's station unit was not in the capital. Therefore, Gu Yunche and Lu Xiao took care of Lin Wanhua and her daughter. The pair of porcelain cats Gu Yunche bought were a gift for Yaya. When he arrived, Lin Wanhua happened to be free. After thanking him, she chatted with Gu Yunche for a few moments. She teased him with a smile. Lu Xiao said yesterday you brought back 2 girls who could become your fiancée. Yes. Is that true? Don't listen to his nonsense. Gu Yunche inquired about Yaya's recent situation. Yaya's follow-up surgery funds are insufficient. Tell me, and Lu Xiao, and we'll help you out. Li Zheng's salary isn't as high as ours, so don't be polite with us. Lin Wanhua tucked a stray hair behind her ear and thanked him awkwardly. If Li Zheng had half your and Lu Xiao's capabilities, he wouldn't have been unable to return or get promoted. Gu Yunche lowered his gaze in silence. After a moment, he stood up. All right, you get back to work. Yunche, wait. Lin Wanhua took out 2 scarves. Summer yarn is cheap, so I knitted one for you and one for Lu Xiao. The dark gray one is yours, and the black one is Lu Xiao's. Gu Yunche accepted them, thanked her, and left. Lin Wanhua gently stroked the head of the porcelain cat, her expression softening. Back in the regiment's office, Lu Xiao was comparing the 2 scarves. TSK, your scarf's pattern is obviously prettier than mine. Comrade Wanhua is really biased. Huh, that's because I support Li Zheng's family more than you do. Gu Yunche was writing materials without even lifting his eyelids. Lu Xiao scoffed. How can I compare with you? Look at your family's conditions compared to mine. Yunche, I want to swap. You can have the scarf. Just have your sister help me get a full set of textbooks from 1st grade to senior year. Gu Yunche raised his gaze seriously. It's urgent. Hurry up. Which fiancé are you teaching? Lu Xiao leaned on the desk with a mischievous smile. Is it a rural little wife? He added, hey, when are you going to invite her out? I can help you plan. Get lost. Gu Yunche shot Lu Xiao a glare and continued writing materials. At that moment, the office phone rang. Lu Xiao picked it up. Hello, regiment headquarters. Which officer are you looking for? Mu Cheng took a bite of her popsicle and looked at Fong Wenqing, who was sitting beside her waiting. She softly said, I'm looking for Gu Yunche, Captain Gu. Lu Xiao quickly asked, who are you? My name is Mu Cheng, and I'm Captain Gu's younger sister. Mu Cheng found it difficult to make calls nowadays. First dialing the special line, then being transferred and getting questioned. Lu Xiao realized he hadn't guessed wrong. He held back a laugh and said seriously, that's not right. Captain Gu's sister is Gu Yunran, right? He doesn't have a younger sister named Mu. After saying this, he mischievously glanced at Gu Yunche, who was writing. Gu Yunche paused his hand and stopped writing. Give me the phone. Lu Xiao shrugged, shaking his head in a teasing manner. I'll chat with little Mu. Why are you in such a hurry? Gu Yunche tightened the cap on his pen, stood up, and snatched the phone. His tone was urgent. Mu Cheng, what's wrong? Is something happening? There's nothing serious. Mu Cheng told Fong Wenqing she had never made a call and wanted to know how sound were transmitted over the phone. At that moment, the capital's coin-operated phone was in use, and Fong Wenqing suggested Mu Cheng give Gu Yunche a call to try it out, which was how Mu Cheng found the opportunity to call him. Mu Cheng lowered her voice, softly saying, Big brother Gu, I'm fine. I'm not shopping with Aunt Fong, and I just want to try how to make a phone call, so Aunt Fong let me call you. So there was nothing going on. His mother indulged Mu Cheng in calling him just to tease him. Mu Cheng, do you know that military phones cannot be occupied without reason? Just as Gu Yunche was about to hang up, he heard Mu Cheng anxiously say, I have something. Speak. Gu Yunche pushed away Lu Xiao's big head, which had come over to eavesdrop, but Lu Xiao leaned in again. Mu Cheng earnestly said, Big brother Gu, Sister Bai Lin has gone to school to handle procedures today, and I'm going to be left behind. Do I have a lead on my textbooks? Gu Yunche paused. It turned out Mu Cheng was calling to urge him about the textbooks. He grabbed the smiling Lu Xiao and said, "The person who just answered the phone was your big brother Lu. His sister works at Xinhua bookstore and can buy the textbooks. But he's not giving me face. Why don't you plead with him?" After saying that, Yunche handed the phone to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was taken aback, thinking Yunche was truly something else. Yunche pushing him out now was deliberate, making it impossible for him to refuse a diligent girl from the countryside. He mechanically took the phone and heard a sweet voice on the other end. "Big brother Lu, please help me. If I get the textbooks, I'll treat you to a meal. How about a state-run restaurant?" Lu Xiao was momentarily stunned by the crisp and sweet voice. He smiled and replied, "No problem. I will definitely help little Mu get the textbooks." Yunche glanced at Lu Xiao, who was lost in the moment, and vaguely heard Mu Cheng's sweet voice. He darkened his face and snatched the phone back. "Mu Cheng, don't call me again unless it's necessary. You're wasting public resources." Mu Cheng rolled her eyes, mumbling, "Oh, got it." As soon as she finished speaking, the call on the other end was disconnected. Lu Xiao wrapped his arm around Yunche's shoulder, looking very excited. "Wow, little Mu's voice is really sweet. It's so pleasant to hear." Yunche shot Lu Xiao a glare and shook off his arm. "She's only 18. Watch your tone." Lu Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "Captain Gu is going to marry a little sweet wife." Chapter 52, Creative Dishes to cheer up the Gu couple. The guards in the guard room heard the sound of Director Lu's wailing from the team leader's office. They exchanged glances, lowered their heads to study, and changed shifts as usual, accustomed to it all. Soon, only Yunche was left in the office, staring blankly at the landline phone. He felt it was time to calm himself down. Not to mention that he shouldn't be having those irrelevant dreams anymore. He certainly shouldn't have much contact with Mu Cheng. Now that he was back in the team, it was a good opportunity to get back on track. With this in mind, Yunche made up his mind to stop thinking about Mu Cheng from today onwards. He wouldn't go home for the weekend to avoid any encounters. On the other side, Mu Cheng exchanged 5 pounds of flour ration tickets for braised pig trotters, pig ears, and a piece of braised beef at the state-run store. She planned to cook a big meal to show her gratitude. Fong Wenqing bought Mu Cheng a lot of clothes, including pajamas and nightgowns. But she refused to take Mu Cheng's money. Whenever Mu Cheng mentioned giving Fong Wenqing money, she would always smile and say, "I often had meals at your grandparents' house when I was in school. Your mother even paid for my meals and accommodation for 2 years." No wonder the Gu family always helped Mu Guiying. It turned out that Fong Wenqing had received kindness from Mu Guiying's mother in the past. Fong Wenqing patted Mu Cheng's bun hairstyle and smiled lightly. "In the future, when the environment changes and your mother comes back, she will be very pleased to see her daughter so beautiful." Mu Cheng thought of her mother from another world. Her eyes became moist, and she lowered her gaze, holding back tears, looking quite moving. Fong Wenqing hugged Mu Cheng. "Good girl, you still have me." Mu Cheng smiled faintly. "Yeah, everything will be fine." Fong Wenqing looked at the braised dishes Mu Cheng was holding and asked, "Buying so much, how are you going to finish it all?" "Aunt Fong, I saw a few dishes on TV the other day. I'll make them for you to try," Mu Cheng replied confidently, which was quite charming. Fong Wenqing nodded with a smile. In the evening, Mu Cheng went into the kitchen to cook. Not long after, Gu Shenji returned with Bai Lin, chatting happily with Fong Wenqing about Bai Lin's excellent academic performance. Mu Cheng in the kitchen listened to their conversation and their cheerful laughter. Bai Lin was modest, saying, "Although Teacher Chun welcomes me to their class, my grades must be quite different from the students in the capital. I still need to study hard. Fortunately, Brother Yunche promised to tutor me." Gu Shenji nodded with a smile, while Fong Wenqing took a sip of tea. She looked up and said, "Really?" Yunche just called back to say he won't be coming home for the weekends these next few weeks. Bai Lin's expression froze for a moment. She lowered her eyes and said, "Brother Yunche is busy. I can ask Sister Yunran instead." Gu Shenji chuckled lightly. "And there's also Yunting. He always comes home to mooch food. You can ask him too." Bai Lin smiled awkwardly and remained silent. Mu Cheng, listening from the kitchen, couldn't help but smile. It was good that Gu Yunqing was coming back. That way, Bai Lin wouldn't compete with her like a black-eyed chicken. But what about her textbooks? She knew she couldn't rely on Gu Yunqing, who wasn't invested in her matters. "Xiaomu, your dishes smell really good. I will make them like this in the future." Mu Cheng nodded slightly. "Aunt Fong, if you don't understand anything, just come and ask me directly." When it was mealtime, Mu Cheng served the twice-cooked beef, charcoal-grilled pig trotters, and freshly pulled pig ears on the table. Aunt Fong also stir-fried spicy pepper and eggs and sweet and sour cabbage. Gu Xinji loved spicy food. He had eaten authentic twice-cooked beef during a business trip and was surprised that Mu Cheng managed to replicate the genuine flavor so well. As for the charcoal-grilled pig trotters and pig ears, the way they were prepared was quite novel, and Fong Wenqing praised it endlessly. Aunt Fong smiled and said, "I haven't used that oven since I bought it. I didn't expect it could even roast pig trotters." Mu Cheng thought to herself, not just that, it can also make oven-style barbecue. Bai Lin enjoyed the food, but intentionally questioned, "Mu Cheng, how do you know how to use an oven? Can you understand the instruction manual?" Mu Cheng shook her head. "I can't read it. But I saw a TV show at Zhang Qingqing's house that introduced how to use an oven. I remembered it." She glanced at Bai Lin's slightly rough hands and thought, "Zhang Qingqing's family is really well off. She told me you all use a washing machine to do laundry." Upon hearing this, Bai Lin put her hand holding the bowl under the table. She didn't know where to place her chopsticks and could only leave her hands bare under Gu Xinji's and Fong Wenqing's gazes. "Bai Lin, does the Zhang family not allow you to use a washing machine?" Gu Xinji put down his chopsticks, his eyes filled with indignation. Bai Lin stiffly nodded, but she couldn't change back to her previous pitiful expression in time, looking as if there was something more to the story. Mu Cheng knew Bai Lin's hands were like counterfeit antiques. Counterfeit antiques are made to look old, while her hands were made to look rough, intending to elicit sympathy from Gu Yunche and the Gu family. After the meal, Gu Xinji's opinion of Mu Cheng and Bai Lin changed. Although Mu Cheng lacked education, she was simple-minded, gentle, and virtuous, while Bai Lin's hands were rougher than Aunt Fong's, making people feel like the girl had complicated thoughts. Even if she didn't mistreat herself this way, they all knew her situation in the Zhang family. After dinner, the family gathered around to watch TV, while Bai Lin went upstairs to study. Downstairs, Mu Cheng made Fong Wenqing and Gu Xinji laugh continuously. As the laughter echoed, Bai Lin clenched her hands tightly. She said harshly, "Once I find another man, I'll give your note to Uncle Gu, and let's see if you still have the face to stay in the Gu family." The next morning, Bai Lin went to school. Gu Xinji specifically walked with her to give her a ride to school. Although Bai Lin's household registration and student status had not been processed yet, she felt proud to be a transfer student riding in a sedan. Mu Cheng watched Gu Xinji's car slowly leave the courtyard, deep in thought. If she couldn't get her hands on the textbooks, she wouldn't be able to prove her academic ability, and she was worried she wouldn't be able to convince Gu Yunche to help her enroll. She rested her chin on her hand for a moment and thought of the note Qin Yin left her. Qin Yin's family had a phone, indicating they were well off. Maybe he had connections to get the textbooks? Thinking of this, she hurriedly searched for the note Qin Yin left her. But she rummaged through her bag and the pockets of the clothes she wore that day and couldn't find it. Did I drop the note in that Jeep? Mu Cheng thought, and that was the only possibility. She had tucked the note away in a hurry that day and hadn't had time to see Qin Yan's phone number, let alone remember his workplace address or home address. The driver that day was Gu Xinji's secretary. Would he have handed the note to Gu Xinji? Probably not. Gu Xinji didn't care about her, and if he found out she had private interactions with another man, he would definitely be disappointed and might even kick her out of the Gu family. With this thought, Mu Cheng also remembered Gu Yunche going to the study to talk with his father. Gu Yunche definitely hadn't told his father about how she had seduced him in Guqing village. Mu Cheng's lips curved into a beautiful arc, and her heart felt warm. Suddenly, she sighed. "Gu Yunche, can't you be a good person to the end? Don't I deserve to have a set of textbooks?" The next day, at the military training ground, Gu Yunche walked with long strides, unbuckling the belt of his training uniform. He asked the political commissar Lu Xiao, who had come to find him, "Have you got the textbooks?" Chapter 53, he wanted to invite her for Russian food. Lu Xiao came to inform Gu Yunche that he needed to give a thought report at the 3rd high school tomorrow. But unexpectedly, Gu Yunche immediately asked him about the textbooks. He rolled his eyes and said, "Shouldn't you just go find my sister directly?" Seeing Lu Xiao's evasive response, Gu Yunche coldly snorted, "Why are you so unreliable?" It was the first time Lu Xiao saw Gu Yunche so anxious about a girl. He crossed his arms and smiled meaningfully. "Oh, wow. This is the first time you're getting mad at me because of a girl?" She asked really something special. Yunche paused, shot Lu Xiao a cold glance, and turned to leave. Just then, Lu Xiao explained his intention. After the report, there would be half a day off, and he just needed to return the next day. In the corridor back to the office, Lu Xiao noticed that he had irritated Yunche. He added, "The Western restaurant in the West District is reopening. You can take your lovely sister out for Western food." Yunche stopped in his tracks and turned to Lu Xiao, asking, "French cuisine or Russian cuisine?" I don't really know. Isn't it either French or Russian?" Lu Xiao's flowery nonsense was incredibly annoying. Yunche abruptly pulled Lu Xiao over, gripping his neck, and said coldly, "Are you messing with me? Russian cuisine is starting to serve again. It's a trial operation. With the official opening in November. I have 2 internal meal vouchers. I can give them to you, okay?" Lu Xiao silently cursed Yunche for being too quick-witted. He only intended to tease Yunche, but ended up having to part with 2 meal vouchers. After all, he didn't have a girlfriend, so giving them to Yunche could be seen as a good deed. With the 2 meal vouchers in hand, Yunche happily agreed to give the report. Last time, he had let Mu Cheng down, and this time, he would take her to eat Western food she had never tried before. She would surely be delighted. Thinking of this, he tucked the vouchers into his pocket. Lu Xiao bumped Yunche's shoulder and said, "Who stopped the young lady from calling you?" Yunche raised an eyebrow and brushed off Lu Xiao's arm resting on his shoulder. "Did I tell you I was inviting her for Western food?" After saying this, he picked up his hat and headed towards the dormitory. Lu Xiao scoffed, "You're just stubborn. Besides your stubbornness, there's nothing else hard about you." Yunche halted, feeling a surge of blood rush to his head. He had a sense that Lu Xiao's words were subtly mocking him. How could he only be stubborn? He was tough in every way. He turned around, adjusted his wide-brimmed hat, and walked toward Lu Xiao with a dark expression. Lu Xiao sighed, "I'm asking you. Yunche, can't you take a joke? Some things aren't for you to say." Yunche's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Lu Xiao, you're getting a little too cocky. Let me loosen you up." With that, Yunche dragged Lu Xiao into the office. The new soldier, standing guard in the security room, was startled by the loud commotion from the office, but remained standing straight, only his mouth stiffening from suppressing laughter. Before long, Yunche emerged from the office looking refreshed. Reflecting on Lu Xiao's teasing words, he resolved not to have too much contact with Mu Cheng. Yet when he heard Lu Xiao mention the restaurant, he instinctively thought of inviting Mu Cheng for Western food. He lowered his gaze and stood in the corridor, feeling confused. But after a moment, he found a reason to sincerely apologize to Mu Cheng. After all, it was his fault for making her wait so long at the state-run restaurant in the provincial city last time. Thinking of this, Yunche felt relaxed and his mood lightened. He walked briskly, a faint smile appearing on his lips, making him seem as refreshing as a spring breeze. The soldier on guard observed Yunche closely, his brow furrowing at the changes in his expression. Shortly after Yunche left, Lu Xiao emerged from the office. Adjusting his hat and mumbling to himself, "I really owe you. Not only do I have to get you the textbooks, but I also have to be bullied by you." He looked up and saw the new soldier standing guard, straightened his belt, and walked with a straight back. After a while, the old soldier coming to change shifts noticed the new soldier struggling to suppress laughter. "What is wrong with you?" The new soldier saluted and replied with a smile. "Who said our Captain Gu is cold-hearted?" After practicing with Comrade Lu, his expression clearly showed he was worried about Comrade Lu. The old soldier felt that this new soldier was shallow and not very bright. That evening, Mu Cheng was leaning on the windowsill of her room on the 3rd floor waiting for Gu Shenji to finish work. To be precise, she was waiting for Secretary Li and Driver Wang. Only these two might have picked up the note she dropped in the Jeep. Ding! The car returned, and Mu Cheng hurried downstairs. She rushed into the kitchen to grab the 2 aluminum lunchboxes she had prepared. Aunt Fong smiled at Mu Cheng and said, "Little Mu, your method of making edamame is really delicious. Even I, who don't like drinking, love this dish. Cold mixed edamame is the perfect accompaniment to barbecued dishes." Mu Cheng also liked it, so she had Aunt Fong improve the 5-spice boiled edamame, which not only looked bright, but was also spicy and appetizing. She cheerfully said, "So, I prepared some for Master Wang and Secretary Li too. Everyone should have a taste." Aunt Fong thought Mu Cheng was kind-hearted and friendly. carrying the aluminum lunchboxes. Mu Cheng went outside and saw that Gu Shenji had already gone upstairs. Secretary Li was in the living room organizing files. Mu Cheng walked over, handed him the aluminum lunchbox, and said, "Comrade Li, Aunt Fong made cold mixed edamame, and I brought you a portion." Secretary Li was pleasantly surprised and smiled as he accepted it. Just then, Mu Cheng asked, "Comrade Li, I accidentally dropped a hairpin in the Jeep the other day. Did you see it while driving?" Secretary Li paused, shaking his head in confusion. "No, the car was cleaned by Master Wong before it was returned. So I'm not sure. You should ask him." With a direction now, Mu Cheng thanked him and went to find Master Wong, who was wiping the car. Master Wong had a habit of washing the car in the evening. Seeing Mu Cheng approach with the aluminum lunchbox, he paused and said, "Little Mu, are you looking for me?" Mu Cheng handed the lunchbox to Master Wong and said the same thing she told Secretary Li. Master Wong opened the lunchbox, and the aroma wafted into his nose. Without thinking much, he said, "I didn't TC the hairpin, but I did find a note. I was going to give it to Secretary Gu, but then it was taken by Yunche." The note written by Qin Yin was in Gu Yunche's hands? Mu Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Gu Yunche always felt that Mu Cheng had a tendency to cling to well-off men, and now he had a critical piece of evidence. However, it was better for the note to be with Gu Shunji than with Gu Yunche. Otherwise, if Bai Lin found out, she would definitely make an issue out of it. Mu Cheng smiled and chatted with Master Wong for a moment before preparing to head back to her room when she saw Bai Lin rushing back with a backpack. Just as she wanted to show off her academic achievements, Gu Shinji came out and said to Bai Lin, "I ordered a bicycle for you at the state-run store, so you can ride it to school from now on." Bai Lin was overjoyed and shyly shook her head. "Uncle Gu, I can't ride a bicycle." "It's okay," Gu Shinji said warmly with a smile. "I'll have Yunche teach you." Upon hearing this, Bai Lin proudly smiled at Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng looked at her expressionlessly, unaffected by her. However, Mu Cheng understood that Gu Shunji valued Bai Lin highly, even creating opportunities for them to bond. No wonder Mu Guiying had lost so badly. Gu Shinji looked at Mu Cheng, cleared his throat, and said, "Little Mu, when you start working, let Aunt Fong buy you a bicycle too, and Yunting can teach you." Mu Cheng forced a smile to show her happiness, but thought to herself that it wasn't necessary. She could ride a motorcycle. Chapter 54. Slapping Bai Lin's face. Has she found a new path? During dinner, Bai Lin was particularly enthusiastic, serving extra rice and soup to Gu Shunji and Fong Wenqing. However, Gu Shunji and Fong Wenqing preferred the cold mixed edamame that Mu Cheng had improved. Sister Fong promoted how to cook edamame to make it bright green, making Gu Shunji feel even more that Mu Cheng was virtuous. Mu Cheng watched as Bai Lin's complexion gradually faded, and she couldn't help but smile inwardly, feeling that Bai Lin was petty. The Gu family had long regarded Bai Lin as the daughter-in-law they were cultivating for Gu Yunche, yet she was still entangled and who received more praise at the dinner table. Fong Wenqing asked Bai Lin what kind of bicycle she liked, inviting her to the store to pick a style. Bai Lin smiled warmly, saying any style would do as long as it was a bit cheaper. Since she lived here and ate your food, how could she justify spending so much money on a bicycle when you and Uncle Gu were so good to her? She had decided that for clothes, shoes, and hats, if she could wear them, she wouldn't change them. She really felt embarrassed asking you and Uncle Gu to spend more money on her. Mu Cheng, holding the chopsticks, carefully considered Bai Lin's words. Like Bai Lin, she lived in the Gu family without paying or doing housework, both living off others, while Bai Lin was aware of saving. She had just gone shopping with Fong Wenqing 2 days ago, buying several new outfits and daily necessities, which implied that Bai Lin didn't understand the concept of saving and was ungrateful. Sure enough, Gu Shunji advised Bai Lin not to overthink it. Bai Lin's eyes turned red as she said, "Uncle Gu, Auntie Gu, I will definitely get into university, and I will repay you for the rest of my life." This made Gu Shunji emotional, and Fong Wenqing felt heartbroken. Mu Cheng, however, just ate without taking any vegetables, her eyes lowered, showing a lack of interest in food. Fong Wenqing put a piece of rib in Mu Cheng's bowl. "Xiao Mu, why aren't you eating any vegetables?" Mu Cheng looked up with tears in her eyes. She stammered, "I feel like I'm not as useful as Sister Bai Lin. I don't even know how to repay you. I also want to study and get a good job in the future to earn money to honor Uncle Gu and Auntie Fong." compared to Bai Lin's heart-wrenching tale. Mu Cheng, who grew up in the countryside, had it worse. Fong Wenqing patted Mu Cheng's hand, her eyes also reddening. Silly child, there are many ways to repay. How about you be my daughter-in-law? Marry Yunche and give me a big fat grandson. That would be a great repayment. Everyone. Mu Cheng was stunned by Fong Wenqing's words. She stuttered, Andy Fong Gugu, look at how scared you are. Fong Wenqing told Mu Cheng to eat well. Your Gugu doesn't even know if he has the fortune to marry such a sensible and virtuous girl like you. Gu Shanji felt that Fong Wenqing was deliberately going against him. He snorted and continued eating. Mu Cheng was genuinely startled. How could she have guessed that Fong Wenqing had this thought? She finished her meal first and then dejectedly went upstairs, her expression pitiful and delicate. Sister Fong came over to clear the dishes. She was astonished. Oh, Xiao Mu hardly ate anything. She only took half a bowl of rice. She worked for me all afternoon. Upon hearing this, Fong Wenqing put down her chopsticks and looked at Bai Lin, her tone neither light nor heavy. Bai Lin, Mu Cheng's situation has been worse than yours since childhood. You at least receive an education and have no worries about food and clothing. But she doesn't. You need to consider her feelings when you speak. Your good intentions to save us money may sound like you're wasting our family's money to her. Bai Lin quickly apologized. Annie, that's not what I meant. I won't say such things in front of Mu Cheng anymore. Fong Wenqing raised an eyebrow and fell silent. Xiao Mu, she dresses quite well. Why would she still go buy clothes? Gu Shanji asked in confusion. What's good about it? The 2 outfits she can wear were bought by your son in the provincial city. Apart from those 2 decent outfits and a pair of leather shoes, she doesn't even have extra underwear or sleepwear. Didn't you see she came with just a small bundle? Fong Wenqing clearly remembered that Bai Lin brought a large bag of luggage. Hearing this, Gu Shanji also felt that Bai Lin's words were inappropriate. He sighed, Wenqing, you need to pay more attention to Xiao Mu. Either let her transfer to school or learn a skill, and don't let her suffer in terms of food and clothing. At the staircase, Mu Cheng listened intently to their conversation. She curled her lips in a smile, thinking, Bai Lin is just playing tricks on me. Who isn't a 1,000-year-old fox with some tricks up their sleeve? Mu Cheng tiptoed upstairs. As she passed Gu Yunche's room, she reached for the doorknob and twisted it slightly. The door was locked and the note was inside, so she couldn't go in. Mu Cheng sighed, secretly lamenting that the roof leaks just as it rains. Where could she find help to get the textbooks? At night, after she finished bathing and opened the door, she saw Bai Lin sneaking around at Gu Yunche's door. She also reached for the doorknob and realized it was locked, her expression filled with disappointment. Gu Yunche wasn't home. Why would Bai Lin think to go to his room? What was she looking for? Mu Cheng thought for a moment. Could Bai Lin also know that the note was in Gu Yunche's hands? The thought sent chills down her spine. She tightened her jaw and opened the door. Holding a basin, she shouted, Sister Bai Lin, what are you doing at Gugu's door? Nothing. Bai Lin turned around and went back inside, closing the door. Upstairs, Fong Wenqing, who had come out to pour water, happened to hear this exchange. She quietly returned to her room and placed the cup by Gu Shanji's bedside. At this time of night, why is Bai Lin trying to open Yunche's door? What is she up to? Gu Shanji nearly choked on his water. Yunche isn't home. Could she be looking for books? How could there be high school textbooks in Yunche's room? If she is looking for something, she should go to Yun Ran or Yun Ting's room. Fong Wenqing shook her head. Neither Bai Lin nor Mu Cheng is suitable to stay at the Gu family for long. But you just said you wanted Mu Cheng to be your daughter-in-law. Gu Shanji felt that Fong Wenqing's words were contradictory, but he saw his wife smile. I was just saying that for Bai Lin to hear. You look at her differently, and she already understands in her heart. I brought up Mu Cheng to remind her that she isn't good enough. Yunche doesn't like her, and she can't be my daughter-in-law. Fong Wenqing applied a bit of snowflake cream, saying meaningfully, if we're talking about family background and education matching, it should be Wanhua. Unfortunately, she got unexpectedly pregnant, married, and had a daughter. She turned to look at Gu Shanji again. The daughter of Deputy Mayor Chun is quite a match for Yunche. It turned out that his wife neither wanted Mu Cheng to be a daughter-in-law nor looked favorably on Bai Lin. Her heart was set on someone else. Gu Shanji fell silent, took off his glasses, pulled back the quilt, and lay down. You women have so many little thoughts. Fong Wenqing shot him a glance, turned off the bedside lamp, covered herself with a quilt, and went to sleep. The next day, Mu Cheng got up early and got ready. She went downstairs to ask Sister Fong, Aunt Fong, where's there a place nearby that collects old books and newspapers? Sister Fong was puzzled. Do you have something to sell? Mu Cheng explained that she wasn't selling anything. She wanted to collect some old textbooks. The state-run bookstores only distributed textbooks to schools based on quotas, and without a purchase slip, they couldn't be bought. This was a roundabout way of saving the country. She wanted to start school as soon as possible and needed textbooks to learn and prepare. She didn't expect to master everything overnight. And she certainly didn't want to be pulled into research by the Research Institute. After breakfast, Mu Cheng went to the recycling station for old newspapers and books. The shop wasn't large, and she smiled as she explained her intentions to the owner. Ah, little girl, you're quite diligent in your studies. Coming here to gather textbooks? The owner was a warm-hearted person, allowing Mu Cheng to search for herself. As noon approached, Yunche returned home. Not seeing Mu Cheng, he anxiously asked, Aunt Fong, where is Mu Cheng? Chapter 55. The Flower on the High Ridge. Just pick it. Mu Cheng crouched among the old newspapers and magazines, rummaging through discarded textbooks. She found a bundle of 6th grade primary school textbooks and felt very happy. The textbooks weren't too old. They should have been used by only children. Otherwise, they would have been passed down to younger siblings. Suddenly, Mu Cheng felt a shadow cast over the book in front of her. She looked up to see a pair of shiny black leather shoes, military green trousers extending straight up, and when she raised her gaze, she saw Yunche standing in front of her in a smart military uniform, wearing a wide-brimmed hat. Yunche looked helpless as he extended his hand to her. Get up. Mu Cheng took his hand, and he effortlessly pulled her up. Under the sunlight, Yunche's tall and handsome figure enveloped Mu Cheng in a shadow. She looked up at him, seeing him in military uniform for the first time. Just one glance, and the spring of this face-loving girl had returned. In this spring, the grass grows and the orioles fly, the peach blossoms bloom. Truly a great season for a girl in love. Yunche was already tall and upright, with a refined and handsome appearance. He wore a well-tailored military uniform, revealing a light green shirt, the buttons of the collar showcasing his rounded Adam's apple. A row of golden buttons was fastened neatly, making him look even more heroic and dignified. He wore a faint yet noble smile at the corners of his mouth, bringing joy to those who looked at him. Seeing Mu Cheng staring blankly at him, Yunche reached out to pat the top of her head. You don't trust me to get things done? Mu Cheng came to her senses, casting a glance at the old textbook she had found. She thought to herself that if Yunche wore the latest military uniform, he would definitely trend on social media. If he live-streamed, there would be a bunch of infatuated female fans shouting husband in front of the screen. Noticing Mu Cheng's silence, Yunche handed her a bottle of Beibinjiang soda. Aren't you afraid of getting sunburned while flipping through books in the sun? Mu Cheng was thirsty at that moment and quickly suppressed the wild desires that had surged upon seeing Yunche. She took the soda and grumbled in complaint. Who told you not to let me call you? How would I know if you could keep your promise to get me the textbooks? Yunche chuckled softly. You're such a child. Stop flipping through. The textbooks are already secured. I'll bring them back for you this weekend. He hadn't expected Mu Cheng's thirst for knowledge to be so urgent, her desire to learn so sincere. Had she really wasted the whole morning? Mu Cheng's expression of annoyance was like a drenched kitten, both exasperated and a bit innocent, which made Yunche want to laugh. He smiled and said, Let's go. You should go home, take a shower, change your clothes, and I'll take you out. After saying that, Yunche turned and walked outside. Mu Cheng took a sip of the soda, which was warm. She followed him. Why isn't it cold? You can't drink cold water after sweating from exercise. Female colleagues should drink less cold stuff. Yunche replied while looking at Mu Cheng, whose face was flushed and a bit sweaty at her nose tip. He took out a handkerchief and handed it to her. Wipe your sweat. The handkerchief Yunche had given her last time was still unreturned after she washed it. She took it to wipe her sweat, thinking that Yunche understood quite a lot. He even knew that girls shouldn't drink cold water. And she had forgotten that drinking cold water after exercise could be dangerous. When they got home, Sister Fong asked Yunche what dishes he wanted, and he said, No need to prepare lunch for me and Mu Cheng. I'm taking her out to eat. Mu Cheng didn't expect that Yunche had come back from the group just to take her out for a meal. She asked with a smile, "Are we going to eat braised pork knuckles?" Yunche shook his head, smiling, "No, I'm taking you to eat Western food." Sister Fong was stunned. Western food was quite rare. She had heard that the state-run Western restaurant had switched to selling Chinese food before. Could it be that they had changed back? Mu Cheng was also shocked. She could actually eat Western food? Yunche glanced at his watch and urged Mu Cheng, "Xiao Mu, hurry up." Excited, Mu Cheng ran upstairs, while Sister Fong made tea for Yunche. "Isn't my mom not having classes today? Why isn't she home for lunch?" Fong Wenqing was a professor in the chemistry department at Jiangshi University. When she didn't have classes, she usually stayed home to write research papers. Professor Fong had gone to school to pick up Bai Lin to choose a bicycle at the state-run store, as Secretary Gu had bought Bai Lin a bicycle for her convenience in commuting. Yunche took a sip of tea and asked again, "Does Mu Cheng have a bicycle?" Sister Fong awkwardly shook her head and recounted what had happened in the restaurant yesterday. "Xiaomu hardly ate dinner last night." Bai Lin's words were really hurtful. After hearing this, Yunche's expression darkened. Mu Cheng had taken a shower and changed into a white dress with black polka dots, styled her hair into a princess bun, and swapped for white high-heeled sandals, carrying a light brown handbag as she came downstairs. Yunche looked up and was momentarily captivated by her appearance. He wanted to look away but couldn't. How could she be so beautiful? Yunche clenched his fists, feeling a bit nervous. What was he nervous about? Oh dear, Xiaomu looks really beautiful dressed like this. Sister Fong placed the fruits on the coffee table, smiling. "You can't find a girl more beautiful than Xiaomu around here. Especially like a beautiful vase." A vase? Mu Cheng forgave Sister Fong's ignorance. How could she know that years later, a vase wouldn't be a compliment? Yunche lightly coughed twice and said with a half-smile, "Aunt Fong, a vase is used for holding flowers. It looks good but is hollow inside." Using this term to compliment Mu Cheng isn't right. Indeed, he was a high-achieving student, his thoughts pressing against her, a great youth from 2024. Sister Fong hurriedly corrected herself. "Oh, in that case, Xiaomu is like a fairy. Both Mu Cheng and Yunche laughed at Sister Fong's words. Yunche stood up. "Let us go, it's almost time." Mu Cheng followed Yunche out the door. Sister Fong, tightening her apron, looked regretful, thinking that they were a perfect match, but it was a pity. If only Xiaomu had some education and culture. Along the way, people near the courtyard frequently glanced at Yunche and Mu Cheng, especially some young men, whose eyes on Mu Cheng were filled with amazement. However, this gaze inexplicably annoyed Yunche. After thinking for a moment, he found a topic to divert Mu Cheng's attention from the gazes of others. "Xiaomu, I haven't finished the story of Bai Qian and Yihua." Mu Cheng was taken aback, not expecting Yunche to remember this. She had to continue telling the story, and Yunche tilted his head to listen, picturing Bai Qian in his mind, thinking that Bai Qian should look like Mu Cheng. When they arrived at the restaurant, Yunche reassured the scanning Mu Cheng, "Don't worry, I'll teach you how to eat Western food." Mu Cheng felt that the Western restaurant was simply decorated, but Yunche thought she was nervous. She nodded, "With you here, what do I have to worry about?" Before long, dishes like red braised beef, Russian borscht, blini pancakes with strawberry jam, Russian kebabs, canned braised shrimp, pan-fried steak with pita, and tiramisu cake were served. Yunche took Mu Cheng's portion of kebabs and steak over, cutting them with a knife and fork. His dining etiquette was always excellent, and the way he cut the steak was focused, elegant, and skilled, making Mu Cheng unable to resist feeling a flutter in her heart. Yunche was truly a high ridge flower. Mu Cheng couldn't help but murmur, "The flower on the high ridge should be picked while it blooms. Don't wait until there are no flowers left to pick the branches." Yunche looked up at Mu Cheng. "Where did you learn this poem?" Mu Cheng awkwardly smiled. It was recited by an old man collecting scrap paper earlier. Yunche handed her the cut steak and meat skewers again. "Xiaomu, you want to learn and improve, and I fully support that. So, I can help you find a tutor?" "Who?" Mu Cheng didn't expect this meal to be so meaningful. Yunche frowned. "At first, I thought Yunting was acceptable, but he doesn't come home often. I think my comrade's wife, Lin Wanhua, would be a good choice." Chapter 56. Are dreams reversed? What should he do? Lin Wanhua. Mu Cheng didn't have much impression of this supporting character in the original book. She only knew that she was the wife of Gu Yunche's comrade. The key was that she hadn't finished reading this book yet, and she had no idea about the plot developments that followed. How troublesome. Mu Cheng was a bit reluctant to have too much contact with people around Gu Yunche. I'll just self-study. Gu Yunche felt that Mu Cheng was clueless about learning and thought too simply. Mu Cheng, you are a beginner. Wanhua can go home after work. She is currently tutoring a child from the neighbor's family who is in elementary school. I will also pay her for the tutoring, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. All done. Mu Cheng had to study with a little kid. She waved her hand, very resistant. No way, that's too embarrassing. I don't want to be laughed at by a child. Gu Yunche smiled helplessly. He had a very handsome smile that made people feel as if they were in a spring breeze. Mu Cheng quite liked watching Gu Yunche smile, but she was very clear that this man before her could never belong to her. She could only look. You're very smart. You will definitely learn faster than the child. Once you finish learning, I will pick you up from her house and take you home before I return to my team. Gu Yunche's earnest expression was quite moving. Mu Cheng had no choice but to agree as she took a bite of the juicy steak. She tentatively asked, Brother Gu, do you believe that some people are geniuses? That once they awaken their intellect, they will advance rapidly in learning, as if they have cheat codes? What does having cheat codes mean? Gu Yunche held his fork in hand, resting it on his chin with a puzzled expression. There are such people, but definitely not you. Look at how you are speaking. You are all over the place. Mu Cheng. This steel-straight man could analyze the meaning of a vase, but that didn't mean he could understand game cheat codes. Was she too naive? Mu Cheng focused on her meal, no longer speaking, but Gu Yunche quite enjoyed watching her eat. She was slow and methodical, puffing her cheeks and chewing like a greedy little squirrel. He sipped some juice and suddenly recalled that absurd dream. In the dream, on their wedding anniversary, he also took Mu Cheng to a Western restaurant for dinner, but she wasn't dressed like she was now, and her table manners were not good. She even poured the self-service fruits into a lunchbox to take home, leading to a quarrel with the restaurant manager. Gu Yunche couldn't persuade her and had to apologize and pay. Thinking of that dream, he pressed his fingers against his forehead, looking troubled. Brother Gu, are you unwell? Mu Cheng noticed that Gu Yunche's expression wasn't good and asked. Gu Yunche raised his eyes to scrutinize Mu Cheng. She was completely different from the Mu Cheng in his dream. But why'd he dream such a strange dream? It's nothing. There are self-service fruits over there. You can go get whatever you want. Mu Cheng nodded slightly, adjusted her skirt, stood up, and picked an apple and a sweet melon from the self-service area. Her movements were fluid and natural, like flowing clouds and water. Gu Yunche frowned at the scene before him, murmuring, is everything in the dream reversed? Suddenly, his pupils constricted. If he married Mu Cheng in his dream, would those dreams of them being inseparable and harmonious not be realized? When Mu Cheng returned, she saw Gu Yunche lost in thought, his expression ambiguous, filled with regret and sorrow. She sat down and pushed her plate toward Gu Yunche. Brother Gu, this meal must have cost quite a bit, right? Did you not bring enough money? I have 20 yuan. Is that enough? Gu Yunche looked at the gentle Mu Cheng. He lowered his eyes and smiled faintly, muttering to himself, Gu Yunche, why are you so superstitious? Are you insane? Mu Cheng, did a big meal make Gu Yunche lose his mind? Suddenly, Gu Yunche smiled and said, don't worry about it. If it's not enough, just order more. My money is enough for you to eat. Mu Cheng smiled, thinking she could really indulge. After all, she hadn't expected Gu Yunche to treat her to Western food. Last time in the provincial city, I made you wait for so long. This time, let me make it up to you. Gu Yunche raised his glass to Mu Cheng. Little Mu, I'm sorry. Too sincere. Mu Cheng picked up her glass and clinked it with Gu Yunche's. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. The two looked at each other and smiled. While Mu Cheng was eating tiramisu, she earnestly expressed many heartfelt praises for the dessert, staying true to her character. Brother Gu, I've never eaten something so delicious. What is this dessert called? Tiramisu, it's a traditional Italian cake, but this one is Russian style. Gu Yunche smiled with his eyes narrowed and asked again, do you want to take a piece home? No need. Mu Cheng thought that taking it home would just bring jealousy, and besides, this thing was too high in calories. Eating one piece felt sinful. Next time, you can bring me back again, and I'll eat it. Yunche paused for a moment, guessing Mu Cheng's little thoughts. I'll go back and tell Aunt Fong not to let Bai Lin know that I took you out for Western food. He picked up a white napkin and wiped his mouth. The little girl was truly troublesome. Troubling? Mu Cheng thought. Where are we even going with this? If you marry that green tea Bai Lin in the future, the Gu family might be in chaos. Just pamper your little green tea. It will exhaust you. Thinking of this, she smiled. Yunche actually noticed the gloating expression on Mu Cheng's face. Suddenly, a waitress approached. She tentatively asked, "Excuse me, are you team leader Gu?" Yunche was surprised. He stood up. "I am. Is there something wrong?" "Oh, a person claiming to be Lu Xiao called the restaurant earlier, asking you to hurry to the children's hospital, saying that a child named Yi has fallen ill and needs you to go." Yunche's expression changed upon hearing this. He asked Mu Cheng, "Have you finished eating?" Mu Cheng felt that Yunche was facing an emergency. She stood up and said, "I'm done. Let us go." After Yunche settled the bill, he quickly walked out. He looked at Mu Cheng and asked, "Can you go back by yourself?" Mu Cheng nodded. "I can." "You go ahead, brother Gu." Yunche glanced at the bustling street and was not at ease with Mu Cheng, who was unfamiliar with the capital, going back alone. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. You come with me to the hospital. I'll have Master Wang pick you up from there." Mu Cheng repeatedly refused. But Yunche insisted, and she ultimately went with him to the children's hospital. Outside the ward, a woman was crying bitterly. When she saw Yunche arrive, she quickly walked over. "Yunche, you're here." "He has fainted again." Lin Wanhua looked at the girl behind Yunche. She frowned. "Who is this?" "This is Mu Cheng." Yunche tilted his head to glance at the ward door. "Is he out of danger?" Lin Wanhua nodded, her expression bleak. "But next time, I don't know if you will be so lucky. I don't have enough money, and I don't want to ask my dad." Yunche looked as if he understood. He took out all the cash from his pocket and stuffed it into Lin Wanhua's hands. Yunche then said to Mu Cheng, "Little Mu, lend me the money you have on you." Mu Cheng nodded and willingly took out 20 yuan from her bag and handed it to Yunche. He gave the money to Lin Wanhua here. "Take it for now. If it's not enough, I'll go get more." Lin Wanhua took the money, feeling ashamed. "Once I get paid, I'll return it to you, and—" "Little Mu." Mu Cheng felt pity for the woman before her. Her child was seriously ill, and she had no money. Truly, when it rains, it pours. Yunche went to check on Yi in the ward and then took Mu Cheng to call Master Wang. Lin Wanhua watched their figures disappear, her eyes showing despair. She clenched her fists tightly, her lips turning pale. Mu Cheng waited there with her bag, while Yunche furrowed his brows, finally hanging up the phone and dialing another number. Before long, Yun came over. "Master Wang couldn't make it, so I asked Yun to come by bike to pick you up." Chapter 57. He chose her without hesitation when Yunting rushed to the hospital on his bicycle. He was still mumbling about how untrustworthy his brother was. He rode 8 kilometers from school to the hospital. Wasn't it too tiring for a silly boy? And on the way home, Yunting had to carry a girl back with him. Upon arriving at the hospital yard, Yunting saw a charming figure standing next to his brother Yunching. When his gaze landed on Mu Cheng, he was surprised by her beauty. He stared at her, forgetting to brake, and crashed right into someone. Yunching, quick on his feet, pulled Mu Cheng behind him just in time. He steadied Yunting's bicycle, stopping the Phoenix brand bike from moving further. Yunching coldly scolded, "How do you ride a bike?" Yunting bit his lip and stammered, "I didn't mean to." Mu Cheng, wearing high heels, was abruptly pulled back by Yunching, causing her heel to twist and her foot to sprain. She glanced down at her left ankle and exhaled deeply to ease the pain. Yunching turned to check on Mu Cheng. "Did you get hurt?" "My ankle is sprained." Mu Cheng replied with a pitiful look, first rolling her eyes at the clueless Yunting before turning to the anxious Yunching, who was checking her ankle. She thought to herself, despite the pain, it would have been better if I had just taken the bus home. The route wasn't familiar to her, but she could ask for directions. Her ankle hurt, but it was her pain to bear. Yunting stared at the lively and fashionable girl before him, surprised and delighted. "Are you Mu Cheng's sister?" Mu Cheng nodded, thinking to herself, "So you're the clumsy Yunting from book?" Yunching pinched Mu Cheng's ankle bone with his thumb. "Does it hurt?" Mu Cheng felt her ankle tighten, but it didn't hurt too much. His hand was a bit too warm. and she instinctively moved her leg away from his touch. It doesn't hurt. Gu Yunqing's ears turned red. He stood up, trying to comfort Mu Cheng. There's no damage to the bone, just a sprain. He supported Mu Cheng and turned to give Gu Yunting a glare. Gu Yunting, why are you still so clumsy? Gu Yunting scratched his head awkwardly, meeting Mu Cheng's scrutinizing gaze. He grinned, revealing his nice teeth. Hey, I'm just anxious. Mu Cheng, get on. I'll give you a ride home. Looking at the clueless Gu Yunting, Mu Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Forget it. I'm afraid I'll be knocked silly before I even get home with someone so clumsy riding a bike. A handsome, youthful boy speaking nonsensically was somewhat cute. If it were 2024, this boy would be a little puppy brother in front of Mu Cheng, but right now, he was just awkwardly trying to play the role of a big silly brother. Gu Yunqing shot Gu Yunting a cold glance, then looked up at Lin Wanhua, who had gone to the pharmacy to get medicine. She tightened her jaw and said, I'm fine now. You take Mu back. Gu Yunqing glanced at Gu Yunting and coldly asked, You can handle cooking for Wanhua and Yaya, right? Before Gu Yunting could respond, Gu Yunqing said to Lin Wanhua, I'll take Mu Cheng to the orthopedics first and then send her back. Gu Yunting didn't expect to go from being a chauffeur to a gopher just because of his brother's authoritative tone. First, lend me some money. Mu Cheng might need an x-ray. The commanding tone of Gu Yunqing made Gu Yunting's face turn pale. Reluctantly, he took out all his money, 18 yuan and 60 cents, and handed it to Gu Yunqing. Brother, remember to pay me back. Gu Yunting's pitiful expression was instantly crushed by Gu Yunqing's cold glare. He coughed twice. This is all I have for living expenses this month. If you don't pay me back, I'll starve at school. Shut up. Gu Yunqing reached for Gu Yunting's bike keys and locked the bike aside. Gu Yunting thought, why should he worry about his brother borrowing money? His brother had a high salary and savings, plus their parents favored him, often giving him pocket money. His brother's spending money was more than what he and Gu Yunran received combined. Where's the fairness in that? Lin Wanhua noticed Gu Yunqing's concern for Mu Cheng. He gently asked, Can you still walk? I can walk, but every step is excruciating, Mu Cheng replied, looking at her ankle with difficulty, sweat forming on the tip of her nose. She could walk, but it hurt a lot. Gu Yunqing stared at Mu Cheng for a moment, then bent down and picked her up. A princess carry. For the first time in her life, Mu Cheng, having lived in two worlds, was carried by a strong man, and he held her steadily. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Gu Yunqing's neck, and looking up, she saw his excellent and smooth jawline, along with his long eyelashes that resembled black wings. Gu Yunqing's warm breath was so close to Mu Cheng that her heart raced. She thought to herself, how could such a big man be so exquisitely handsome? It was that kind of hormone-filled exquisiteness. As Gu Yunting and Lin Wanhua stared in shock, Gu Yunqing strode toward the outpatient building with Mu Cheng in his arms. Gu Yunting couldn't help but smirk. Is my brother really blooming like an old iron tree? Will I see him actively carrying a girl in my lifetime? Lin Wanhua's expression cracked as she watched Gu Yunqing's figure disappear into the outpatient department. She gazed at the man she had admired throughout her youth, now walking away with another woman. Gu Yunting, with a playful smile, said, Hey, I should treat Mu Cheng better. She might just be my future sister-in-law. Lin Wanhua's expression darkened further. It was only when Gu Yunting noticed Lin Wanhua's sudden change in demeanor that he realized he had misspoken. Lin Wanhua and Gu Yunqing grew up together in the same compound, attending school together and eventually going to college together. One applied to a military academy, and the other to a medical university. Their families believed they would eventually marry. But then, after a social event, Lin Wanhua lost her virginity to Gu Yunqing's college classmate Li Zheng and became pregnant. In the end, Lin Wanhua had to marry a man she had no feelings for. Reflecting on his brother Gu Yunqing's reaction during that incident, Gu Yunting realized his brother had shown little reaction. Only after learning that Lin Wanhua had been bullied did he join Lu Xiao in teaching Li Zheng a lesson. Later, the two took on the responsibility of caring for Lin Wanhua and Yaya due to their friendship and brotherhood. As for whether his brother had any romantic feelings for Lin Wanhua, Gu Yunting wasn't sure. Sister Wanhua, let's go back to the ward and check on Yaya, Gu Yunting said with a smile. Lin Wanhua sighed and asked, Your brother treats Miss Mu well, right? I'm not sure. Gu Yunting, appearing carefree on the outside, but insightful on the inside, replied, I haven't been home this week. I only know that my parents asked him to pick up Mu Cheng and buy Lin. Lin Wanhua curled her lips, her expression indifferent. Your family is really lively. Gu Yunting remained silent, unsure if it was lively or not, but he felt that if he didn't take good care of Mu Cheng, his brother would find trouble with him. On the other side, the orthopedic doctor took an x-ray of Mu Cheng's ankle. He held the film and said to Gu Yunting, "Your wife's foot is not broken. It seems to be a ligament strain. Just apply some safflower oil and soak it in mugwort and safflower to promote blood circulation and reduce swelling." Gu Yunting's ears turned bright red. "Doctor, you've misunderstood. She is not my wife. She's my sister." The doctor suddenly looked up and smiled faintly. "Sister?" Gu Yunting found the doctor annoying. Was it any of his business whether she was a sister or not? Mu Cheng saw Gu Yunting awkwardly rubbing his hands. With a smile, she said, "Sister, my name is Gu Yunran." Chapter 58. Gu Tuanchuan carries his wife? The doctor had seen all sorts of patients and their family members, but it was the first time he had mistaken the relationship between the patient's relatives. These two looked so much like a perfect couple, not siblings at all. Gu Yunche's ears turned red, spreading down to his earlobes, as red as a ripe cherry. The dignified and noble man looked so charming when he was shy, making Mu Cheng want to laugh but not daring to. Her face flushed from suppressing her laughter, turning her into a beautiful figure in Gu Yunche's eyes, shy yet alluring. Gu Yunche lowered his gaze and continued to listen to the doctor's instructions, learning how to apply the red flower oil on Mu Cheng. If it swelled up at night, remember to use ice packs. If there are no ice packs, use a cold towel. When they got home, they should apply heat first. The doctor tore off the prescription and handed it to Gu Yunche, instructing him to get the medicine. After coming out of the orthopedic department, Gu Yunche no longer held Mu Cheng. Instead, he carried her on his back. Perhaps to him, this looked more like siblings. Her long, fair fingers hooked onto the high heels, her arms draped over Gu Yunche's shoulders, her whole body resting against his broad, reassuring back. Mu Cheng couldn't express how she felt inside. It was just a tingling sensation, and she felt her romantic side reawakening. "Brother Gu, how do we get back?" Gu Yunche thought it was better when Mu Cheng was quiet. He could still tolerate her breath tickling his ear, but when she whispered softly in his ear, he felt his blood rush to one place, making him feel suffocated and his mind go blank. Seeing that he didn't respond, Mu Cheng felt she had said too much. Naturally, Gu Yunche was riding his bicycle to take her home. Could she really hop and skip to the bus station? She felt her body sliding down, so she wriggled a little. Gu Yunche's expression froze for a moment, and he let out a muffled grunt, coldly reprimanding Mu Cheng, "Don't move around." Mu Cheng, not understanding the desires of a mature man, complained in a delicate tone, "I'm about to fall off, and you still won't let me talk?" Gu Yunche nearly lost control, biting his lip tightly as he adjusted her position. This feeling was very similar to when Mu Cheng was a child, lying on her father's shoulder. She instinctively rested her chin on Gu Yunche's shoulder, laughing lightly. "Brother Gu, if you were my dad, that would be great. I've seen many dads carrying their daughters." Gu Yunche, he tightened his jaw, cursing himself for his dirty thoughts. He and Mu Cheng were thinking in completely different directions. While Mu Cheng longed for this broad back to come from a father, he yearned for the soft warmth of a woman to satisfy his desires. Gu Yunche suddenly made up his mind. He couldn't think like this anymore. In the end, it was Gu Yunche who rode the bicycle to take Mu Cheng home, with her holding a bag, sitting behind him, feeling the wind rush by. But she felt that Gu Yunche had become very gloomy. Mu Cheng tentatively asked, "Are you worried about Sister Wanhua's daughter?" Gu Yunche's heart sank. He replied gruffly, "Yes. You take me home, and then you could go back to the hospital." Mu Cheng also felt that Lin Wanhua had a hard time taking care of her daughter with congenital heart disease, needing someone to help her. Gu Yunche didn't say anything. His brows furrowed tightly. He finally understood what it felt like to have two little people fighting in his heart, but as his rationality gradually returned, he repeatedly told himself that he only saw Mu Cheng as a sister. When they got home, Sister Fong had gone grocery shopping. Gu Yunche had no choice but to carry Mu Cheng upstairs again. He prepared hot water for her, wet a towel, wrung it out, and handed it to her. "You should apply heat." Mu Cheng leaned down to apply it to her ankle, and the not-so-big collar of her dress looked a bit bulging. Yunche quickly lowered his gaze, avoiding eye contact. He took the towel and pressed it against her ankle. "Let me do it." The moment she moved, it felt like her whole body was moving, and he couldn't bear to see that scene, nor did he want anyone else to see it. Mu Cheng noticed Yunche's cheeks were flushed, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. She felt a bit embarrassed. "Brother Gu, you must be tired from carrying me back after such a long way. I can apply the red flower oil myself. You should go take a shower." Yunche was indeed sweating, but it wasn't from exhaustion. It was from the tension he was holding back. He nodded slightly and continued to apply heat for a while before handing the red flower oil to Mu Cheng. "You do it yourself." Mu Cheng took the bottle of red flower oil and poured a little of the red liquid into her palm. Yunche suddenly thought of the phrase "red plum in the snow." It turned out that a woman's fair skin matched red so beautifully. The corners of his lips curled up before quickly falling again as he turned to leave. Just as he reached Mu Cheng's door, he heard her exclaim, "Ah, this hurts too much. I can't do it myself." "Who is Nima?" Yunche frowned and looked at Mu Cheng, only to see her in tears. Her delicate hands helplessly hovering around her ankle, unsure whether to rub it or not. She raised her hands, smiling awkwardly. "Brother Gu, I'm not tough enough on myself. What should I do?" Yunche couldn't help but laugh at Mu Cheng's little expression. He helplessly walked back, poured a little red flower oil into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and half-squatted, placing Mu Cheng's foot on his thigh. Mu Cheng thought that if this were a foot massage parlor, she would definitely give a generous tip to a technician like Yunche. Lost in her thoughts, she stared blankly and smiled. Yunche raised an eyebrow, looking at the silly, smiling Mu Cheng, and after covering her for a moment, he began to press and knead. Mu Cheng's daydream was suddenly shattered by the unexpected pain. Her cries made Yunche want to laugh and run away. Sister Fong, returning with a basket of groceries, heard the sounds coming from Mu Cheng's room and quickly put down the basket and went upstairs. She saw Yunche massaging Mu Cheng's ankle while Mu Cheng was crying for her father and mother. "It hurts. It hurts. Oh, brother. You are my real brother. Can you be gentler?" Yunche's lips curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. Who has seen a cunning little fox laughing and crying at the same time? He had. After applying the medicine for Mu Cheng, Yunche instructed Sister Fong. "Aunt Fong." Mu Cheng twisted her ankle. "Please bring dinner up. Also, stew some pig's feet soup for her to nourish her." Sister Fong raised an eyebrow. "Yunche, are you sure it's pig's feet soup? Isn't that for postpartum recovery? Isn't it? It's for nourishing the body." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunche picked up his wide-brimmed hat and went downstairs, hearing Sister Fong rebutting. "Pig's feet soup is for postpartum recovery. Little Mu can't have that." Mu Cheng was already embarrassed to the point of wanting to hide, and she groaned and lay down on the bed. Yunche paused for a moment, ignoring everything, and went downstairs. Sister Fong thought that Yunche was really quick to go down. She went in to ask Mu Cheng what she wanted for dinner, then changed the subject. "How did you twist your ankle?" "But in all the years I've been with the Gu family, this is the first time I've seen Yunche do this for a girl." Mu Cheng's face turned red. "Aunt Fong, please don't tell Uncle Gu and Aunt Fong about today." "Okay." Sister Fong looked troubled. "This is hard to hide." This afternoon, Aunt Fong came back. "I already said that Yunche took you out for Western food and wasn't home." Mu Cheng. At night, Bai Lin glanced at the new bicycle in the yard, but couldn't feel happy. She had come back with Fong Wenching at noon and heard Sister Fong shouting about how Yunche took Mu Cheng out for Western food. Bai Lin was peeling garlic, and when she looked up, she saw Sister Fong smiling while talking to Fong Wenching about how Yunche applied medicine to Mu Cheng's twisted ankle. Fong Wenching's smile was faint, leaving people confused. After returning, Yunche took a shower and lay on his bed, unable to help but think of Mu Cheng. He suddenly sat up, got dressed, and went to the playground to run laps. Lu Xiao came over and shouted at Yunche on the playground. "Yunche, something happened." Chapter 59. Treating you well, complimenting each other. Yunche ran over from the playground and saw Lu Xiao's face was ashen. He gasped for breath. Whose call was it? It was Wan Hua's call. Li Zheng was in trouble. Lu Xiao spoke quickly, summarizing the situation. Li Zheng was injured while saving a new recruit in a live ammunition throwing exercise. A hint of panic quickly surfaced in Yunche's indifferent eyes. Or was Li Zheng hurt? The call didn't say, but it was serious. Lu Xiao pressed his forehead, feeling that Li Zheng's life was too tragic. He got married. His wife and child were not by his side, and his father-in-law's family did not recognize him. If he were to be crippled, Gu Yunche thought Lin Wanhua's life was also not easy. He still couldn't understand how the graduation social gathering could change the fate of two young people. Yi was hospitalized again. Wanhua must be overwhelmed right now. Gu Yunche wiped the sweat from his hair. You go to accompany Yi from Monday to Friday evenings, and I'll switch shifts on weekends. Lu Xiao nodded, but then thought, what about your little Mu sister? You're not going home on weekends. Looking at the serious Lu Xiao, Gu Yunche furrowed his brows, his expression difficult to describe. Lu Xiao, I've signed you up for a training course on ideology. You can attend the training during the day and go to the hospital at night. With that, Gu Yunche strode off. Lu Xiao crossed his arms. Watching Gu Yunche with amusement, the teaching materials will be delivered the day after tomorrow. How about I personally deliver them to little Mu's sister? Gu Yunche didn't want to go home on weekends to avoid Mu Cheng to settle his heart. But letting Lu Xiao deliver the materials to Mu Cheng? Mu Cheng had promised Lu Xiao that if he got the materials, she would invite him to dine at the state-run restaurant. A man and a woman dining together, especially since Mu Cheng was so charming. Her relationship with Qin Yin was merely for show. Qin Yin left the address and phone number with Mu Cheng for contact. Thinking of this, Gu Yunche turned around and instructed Lu Xiao, you give me the materials and I'll deliver them to her. Sure enough, Lu Xiao knew Gu Yunche didn't want him to have contact with Mu Cheng. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. No way. Little Mu's sister promised to invite me to the state-run restaurant for dinner. I want to have dinner with her. With that, Lu Xiao turned and left. He was thinking to himself, come on, beg me. I know you can't bear to let little Mu have contact with me. Why aren't you speaking up? Gu Yunche scratched his eyebrow and jogged over, his tone softening a bit. Lu Xiao, little Mu is just a kid. She doesn't have money to treat you. If you want to go to the state-run restaurant, I'll treat you. Lu Xiao nodded with a forced smile. All right, let little Mu owe this meal for now. Li Zheng is in trouble. I'm not in the mood. I'll let little Mu treat me later. Gu Yunche. At night, Mu Cheng sneezed several times. She pinched her nose, wondering who was still talking about her so late. Unable to sleep, Mu Cheng recalled how Fong Wenqing had come to test how she felt about Western food before bed. But Mu Cheng had a sense that Fong Wenqing was probing to see if she had feelings for Gu Yunche. She played dumb and let it pass. But Fong Wenqing was clearly still worried. She smiled and said, Little Mu, I've selected several suitable marriage candidates for Yunche. You can give me your advice later. Mu Cheng's heart jolted. Fong Wenqing said she had chosen candidates for Gu Yunche without mentioning Bai Lin at all. Did that mean she had no intention of making Bai Lin Gu's daughter-in-law? This seemed different from the original story. Mu Cheng quickly smiled and agreed. Thinking of this, Mu Cheng turned over in bed, remembering the moments spent with Gu Yunche. A feeling she couldn't quite describe surged in her heart. She shook her head, trying to stay clear-headed. Making money was important. For the past few days with her sprained ankle, Mu Cheng had been eating breakfast and lunch alone upstairs. While Bai Lin was very proactive in building a relationship with Gu's couple, Mu Cheng could almost hear their cheerful laughter during every meal. Bai Lin often showed off when passing by her door. After knocking, she would just push the door open. Mu Cheng, Yunche Gu is coming back tomorrow on holiday to teach me how to ride a bike. Mu Cheng yawned and glanced at Bai Lin with a nonchalant tone. Learn well, don't fall and hurt your head. Bai Lin. She angrily slammed the door and turned to leave. Mu Cheng was thinking of seizing the opportunity to get back the note Qin Yin had given her while Gu Yunche was back. If it fell into Bai Lin's hands, it would be a hassle. Mu Cheng took her medicine on time. Her ankle was no longer painful or swollen, and she didn't feel uncomfortable walking. She was in the garden helping Fong Wenqing water the flowers when she saw Gu Yunting and Gu Yunran riding their bikes back, one after the other. Gu Yunting smiled brightly at Mu Cheng. He waved without stopping. Mu Cheng, sister? Gu Yunran shot a cold glance at Mu Cheng, not greeting her, but heading straight towards Fong Wenqing. Mom, I didn't eat breakfast this morning. I'm starving. Fong Wenqing linked arms with Gu Yunran, smiling as she called out to Fong Jia, make Ran some egg water. She took the initiative to introduce Mu Cheng to Gu Yunran. Gu Yunran raised an eyebrow. her tone sarcastic. I know, Gu Yunting talked about little Mu Cheng all the way. Didn't my brother invite her to dinner? The tone was rather sour. Mu Cheng remained calm, greeting politely. Sister Yunran, hello, Mu Cheng. Gu Yunran shot Mu Cheng a disdainful look, her tone unfriendly. I don't have a rural sister. I can't afford to be called sister by you. The temper of the Gu family's young lady was quite something. Mu Cheng seemed to have anticipated this outcome long ago. She pouted, tears almost falling from her eyes, and asked softly, "Then how should I address you?" Gu Yunran paused, not expecting Mu Cheng to be waiting for her. Just then, Gu Yunche leaned out of the car window, his tone sarcastic. "You can call her Gu-er." Gu Yunran suddenly turned around, only to see Gu Yunche giving her a cold glare. She had always been intimidated by Gu Yunche. He was stricter with her and Gu Yunting than their parents. Plus, Gu Yunche was exceptionally outstanding, making it impossible for her and Gu Yunting to surpass him. He had achieved the rank of team leader at a young age and was well regarded and appreciated by the leadership. Gu Yunran pouted in frustration. Brother. Mu Cheng found it hard to stifle her laughter. She admired Gu Yunche's ability to roast, giving his own sister the nickname Gu-er. Gu Yunche got out of the car. He wore a white shirt and gray pants, with a black belt cinching his narrow waist. With broad shoulders and an inverted triangle shape, this man was truly pleasing to the eye. Mu Cheng had to admit that all three of Gu's children were good-looking. The boys were handsome, and the girls were pretty. Gu Yunting watched from the sidelines, observing his brother reprimanding his arrogant second sister. Suddenly, Bai Lin came out from inside, greeting Gu Yunran warmly. "Sister Yunran, I'm Bai Lin. When I was little, you even braided my hair." The short-haired Gu Yunran smiled. "You were pretty when you were little. I treated you like my big doll." After saying that, she went over and linked arms with Bai Lin, incredibly intimate. Gu Yunche frowned at Gu Yunran and Bai Lin, giving a glare to the onlooker Gu Yunting. He walked over to Mu Cheng, lowered his voice, and said, "The materials you wanted are in the car. I'll bring them upstairs for you later." Mu Cheng felt that Gu Yunche was exceptionally reliable this time. She smiled brightly, her eyes squinting like a lazy little fox. She beckoned with her finger, leaning slightly forward, looking at Gu Yunche's hand that was about to bring her the books. "I've decided to treat you to crystal pork knuckles," complimenting each other. Chapter 60. Recording lessons for her, Gu Yunche couldn't help but smile faintly at Mu Cheng's words. He looked at the somewhat mischievous Mu Cheng and scoffed. "You really hold grudges." Gu Yunran's scrutinizing gaze wandered between Gu Yunche and Mu Cheng, and she turned back to look at Bai Lin, whose aggrieved expression seemed to have been suppressed for a long time. "Bai Lin, what's wrong?" Bai Lin shook her head, lowering her eyes. Yunche Gu is now closer to Mu Cheng Mei. Gu Yunche had been corresponding with Bai Lin for many years. Although Gu Yunran didn't know the content of her brother's letters, she always felt it was unreasonable for him to treat a rural girl from the countryside, whom he had never met before, so well. Bai Lin whispered to Gu Yunran. Yunche Gu even took Mu Cheng out for Western food a few days ago. Hearing this, Gu Yunran felt a boiling anger inside her. Gu Yunting also mentioned this matter. The Western restaurant in West City would only resume offering Russian cuisine in November. Right now, it was just in a trial operation, and only those with meal vouchers could dine there. Since her brother had a meal voucher, why didn't he take her instead of bringing along someone from the countryside who knew nothing about Western dining etiquette? Seeing Gu Yunran's displeased expression, Bai Lin took her hand. "Yunran Jia, let's go to my room. I have a gift for you." Gu Yunran shot a glare at Mu Cheng before leaving with Bai Lin. Mu Cheng rolled her eyes internally, but knew she couldn't provoke Gu Yunran right now. Luckily, this young lady from the Gu family only returned home on weekends and was rarely seen during the week. Otherwise, how could she have a peaceful life at the Gu household? But what about summer vacation? Thinking of this, Mu Cheng felt she should move out before Gu Yunran and Gu Yunting's summer vacation began. "What are you thinking about?" Gu Yunche noticed a hint of loneliness flashing across Mu Cheng's face. She shook her head. "It's nothing." Gu, can you help me move the textbooks to my room now that no one is around?" She wanted to keep her studying a secret, at least on the surface. She wasn't afraid of Bai Lin and the others mocking her. She just didn't want to complicate things. Gu Yunche nodded and went to the car to retrieve a packaged brown paper parcel that looked quite heavy. As he walked, he said to Mu Cheng, "Yiyo is sick, and comrade Wan Hua's husband, Li Zheng, had an accident. She probably won't be able to tutor you. Mu Cheng let out a long sigh of relief. She had never wanted to go to Lin Wanhua to learn pinyin and such. She didn't show much joy on her face. It's okay. I can figure it out myself. Gu Yunche's lips curled slightly. I've already thought of a solution. Mu Cheng. Gu Yunche carried the parcel upstairs directly to Mu Cheng's room. Aunt Fong was peeling onions while chatting with the kitchen helper Fong Wenqing. What did Yunche bring to little Mu's room? Fong Wenqing's expression stiffened slightly. She replied evenly, it's probably either food or something useful. Upstairs. Mu Cheng returned to her room and opened the parcel. She wanted to neatly arrange the books on a shelf, but Gu Yunche thought Mu Cheng didn't understand textbooks. So he sorted the books from lower grades to higher grades. Mu Cheng leaned against the desk, watching the meticulous Gu Yunche organize the books. A smile forming at the corner of her mouth. After interacting with Gu Yunche, she felt he wasn't a man who couldn't tell right from wrong. But how did he end up in a situation where Mu Ging, the original character, divorced him and grew tired of him? After Gu Yunche finished organizing the books, he stood up and saw Mu Cheng leaning against the desk looking at him. He smiled wryly. Do you think these books are difficult? Mu Cheng came back to her senses and nodded blankly. Then Gu Yunche, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out several small cards from his pocket. Mu Cheng curiously walked over to see they were fruit cards painted with watercolors. Gu Yunche placed an apple card on top of the 2 first-grade books. Apple represents the first-grade textbooks. He then placed a grape card on the second stack. Grape represents the second grade. Soon there were apples, grapes, oranges, hawthorns, bananas, peaches, watermelons. As Mu Cheng looked at those fruits, the sweetness in her heart kept rising. She looked up at the tall Gu Yunche. Gu, did you draw all of these? Yes, in the activity room at the team. Gu Yunche said casually, this way, you can distinguish the grades. Once you learn the second grade Chinese, you won't need these anymore. Suddenly, Mu Cheng found a clever Gu Yunche to be somewhat silly. Suddenly, Gu Yunche tilted his head slightly. Let's go. Bring the recorder from my room here. Recorder? Mu Cheng didn't understand what Gu Yunche wanted to do, but she followed him to his room. Gu Yunche's room was clean and tidy, with the bedding arranged like in the army, in neat squares, and the light blue striped sheets were spotless and laid out without a wrinkle. Although Mu Cheng surveyed the room, it was quite large, and she didn't know where to find a small piece of paper. Gu Yunche, however, led Mu Cheng to the desk and taught her how to use the recorder. This is the power button, this is rewind, this is fast forward, this is play. Mu Cheng looked at the old-fashioned recorder with a humble and eager-to-learn expression. Gu Yunche demonstrated twice before asking her, did you learn it? Mu Cheng nodded, I got it. Gu Yunche nodded in satisfaction and took out 2 tapes from his pants pocket, placing them in the recorder. He tilted his head, signaling Mu Cheng to give it a try. You play it. Don't be afraid, just try. Mu Cheng operated at once. And soon Gu Yunche's clear voice came from the recorder, ah, oh goose. All 4 tones were pronounced without missing a beat. Mu Cheng initially wanted to laugh, but she felt inexplicably touched. Hesitantly, she asked Gu Yunche, when did you record this? Right before lights out at night. Gu Yunche replied casually, but then he said sternly, the next part is the Chinese lesson. He held up another tape, this is math. I explained it according to the textbook. Mu Cheng stared at the tape for a moment. Gu, what if I learn faster and finish everything in a day or 2? What should I do? Gu Yunche. He scratched his brow, chuckling, why are you so naive? I left you homework and I'll check it. Gu Yunche prepared a month's worth of study material for Mu Cheng, believing that they would have a month of buffer before not seeing each other, allowing him to sort out his feelings. Mu Cheng hesitated, her expression hard to describe. She nodded. Okay, I'm ready for Gu Ji's checks anytime. In the corridor, Bai Lin's bedroom door was wide open. She helplessly said, Enraged, look at how Mu Cheng is always like this, casually entering Gu Ji's room. It's really inappropriate. I never expected Mu Cheng to be such a sly little fox. Gu Yunran leaned out to look, seeing that the 2 hadn't come out yet. Inside, Mu Cheng pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, Gu, is the note Qin Yan left for me with you? Can you get it back to me? Gu Yunche's smile froze on his face as he frowned. Do you want to ask him for help? Initially, she intended to ask Qin Yan for help, but now it was just for future needs. Mu Cheng's ambiguous attitude made Gu Yunche feel inexplicably uncomfortable. He pointed at the books. Don't forget what you said before. Don't always think about relying on men to change your fate. As he spoke, Yunche opened a drawer and pulled out the note from the book, handing it to Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng felt confused by Yunche's behavior. Why was he angry? Why did he have to be angry? Yunche didn't look at Mu Cheng. He carried the recorder to her room. After leaving her room, he headed straight to the kitchen downstairs. Chapter 61. The smart duel with the overly complicated ex-aunt. Mu Cheng watched Yunche, who was coming out of the kitchen holding an aluminum box. His expression was distant and indifferent, while Sister Fong chased after him, handing him a bag of fruit. Yunche, eat at home before going to the hospital, Sister Fong advised, but Yunche's face was as cold as water. Forget it. Eating at the hospital is the same. Yunche led by Lin out, and she leaned against the door with a mocking expression. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Sister Wan Hua is the most important one in my brother's heart. Yunche shot a cold glance at Mu Cheng. Some people need to be a bit more aware of their background. Bai Lin found this hard to hear, but Mu Cheng nodded in agreement. She noticed that Yunche was wearing a new pearl necklace, presumably a gift from Bai Lin. The pearls were not very white, looking somewhat oxidized, likely passed down from Bai Lin's mother, and she had given it away to please Yunche. Mu Cheng lowered her eyes, avoiding eye contact with Yunche and ignoring the veiled insults. She smiled brightly as she walked downstairs. Aunt Fong made soup and several dishes today. Mu Cheng skipped down the stairs, leaving Bai Lin and Yunche exchanging glances. Yunche knew Mu Cheng was uneducated. She frowned, wondering if her words were too profound for her to understand. Bai Lin, however, didn't think Mu Cheng was illiterate. She might just be pretending to be ignorant. But without evidence, she kept her thoughts to herself. Mu Cheng cheerfully entered the kitchen, where Fong Wenqing was discussing the unfortunate fate of Lin Wanhua with Sister Fong. Fong Wenqing sighed. Wanhua's husband, Li Zheng, lost a leg and will be transferred to civilian life. Mu Cheng felt sorry for Lin Wanhua, but Fong Wenqing continued. Originally, Wanhua's father, Old Lin, had agreed with Old Gu that their two children would marry after graduating and working for 2 years, but in the end, they were meant to be apart. What? The woman Gu family initially favored as a daughter-in-law was not Bai Lin, but Lin Wanhua. Having only read the first 100 chapters of the original book, Mu Cheng was unaware of the later developments. Only knowing that when Yunche and Bai Lin had a daughter, Mu Guiying died on a smuggling boat. So, did the following plots revolve around Bai Lin and Yunche's happy life? Having read so many novels, she felt it wouldn't be so smooth. She shrugged, uneasily contemplating the possibility of melodrama ahead. Seeing Mu Cheng, Aunt Fong smiled sweetly. I'm here to help set the table now that my legs don't hurt anymore. I can exercise a bit. Watching the innocent Mu Cheng, Fong Wenqing laughed as she helped her set the table, also advising her not to take Yunche's careless words to heart. Mu Cheng smiled warmly. I understand. Sister Yunche is a child raised in the palms of you and Uncle Gu, so I'm used to it and don't care what others say about me. Fong Wenqing looked at Mu Cheng with a complex expression, feeling that she was truly pitiable. If she could just keep to herself and not provoke Yunche, she would gladly acknowledge her as her goddaughter. During the meal, Mu Cheng was silent, focusing on eating. Yunche, on the other hand, tried to engage her in conversation. But Mu Cheng merely smiled faintly at her younger brother, who was less mature than her, and did not respond. Yunche spoke bluntly at the table, but her words felt like heavy punches hitting cotton, as Mu Cheng remained expressionless, seemingly not understanding. Finally, Gu Shanji could no longer bear it, and scolded Yunche. Ran, we don't talk while eating. Why do you have so much to say? Yunche shot an annoyed glance at Mu Cheng, only to find her calmly sipping chicken soup, unfazed. Could Mu Cheng really be so naive? Not like Bai Lin said. After the meal, Yunche taught Bai Lin how to ride a bicycle. Bai Lin's loud voice echoed throughout the yard. When Mu Cheng was closing the window upstairs, Yunche happened to look up at her. Mu Cheng, come down. I'll teach you how to ride a bicycle. Mu Cheng cheerfully refused. I'm afraid of falling. I won't learn. After saying this, she closed the window and rolled her eyes. I learned to ride a bike when I was 5. Do I need you to teach me? Mu Cheng locked the door and took out her first-grade textbooks from the wardrobe. She pulled one out and noticed that Yunche had not only inserted a piece of paper in the first page, but also highlighted key points with a red pen. The paper was a painting depicting a little girl eating an apple, with a line written in pinyin. Mu Cheng, this month's homework is to master the first grade curriculum. The apple represented the first grade curriculum, and the little girl represented her, implying that she should thoroughly understand it. Mu Cheng felt somewhat guilty as a graduate student. It was a bit embarrassing to deceive Captain Gu about her literacy. She sat at the table, looking at the pencil case, pencils, erasers, and notebooks Gu Yunche had carefully prepared for her, feeling at a loss. Mu Cheng turned on the recorder, lowered the volume, and propped her chin up as she listened to Gu Yunche repeatedly practicing AOE. A smile crept on her lips. He was truly a silly boy. After listening for a while, and considering that Gu Yunche's future wife would be by Lin, she reached out to turn off the recorder and began studying first-grade Chinese and math. Mu Cheng casually flipped through the materials and started writing and drawing in her practice notebook, carefully mimicking the clumsy handwriting of young children starting school. Gradually, the sound from outside faded away, and the Gu family and Bai Lin all took a nap. Lying on her bed, Mu Cheng reflected on her current situation and increasingly felt that living in the Gu family was not a long-term solution. Moreover, she needed to start a small business to earn money before taking the college entrance exam. Given the different attitudes of the Gu family towards her, she couldn't expect them to support her through college. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Gu Yunche was frequently distracted. Lin Wanhua, who noticed this, asked with concern, "Yunche, are you feeling too tired lately?" Gu Yunche shook his head and asked seriously, "Aren't you going to stay with Li Zheng? If you're worried about Yiya, my dad can help send her back to Uncle Lin's place." Lin Wanhua showed a difficult expression and replied flatly, "Even if I go, I can't help much, and Yiya can't be away from her mother." Upon hearing this, Gu Yunche stopped persuading her and looked at Yiya, who was napping. Her lips were pale, a sign of congenital heart disease. He knew that Lin Wanhua had brought shame to the Lin family by getting pregnant out of wedlock, and her father did not allow her and Li Zheng to return to the Lin family. However, Yiya was still the Lin family's granddaughter, and if his father, Gu Shanji, intervened, the Lin family would not entirely neglect the child. Yet Lin Wanhua still shook her head. "Li Zheng is out of danger. I can't help by going. It'll be fine once he returns." They had no emotional foundation, but their feelings were not supposed to be this cold. However, Gu Yunche would not meddle in their marital affairs. Seeing Gu Yunche fall silent after saying this, Lin Wanhua tentatively asked, "Yunche, I noticed you're in a bad mood. Did you have a fight with Xiaomu?" "Fight? How could that cunning little fox, Mu Cheng, possibly argue with him?" She was currently doing everything to please everyone in the Gu family, hoping her residency could be secured without any issues. She could even tolerate Gu Yunran's nitpicking. How could she possibly argue with him? Thinking this, Gu Yunche shook his head and denied it, but he felt unusually stifled. He stood up and said, "I'll head back to the regiment first. I'll come see you and Yiya tomorrow." Lin Wanhua stared at Gu Yunche's departing figure in a daze and sighed with a hint of sorrow. The next day, Mu Cheng left early to seek business opportunities. Chapter 62. Finding business opportunities and partners in the era without shared bicycles. Mu Cheng either took the bus or walked on her two legs. She self-deprecatingly joked, "President Mu, you are measuring your future business landscape with your own feet." After saying this, Mu Cheng couldn't help but laugh at herself. Seeing a public telephone booth not far away, she thought of Qin Yin and wanted to borrow a bicycle from him, a kind that would free her feet even if she had to pay rent for it. In front of Qin Yin, she was Gu Yunran, and Gu Yunran could ride a bicycle. Mu Cheng dialed Qin Yin's landline phone with a note in hand. At Qin Yin's home, he stared at the red landline phone in a daze for a while. He had been waiting for so long, asking the housekeeper every day when he got home if anyone had called for him. The office phone hadn't rung, nor had the home phone, and even the security guard at their factory said that the beautiful girl Qin Yin described hadn't come looking for him. "Qin Yin, your father wants you in the study." Qin's mother walked over and rolled her eyes at Qin Yin, who was staring at the phone. Reluctantly, Qin Yin got up and left, and just as he sat down again, the phone rang. "Excuse me, is this Qin Yin's home?" Mu Cheng heard a pause on the other end. "Hello?" Qin's mother knew her son was popular. The girls from their factory often called to invite Qin Yin out to watch movies, plays, or even to the park. She said impatiently, "Qin Yin is not home. Please don't call again." Mu Cheng paused slightly, and the other end had already hung up. The busy signal made Mu Cheng feel particularly awake. She found herself a bit ridiculous. She thought she was the pond owner, able to raise a fish like Qin Yin. But it turned out that Qin Yin was the real expert at raising fish, and she was merely his targeted mermaid. The woman didn't even bother to ask her name before decisively telling her not to call Qin Yin again. It seemed there were quite a few girls trying to call him, suggesting that Qin Yin had given out his number to many. Mu Cheng glanced at the note, hung up the phone, and crumpled the paper into a ball. Passing by a trash can, she tossed the little paper ball into it. On the other side, Qin Yin came out of the study and saw his mother sitting there knitting a sweater. "Mom, is there a call for me?" Qin's mother shot him a look. "No." Qin Yin frowned, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. As noon approached, Mu Cheng sat down in a noodle shop and ordered a bowl of fried sauce noodles. While slurping the noodles, she pieced together the information she had gathered along the way. The economy was still mainly state-owned, with some restaurants and service industries having individual businesses. But not many. Many people did not trust the product quality of personal shops. Thinking of this, Mu Cheng pondered. She needed to break the deadlock, not only to innovate, but also to ensure product quality, and as for the direction, it was naturally the clothing industry where she excelled. In fact, Mu Cheng was best at artificial intelligence. She had previously worked on a human vehicle dialogue sensing system in an automotive company before becoming a streamer. But right now, artificial intelligence felt far away while basic necessities were right at hand. When her noodles arrived, the boss's wife was wearing a brand new pair of sleeve protectors, and her pants were the trendy kind with foot straps, although the material was different from what was sold in stores. She smiled and asked boss's wife, "Your sleeve protectors look great, and those foot strap pants are nice too. Where did you buy them?" "I didn't buy them. I had them made at tailor shop," the boss's wife said happily, smoothing out her sleeve protectors. She pointed towards a nearby alley. "Comrade Yunche over there sews well. She made them for me, and they were much cheaper than what the store sells." Mu Cheng listened with interest. "Is Comrade Yunche a worker from the clothing factory?" The boss's wife shook her head. Her eyes filled with sorrow. She was fired from the factory, and her husband divorced her to marry a woman with a child. The tailor shop was left to her by her mother, who passed away from liver ascites last year. What a tragic story. This must be the protagonist of a sad story, Mu Cheng thought, chewing on her noodles, filled with curiosity about Yunche. Seeing that Mu Cheng was stylish and attractive, the boss's wife asked with a smile, "Girl, are you also going to her shop to make footstrap pants?" Mu Cheng curled her lips. "Yeah. Can you take me over later?" "Sure. I'll ask her to give you a discount." The boss's wife tidied up the nearby table, mumbling about how hard Yunche's life was, and went to the kitchen. After finishing her meal, Mu Cheng went to a small shop called Yunche Tailor Shop. The storefront wasn't large, and the sound of a sewing machine could be heard from inside. Mu Cheng looked at the clothes hanging on the wall. There were standard styles, either cotton shirts or black and gray women's suits. She touched the fabric of a suit. While not of great quality, the stitching was tight and the seams were neat. When Yunche saw someone had come in, she stood up to greet. "Which one do you like? You can try it on." Unfortunately, none of the clothes caught Mu Cheng's eye. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I want to buy a pair of sleeve protectors as a gift." A hint of disappointment showed on Yunche's delicate face as she went to get various patterned sleeve protectors. Mu Cheng picked out a pair for Sister Fong, a durable black and blue striped style. Seeing that Mu Cheng was brought by the boss's wife, Yunche even gave her a discount of 20 cents. Mu Cheng looked at Yunche. Through her clear and gentle face, she saw a purity that came from within. Although Yunche clearly needed money, she was willing to give Mu Cheng a discount because of her acquaintance with the boss's wife. Holding the sleeve protectors, Mu Cheng said, "You don't need to give me a discount. With such good quality, I feel like I've made a profit at this price." Yunche looked at Mu Cheng in surprise. She rubbed her hands together. "Thank you. If you need anything in the future, you can come to my shop to take a look." Mu Cheng nodded, thinking that she would definitely come back often. Any project must be thoroughly investigated multiple times before landing. A project that is decided on the first try is definitely unreliable. On the other side, Bai Lin delivered lunch to Gu Yunche and Lin Wanhu, as well as Yaya. In the hospital, Bai Lin looked at Lin Wanhu, who had been childhood friends with Gu Yunche, as mentioned by Gu's mother. Lin Wanhu had a gentle and dignified appearance, very elegant, unlike the more vibrant Mu Cheng, giving a very comfortable overall feeling. Yunche glanced at the ward door and asked Bai Lin, "Have you all eaten?" Bai Lin nodded yes. Sister Fong made Yaya a fried egg with sugar. She opened the lunchbox and handed it to Lin Wanhu, who was observing Bai Lin. She hadn't expected that the two sisters Yunche brought back from out of town were both quite good-looking, especially Mu Cheng, who was as beautiful as a star from the harbor city, and her aura was different from many girls she had seen. Mu Cheng was cold and elegant, bright and soft, playful yet charming, giving women a complex feeling, but bringing more sensory pleasure to men, making her more memorable. Yunche licked his lips and pondered for a moment before asking, "You're busy with school. Why didn't you let Mu Cheng come to deliver food?" Bai Lin felt that Yunche was concerned about her, and she couldn't wait to tell him about Mu Cheng. She hadn't even gone home for lunch. She left early in the morning and didn't know where she went. Hearing this, Yunche's expression darkened and grew cold. He grunted in response, then took a bite of rice. Having received a note from Qin Yin, she naturally couldn't wait to find him. How could she still care about going home for lunch? Previously, he was worried that Mu Cheng was unfamiliar with the area and might get lost. Now that she had Qin Yin with her, she might be enjoying herself in the capital. The more he thought about it, the angrier Yunche became, and he closed the lunchbox. He stood up. "I'm going back to the regiment." Lin Wanhu got up with her lunchbox and looked at Yunche, who was in a bad mood. Bai Lin hurriedly asked, "Brother Yunche, do you not like this food?" Lin Wanhu looked at the innocent Bai Lin and smiled slightly. Yunche ignored Bai Lin, only saying it wasn't the case before leaving. Bai Lin's melancholic gaze fell, seeing the two small porcelain cats bought by Yunche placed on Yaya's bedside. Chapter 63. The Feeling of Missing Someone? Lin Wanhua glanced at the two small porcelain cats on the bedside. The smiling little cats seemed to have captured Bai Lin's soul. She smiled and asked, "Bai Lin, do you like these two little cats?" Bai Lin shyly averted her gaze. It wasn't that she liked the two porcelain cats. It was just that they were bought by Yunche, and even though they were a gift for Yaya, she had been thinking about them for a long time. Lin Wanhua picked up the small porcelain cats and handed them to Bai Lin. "Here, they're for you. Yaya is only 2 years old and very active. She might break them one day." She lowered her eyes and said with a smile that was half teasing, "Just right for two. One for you and one for Mu Cheng. Give one to Mu Cheng." Bai Lin didn't want to give it to Mu Cheng. She happily took the small porcelain cat, her mind already planning something else. After sending Bai Lin off, Lin Wanhua held Yaya and coaxed her sleep. Pulling the curtain to watch Bai Lin's figure walk away, she hummed an unknown nursery rhyme, her smile serene, yet carrying an odd provocation. After returning home, Mu Cheng took a shower first. On Sunday afternoon, Gu Yunran and Gu Yunting returned to school early, and the washroom on the second floor was free. She enjoyed a comfortable shower. When she changed in her pajamas and opened the door, she saw Bai Lin standing there with 2 bottles of soda. "You finally finished washing. I've been waiting for you forever." Bai Lin waiting for her was definitely not a good sign. Mu Cheng smiled slyly and sidestepped. "Are you going to the bathroom? Then go ahead." "Bai Lin." She glanced at the soda in her hands, feeling that Mu Cheng wasn't as clever as she thought. Who would take 2 bottles of soda to the bathroom? Seeing the colorful and beautiful expression on Bai Lin's face, Mu Cheng couldn't help but laugh as she held the basin and prepared to leave. Bai Lin called out to Mu Cheng again, "Mu Cheng, didn't you promise brother Yunche to get along with me? I'm trying to make it easier for you. Are you really going to refuse me? Face is something earned on your own, not something given by others." Mu Cheng turned to leave, but saw Fong Winching walking over. "Bai Lin, didn't you say you wanted to invite Mu Cheng for soda?" Bai Lin ran into Fong Winching while buying soda after shopping. She explained understandingly that Gu Yunran and Mu Cheng couldn't get along due to their different life experiences. "Aunt Gu, Mu Cheng is young and has been wrong these past few days, so I'm buying soda to cheer her up." Bai Lin's understanding smile momentarily stunned Fong Winching. She didn't expose Bai Lin's intentions, saying, "You two should get along well. Actually, you and Yunran can become good sisters." Bai Lin thought it was a strange thing to say, but she didn't think much of it. Right now, if Mu Cheng refused the olive branch of soda Bai Lin offered in front of Fong Winching, it would make her seem petty and inconsiderate. She took the soda. "I just finished showering. I'm a bit thirsty." But Mu Cheng didn't drink it. Bai Lin, however, linked her arm with hers and pulled her into the room. Bai Lin let Mu Cheng sit on her bed while she sat at her study desk. Mu Cheng, I was wrong about what happened before. Brother Yunche and Aunt Gu both criticized me. I will change. If the seductress doesn't act seductively, is she still a seductress? Mu Cheng smirked and brushed her wet hair back. She raised her eyes and saw the two small porcelain cats that Gu Yunche bought at the state-run store in the county sitting on Bai Lin's desk. So, the carefully wrapped porcelain cats were really a gift for Bai Lin. Seeing Mu Cheng's gaze on the porcelain cats, Bai Lin felt pleased. Mu Cheng, do you like these little porcelain cats? Without waiting for Mu Cheng to answer, Bai Lin continued. This one was given to me by Brother Yunche. I can't give it to you. How about I give you a pair of pearl earrings instead? She opened a drawer, revealing a small red brocade box filled with letters. The white or craft paper envelopes nearly filling the drawer. Mu Cheng glanced and spotted Gu Yunche's name, knowing it was the correspondence between Gu Yunche and Bai Lin. Was Bai Lin trying to make her back off with this? Mu Cheng stood up and picked up the basin from the floor. The pearl earrings are too precious. Let Bai Lin keep them for herself. I'll take my leave now. Bai Lin felt she had achieved her goal and didn't insist on keeping her. She never truly intended to give Mu Cheng the earrings. Mu Cheng noticed the smug look on Bai Lin's face. She raised an eyebrow and turned to ask Bai Lin, why do you have a stack of envelopes in your drawer? Do you have that much money to stash away? Mu Cheng rolled her eyes and smirked. No wonder the cost of your sister's performances is so high. Turns out you really are wealthy. Next time there's a show, I'll join you. Bai Lin was so angry that her chest hurt. She pointed at Mu Cheng's nose, unable to scold her effectively or hit her. Watching helplessly as Mu Cheng took the basin and hummed a tune back to her room. Mu Cheng tidied up and sat on the bed, her gaze dropping to the floor, her heart stirring with ripples. She was a naive girl unaware of her feelings. She could sense the difference between Gu Yunche's feelings for her and those he held for the character in the book, Mu Guing. But whether it was Gu Yunche's striking looks or her lack of experience with such men, she always felt that his feelings for her were inexplicable. Just like her, she didn't dislike Gu Yunche's contact, nor was she tired of being around him. However, Gu Yunche's treatment of Bai Lin was indeed different. The emotional exchanges in their letters and the differing treatment of those two small porcelain cats made it clear that Bai Lin was the heroine in Gu Yunche's life, while she was destined to remain a supporting character in his story. With this thought, Mu Cheng walked to the tape recorder, took out the two tapes, and placed them in the drawer. She had spent the entire night going through her 6th grade textbooks and reviewing poetry and such, planning to finish her middle school math that night and study language the next day. How to relieve worries? Only by becoming rich. Mu Cheng took out the newly bought sketch paper and colored pencils from her bag and began to draw clothing designs. She wasn't studying fashion design, but she had tried on too many clothes and was quite skilled at drawing patterns. Meanwhile, Gu Yunche returned from the hospital with a gloomy expression. Lu Xiao noticed the cold air around him when he invited him to the cafeteria for a meal. With a half-smile, he asked, "Is it because you can't go home on the weekend that you're missing your little moose sister? How about I swap shifts with you? I'll go to the hospital on the weekend, and you can go home to accompany your little moose sister?" Lu Xiao's playful demeanor annoyed Gu Yunche. Just thinking about how Mu Cheng smiled brightly at Qin Yan, who would take her around the capital's parks, cinemas, or famous attractions, made him find Lu Xiao not just annoying, but also unpleasant. He sneered, "Lu Xiao, are you a fly? Buzzing my ear every day. Didn't the boss introduce you to someone for a blind date? Hurry up and find someone else to buzz about." Displeased with his noise, Lu Xiao didn't mind, smiling as he said, "You're anxious, huh? Missing someone feels like this. How do you know I'm missing someone?" Gu Yunche's suddenly raised voice drew the attention of people in the cafeteria. Even their superiors smiled knowingly, saying having a partner is a good thing. Don't hide it. Gu Yunche. He put down his lunchbox and saluted his superior, reporting, "Sir, I don't have a partner. If I were to fall in love or get married, I would apply to the organization for approval." The superior smiled slightly, indicating for him and Lu Xiao to go get their food. As the two passed by the superior's table, the superior smiled and said, "Yunche, your father said his old comrade's daughter is your fiancée. Chapter 64. School or Love." Gu Yunche felt his stomach ache after this meal, his face looking extremely unpleasant. Lu Xiao also felt uncomfortable during the meal. He had been wanting to ask which girl was the daughter of his comrade, but the question got stuck in his throat and he didn't dare to ask. his curiosity stifled by Yunche's cold gaze. After dinner, the two strolled back leisurely. Yunche suddenly stopped and said, "I need to go home this weekend. Let us switch shifts." Lu Xiao was taken aback and then couldn't help but smile. He thought Yunche was being quite contradictory. Just a moment ago, Yunche was in no hurry to go home, but now he had completely changed his mind. Yunche noticed Lu Xiao wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. He cleared his throat. "Mu Cheng is catching up on her studies, and I've left her homework. I should go back to supervise her." "That's a great reason," Lu Xiao said with a smile, expressing his admiration. Yunche. On the other side, Mu Cheng still went out every day to stroll around, but she always made sure to sit in Yunche's shop. And soon she and Yunche became friends with common topics. She handed Yunche a glass of orange juice. "I want to partner with you to open a clothing store." Yunche was stunned. Looking up, "You mean to do business?" "Yes," Mu Cheng said, smoothing Yunche's newly made women's suit, her gaze deepening. "You have the skills, I have the ideas. Our collaboration is a strong alliance." Yunche took a sip of orange juice, her eyes filled with despondency. "Xiao I was fired from the clothing factory. My reputation isn't good. And I'm afraid I'll drag you down if we partner in business." Mu Cheng had expected Yunche to say this, and wasn't surprised at all. She patted Yunche's shoulder and pointed to the vast sky outside. "Yunche, the world outside is infinitely broad. You need to step out." Yunche frowned, looking into the distance at the blue sky and white clouds, the endless expanse above. Mu Cheng smiled again. "If you leave this alley, who knows what you, Yunche, have been through? When you go out, your identity is defined by yourself." Yunche thought about Mu Cheng's words, smiled warmly, but then had other concerns. "The location of my tailor shop is hard to find. What if it doesn't make money? Good wine fears no deep alley with a good reputation. Why would you worry about not selling?" Mu Cheng took out the design sketches she had drawn over the past few days and handed them to Yunche. "You can make one first and hang it outside." She also counted out 5 10-yuan bills and gave them to Yunche. "Use this money to buy fabric and make the clothes according to my designs." Yunche was captivated by the clothes Mu Cheng had drawn. She had never thought that these color combinations could look so good, nor that a skirt could be made like this or pants could be transformed that way. "Also, make it according to my size. I'll wear it for promotion." Mu Cheng remembered when she tried on a skirt at the friendship store in the provincial city. How the sales assistant went from not believing in her to praising her like a fairy, mainly due to her actual display effect. Yunche didn't doubt Mu Cheng at all. Instead, she felt deeply trusted, receiving 50 yuan from someone she had only known for a few days. She clutched the design sketches and the money tightly. "Xiao Mu, don't worry. I will definitely not let you down. The first step is always the hardest." Mu Cheng thought to herself, reassuring Yunche not to fear failure, for failure is the mother of success. Thus one must be prepared for setbacks. Yunche's personality was different from Mu Cheng's. Having a stable emotional state was very important. Starting a small business made Mu Cheng happy. And after saying goodbye to Yunche, she hummed a song on her way home. Mu Cheng's joy seemed to be written all over her face, contrasting sharply with Yunche, who entered with a sullen expression. Earlier, Fang Wenqing had said that Yunche wouldn't be home this weekend. Why had he returned? "Brother Gu, why are you back?" Mu Cheng smiled lightly, like a spring breeze. In Yunche's eyes, Mu Cheng's good mood was due to the happiness of spending time with Qin Yan. He coldly replied, "It's my own home. Can't I come back?" "Oh, how can you talk like that, Tuan Tuan?" Mu Cheng's smile slowly faded, and she scolded herself in her heart for being foolish enough to forget that Yunche was a conversation ender, a moving iceberg, just because they had been getting along well recently. She scratched her eyebrow and perfunctorily said, "Oh, I know. You came back to teach Sister Bai Lin how to ride a bike?" Yunche was infuriated by Mu Cheng's dismissive tone, his brows furrowing tightly. He sneered, "No, I came back to check on your homework." Mu Cheng. Internally, she was overwhelmed with a million thoughts, shouting, "Thank you." Mu Cheng had thought that Yunche wouldn't return for a while. She was about to go out to investigate Yunche, someone she had gone from being unfamiliar to familiar with, so she had finished the assignments he assigned and those he didn't assign at lightning speed. Her academic assignments had already reached the second year of junior high, Though they were in different notebooks, they were all together. Hearing this, Mu Cheng turned and headed upstairs. But to Yunche, it seemed like Mu Cheng was completely feeling guilty. She had been out playing with Qin Yin, neglecting her studies. Since she didn't want to study, why should he go through the trouble of preparing teaching materials for her? Seeing this, he strode after her. As Mu Cheng went upstairs, she felt her long legs suddenly turn into short ones, completely unable to cope with Yunche's long legs chasing her. She hurriedly ran up the stairs. Yunche followed closely behind, leisurely walking up. Once Mu Cheng entered the room, she immediately went to find her homework, while Yunche closed her door properly, preparing to catch her in the act of slacking off and not completing her assignments. She pulled open the drawer looking for her first-grade homework, but Yunche followed closely behind and grabbed the drawer, revealing many notebooks. Yunche pulled out a notebook that was for second-year English. He opened it to see neat English letters and smooth cursive writing, and his eyes went from shock to anger. Mu Cheng despairingly closed her eyes. She turned around and found Yunche right behind her, looking at her homework. Their distance too close for comfort, so close that she could feel his gradually heavy breathing. "Brother Gu, Yunche threw the notebook away, using both hands to brace himself on the table, trapping the escaping Mu Cheng. He lowered his gaze, staring at Mu Cheng's cheeks, which were gradually turning red. He teased, "Mu Cheng, you really are something. Did you find a ghostwriter? You keep saying you want to study, yet you have someone do your homework for you, all the way to second year. Do you think it's funny to mess with me?" Mu Cheng felt something was off with his words. She had her secrets, but she hadn't lied to Yunche. Yunche saw the innocent look in Mu Cheng's eyes. "He bit his lip. He can write your homework. And he can also take your exams, right?" "He?" Mu Cheng frowned. "Who is he?" Seeing Mu Cheng's stubbornness, Yunche's anger surged in his chest, making it rise and fall. He retorted, "Are you pretending not to know? Isn't at Qin Yin? What does this have to do with Qin Yin?" Yunche lowered his gaze, a sense of helplessness making his voice a bit quieter. "You've been coming and going early and late. Isn't he the one who's not working and accompanying you?" "Mu Cheng, what do you really want? School or love?" He raised his gaze again, his tone cold and hard. "Speak the truth, and I'll support your decision." Although Mu Cheng's mind was in turmoil, she knew Yunche had misunderstood her. But when it came to admitting that she went out to play with Qin Yin, or that Qin Yin had written her homework, versus admitting she was a genius who had traveled from 2024, how should she choose? Chapter 65, forcing Yunche to admit she is his teacher. Mu Cheng's eyes wandered restlessly, seemingly avoiding Yunche's gaze. With a hint of panic and helplessness in her expression, Yunche's cold gaze found the answer in her startled demeanor. He smiled self-deprecatingly. "What am I even expecting?" With that, Yunche disappointedly released Mu Cheng. However, Mu Cheng grabbed Yunche's arm. "Brother Gu, dating and studying hard are not mutually exclusive. This homework is written by me. It's just that Qin Yin taught me. What's wrong with that?" Faced with the choice of revealing her identity as a highly educated streamer from 2024 or admitting that Qin Yin helped her study, she naturally chose the latter. Yunche smiled self-deprecatingly. He brushed Mu Cheng's hand away. "There's no problem. You're not in the wrong. I shouldn't have worried about this." After saying that, Yunche walked out the door. Mu Cheng turned around to look at the empty doorway, feeling a sense of emptiness in her heart. During lunch, since it was the weekend, all three siblings of the Gu family were present, and the long table was nearly full. Mu Cheng, however, hung her head, staring at the green floral patterns on the white checkered cloth. She didn't dare to look up, fearing to meet Yunche's cold and distant gaze. She couldn't tell if she felt guilty or uncomfortable. It was just an overall unpleasant feeling. Shinji was in a good mood, due to a big project he had pushed forward, pouring himself a drink. Yunran shared anecdotes from medical school, and Yunting occasionally chimed in. Lin, on the other hand, was dreamily expressing her envy for future university life. Only Yunche sat like a silent, gloomy clock. Even when his mother Fong Wenqing tried to engage him in conversation, he responded perfunctorily, eating slowly and showing indifference to the discussions around him. Mu Cheng remained silent. Having attended university and pursued graduate studies, she was no stranger to campus life, so she found Yunran and Yunting's topics uninteresting. Fong Wenqing's scrutinizing gaze repeatedly assessed Gu Yunche and Mu Cheng. The atmosphere around them felt like a young couple in a quarrel, one sullen and humorless, the other taciturn and quietly resistant. She anxiously lowered her eyes and placed a piece of braised pork into Gu Shenji's bowl. "Don't you have something to say to Bai Lin and Mu Cheng?" Upon hearing Mu Cheng's name, Gu Yunche's grip on the chopsticks tightened, the veins on the back of his hand becoming prominent, a subtle unease lingering in his heart. Gu Shenji set down his wine cup, smiling as he nodded. "If you don't say it, I almost forgot. Bai Lin, Mu Cheng, your household registration approvals have come through. You can go handle the registration next Thursday." Hearing this good news, Mu Cheng's eyes lit up, and her lips involuntarily curved into a smile. That smile was like spring sunshine, warming the atmosphere and seemingly melting Gu Yunche's previously frosty mood. Gu Yunche paused slightly, then reined in his emotions, calmly lifting his soup bowl and sipping from it. Gu Shenji continued, "Yunche, I have a meeting in the provincial capital next Tuesday, and your mom is going to Beijing University for an academic exchange. I've spoken with your leaders and arranged for you to have a day off to accompany Bai Lin and Mu Cheng for the household registration process." Recently, aside from regular training, the team was conducting ideological training, and Lu Xiao was busier than Gu Yunche, who found himself with more free time. Daily training was handled by the company commander and platoon leader, while he mostly conducted inspections. Gu Yunche glanced at Mu Cheng and then at Bai Lin, his voice low. "I understand." When Mu Cheng noticed Gu Yunche looking at her, she stared down at the bean sprouts in her bowl. She mumbled in frustration, "You're not indebted to him. Why be afraid of him?" Gu Shenji downed his drink and looked at the quietly eating, silent Mu Cheng. "Little Mu, what are your plans after getting your household registration?" All eyes turned to Mu Cheng, who wore a simple cotton shirt and light blue pants, her ponytail looking effortlessly pretty. Gu Yunting leaned on his chin, teasing her. "Mu Cheng, are you planning to date?" "I'm still single." The words dating seemed to touch Gu Yunche's nerves, and he slapped Gu Yunting on the back of the head. "Can you be more considerate?" After the hit, Gu Yunting suddenly remembered that he had almost overlooked Gu Yunche's interest in Mu Cheng. He grinned, holding his bowl, and said, "Okay, I won't mention it. I'll keep my mouth shut." He then proceeded to act out a scene of wolfing down his food, making everyone laugh. While Mu Cheng straightened her back, with a clear and crisp voice, she said, "Uncle Gu, Aunt Fong, since I came to the capital, I've been thinking about what I want to do in the future, what I can do." She put down her chopsticks and calmly stated, "I've made up my mind. I want to study hard, transfer to high school, and take the university entrance exam." Her words stunned everyone except Gu Yunche. Gu Yunting, who was eating, coughed, choking down a large bowl of soup. Gu Yunran laughed after a brief shock. "Ha, Mu Cheng, are you joking? You want to go to university? If you can get into university, then pigs can climb trees." Bai Lin, sitting next to Gu Yunran, covered her mouth laughing, not only at Mu Cheng's unrealistic ambitions, but also at Gu Yunran's fitting metaphor. Gu Yunche shot a cold glance at Gu Yunran. "Ran, how do you speak? Have you forgotten the rules your parents taught you about manners?" Hearing her brother reprimand her, Gu Yunran quickly quieted down. She looked at Gu Shenji and Fong Wenqing, who both shot her a gloomy glare, and she felt that her earlier words had been too crude. Mu Cheng, however, lightly curved her lips. "Sister Yunran, you and second brother were talking about university life just now. I really envy and long for it. I want to be like you. What's wrong with that?" Gu Yunche looked at Mu Cheng, seeing her shrewdness as she stood on moral high ground, winning over his parents' hearts and attacking Gu Yunran's arrogance. A kind and innocent girl's dreams are not right or wrong. It's those who cannot help her realize them that are wrong. But in Gu Yunche's eyes, Mu Cheng's cleverness, quick-wittedness, and ability to gauge people's hearts were comparable to that of an old fox. If she could handle him this way, she could surely deal with anyone else. He suddenly felt that his earlier unease was unnecessary. Gu Shenji replied, "That's not wrong. But little Mu, you haven't been to school and start from zero. How can you keep up if you transfer to high school? How can you take the university entrance exam?" Mu Cheng looked at Gu Yunche with sparkling eyes, resting her chin on her hand, beaming brightly. "Brother Gu helped me get textbooks from first grade all the way to senior year, and he even recorded tapes to teach me how to study." Upon hearing this, Gu Yunche raised an eyebrow at Mu Cheng. He noticed her eyes sparkling as she blinked rapidly, as if sending him a flirtatious glance, but more like signaling him. He chuckled. I taught you how to study? Mu Cheng felt a bit intimidated but steeled herself to nod. Yes, Brother Gu is afraid that Uncle Gu and Aunt Fong will blame me for taking up his time. Actually, I've been going to the city library to study early and late. If I encounter difficulties, I go to Brother Gu, and he helps me with the questions at the reception desk. As she finished speaking, everyone's gaze fell back on Gu Yunche. Fong Winching, with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, said sarcastically, "Oh, I'm really surprised that my son, who is busy from morning till night, can spare time to tutor Mu Cheng." Gu Yunche looked at Mu Cheng and saw her gaze toward him filled with sincerity, longing, and even a hint of threat, as if her eyes were saying, "If you don't acknowledge this, I won't be nice to you." Chapter 66. Gu Yunche once again supports Mu Cheng. When Mu Cheng said she wanted to go to university, it was like a thunderclap, stunning everyone. Gu Shenji was unwilling to believe that his usually aloof eldest son would take time out of his busy work to tutor a girl from the countryside during his lunch break. Gu Shenji's eyes darkened slightly as he asked with a smile, "Yunche, is it really as Mu Cheng said?" Gu Yunche stared at Mu Cheng for a moment. Her nose was glistening and already sweating. Mu Cheng was indeed very nervous. The only leverage she had in saying this was Gu Yunche's sympathy for her. She wanted to go to high school, and the matter of going to university would eventually have to be addressed. Otherwise, she would never have a real chance to go to school. By saying this in front of everyone at the dining table, Mu Cheng was putting everything on the line. If she won, she would truly gain the opportunity to enroll. Gu Yunche also realized this. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Yes, I did take some time during lunch to teach her, but mainly it's because His cold gaze turned towards Mu Cheng, meeting her eyes. Mu Cheng suddenly felt that his deep-set eyes were like a vortex, threatening to pull her in, holding a faint smile that hinted at playful amusement. She couldn't shake the feeling that this gaze was saying, "Mu Cheng, you want to play mind games with me? Fine, let's see how I can outplay you." Gu Yunche's lips curled into a faint smile. The main reason is that she is diligent and eager to learn, even getting up early and staying late to go to the library. Haven't you noticed that little Mu has become thin from all the studying? She's been studying so hard that her brain is worn out. Mom, you should have Aunt Fong stew some brain matter for her to boost her intellect, and maybe some walnuts to sharpen her mind. Otherwise, she won't keep up with her studies. Mu Cheng was nervously picking at her palms, cursing inwardly and thinking that Gu Yunche was being unreasonable. It was one thing for him to tease her, but his tone felt like he was gritting his teeth. Fong Winching laughed and replied. She frowned. "So, Yunche, do you think little Mu has a talent for studying? Could she go to high school?" Gu Yunche had no idea if Mu Cheng had any academic talent, but she was indeed exceptionally skilled when it came to dealing with men. Otherwise, how could she make Qin Yin skip work to fool around with her and leave him all flustered? How could he include himself in that? Gu Yunche clearly told himself that he wasn't flustered. He wasn't jealous. He just couldn't stand Mu Cheng's self-destructive behavior. He cleared his throat and kicked the ball back to Mu Cheng. "Little Mu, do you think studying is difficult?" Mu Cheng paused, gave Gu Yunche a sly look, and began flattering him. "Not at all, mainly because Brother Gu teaches well." Gu Yunran, on the other hand, did not believe Mu Cheng would have any academic talent. Her brother was excellent in both character and academics, but he wasn't a teacher. How could he possibly teach a rural girl to achieve good grades in a short time? "Mu Cheng, you need to be honest. You can't fake your academic performance." Gu Yunran scoffed coldly. "Don't think that by praising my brother here and saying you want to go to university, you'll actually get in. I think, Yunran, you're a top student, so you must have a point. How about this? You and Brother Yunting can give me a test paper, and if I do well, it means I have some talent in studying." Mu Cheng quickly interrupted Gu Yunran. At this moment, she needed to seize the opportunity. Besides, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. No matter how much she said, a good answer sheet would be persuasive. Gu Yunran found Mu Cheng's reckless bravado amusing. She smiled and said, "You want me to test you?" "Sure, but don't regret it." Meanwhile, Gu Yunting, upon hearing Mu Cheng's words, choked on his soup. His cough echoed through the dining room, and he finally let out a sigh. "Little sister Mu Cheng, don't be silly. Studying isn't easy. Before I figured things out, I was always at the bottom of my class. You have no idea how many times I got beaten by my dad. Gu Shinji. Mu Cheng, however, smiled and said, I'm not afraid. After all, Uncle Gu wouldn't dare hit me. Gu Shinji was amused by Mu Cheng, laughing as he replied, how could little Mu, so well-behaved and understanding, ever get hit by Uncle Gu? It's your second brother who needs a beating to learn. At this moment, Bai Lin felt both jealous of Mu Cheng receiving special attention from Gu Yunche and relieved that Mu Cheng, unaware of her own limitations, was letting Gu Yunran and Gu Yunting test her. Bai Lin didn't believe Mu Cheng actually knew anything about her studies. Mu Cheng's insistence on studying with Gu Yunche was merely a ploy to attract him. Since Mu Cheng proposed the test, let her take it and reveal her true colors in front of the Gu family, allowing Gu Shinji and Fong Wenqing to thoroughly dislike this deceitful girl. With this thought, Bai Lin smiled and said, this is a good idea. Uncle Gu, please give little Mu Cheng this chance to prove herself. Mu Cheng was well aware of Bai Lin's ulterior motives. She calmly patted Bai Lin's hand. Sister Bai Lin, you're so good to me. Thank you. To everyone else, it sounded like Mu Cheng was sincerely thanking Bai Lin, but only Mu Cheng knew that her gratitude contained a deep-seated irony. Gu Yunche lost his appetite. He put down his chopsticks and said solemnly, Dad, Mom, Mu Cheng is just a child. She hasn't taken any exams before. This kind of testing isn't necessary. Let us forget it. He knew Gu Yunran too well. She would definitely come up with tricky questions to make things difficult for Mu Cheng, eager to ridicule her. Most importantly, Mu Cheng's decision was too hasty. She could easily lose his parents' trust and good impression because of one unsatisfactory test. And they might think she was just a girl with lofty ambitions and a mouthful of lies. Even if she were that kind of person, Gu Yunche thought it was best to help her cover this up. He didn't want Mu Cheng to miss the chance to go to school just because of one test. Gu Shinji thought Gu Yunche made sense and nodded slightly. Little Mu, let us wait until you've studied for a while longer before testing. However, Mu Cheng stood up, her gaze calm and steady. Uncle Gu, I really want to prove myself and truly want to go to school. Please give me this chance. With that, she respectfully bowed to Gu Shinji. Gu Yunche clenched his fists at this sight. He looked up to see Gu Yunran nudging Bai Lin with her shoulder, raising her eyebrows with a smile that suggested she was determined to succeed. Seeing this, he said in a deep voice, since little Mu insists, let us go ahead with the test. However, both Ranran and Yunting are college students, and it's inevitable that the questions will be too advanced. I just taught Mu Cheng middle school material, so I understand the current curriculum. Gu Yunche lightly tapped his fist against his lips a couple of times. I'll need to review the questions that Ranran and Yunting come up with before we proceed with the test. Mu Cheng looked at Gu Yunche in surprise, feeling a growing sense of gratitude in his words. She wasn't naive. Gu Yunche's support for her at this moment felt so genuine that she couldn't possibly be indifferent. Fong Wenqing gave Mu Cheng a meaningful look. She softly said, then it's settled. After dinner, Ranran and Yunting will prepare the questions, and Mu Cheng will take the test. Gu Yunche raised his eyes to glance at Mu Cheng. Just a fleeting look, and then he stopped looking at her. Gu Yunran rolled her eyes in frustration. She quietly reassured Bai Lin, don't worry. My brother's grasp on the question difficulty 1T help. No matter how simple the questions are, Mu Cheng 1T be able to answer them. Gu Yunting was on edge, cautiously leaning towards Gu Yunche, and quietly asked, bro, can you give me some hints on what kind of questions I should come up with? Gu Yunche was puzzled. Gu Yunting whispered, how about for math? We do addition and subtraction within 10. What do you think? Chapter 67. All men are bad. Aren't you a man too? Gu Yunting hadn't even had the chance to feel proud of his own cleverness, let alone receive praise from his elder brother. When he was extinguished by a cold glare from his brother, Gu Yun seized Gu Yunting's shoulder tightly. With a forced smile, he said, Mu Cheng didn't read much before, but she's not a fool. She knows how to count. In one sentence, Gu Yunting felt that he had been foolish in his studies. How could little Mu not know basic addition and subtraction within 10? How would she get change when shopping? Gu Yunting looked like he was being taught a lesson and whispered, how about I give you addition and subtraction within 50? Gu Yun lifted his eyelids to glance at Gu Yunting, his expression full of unspoken words. He changed his grip from Gu Yunting's shoulder to the back of his head and gave him a light but firm tap. How could someone as foolish as you get into college? After saying this, Guyan took a napkin from the side to wipe his mouth and said, I'm done eating. You all take your time. He stood up and returned to his room. Everyone's gaze fell on Gu Yunting. He grinned. I didn't make my brother angry. He really ate well. Mu Cheng had guessed the content of the quiet conversation between Gu Yun and Gu Yunting, and she smiled slightly. After dinner, she found a chance to speak to Gu Yunting. Second brother, you don't need to think about giving leeway on the exam paper. As long as your questions are for middle school, it's fine. Gu Yunting had planned to ask Gu Yun to clarify his true thoughts. But hearing Mu Cheng's confident tone, he chuckled. It's not that second brother looks down on you, it's just, I'm worried you won't be able to answer. I told my brother about addition and subtraction within 50, but he disagreed. Mu Cheng looked up at Gu Yun's door, her eyes filled with gratitude. I also disagree with you setting the questions like that. Just do it normally. After saying this, Mu Cheng turned and went upstairs. Gu Yunting went to the kitchen to pour water, but was blocked at the door by Gu Yuran. She spoke with a teasing yet threatening tone. Yunting, I'm your sister. Don't go against me. I don't think highly of that Mu Cheng. Do you understand what to do? Gu Yunting held the cup of water, pretending to be confused. Huh? Sis, what do you think I should do? Gu Yun is still our big brother. I see he supports Mu Cheng. So who should I listen to? Playing the part of a big shot. Who doesn't know how? Gu Yunting knows too. He pretended to be oblivious and said, actually, that Mu Cheng said not to exceed the range. She can set any question she wants. She's really honest and straightforward, very cute. Gu Yuran felt a bit slapped in the face. She glared coldly at Gu Yunting. Look at your useless self. You get biased when you see a pretty girl. Gu Yuran then went to find Bai Lin to discuss ideas. Upstairs, Gu Yun lay on the bed, casually flipping through a book, which was an English original version of Charlotte's Woes. He looked at the youthful emotions of the characters in the book and wondered how to define his feelings for Mu Cheng. Gu Yun irritably covered his face with the book, revealing a self-mocking smile. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Gu Yun hadn't locked the door and answered casually. Mu Cheng received permission and pushed the door open, only to see Gu Yun with the book over his face. Lazily lying on the bed, he spoke in a light tone. Aunt Fong, just put the fruit on the table and close the door for me. Big brother Gu. It's me, Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng's hands were tightly clasped behind her back, feeling a bit at a loss. When Gu Yun heard Mu Cheng's voice, he removed the book and sat up from the bed. He awkwardly adjusted the collar of his shirt and said in a deep voice, How did you come in? I came to thank you for not agreeing to let Gu Yunting give leeway on the math and science exam papers. Mu Cheng looked at the handsome Gu Yun and smiled. I understand that you want to test my learning situation while also giving me a chance to prove myself. Gu Yun stared blankly at Mu Cheng. She actually understood his thoughts? He did think that way. If Gu Yunting let up on the exam paper, it would be handing a handle to Gu Yuran, and his sister would definitely dig deep into this matter. As for the test of Mu Cheng, it was more about Qin Yan. He really wanted to know whether Qin Yan was serious about Mu Cheng's studies and whether he was genuinely thinking about her future. Gu Yun cleared his throat. He uncomfortably said, As long as you know, you can go now. Mu Cheng could vaguely sense that Gu Yun was unhappy and angry with her. Stubbornly, she walked to the side of Gu Yun's bed. She looked at him sitting on the bed and said slowly, Big brother Gu, I know you care about me, and I will never let you down. Also, I am not dating Qin Yan. Gu Yun's previously dull and cold eyes instantly brightened. His lips curled up and then quickly fell again. Then, why are you looking for him for tutoring? Because no one is willing to help me study, and you are so busy. In the room, Mu Cheng thought about how to quickly clarify this matter with Gu Yun. Otherwise, he might misunderstand her again and become annoyed with her. Gu Yun was a key person who could help her settle down. How could she afford to offend a key person at this moment? Hearing this, Gu Yun's eyes carried a hint of a smile. He said in a deep voice, From now on, come find me at noon. There is an ice cream parlor outside my workplace, and I will tutor you there. What? Mu Cheng's carefully crafted plan shattered in an instant, scattering into pieces. She awkwardly laughed. No need, I could just continue to trouble Qin Yan. Big brother Gu, you are so busy. That's settled. Gu Yun stood up, looking down at Mu Cheng, who was close at hand. Men are complicated. I'm afraid you'll be tricked by him since you're so close to Qin Yan. Mu Cheng looked up into Gu Yun's deep eyes. She retorted, Men are complicated. Aren't you a man too, Big brother Gu? I'm not the same as Qin Yan. Gu Yun licked his lips and flusteredly explained. I want to harm you. I genuinely care about you. I am. Mu Cheng took delight in watching Gu Yun, the muscular man, become shy. She squinted and asked, What are you? I am your brother. Gu Yun's jaw tightened, and he mechanically extended his arm, pointing at the door. You have so much nonsense. Get out. Was this an angry embarrassment due to being unable to explain clearly? Mu Cheng stood straight, saluted Gu Yun, understood. After saying this, she cheerfully walked out the door. The flustered Gu Yun slumped onto the bed like a deflated balloon. He carefully recalled how flustered and inarticulate he had been just now, clenched his fists, and hit the bed. Gu Yun, are you an idiot? Mu Cheng, however, returned to her room with a sweet smile. She mumbled to herself, TSK. Teasing handsome guys feels really good, especially the pure and handsome ones. I'm really getting a lot of emotional value from this. At around 2 in the afternoon, Gu Yun came down with the exam papers he had finished reviewing. He told Mu Cheng, the big question at the end of each paper is an extra credit question. It's good if you can do it, but it doesn't matter if you can't. Mu Cheng knew that the big question must be something Gu Yuan had deliberately made difficult for her. Yet Gu Yun categorized such tricky questions as extra credit. She smiled sweetly at Gu Yun. I understand. Mu Cheng began to work on the math, language, foreign language, politics, history, geography, and physics and chemistry papers at the dining table under the supervision and watchful eyes of everyone, confidently putting pen to paper. Chapter 68. Is he going to support her college education? At 7 in the evening, Sister Fong had already cooked the rice but hadn't stir-fried the dishes yet. After all, the whole family was waiting for Mu Cheng to finish her exam. Yunche watched Mu Cheng's focused expression and recalled her earlier question about whether he believed in the existence of certain people. Once these people become enlightened, they would progress rapidly in their studies, as if they were playing on easy mode. At that time, he didn't know what playing on easy mode meant. But looking at Mu Cheng then, he was convinced she was that kind of person, a genius girl who had unlocked her potential. However, Yunche always felt that Mu Cheng was not simple. She must have secrets hidden from everyone, including him. Bailin was nervously biting her nails. She couldn't believe that Mu Cheng, with no background in academics, could actually solve questions meant for third-year junior high students. It felt like a miracle. But why would this miracle happen to a girl from the countryside? After Mu Cheng finished the last question, she couldn't help but sigh at how friendly the difficulty of the questions was compared to 40 years ago. She put down her pen and announced, I'm done. Yunche walked over to collect her exam paper, glanced at her neat handwriting, and stared at Mu Cheng for a moment before handing the paper to Gu Yunran beside him. Gu Yunran and Gu Yunting were correcting several sets of papers that Mu Cheng had completed. As Gu Yunran graded, her face grew pale. How could this be possible? What's impossible? Mu Cheng might just be that kind of genius. Gu Yunting was very satisfied with Mu Cheng's answers. He exclaimed in amazement, This essay is written so well. I can already envision a modern future. This article deserves full marks. Hearing their conversation, Mu Cheng couldn't help but smile secretly. The essay prompt given by Gu Yunran was titled Envisioning a Beautiful Future. She thought Mu Cheng, coming from the countryside, would know nothing about modernization and high technology. Not realizing that Mu Cheng, who had traveled from 2024, had previously worked in artificial intelligence. She had lived in an era of technological advancement and a developed internet. The future she wrote about was the present of 2024, and she found it particularly easy to write. Gu Yunche took a look at Mu Cheng's essay. The more he read, the more he felt that Mu Cheng was hiding many secrets. He put down the exam paper and said to Mu Cheng, Come on, help me in the kitchen. Ran and Yunting will stay here to grade the papers. Since Mu Cheng's exam had delayed dinner, it was only natural for her to help. In the kitchen, Gu Yunche pinched a green bean and asked Mu Cheng, How did you come up with the future in your essay? Mu Cheng had anticipated that Gu Yunche would question her when she wrote it. She snapped the green bean's fibers and replied, I dreamed about it before, Brother Gu. Haven't you ever had a ridiculous dream? With those words, Gu Yunche froze in place, his ears turning red. He had indeed had ridiculous dreams, dreams that were absurdly extreme, and the person in those dreams, who was excessively absurd, ridiculous, and intimate, was Mu Cheng, These difficult-to-speak-of dreams were Gu Yunche's inner taboos. He tossed the green beans into the basket and said, "I sleep well and never dream." Mu Cheng. Gu Yunche forced himself to lie. He didn't want to stay in the kitchen for long. After picking the green beans, he returned to the living room. Sister Fong then approached Mu Cheng for a casual chat, constantly praising her for being hardworking and talented in her studies. Mu Cheng smiled bitterly, thinking that her talent was the result of nearly 20 years of hard work. She was a top student, but not a genius. In the living room, Gu Yunran looked at Mu Cheng's scores. Full marks in 6 subjects, high scores in 2 others, and only Chinese, math, and politics had some minor deductions. She felt a bit confused. She bluntly said, "This is impossible. How could Mu Cheng learn so much knowledge in just half a month?" Fong Wenqing, however, looked calm and certain. There's nothing impossible about it. Mu Cheng's parents both had excellent academic performance. Her father is highly intelligent, a well-known genius in the economics department, unmatched in math. Could it be that Mu Cheng inherited her parents' excellent genes? That's not impossible, after all. Mu Cheng herself has said that she learns quickly. Gu Yunche smiled slightly, feeling relieved. In that case, Dad, Mom, Mu Cheng's academic talent shouldn't be buried. Let her transfer to high school in a while. Gu Shenji looked at the exam paper for a long time. He smiled broadly. Such a good seed must go to school, or else it would truly be a waste of talent. Bai Lin bit her lip and looked at Gu Yunran, who was furious. Gu Yunran thought for a long time before finally saying, "Dad, our family can't afford to support so many students. Yunting and Bai Lin all need tuition fees, and there are living expenses once we go to college." Gu Yunche propped his arm on the table, looking at his unreasonable sister with a playful smile. "Then let Miss Gu buy a few less clothes. Mu Cheng's tuition will be covered." "Brother, am I not your real sister? Why are you always helping Mu Cheng bully me?" Gu Yunran's eyes filled with tears of grievance. She had completely experienced Gu Yunche's bias. Gu Yunche lightly said, "Are you sure it's not you who's bullying Mu Cheng?" "Yunche, what are you and your sister arguing about?" The Gu family isn't lacking the money to support one more student. Gu Shenji interrupted their quarrel, settling the matter. Gu Yunche lowered his gaze, adjusting the cuffs of his shirt. In a flat tone, he said, "I'll cover half of Mu Cheng's tuition and all her expenses for college in the future." "Everyone," Fong Wenqing coldly reprimanded Gu Yunche. "What nonsense are you talking about? Save your salary for your own future wife. Little Mu's tuition doesn't need your concern." Bai Lin's suppressed anger burned to its peak. She blurted out, "Mu Cheng has her own money. Her money is what she saved up herself in Gucheng Village." Gu Yunche quickly cut off what Bai Lin was about to say, giving her a cold glance filled with warning. He shoved his hands into his pockets and teased lightly, "It's not much saved up. It's not enough for high school, let alone college." Suddenly, Gu Yunche's gaze became clear and firm. "I'm not in a hurry to get married. Covering half of her education costs is no problem. Even if I pay for it all, I can afford it." Hearing this, Gu Yunran became even more convinced by Lin's words, that her brother Gu Yunche had been bewitched and seduced by Mu Cheng. He had fallen for her. Her dislike and hatred for Mu Cheng reached their peak. Mu Cheng, holding a plate of braised fish, stood at the kitchen door, truly hearing Gu Yunche and the other's words. She smiled lightly with her head down, feeling even more grateful toward Gu Yunche. She believed she could earn her own money and didn't need to spend anyone else's to study. "Dinner is ready." Mu Cheng called everyone over to eat. She had a delicate face with a smile at the corners of her mouth, and her lively and playful demeanor left a deep impression on Gu Yunche's heart, also making Gu Yunting gaze in awe. Gu Yunting couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "My brother has a keen eye. He acted early." During dinner, Gu Shenji said that they would handle Mu Cheng's enrollment a month later and encouraged her to continue studying hard and not to slack off. Mu Cheng smiled and agreed, and when she looked up, she saw Gu Yunche looking at her meaningfully. His gaze contained many meanings. But what Mu Cheng understood was that he wouldn't allow her to seek out Qin Yin for mentorship again. That night, Bai Lin hid under the covers and cried her heart out. She felt that Gu Yunche's heart already belonged to Mu Cheng, which was why he was so partial to her. Bai Lin was unwilling to accept this, secretly swearing to drive Mu Cheng out of the Gu family. Mu Cheng was thinking about how Yunche would pass by to wash up after a shower. She gently said, "I'll be waiting for you at the guard post at the entrance on Monday at noon." For a moment, she felt dazed. She heard a hint of a date in Yunche's tone. Mu Cheng pulled the covers over her head and let out a small scream. "Mu Cheng, are you going to defy the heavens and change your fate to capture the male lead?" On Monday, Mu Cheng first went to Yunche's clothing store. She saw a novel-style light yellow dress hanging at the entrance. Chapter 69, Is This the Object of Team Leader Gu? Call her sister-in-law. When Yunche saw Mu Cheng coming over, she hurriedly stood up from the sewing machine. Her delicate little face wore a faint smile. "Little Mu, you're here? Look at the dress I rushed to make." Mu Cheng didn't expect Yunche to appear weak, yet she was a decisive action taker. She took the blueprints and worked through the night, cutting and making according to Mu Cheng's measurements. Mu Cheng touched the pink ruffled collar shirt. It was made of soft cotton linen material, very textured, and Yunche had done a great job with the ruffles of the neckline. "Yunche, your craftsmanship is really good." Yunche's cheeks flushed with excitement, but she felt troubled. Such a bright color. What kind of skirt or pants should it be paired with? Mu Cheng picked up a pair of light gray trousers and compared them in front of Yunche. "This is a perfect match, and you should wear white shoes." Yunche didn't quite understand Mu Cheng's idea of matching and asked doubtfully, "Pink and gray. Can those two colors look good together?" "Of course they can." Mu Cheng took the light yellow dress to the fitting room. When Mu Cheng came out wearing the dress, Yunche was stunned. She knew Mu Cheng was beautiful, radiant, and graceful, a kind of beauty that the other girls around her didn't possess, but she didn't expect the dress to look so good on Mu Cheng. Yunche was about the same height as Mu Cheng, but her figure wasn't as good. She looked enviously at Mu Cheng in front of the mirror. "Little Mu, you look so beautiful. This dress makes you look like a big star on a calendar." Mu Cheng pulled Yunche over. "Our sizes are quite similar. You can wear this pink shirt and gray pants too. Change into them, and I'll take you to get a perm." "What? She wants to perm her hair while wearing such bright colors?" Mu Cheng teased, "If you don't dare to wear the clothes you made yourself, do you think anyone would buy them?" Yunche felt that Mu Cheng had a point. She looked at her plain and unremarkable outfit in the mirror. It was time for a change. Mu Cheng smiled at Yunche. "In this budding fashion business, we can only rely on us two walking hangers to support it." Yunche seemed to understand, but still closed the shop and went with Mu Cheng to the hair salon at the street corner, where she got the perm that Mu Cheng requested, a curl that goes straight down. The request left the hairdresser confused, and in the end, Mu Cheng simply took matters into her own hands and permed Yunche's hair herself. Mu Cheng felt that perming hair now was much simpler than in her time, especially since it felt like using a curling iron to style at home. Finally, after the hair was permed, Yunche, dressed in her new clothes, had a completely transformed temperament and aura. Mu Cheng was very satisfied. She whispered to Yunche, "Once I renovate your tailor shop, you can work the sewing machine in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. I promise you'll become the brightest girl on that street." The last sentence she said in Cantonese. Yunche didn't understand, but felt her face flush. She hurriedly asked, "Is it convenient to work like this?" "Convenient and eye-catching." Mu Cheng giggled and encouraged Yunche. She was wearing gray pants, not a skirt, which was very practical. She glanced at the wall clock and hurriedly said, "Yunche, I have something to do. Remember to wear this outfit while working." Mu Cheng had to go find Yunche to learn. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to catch up with her high school courses. A lie indeed requires countless lies to cover it up. Mu Cheng passed by a deli, went in, and bought 2 pig's trotters wrapped in oiled paper. This was her way of paying for extra lessons for Yunche and also a way to offer him something in return. Mu Cheng sat on the bus, finding a window seat. The gentle breeze blew, and after working up a light sweat, she leaned her elbow against the window, her hair blowing in the wind, looking simply stunning. The eyes of everyone on the bus unconsciously fell on Mu Cheng, and she hoped that a woman would come over to ask where she bought her beautiful little dress. Unfortunately, the women on this bus were older, and there were only men, so no one came over to ask her. When she reached her destination, Mu Cheng got off the bus. She was carrying a handbag and holding the pig's trotters as she walked towards the military sentry post, but she also heard hurried footsteps behind her. When Mu Cheng turned around, she saw a man dressed like a punk whistling at her. "Beautiful girl, all alone? Do you want your brother to keep you company?" Mu Cheng cast a glance at the sentry post and with her back to it, she walked back. You scummy pervert. Do you believe someone will beat you to the ground later? Ha, little girl, you have quite the mouth. No one has dared to hit me since I was born. The punk thought Mu Cheng was trying to scare him and relaxed his guard. He smiled and said, "Come on, let's go watch a movie." Mu Cheng rolled her eyes, pretended her shoe was loose, squatted down, and unfastened the straps of her high heels. She curiously asked, "What movie? Is it blood on the streets?" The punk laughed lewdly. "You can watch whatever you want." Mu Cheng smirked, took off her shoes, turned around, and ran, shouting, "Gu Yunche, someone is harassing me. Help, someone is harassing me." Gu Yunche was already standing at the sentry post waiting for Mu Cheng. Hearing her voice not far away, he instantly tensed up. He pushed open the door and ran out with his long legs. The soldier on duty saw Gu Yunche running out and followed him, leading to a class of soldiers who were jogging and singing military songs witnessing the scene. They guessed that an emergency had occurred and followed them out. When Mu Cheng saw Gu Yunche's tall figure, her sense of security surged. She rushed barefoot into Gu Yunche's arms, shouting, "Gu Yunche, a pervert is harassing me." Mu Cheng's complaint made Gu Yunche furious. He glanced at the punk who was turning to escape and told the soldiers who had followed, "Catch him." Several of them rushed forward and pinned the man to the ground. Gu Yunche patted Mu Cheng's back, comforting her like a frightened child. He gently asked, "Are you hurt?" Mu Cheng smiled foolishly. "I'm not hurt anywhere, just running barefoot, a bit sore on my feet." Gu Yunche then noticed that Mu Cheng's white leather sandals were lying on the ground not far away. He looked down and saw that her toes, which were gripping the ground, were covered in dust. Mu Cheng shyly smiled and said, "I was practically practicing with my body, and it awkwardly turned into a four-room, one-hall situation." Gu Yunche. He reached out and touched the top of Mu Cheng's head, quietly asking, "Were you scared? Why is your speech so unclear?" Mu Cheng shook her head. The squad leader of the third class walked over to Gu Yunche with his head down. He saluted Gu Yunche and reported, "Team leader, the pervert has been subdued. Please give instructions." Gu Yunche raised his eyes to see that the soldiers of the third class were all staring blankly at Mu Cheng in his arms, as well as him holding Mu Cheng. He quickly let go of her. He awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "Take him to the nearby police station. You assist the police in taking the statement. Do you understand the reason for the police report?" "Understood." This shameless pervert was following our team leader's object and was caught red-handed. The third-class leader chuckled, his tone serious yet straightforward. Gu Yunche's ears instantly turned red. He was just about to say that Mu Cheng was his sister, but he didn't say it out loud. He was afraid someone would report back to the company commander, platoon leader, and battalion commander in turn. If a talkative battalion commander went to confirm Mu Cheng's identity with Lu Xiao, wouldn't Lu Xiao just make fun of him? He waved his hand to send away the troublesome squad leader. "You take 2 people to the police station, and the rest return to formation." The squad leader didn't expect their usually aloof team leader to have an embarrassed moment. He smiled and saluted Mu Cheng, team leader and sister-in-law. "Rest assured, I will complete the task perfectly." Mu Cheng, Chapter 70. Are you Captain Gu's partner? Mu Cheng was particularly puzzled as to why Gu Yunche didn't explain that she was his sister. Seeing a group of lovely soldiers passing by her while trying not to laugh as they returned to the team, she finally asked Gu Yunche, "Big brother Gu, why didn't you say I'm your sister?" Gu Yunche's smile secretly faded. He turned around and asked Mu Cheng seriously, "The key is that you are not my sister. The leaders in the team also know my family situation. Are you asking me to lie to my soldiers?" Mu Cheng was speechless, and then she saw Gu Yunche walking over. He squatted down and said, "I'll carry you over." "Carry me where?" Gu Yunche tilted his head towards the nearby cold drink shop, where they were laying a cement road. The side door was open, but there was a puddle in front of the door, which might contain sharp debris that could hurt her feet. Mu Cheng looked at her own dirty feet and finally obediently climbed onto Gu Yunche's back. Gu Yunche carried her to the cold drink shop and gently set her down on a chair. He stood up and said to the familiar waitress, Xiao Yang, "Could you please wet this handkerchief?" Xiao Yang was taken aback to see the composed Gu Yunche carrying a girl inside. She blankly took the handkerchief to wet it in the back and returned it to him. Gu Yunche handed the handkerchief to Mu Cheng and said, "Wipe your feet. I'll get your shoes." Mu Cheng awkwardly took the handkerchief and carefully wiped her dirty feet. In the end, she simply walked to the sink and rinsed her feet with cold water cleaned the handkerchief, wrung it out, and dried her feet. Xiao Yang kept staring at Mu Cheng and couldn't help but ask, "Are you Captain Gu's partner?" "Huh? I'm not. I'm his relative," Mu Cheng said with an awkward smile. In just one day, she had been misunderstood twice. Who told Gu Yunche to be so good-looking that he drew everyone's attention? Xiao Yang thought Mu Cheng was just shy to tell the truth, that she was indeed Captain Gu's partner. She carefully examined Mu Cheng, who was simply too beautiful, especially in her light yellow dress, a style she had never seen before. It was really pretty. "Comrade, where did you buy your dress?" Upon hearing a business opportunity, Mu Cheng smiled and said it was custom-made at the Yunche tailor shop in Miaoyan Alley, Dongcheng district. "The master has good skills and the style is nice. It's all handmade and absolutely high-end." Xiao Yang paused for a moment but still took out paper and pen for Mu Cheng to write down the address. "So pretty. I want to make one too." Mu Cheng also told Xiao Yang that there were many new styles and that they could be made in colors other than light yellow, encouraging her to bring friends along, and that mentioning her name would get them a discount. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled at this, and she nodded eagerly. "Okay." Seeing that it was now noon and the weather was hot, Mu Cheng waved and said, "Comrade, please bring me 2 servings of stir-fried ice fruit with fruit dampi." Xiao Yang nodded and even added an extra piece of dampi for Mu Cheng. When Gu Yunche walked in, Mu Cheng was smiling and waiting for her, holding Gu Yunche's handkerchief. He smiled wryly and said, "This is the 3rd handkerchief I've lent you. If you don't return it, I won't have any left." The implication was that Mu Cheng had embarrassed herself in front of Gu Yunche 3 times already, either crying or getting dirty, and none of it was a good look. Gu Yunche walked over and saw Mu Cheng shyly saying, "I'll wash them when I get back and bring them to you tomorrow." He bent down to place the 2 shoes on the floor, but when Mu Cheng reached out to put them on, the heel wobbled and the shoe fell over. Gu Yunche squatted down to straighten the shoes, held Mu Cheng's ankle to help her put them on, and fastened the buckle. "If you can't wear high heels properly, then don't wear them. They can twist your ankle and make it hard to walk." He then stood up and remarked, "If you can't even put on shoes properly, how can you be so clumsy?" However, Mu Cheng felt her face flush with embarrassment at Gu Yunche's actions. She hadn't expected to experience such Cinderella treatment in her lifetime. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and said, "I'll wear flat shoes next time." Gu Yunche licked his lips. He also realized that his previous actions were inappropriate. He awkwardly sat across from Mu Cheng, glanced at his watch, and said, "Let's start." Mu Cheng quickly took out her first-year high school math textbook, notebook, and pen, handing a pencil to Gu Yunche. Gu Yunche took the pencil and said in a casual tone, "If you study hard and learn quickly, I'll reward you with a fountain pen." Mu Cheng thought Gu Yunche was treating her like a child, but she quite liked it. She smiled and nodded, "It's a deal." Gu Yunche glanced at the tightly wrapped brown paper bag next to him and asked, "What is this?" Mu Cheng pushed in front of him and said, "It's the tutoring fee I brought you, 2 braised pig's feet." Gu Yunche. Mu Cheng smiled slyly, propping her chin up and saying, "Big brother Gu, I sincerely appreciate you. You can't refuse. If I accept this time, what about next time?" Gu Yunche felt that Mu Cheng had no idea how to give gifts. Who thanks someone with braised pig's feet? He pondered for a moment and said, "Next time, bring something else." Just then, Xiao Yang brought over the stir-fried ice fruit, and Gu Yunche nodded at her. He then took off his wide-brimmed hat and placed it on the table, starting to teach Mu Cheng first-year high school math in a gentle tone with detailed explanations. His eyelashes drooped slightly, his nose was straight, and the curve of his thin lips was attractive. His profile was simply unbeatable, making Mu Cheng want to give him a kiss. Gu Yunche raised his eyes to look at Mu Cheng, pointing at the book. "Do you understand?" Mu Cheng nodded. "I understand." Gu Yunche was somewhat skeptical. He pointed at the practice problems behind and said, "You solve this problem." Mu Cheng nodded, took the pen from Gu Yunche's hand, and began to work on the problem. She reminded him, "Big brother Gu, the ice fruit is melting. You should eat it quickly." Gu Yunche held the bowl and used a small spoon to scoop out the ice fruit, enjoying its sweet and sour flavor. However, his eyes unconsciously kept glancing at Mu Cheng, who was focused on solving problems. She was like a little fox eager to learn. Thinking of this, Gu Yunche smiled slightly. He suddenly felt that the ice fruit Xiao Yang made today had too much sugar. It was very sweet, almost overwhelming. Mu Cheng's learning ability was indeed strong. After Yunche finished explaining and gave her a little guidance, she could apply what she learned and solve the problems. Yunche was quite impressed. Xiao Mu, you're really smart. Don't worry, you'll definitely get into university. Of course, Mu Cheng replied with a modest smile. When it was time for Yunche to return to the team, he stood up to pay for the stir-fried ice fruit, but Mu Cheng said, I'm treating you to cold drinks. Yunche held the pig's feet in his hand and replied, Aren't you treating me to this? The two walked out of the cold drink shop towards the bus station. It was then that Yunche noticed Mu Cheng wearing a light yellow dress he had never seen before, with a square neckline and puff sleeves that accentuated her waist and fair skin. She looked beautiful. He sighed after a moment of contemplation. This place is far from the city. Next time, don't dress so beautifully. Yes, I attract wolves. Mu Cheng nodded but smiled brightly and said, It's okay. Big Brother Gu will protect me. I can't be by your side all the time. How can I protect you all the time? Yunche was somewhat annoyed, even angry with himself. Mu Cheng paused, realizing she had spoken out of turn. She looked up and saw the bus arriving. The bus is here. I'm leaving. See you tomorrow, Big Brother Gu. Her lively and crisp voice made Yunche's heart race. He muttered, watching the bus drive away. Yunche felt a hint of disappointment in his heart, but fortunately, she would come tomorrow. Oh, which girl has made our Captain Gu so reluctant to leave while standing here like a stone of longing? Lu Zhao's teasing voice came from behind Yunche. Yunche, what are you holding? It's a thank you gift from Little Mu, Yunche replied. Yun turned around, giving Lu Zhao a cold glance, and saw Lin Wanhua there as well. She smiled faintly, looking like marinated food. Can we order extra for dinner tonight? Chapter 71, Is She Different in Your Heart? The price of the marinated food is not cheap, and Lu Zhao is greedy. So Yunche is not surprised at all. However, Lin Wanhua even suggested adding more. Could it be that Yaya, who has been weaned for a long time, is craving pig trotters? Yunche asked with a smile, Does Yaya want to eat? Lin Wanhua nodded. She looked a bit embarrassed. Her appetite has increased these days. Yunche is not a greedy person. He handed the pig trotters to Lin Wanhua. Take it to Yaya. Lu Zhao tightened his jaw, glancing at the bulging paper bag. He coughed lightly. One is enough for Yaya, after all. It's a gift from Little Mu's sister. Wanhua, you have to leave one for Yunche. Lin Wanhua's expression changed, and she awkwardly looked at Yunche and Lu Zhao. She lowered her gaze and smiled. If Yaya wants to eat, I could just buy some. Let us leave Little Mu's sister's gift for you too. After saying that, Lin Wanhua turned and walked towards the group. Yunche helplessly glanced at Lu Zhao, who scoffed. Look at your ambition, fighting over food with a 2-year-old child. Lu Zhao smiled nonchalantly, putting his arm around Yunche's shoulder. He said slowly, I'm helping Little Mu fulfill her intention towards you, okay? Yunche picked up the pig trotters and smiled proudly. I'll remember her intention in my heart. He handed the pig trotters to Lu Zhao to take to Wanhua. Lu Zhao understood Yunche's thoughts. Yunche had mentioned more than once that during the time after Li Zheng returned and before his job was arranged, their lives would be tough. Helping Li Zheng is also helping him keep his wife and kids. A once-spirited officer has become disabled due to an accident. He will be depressed. And will a career-oriented woman spend her life with a depressed man? Thinking of this, Lu Zhao felt a bit foolish for what he just said. Why did he provoke Lin Wanhua? She and Li Zheng are tied together because of the child. He and Yunche have been taking care of them, hoping for a good life for both families. Meanwhile, Mu Cheng returned to the Gu family. Took out the homework, Yunche left her and quickly finished the exercises. She then took out sketch paper and colored pencils to design new clothes. Sketching for an entire afternoon, creating several new dresses, skirts, and short-sleeved outfits. After finishing, Mu Cheng stretched and leaned back at her chair. What a fulfilling day. Mu Cheng's gaze fell on the notebook Yunche used to teach her. She noticed his handwriting was strong and powerful, written in a flowing script. Even the Arabic numbers looked beautiful. After getting to know him, Yunche indeed has many strengths. In terms of appearance, he is 1 in a million. In terms of ability, he is a division leader at a young age. In terms of family background, he is a high-ranking official son. In terms of knowledge, He writes well and can paint, and the original book even says he is exceptional at both the violin and accordion. With so many strengths, it's no wonder a group of women pursue him. After looking at Yunche's handwriting for a while, she began sketching plans to renovate Yunche's small tailor shop. During dinner, Lin did not come back but called home. Fang Wenqing's expression while on the phone was somewhat impatient. "All right, then be careful." She hung up the phone and said to Gu Shun and others, Lin went to see Yunche. She and Yunche are eating out. "Let us start our meal." Mu Cheng paused while serving rice. She didn't know why she felt a vague discomfort, as if her privilege had been taken away by Lin, but Gu Yunche could invite Lin or any girl to dinner. She was just one of them. Suddenly, Mu Cheng felt that her thinking was dangerous and unwarranted. Fang Wenqing noticed Mu Cheng's momentary distraction, but said nothing. On the other side, Lin was pestering Gu Yunche with her homework. Gu Yunche patiently explained it once, but Lin didn't understand, so he explained again. Lin still looked confused and even made mistakes on similar questions, which made Gu Yunche frown. "Lin, why didn't you choose the liberal arts? I don't think you're suited for science." Lin. Her tears of grievance hadn't yet filled her eyes when she saw Gu Yunche already getting up. "Let us stop here. There's a noodle shop ahead. You can eat there, and I'll take you to the bus station after dinner, so you can go back early." Gu Yunche invited Mu Cheng to Western food, but he was inviting Lin to eat noodles? Lin wasn't a woman who lived for food, but she wanted Gu Yunche's attention. Yet Gu Yunche didn't think in that direction at all. At the noodle shop, they unexpectedly ran into Lu Xiao, who waved at Gu Yunche. Lu Xiao saw a girl following Gu Yunche. Could this be Mu Cheng? Earlier at noon, when he chased out, he only saw the hem of Mu Cheng's skirt. She had already gotten on the bus. Lu Xiao stood up. "Yunche, is this little Mu's sister?" Lin bit her lip, her face turning pale. "I'm not Mu Cheng, I'm Lin." Lu Xiao paused, thinking to himself, "Gu Yunche, you're something, one little Mu's sister on the left, another Lin's sister on the right." He looked meaningfully at Gu Yunche, but found him looking gloomy and unhappy. Gu Yunche ordered 3 bowls of fried sauce noodles, eating silently. It was Lu Xiao who felt the awkwardness. He bumped Gu Yunche's thigh under the table. Gu Yunche glanced at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao raised his chin towards Lin. He lowered his voice. "Don't you have anything to say to Lin's sister?" Gu Yunche shot Lu Xiao a glare and said to both of them, "If you two are not enough, order more, I'll treat you." Lu Xiao. Lin clutched her chopsticks, tears falling into the noodle bowl, but she dared not raise her head. She felt humiliated, the humiliation brought by Mu Cheng. After dinner, the two sent Lin to the bus station, watching her get on the bus. Lu Xiao put his arm around Gu Yunche's shoulder as they walked back. "TSK, what's going on? Word got to the leaders that you carried your wife to the ice cream shop at noon, and now with this Lin's sister here. You don't look happy at all." Lu Xiao lowered his gaze and vaguely said, "Mu Cheng, she's different." Lu Xiao heard the undertone in Gu Yunche's words. He teased with a smile, "Oh, little Mu's sister is different. She's different in your heart?" Gu Yunche's lips curled up. He pushed Lu Xiao's arm away. "Shut up." The two laughed as they walked back. But just as the bus drove away, Lin overheard Lu Xiao and Gu Yunche's conversation, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "She's different? Why is she different?" When Lin returned home, she unexpectedly encountered Lin Wanhua at the door. Lin Wanhua looked at Lin's red eyes. She approached with concern and asked Lin, "What's wrong?" Lin remained silent. Lin Wanhua smiled and said, "You haven't eaten yet, right? I made some twice-cooked pig trotters. If Yaya and I can't finish them, I'll take some to Aunt Gu and Uncle." Lin nodded perfunctorily and was about to go back when she heard Lin Wanhua casually mention that the pig trotters were given to Gu Yunche by Mu Cheng, and he passed them on to Lin Wanhua. She turned around and coldly glared at Lin Wanhua. Lin Wanhua saw the resentment in Lin's eyes. She smiled slightly. "Yaya likes to eat, and Yunche sent it to Yaya." Lin forced a smile, said goodbye to Lin Wanhua, and returned to her room. The next morning, Mu Cheng saw an extra dish of twice-cooked pig trotters on the dining table. Lin pointed at the pig trotters and said, "Last night, Sister Wanhua sent these over. I heard it's the marinated pig trotters that Brother Yunche sent her. She and Yaya can't finish them, so she brought them for us to eat." Mu Cheng. Chapter 72. Mu Cheng finds a house for herself. Mu Cheng felt that Lin was intentionally saying things for her to hear. just to let her know that Gu Yunche had trampled on her feelings. But why was Lin Wanhua so eager to send over pig's trotters and even explain the reason by Lin? Mu Cheng's pupils constricted, her eyes sparkling with light as she recalled Gu Yunran's previous words about Lin Wanhua being special to Gu Yunche. She felt she had discovered a huge secret. Looking at Bai Lin, who mistakenly regarded her rival as an ally, Mu Cheng thought Bai Lin was not only bad but also foolish. She scratched her brow and said lightly, I love eating braised pig's trotters the most. Bai Lin. She felt like she was hitting a soft pillow. Sitting nearby, she spoke sarcastically, I don't know who was so eager to send food to Brother Yunche, but in the end, Brother Yunche gave it directly to Sister Wanhua. Mu Cheng took a bite of the pig's trotters. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, she said, if I hadn't sent it, you wouldn't have had anything to eat today. It tastes good. Why don't you try it? As she spoke, Mu Cheng picked up a piece of pig's trotters and threw it into Bai Lin's porridge bowl, splattering juice onto the front of Bai Lin's clothes. Bai Lin stood up in anger. Mu Cheng, what are you doing? I was serving you food. Why are you angry? Mu Cheng rolled her eyes at Bai Lin. Her annoyed little look almost made Bai Lin pout. Fong Wenqing happened to come downstairs and saw this scene. She tugged at the corner of her mouth. Still fond of this quirky little girl, Mu Cheng, Fong Wenqing pulled out a chair and asked, what are you two talking about? Bai Lin, hurry up and eat. Today, your Uncle Gu is going to the Education Bureau to listen to a report and can take you to your school on the way. Bai Lin didn't dare to show her fangs in front of Fong Wenqing. She obediently sat down, wiped the stains off her clothes with a handkerchief, and buried her head in her breakfast. Mu Cheng also stopped talking and quietly ate her meal. After Gu Xinji finished breakfast downstairs, he took Bai Lin to school, while Fong Wenqing, who was preparing to go out of town for academic exchanges, called Mu Cheng over. She asked Mu Cheng if the style of the nearly finished sweater she was knitting looked good. Mu Cheng glanced at the wall clock and said, it looks good. Aunt Fong, who is the sweater for? She planned to go to Yunche's shop today and intended to chat with Fong Wenqing for a while before finding a reason to leave. Fong Wenqing touched the soft sweater and said, I'm knitting it for Yun Ting. It's just that the pure white sweater is a bit plain. Mu Cheng instantly thought of cross-stitching. She smiled and said, I have a way to make the clothes look better. Fong Wenqing. Mu Cheng explained her method to her. Although Fong Wenqing didn't fully understand what Mu Cheng meant, she still found the yarn and large knitting needles that Mu Cheng needed. Mu Cheng roughly calculated the stitches and began to knit. Soon, a red heart appeared on the left side of the sweater. But then Mu Cheng took out some fine white yarn and black yarn with smaller needles to sew eyes onto the red heart. It was Fong Wenqing's first time seeing this pattern, and she found it quite unique. What is this symbol? It's quite nice. Mu Cheng pondered for a moment and changed the wording of Chuan Bao Jiuling to say, this is called heart to heart, meaning a mother and child are connected. The combination of tissue and trendy elements made Mu Cheng feel smart. Fong Wenqing thought Mu Cheng was talented and sweet-tongued. Little Mu, you are really clever. She took Mu Cheng's hand and said, in a few days, I will arrange a blind date for Yunche. You could be Aunt Fong's advisor. Mu Cheng's expression paused slightly. She quickly returned to normal and nodded. Okay. Fong Wenqing, touching the red heart with a smile, said, Old Gu and I have high hopes for Yunche. His wife cannot be someone without a background, without education, and definitely not a divorced girl. We have to choose carefully. The mention of without a background referred to Bai Lin, without education referred to herself, and not divorced referred to Lin Wanhua. Mu Cheng instantly understood the meaning behind Fong Wenqing's words. She was not infatuated, but the other two might have already been smitten. Mu Cheng agreed, of course. With Brother Gu's good conditions, he should find someone who is well-matched and has a compatible temperament. Fong Wenqing took Mu Cheng's hand. With a gentle smile, she said, Good child, in the future, Annie will also find you a good family. Mu Cheng curled her lips slightly and said ambiguously, I'll focus on getting into college first. Maybe I'll find someone I like there. Fong Wenqing felt that Mu Cheng was quite clear-headed. Only Bai Lin and Lin Wanhua were confused. Mu Cheng clearly sensed Fong Wenqing's reassuring smile. She stood up and said, Aunt Fong, I'm going to the library to study now. I'll find Brother Gu at noon to learn the new course. Fong Wenqing felt very reassured about Mu Cheng and nodded. Go ahead. As Mu Cheng left the Gu family, her bright smile faded. She laughed at herself, reminding herself to stay clear-headed. no matter how good Yunche was. It had nothing to do with her. She could flirt and enjoy herself, but she must not let her heart get involved. Mu Cheng took a bus to Yunche's shop and found a crowd at the entrance. As soon as she walked in, she saw the beautifully dressed Yunche measuring people sizes. People were lining up to be measured, and they all wanted to order the clothes and pants Yunche was wearing. The nearby residents came in droves after seeing Yunche looking radiant the previous day. Mu Cheng set down her bag and began to help record names and measurements. After a while, the crowd finally dispersed. Although Yunche had been busy all morning, she was very excited. "Little Mu, my shop has never been this busy before." Mu Cheng flipped through the notebook with the measurements of the customers. While Yunche counted the deposits, Mu Cheng confidently said, "Once we build our reputation, we should first expand the store and hire more staff. When ready-to-wear shops no longer meet the market's needs, we will order clothes from manufacturers to sell. After accumulating a certain amount of capital, we can directly open a factory in Shenzhen. Finally, we will create our online sales platform, accommodating other businesses while establishing our own brand's direct sales store, using the brand as a platform." Mu Cheng smiled, adding that before this, they could accumulate capital through real estate, engineering companies, and the stock market. Yunche was stunned. She only partially understood Mu Cheng's earlier statements, but the rest was beyond her comprehension. Mu Cheng noticed Yunche's bewildered expression and chuckled. "Never mind. That's all for later. What we should do now is sign the investment contract, do a simple renovation of the storefront, and change to a more eye-catching sign." As she spoke, she took out the contract and her design sketch for the storefront. After discussing that they would split profits 50-50, Yunche felt uneasy. "You provide the money and the drawings. You should take the larger share. How about 40 for me and 60 for you? Otherwise, I won't sign." Mu Cheng had seen honesty before, but never such straightforwardness. The storefront and skills were all Yunche's. However, Yunche was stubborn, and in the end, they had to redraft the contract according to her wishes. As for the sign on the new store and the design, Mu Cheng named it Xiao Cheng Fashion. Mu Cheng also drew a logo with an orange and a cloud on top of it, which Yunche couldn't understand. Mu Cheng explained, "This is the logo. It will be our registered trademark in the future. You should register as an individual business under the name Xiao Cheng first." Yunche felt her horizons had broadened and excitedly nodded. By noon, Yunche hadn't waited for Mu Cheng and frowned as he walked back to call the Gu family. Meanwhile, after checking out Yunche's future residence, Mu Cheng tentatively asked, "Yunche, I'm currently staying at a relative's house. Can you rent me the room next to yours?" Yunche was overjoyed. "Of course. You can come live with me. I'll be thrilled. But I must say up front, I don't want any rent." Mu Cheng felt relieved. Even if she couldn't stay at the Gu family, she had a place to land. She smiled lightly. "That one do. I have to be your only tenant." Chapter 73, he made up his mind to confess. Yunche hung up the phone, his eyes full of disappointment, repeatedly wondering why Mu Cheng hadn't come to find him. He called home, and his mother, Fong Wenqing, said that Mu Cheng had gone to the library to study. Yunche tossed his pen aside, only to see that the draft paper was filled with countless circles, the ink already bleeding through to the next page. Lu Xiao looked up at the distracted Yunche. He smiled, thinking, "Since you're so worried about her, why not go out and find her?" Yunche ripped off the ink-stained draft paper and threw it into the nearby wastebasket. He glanced at his watch. Training was about to start, and he didn't have time to look for Mu Cheng. Yunche vaguely felt that Mu Cheng had forgotten their appointment because she was with Qin Yan. "Yunche, have you heard term?" Lu Xiao's serious demeanor made Yunche think he was going to say something important. What term?" Unaware of love, Lu Xiao explained with a mischievous smile, meaning someone likes another person, and everyone around them can see it, but the person in question is clueless. "Isn't that funny?" Yunche looked at Lu Xiao, who was boastful, but didn't react much. He lowered his head, deep in thought about his recent unusual behavior. Yunche suddenly stood up. "In the afternoon, you go watch their training. I need to step out for a bit." He was going to find Mu Cheng and tell her what was on his mind. Lu Xiao sensed that Yunche was about to confess, and he couldn't let him down. He quickly agreed. "Okay, you go ahead. If you're not back tonight, I'll ask for leave for you." Just a moment ago, Gu Yunche had a cold expression, but now his eyes softened a little, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He stood up and unbuttoned his coat, preparing to change his clothes to go out when he saw a superior walk in. Gu Yunche, Lu Xiao. There's a collapse at a foundation site in the neighboring county, and some people are trapped. It might be an ancient tomb. You two take the Vanguard 3rd Battalion over to assist the local department in rescue efforts and maintain order. Gu Yunche paused and then saluted yes. Lu Xiao noticed the superior was in a hurry and hadn't had time to tell him he could go alone. He mumbled, "What is going on here?" Gu Yunche had already buttoned up again and said, "Let us notify the communications officer to prepare the marching packs. This will take a few days." Gu Yunche pondered for a moment, then called home again, and it was Aunt Fong who answered. He said in a deep voice, "Aunt Fong, please tell Mu Cheng that I'm going to the neighboring county for a mission for the next couple of days. When I come back, I'll go find her. Tell her not to come here and to wait for me. I have something to say to her." Aunt Fong nodded, sensing the reluctance and affection in Gu Yunche's words. "Got it." After hanging up, she saw Bai Lin rushing in from outside. "Aunt Fong, I'm starting evening study sessions from tonight. Don't wait for me to come home for dinner." Aunt Fong frowned and wiped her hands. "Then I want to be able to make supper tonight. My nephew's family just had a baby, and I'm taking leave to go see them." Bai Lin casually replied, "That's fine. I might not be hungry tonight anyway." Aunt Fong recalled Gu Yunche's instructions and said to Bai Lin, "Yunche just called. Can you pass the message to Mu Cheng?" Bai Lin stopped and turned around, asking with concern, "What?" Aunt Fong relayed Gu Yunche's words about Mu Cheng, asking Bai Lin to inform her. At that moment, Bai Lin realized that Gu Yunche had even used his lunch break to help Mu Cheng study, and his words were full of reluctance, like a young boy eager to meet his crush. Her expression darkened instantly, but she replied, "Okay, I'll pass it on." Meanwhile, Mu Cheng was delayed in finding Gu Yunche because she had been helping Yunche find a renovation worker. When she arrived at the location, there was no sign of Gu Yunche at the post. Mu Cheng borrowed a phone from the cold drink shop to call Gu Yunche's office, but the phone went unanswered. Disappointed, she hung up and ordered a bottle of soda, sitting there to drink. The waiter, Xiao Liang, noticed Mu Cheng was absent-minded and asked with a smile, "Did you have a fight with Commander Gu?" "No. Why would you ask that?" Mu Cheng felt a bit embarrassed. Her disappointment was because she had broken her promise, and Gu Yunche might be angry because of it. The waiter, Xiao Liang, smiled knowingly. "Because I know you two are dating, it's normal to have fights during a relationship." She looked as if she understood everything, but Mu Cheng was internally amused. Then Xiao Liang continued, "Commander Gu is known as the cold-faced officer in the army. Everyone knows he is a handsome man who doesn't smile much. But last time you two were here studying, I saw him smiling all the time. The moving iceberg rarely smiles, but because he smiled a bit more at her, he became a sight for others." Thinking of this, Mu Cheng rested her chin on her hand, and Gu Yunche's face, which could turn heads and was strikingly handsome, floated in her mind. Back at the Gu family, Mu Cheng went on to study a segment of high school courses by herself. During dinner, Aunt Fong was absent, and Fong Wenqing mentioned she had taken leave, while Bai Lin had started her evening study session from 7:30 to 9:30. Mu Cheng felt uneasy hearing this. She quickly said to Fong Wenqing and Gu Xinji, "Uncle Gu, Aunt Fong, I want to transfer to high school as soon as possible." Fong Wenqing had reservations in the past, but thinking about how Gu Yunche tutored Mu Cheng every day at noon, she felt a twinge of worry. She nodded, "Okay. Once your household registration is settled, I'll have your Uncle Gu help you enroll. If you can keep up, you'll be in the same class as Bai Lin. If not, you'll be in the second or first year. 1,000 years is too long. I just want to seize the day. I'm willing to take the school entrance exam. I want to go to college early." Mu Cheng understood the benefits of studying early, her smile warm. Gu Xinji nodded, "It's great that you have this ambition. I'll coordinate with the school for you." Mu Cheng was extremely excited. She had to quickly study with Gu Yunche, or she wouldn't be able to explain how she learned high school courses so fast. The next day, Mu Cheng stayed up late reviewing past knowledge, so she naturally woke up late in the morning. When she got up, she was the only one at home. After having breakfast, she went to Yunche's shop. Today, the shop was undergoing simple renovations and changing its sign. When Mu Cheng arrived, Yunche was looking distressed. "Mu Cheng, you're here. Quickly help me move these old clothes to the back. Seeing Yunche in a hurry, Mu Cheng stopped her. Hold on. Go find me some big red paper and a brush, and some ink. Since meeting Mu Cheng, Yunche had trusted her words completely and obediently went to borrow a brush and red paper from the old man nearby. Soon, Mu Cheng mixed the ink and wrote on the red paper, "Store upgrade, clearance sale, tearful clearance, major discounts, don't miss out. Regret for a lifetime if you miss today." Mu Cheng dried the ink and had Yunche hang the red paper outside. They needed to clear out the previous clothes, skirts, and sleeves to bring in cash flow for new fabric and new styles. Yunche thought Mu Cheng was really clever and quickly went to post the red paper. While Mu Cheng was sorting the inventory and setting prices, when Yunche returned, she saw that Mu Cheng's pricing wasn't too much less than the original price. But she had put the same style of clothes to the back. Yunche was puzzled. Aren't we selling all of them? Yes. Mu Cheng smiled slyly. This is called hunger marketing. We can't put everything out at once. Yunche. Not long after, many people were attracted to the stall amidst the comings and goings, and Yin happened to pass by on his bicycle at the entrance of the alley. Chapter 74. Gu Tuanchuan, you really hold a grudge. Yin looked at a small shop surrounded by 3 circles of people outside. He thought they were selling some snacks. And recently he often recalled Gu Yunran's expression when eating at his stall, causing a slight smile to appear on his lips. He got out of the car and pushed his cart inside. He saw a woman happily approaching with a suit jacket. Yin frowned and asked, "Sister, what are they selling up ahead?" "Clothes, mostly women's clothes. The store is having a clearance sale. It's quite a bargain." The woman finished answering and left. A trace of disappointment flashed in Yan's eyes. He turned around and left, riding his bike at the corner, ringing the bell as he went. The cashier, Mu Cheng, heard a crisp bike bell ringing from the alley. After being busy until around 10 o'clock, Mu Cheng was ready to leave. She instructed Yunche on how to sell the remaining stock. Yunche was honest, but not foolish. She had learned it long ago. She linked her arm with Mu Cheng's and said, "Don't worry, I understand. But little Mu, isn't the glass window of our shop too big? You can see everything clearly inside. That's the effect we want." Mu Cheng replied as she shouldered her bag. "I have to go. I'll come back to help tomorrow." Watching her hurriedly leave, Yunche was filled with anticipation for the future Mu Cheng described. Meanwhile, Gu Yunche, who was commanding the 3rd Battalion's rescue operation in Ling County, took a short break. He sat on a dirt slope and took a sip from his military water bottle. Lu Xiao walked over, saying that the rescue here was almost finished. An archaeological team would enter tomorrow, leaving a squad to protect the site. Gu Yunche nodded, silently looking at the scene. After a day and night of emergency rescue, they had successfully evacuated the residents of the surrounding collapsed villages and rescued and settled those who were buried. The main task this time was to maintain stability, as the local villagers knew about the discovery of the ancient tomb and were afraid of theft and looting of cultural relics. Because of this, the higher-ups had sent Gu Yunche, and Lu Xiao personally brought a battalion over. Lu Xiao yawned and said, "All right, as long as we complete the task satisfactorily. It's just a bit tiring." But weren't they always busy and tired? Gu Yunche was instead thinking about what Mu Cheng was doing. Mu Cheng arrived at Gu Yunche station location on time, looking forward to seeing the guard post, but not finding him, which made her frown in disappointment. Yesterday, she had been late, and Gu Yunche waited for her in the same way. Waiting for him for a while was no big deal. But Mu Cheng waited all afternoon without seeing him. She walked over to the guard and asked, "Comrade, could you call your commander Gu for me? Just tell him I'm waiting for him outside." The guard frowned and, seeing Mu Cheng insist, finally spoke, "Commander Gu is a superior. I don't have the authority to call him or inform you of his whereabouts. Please step away from the guard post." Mu Cheng helplessly closed her eyes and murmured, "Oh, you Gu Tuanchuan, you really hold a grudge." She left with her head down. Not long after, the commander of the 2nd Battalion drove out and saw a beautiful figure getting on a bus. He frowned. "We rarely have girls here. Is that girl Commander Gu's girlfriend? She looks a bit like her, but Commander Gu would definitely tell her that he is away on a mission." Hearing the guard's words, the 2nd Battalion commander thought nothing of it and signaled to drive away. That day, Bai Lin returned from evening self-study and saw Mu Cheng taking a shower, preparing to go back to her room. With a cold expression and a half-smile, she asked, "Mu Cheng, How far have you progressed in your math course? Holding a basin. Mu Cheng thought for a moment before replying. Why should I tell you? Bai Lin felt Mu Cheng was being stubborn. Yunche was not in the capital. There was no way he would tutor Mu Cheng today. Mu Cheng had missed her chance, so naturally, she was in a bad mood. Bai Lin's guess was confirmed, making her quite happy. She lightly scoffed, I'm just concerned about you. No need. Mu Cheng frowned, knowing Bai Lin wasn't that kind-hearted. Bai Lin didn't linger and returned to her room. Back in her room, Mu Cheng sat on the bed, grabbed her pillow, and began to hit it, muttering, Yunche, you little petty person. Outside the camp in the county, Yunche sneezed twice. He wiped his nose and said to Lu Xiao, it's cool at night. Make sure to cover yourself with a blanket. Lu Xiao, however, was unconcerned. It's not cold. Is your little Mu's sister missing you? Yunche shot Lu Xiao an annoyed look. Just go to sleep. Stop talking so much. I didn't need to sleep. I dream of all sorts of things. I even have a good little sister who cares for me and loves me. Lu Xiao's teasing voice made Yunche's hands itch. In a cold tone, he threatened Lu Xiao, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll smother you with a pillow to save you from wasting food with all that chatter. Lu Xiao thought Yunche was just shy, but that didn't stop Yunche from getting physical with him. He turned over, ready to sleep. The next day, Mu Cheng watched Bai Lin humming a tune as she left the house, riding her bicycle with a proud demeanor. I'm going to be a car driver in the future. Why should I bother with someone like you who rides a bike? After breakfast, Mu Cheng saw Fong, Winching reminding her to be careful as she left in a hurry. Fong Winching was going to an academic exchange. And this morning Gu Xinji had also gone on a business trip, leaving only her, Bai Lin, and Sister Fong at home. Sister Fong was busy tidying up the storeroom, as if searching for something. After breakfast and washing the dishes, Mu Cheng changed into a red doll-collar short-sleeve shirt and a sea blue denim skirt made by Yunche. She took her light cream-colored handbag and headed out, carrying the accordion-style bag from Yunche, which contained the necessary books. Arriving at the shop, she saw a few people outside buying up the last of Yunche's inventory. Yunche was organizing tablecloths and preparing to close up. A few female colleagues saw the clothes Mu Cheng was wearing and couldn't help but ask, Sister, did you get that outfit from Yunche too? Mu Cheng nodded. Yes, we'll reopen in a couple of days. You can come pick out new clothes then. She pointed to her outfit. This style is also available. Seeing Mu Cheng had arrived, Yunche tidied up and pulled her inside, showing her the recent accounts. Little Mu, in just a few days, we've made over 300 yuan. She counted out 200 yuan in thick 10 yuan bills and handed it to Mu Cheng. This is for you. Mu Cheng smiled lightly, feeling that Yunche was truly kind-hearted. Yunche, the previous clothes, the capital was all yours. How can we split it? Mu Cheng only accepted 100 yuan. With 50 yuan being a return of the startup capital, and the remaining 50 being shared profit from the new clothes. She added, after the renovation, we need to buy some items to upgrade the shop. I'll accompany you to pick them out, and we'll split the costs. Okay. Yunche felt there was hope in life. Is there anything else? Mu Cheng thought the journey to build a brand was still long, and she patted Yunche on the shoulder. Besides dressing yourself beautifully every day, you also need to ensure the speed of production and make ready-to-wear clothes in different sizes. Afterward, she helped Yunche keep an eye on the construction team, while Yunche went to the back room to rush the work. Near noon, Mu Cheng went to the military base again, but still didn't wait for Yunche. No one answered the phone in his office. She was very angry and didn't want to come back anymore. When she returned to the Gu family, she found Gu Yunran and Gu Yunting had come home. Gu Yunting told Mu Cheng, my brother went on a mission. He informed me and my sister that tomorrow we'll take you and Bai Lin to handle the household registration procedures. So, Gu Yunche had gone on mission. Why didn't he tell her? She had waited for 2 days for nothing. Mu Cheng felt that Gu Yunche was doing it on purpose. She nodded and went upstairs with her bag. Gu Yunran yawned. I've been busy writing a paper lately, staying up late. No need to go too early tomorrow. We have a whole day. We can go in the afternoon too. Bai Lin nodded in agreement, and Mu Cheng could only stand at the staircase and respond. Chapter 75. Mu Cheng looked at some letters. The next morning, both Mu Cheng and Bai Lin got up early, packed their things, and prepared to go to the household registration office with Gu Yunting and Gu Yunran, but Gu Yunran didn't wake up until well past noon. Gu Yunting then comforted the anxious Mu Cheng and Bai Lin, saying it's fine, the registration office doesn't close until 5:30 p.m., We still have time. The most difficult part was the quota. Since the quota was given, what was so hard about completing the final procedure? Mu Cheng glanced at the clock on the wall and realized they wouldn't make it in the morning, so she returned to her room. Bai Lin also looked disappointed. She felt Gu Yunran was selfish for delaying her important matter just so she could sleep well, and she went back to her room in frustration. As for Gu Yunting, he felt helpless. He admired his brother Gu Yunche's cunning. Gu Yunche was worried about Gu Yunran handling things, which was why he asked him to take leave to assist his sister. Moreover, his brother even provided him with their father Gu Xinji's office phone number during his business trip, just in case Gu Yunran acted out of line, so he could call Gu Xinji to teach his sister a lesson. If his brother didn't have an urgent task in the field and couldn't return or take calls, the matter of Bai Lin and Mu Cheng's household registration wouldn't fall on him and his sister Gu Yunran to handle. Thinking of this, Gu Yunting went upstairs to hurry Gu Yunran again. Gu Yunran opened the door while yawning. She impatiently said, "The office doesn't open until 1:30 p.m. Why are you in such a hurry? Tell Sister Fong I want fried eggs and braised beef for lunch." Gu Yunting. He had always been controlled by his older brother Gu Yunche and suppressed by his sister Gu Yunran, so he had gotten used to being submissive. Fine. Gu Yunting casually went downstairs to relay his sister's menu to Sister Fong. Sister Fong had originally planned to simply stir-fry a few dishes for lunch, but Gu Yunran insisted on having braised beef, which could only be bought pre-cooked at this time. There was no time to prepare it fresh. Just as she was about to tell Gu Yunting to go buy the braised beef, she heard him impatiently say, "I'm not going. It's so hot at noon, besides. If she wants to eat, she can buy it herself." In front of Gu Yunran, he dared not say what he really thought, but in front of Sister Fong, he spoke without pressure. After saying what was on his mind, he turned and went back upstairs. Sister Fong rolled her eyes in anger. She muttered, "I knew he was going to act tough in front of me. If he has the ability, he should go show off in front of his sister." Sister Fong got along best with Mu Cheng and had the best relationship with her, so she had to ask Mu Cheng to help buy the braised beef. Mu Cheng knew it was Gu Yunran who wanted the braised beef, and she couldn't help but complain about the spoiled and demanding young lady of the Gu family. But she kept a friendly demeanor. "All right, I'll go now." Mu Cheng bent down to put on her shoes, while Sister Fong felt a bit embarrassed. "Little Mu, you're the most considerate. Aunt Fong privately told me that she likes you the most, so I feel close to you." Mu Cheng smiled slightly, but didn't say much. She asked, "Aunt Fong, what have you been looking for recently?" Sister Fong smiled affectionately. "Oh, I'm looking for old items. My nephew just had a big baby boy, and I want to find some things that Yunche and the others used when they were young." Teacher Fong said I should pick the good ones to give to my nephew. No wonder Sister Fong had been spending so much time in the storage room lately. As Mu Cheng tightened her shoelaces, she heard Sister Fong say, "The storage room is too messy, and there are many of Yunche's books and letters. I can't handle it all by myself." Gu Yunche's books and letters? Mu Cheng suddenly thought of the treasured letters from Gu Yunche that Bai Lin had. Shouldn't Gu Yunche be keeping Bai Lin's letters? Why were they all thrown into the storage room? It might be immoral to look at someone else's letters, but looking at the letters of a person with a bad character shouldn't count as immoral. The key was that Mu Cheng wanted to know the plot direction of the original story, if it wasn't her who crossed over. Then how did Mu Ging and Gu Yunche end up disliking each other? "Aunt Fong, after we finish eating, I'll help you organize the storage room." Aunt Fong nodded with a smile. "Sure, the Gu family storage room is quite large, and there are many things. You can help me for a while. Then you can go about your business." Mu Cheng nodded, took the money Sister Fong handed her, and went out to buy the braised beef. Just before mealtime, Mu Cheng returned carrying the braised beef. Gu Yunting's eyes lit up as he saw the fair-skinned and beautiful Mu Cheng wearing a light yellow dress coming back from outside. She looked like Princess Sisai from the movies with her white, wide-brimmed sun hat. He stared at Mu Cheng, which caught the attention of both Gu Yunran and Bai Lin. Gu Yunran frowned. "Where did you buy such a beautiful dress, Mu Cheng?" Bai Lin felt a pang of jealousy. She already knew Mu Cheng dressed exquisitely and uniquely, and this uniqueness was so beautiful that even Gu Yunche couldn't take his eyes off her. Who would have thought a girl from the countryside dressed so flamboyantly every day? Bai Lin's sarcastic remark made Gu Yunran glare at Mu Cheng, and she coldly scolded Gu Yunting, "Stop staring. No matter how beautiful she looks, She has just a pretty face with nothing inside. However, Yunche went out to greet her, taking the braised beef from Mu Cheng's hands. He whispered, "Mu Cheng, I just realized how beautiful you are. No wonder my brother is smitten." Mu Cheng looked at the big fool in front of her and helplessly said, "Don't say such things." Yunche smiled and nodded, lowering his voice. "Just wait. One day I'll call you sister-in-law." In the original story, neither Yunche nor Yunran had ever called Mu Cheng's sister-in-law. They were extremely disdainful of her. During lunch, Bai Lin and Yunran both asked Mu Cheng where she bought her dress. Mu Cheng didn't want them to know about her little venture. She wanted them to continue being the clueless frogs in a flower garden. She thought about the next line, which was about being ugly and playing around. She pursed her lips and smiled. Seeing Mu Cheng smirk, Bai Lin whispered to Yunran, "She's deliberately not saying. It must not be from a state-run store." Yunran didn't care much about this matter. She didn't like wearing dresses either, as it was inconvenient in medical school. And it would be even more inconvenient when she went to emergency practice later. "Let be," Mu Cheng, Yunran said. "Let's meet at the door at 1 p.m. to go for the household registration. Yunche will take you, and I'll take Bai Lin." Mu Cheng nodded. After lunch, instead of sleeping, she followed Sister Fong to organize the storage room. In the storage room, she really found many letters from Yunche, not only from Bai Lin, but also from Lin Wanhua, as well as many letters from other female classmates to Yunche. Yunche would mark them with notes like "replied" and "must reply." Why was Lin Wanhua writing to Yunche when they lived close and went to school together? She opened one letter and glanced at it. Lin Wanhua even wrote a letter just to borrow a book, calling it practicing letter format. Mu Cheng rolled her eyes. Yunche was truly a charming devil, drawing everyone to bend a knee. She flipped through Bai Lin's letters, which were densely packed with several pieces, mostly trivial family matters and mundane talks. Yunche had simply written a reply at the end, just 2 words, "Read." Among them was a letter from Yunche to Bai Lin that had a stamp but had not been sent. Driven by curiosity, Mu Cheng opened the letter, and Yunche had written only 2 lines. Letter received. "I have informed my parents about your situation, and they advise you to take care of your health and study hard. Also, for non-essential matters, do not write to me frequently. I am busy and do not have time to read or reply." Remember, Mu Cheng couldn't help but laugh out loud and stuff the letter back. So, Bai Lin had been keeping these replies? Then, given Yunche's character, since he married Mu Cheng in the original story, he certainly wouldn't do anything to hurt her. Could it be that there was some misunderstanding between them? After organizing the letters, Mu Cheng helped Sister Fong tidy up. Suddenly, the door was closed. Chapter 76. The Little Girl Yun Lost? The door was closed, and Mu Cheng felt an inexplicable panic in her heart. She quickly got up to push the door and heard footsteps outside. "Bai Lin, is that you? Open the door." Mu Cheng knocked on the door forcefully. Bai Lin held the key to the lock, which she had put in Fong Jie's room. A sinister smile appeared on her lips. Even if things turned against her later, she had already thought of an excuse. Ignoring Mu Cheng's knocking, Bai Lin hurried outside the courtyard. Yunche thoughtfully placed a cushion on the back seat of his rugged bike. In summer, girls dressed lightly. If his bike's back seat hurt his future sister-in-law, he feared his brother Yunche would hold him accountable later. Yunran crossed her arms and watched Yunche tinker with his old bicycle. She rolled her eyes. "Yunche, that's enough. Do you really think a princess would ride your jump bike? I can still treat her like a princess." Being the second brother, Yunche's smooth talk made Yunran laugh. She looked up and saw Bai Lin coming out of the house. She frowned. "Where's Mu Cheng? I haven't seen her or Aunt Fong. Maybe she went to help Aunt Fong deliver something?" Bai Lin replied with a straightforward look in her eyes. Yunran glanced at her watch, feeling a bit angry. Why can't Mu Cheng tell the difference between priorities? What if she delays the household registration process and the approval expires? What will she do? Yunche also found it strange. How could someone as smart as Mu Cheng be confused about this? He wanted to go back inside to look for her, but Bai Lin held him back. "Yunche, is it possible that after helping Aunt Fong, Mu Cheng went straight to the household registration office?" Yunran and Yunche exchanged glances. Feeling Bai Lin's reasoning made sense. Yunche then thought of the last time he nearly crashed into Mu Cheng while riding his bike. She was likely too scared to ride with him and might have taken the bus instead. Gu Yanran thought Mu Cheng really was unreliable. She should have at least informed them. She is really not dependable, she said, slightly raising her chin towards Gu Yunting. You take the bike. You have good stamina and ride fast. Let us get to the household registration office quickly and see if Mu Cheng is there. Bai Lin nodded and got on Gu Yunting's bike. The soft cushion made her think Gu Yunting was quite nice to Mu Cheng. Why did this girl from the countryside attract so much attention? What did she have that was worthy of it? Outside, all sounds vanished, and Mu Cheng sat despondently on a pile of books. Aunt Fong, who found a small toy car inside, saw Mu Cheng sitting there looking lost. What's wrong, little Mu? Aunt Fong asked in confusion. With tears glistening in her eyes, Mu Cheng replied, Aunt Fong, someone locked the door from the outside. I need to go to the household registration office this afternoon. Hearing this, Aunt Fong dropped the toy car from her hands. Who is so cruel? The household registration is a big deal. That approval document was something Secretary Gu worked hard to obtain. He is in high position and can't be too conspicuous. He wrote many drafts to clarify your and Bai Lin's connections to the Gu family. Aunt Fong rushed to the door, but it wouldn't budge. The lock on the storeroom had been broken before and was replaced by driver Wong. What is this? Aunt Fong cried, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Mu Cheng sat there increasingly calm. Now, they could only wait for someone from home to return. Gu Xinji was on a business trip, and Fong Wenqing was engaged in academic exchanges, so it was unlikely they would return in the afternoon. The only one who could come back was Gu Yunche. She asked, Aunt Fong, do you think Brother Gu will come back today? He probably won tea. He called me and said he'll be gone for 2 or 3 days. He also told you not to wait for him at the army base, and that he would come find you when he returns. Mu Cheng looked at Aunt Fong in surprise. Since he asked you to tell me this, Aunt Fong, why didn't you inform me? Huh, I told Bai Lin. That day, I was busy visiting my nephew's family to see the child, so I asked Bai Lin to relay the message to you. Aunt Fong glanced at the door, her face showing fear. Bai Lin deliberately didn't tell you, and now locked us in here? Mu Cheng realized Bai Lin's wickedness. She knew Bai Lin's character, but others didn't. She leaned against a stack of books. Aunt Fong, it's not your fault. After this, you can see Bai Lin's true colors. On the other side, Gu Yanran and Gu Yunting arrived at the household registration office, but didn't see Mu Cheng. Gu Yunting was anxious. Where's Mu Cheng? I have to find her. Gu Yanran was also worried. She feared that if Mu Cheng missed the household registration, all her father's efforts would be in vain. She instructed Bai Lin, you hold my bag and wait for me here while I look for Mu Cheng. Bai Lin nodded as she watched the Gu siblings hurriedly leave. She looked at the time and sat there leisurely, calculating how long it would take Gu Yunting to go back to the Gu family and how long it would take Gu Yunran to return from Aunt Fong's. No matter how she calculated, there wouldn't be enough time before the office closed. She planned to take the approval document and household registration book from Gu Yunran's bag to register for her own household. As for Mu Cheng, her fate was just not tied to the Gu family. In the storeroom, Aunt Fong comforted Mu Cheng for a long time and began to tell her stories about Gu Yunche when he was a child. Yunche was kind-hearted from a young age. There was a little girl who came to the Gu family, small with big eyes, exceptionally cute. Yunche liked her and played with her every day. A hint of sadness flashed across Aunt Fong's face. Later, that child was taken out to play by Yunche and got lost. It was said she was abducted by human traffickers. Yunche fell seriously ill from guilt. He was only 10 at that time. Mu Cheng hadn't expected such a story. What happened later? Later, we heard that the child wasn't lost, but was taken back to be raised by greedy relatives. Aunt Fong said solemnly. But Yunche left behind a root of illness. He was in a daze every day. The doctor said that if he experienced great joy or sorrow again, he would go mad. Your Aunt Fong and Uncle Gu never mentioned that child again and didn't tell him she was found. They were afraid he would go and bring her back. At that time, the Gu family was already overwhelmed with 3 children, and they were afraid that the girl would come back and get involved. Mu Cheng didn't expect Gu Yunche to have such a hardship in his childhood. She sighed, fate plays tricks on people. On the other side, Gu Yunche was on his way back. In the car, Lu Xiao asked Gu Yunche, are you going back to the regiment to report or home first? Gu Yunche had been restless all afternoon. He coughed lightly. I'll go home first and then return to the regiment later. You go back and prepare the troops. I'll report to you when I get to the regiment. Lu Xiao had no objections. These past few days, you must be thinking about them like crazy, right? Yunche rarely didn't refute and just smile without saying a word. When the car stopped at the Gu family's entrance, it was already 6 in the evening. Yunche got out and pushed the door in, only to find no one at home. He frowned, wondering if Bai Lin and Mu Cheng hadn't finished the household registration yet. But where was Aunt Fong? Yunche took off his hat and placed down the coffee table, loosening his collar. Aunt Fong, are you home? Hearing the noise, Mu Cheng jumped down from the stack of books. She knocked on the door with force. Yunche, is that you back? Aunt Fong and I are locked in the storeroom. Yunche had good hearing and caught Mu Cheng's voice. He strode toward the storeroom. Chapter 77. Did he actually carry her back to the room? The door to the storage room was being knocked on violently from the inside. Yunche hurried over and saw that the door was locked from the outside. A hoarse and aggrieved voice from inside called out, Yunche, is that you? Aunt Fong and I are locked inside. Yunche, is it really you? Hurry, come save me. Yunche's heart instantly tightened, as if a fierce beast's claws had struck his chest. He spoke in a low voice to reassure her. Mu Cheng, don't be afraid. It's me. Hearing Yunche's deep voice from outside, Mu Cheng weakly stepped back 2 paces. Sitting on the ground, she looked helplessly at Aunt Fong. Aunt Fong, it should be around 6 or 7 o'clock now. Did I miss the opportunity to settle down? Aunt Fong's eyes were filled with self-reproach and tears. She wiped her tears and said, it's all my fault. If you hadn't come to help me tidy up the storage room, we wouldn't have been locked in here and missed the opportunity. Mu Cheng felt as if her heart had turned to ashes, thinking that fate was playing tricks on her. If she hadn't been curious about the future story, she might not have entered the storage room, nor would she have given Bai Lin chance. Yunche couldn't find the key, so he grabbed a large wrench and smashed the lock, breaking it in just a few hits. Pushing the door open, he saw Mu Cheng sitting on the ground, facing the sudden dim light that flooded into the room. Mu Cheng looked vacant, tears on her face, like a lifeless doll, exuding an air of despair and sadness. Yunche bent down and picked up the dazed Mu Cheng. He comforted her with deep concern. It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'll carry you back to the room. In the dimness, Mu Cheng closed her eyes and leaned against Yunche's shoulder. She weakly said, I missed the settlement. Yunche, I missed the settlement. I'm going to be sent back to the Lu family again? Yunche's usually detached and cold brows instantly turned icy. He asked in a deep voice, is it Yunran's doing? Mu Cheng closed her eyes, unsure, but she knew it was closely related to Bai Lin. Yunche looked at the silent girl in his arms, filled with a mix of anger and endless heartache. He knew how much Mu Cheng cared about the settlement opportunity and how afraid she was of returning to Guqing village to face the Lu family's big fool. Yunche carried her with steady strides towards the room, his tone exceptionally firm. Don't worry, I won't let you go back to Guqing village to suffer. As they reached the living room, Yunran, Yunting, and Bai Lin hurried back from outside, looking disheveled. Yunran was surprised and frowned. Mu Cheng, why are you home? And why is my brother carrying you? Before she could finish her thought, she noticed that her brother Yunche was looking at her with eyes as cold as ice, as if one more glance could freeze her in the depths of winter. Yunran was frightened into silence, muttering under her breath, you made me search for you all afternoon. Bai Lin stared blankly at Yunche and Mu Cheng in his arms. Her hands were tightly clenched, her nails digging into her flesh. Yunting saw the rare sight of anger and ruthlessness in his brother's eyes and nervously gulped. He felt that a storm was about to break, and his own safety was the priority. Yunche shot them a cold glare. Stay in the living room and wait for me. I have something to ask you. His frosty tone sent chills down Yunting's spine. His brother was known as the cold-faced king of hell in the army, and he, as a student, couldn't handle military-style discipline. Yunche steadily carried Mu Cheng upstairs, while the three watched them enter the room. Once inside, Yunche placed Mu Cheng on the bed and noticed that she was cold all over. The storage room extended down 5 steps, equivalent to half a basement. Cold and damp. He grabbed a blanket and covered Mu Cheng with it. Lie down for a bit. I'll go deal with them. Mu Cheng hadn't yet recovered from her gloom. She wanted to take a moment before going down to confront Bai Lin, so she nodded dully. Looking at the exhausted and lifeless Mu Cheng, Yunche didn't leave. He adjusted his pants and sat on the edge of her bed. If you don't believe I can help you settle down, I can keep you here. Mu Cheng looked up at Yunche and noticed a stubble on his jaw. Yunche had come back from the outside, weary and dusty, only to find her locked in the storage room, missing the settlement opportunity. She smiled self-deprecatingly. I just feel useless. Yunche reached out to tuck Mu Cheng's fallen hair behind her ear. His tone was gentle. This isn't the Mu Cheng I know. She's not someone who easily gives up and feels useless. She's like. Yunche's fingertips brushed against Mu Cheng's delicate face. The warm touch sent a tingling sensation through her heart, and she gazed into Yunche's bright, deep eyes. I'm like, what? Yunche's lips curled into a faint smile. You're like a cunning little fox, clever and sly, knowing how to scheme. Sweet-talking and always smiling while subtly putting others in their place. Mu Cheng couldn't help but laugh. She wiped the corner of her eye. You really know how to summarize. Seeing Mu Cheng smile through her tears, Yunche felt a bit relieved. He said seriously, even if the approval letter my dad got is expired, it won't matter. I'll go find my leader tomorrow. Mu Cheng's hopeful gaze fell on Yunche's handsome face, filled with astonishment. Really? Yunche nodded. Yes, trust me. I want to let you go back to Gucheng village to marry that fool from the Liu family. Even if one day Mu Cheng had to marry, it should be him. A sudden voice echoed in his heart. This made Yunche raise an eyebrow slightly, feeling uneasy as he stood up. You lie down for a while. I'll go deal with those 3 rascals. Watching Yunche, who looked serious as he referred to his own sister, younger brother, and the scheming by Lin as 3 rascals, Mu Cheng suddenly felt her mood improve significantly. Downstairs, Yunran and Yunting were anxious. Their puzzled gazes fell on Aunt Fong. According to her description, she and Mu Cheng should have been locked in the storage room by Bai Lin. However, Bai Lin was crying endlessly after Aunt Fong accused her, gasping for breath. Aunt Fong glared at Bai Lin. You despicable thing. Suddenly, Yunche came down from upstairs, unbuttoning his collar as he walked. He moved with a calm demeanor, but exuded an imposing presence, surrounded by a cold and solitary aura. Yunche glanced at the 3 sitting on the sofa, a faint, almost imperceptible cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Just one look made Bai Lin stop crying, while Yunran and Yunting exchanged nervous glances. Yunting quietly asked, Sister, is my brother going to kill us? Yunran was also anxious, but remained composed. She softly reassured her silly brother. No, this matter doesn't have much to do with us. It's possible he might kill Bai Lin. Yunran was no fool. When she learned that Bai Lin had locked Mu Cheng and Aunt Fong in the storage room, she realized she might have been used as a pawn by Bai Lin. Yunche sat in a single sofa in the corner, crossing his legs and looking at a key on the coffee table. He turned his gaze to Aunt Fong. Is this the key to the storage room? Aunt Fong, where did you find it? Aunt Fong shot a glare at Bai Lin. She replied sarcastically, I found it on my bedside table in my room. Bai Lin left it there after locking the door. Chapter 78, punishing 3 people, spoiling her. Yunche's cold gaze swept over Bai Lin, and to his normally expressionless face. A faint smile emerged, albeit a strange and chilling one filled with mockery. Bai Lin, aren't you going to explain? Yunche raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Are you going to say that you thought Sister Fong was out because you didn't see her in the room and, out of kindness, you locked the storeroom door and left the key on Sister Fong's nightstand? Bai Lin. The explanation she had prepared was now dripping with sarcasm and ridicule as it came out of Yunche's mouth. Yunran and Yunting both looked at Bai Lin with scrutinizing expressions. Tears streamed down Bai Lin's face. She stood up in panic. Brother Yunche, I really thought that Sister Fong was not there. I genuinely thought I was helping her by locking the door. However, Yunche coldly replied, according to common sense, if you see the door locked with the key hanging outside, shouldn't you first confirm whether anyone is inside the storeroom? Bai Lin's face turned pale under Yunche's questioning. She lowered her head and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't think that much. It's not that you didn't think enough. You thought too much. Yunche shot a cold glance at Bai Lin. He turned to Yunran and Yunting again. What about you two? When you found out Mu Cheng was not there, why didn't you turn back to look for her? Gu Yunran felt wronged and pointed at Bai Lin. She said Aunt Fong, and Mu Cheng might have gone to Aunt Fong's house to deliver something. And that Mu Cheng went directly to the household registration office from Aunt Fong's house. Yunting and I believed her. And when we didn't see Mu Cheng at the household registration office, we went to Aunt Fong's house to look for her. Seeing Gu Yunran choose to tell the truth at such a critical moment and not protect Bai Lin, who was full of malice, Gu Yunting also decided to speak honestly. He raised 3 fingers and swore, "Brother, I swear on heaven that today's matter has nothing to do with my sister and me. We searched for Mu Cheng all afternoon." Gu Yunting shot a glare at Bai Lin. When we rushed back to the household registration office, Bai Lin was afraid the approval slip would expire. So she had already completed her household registration. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Bai Lin shook her head in panic. "I didn't harm Mu Cheng, Brother Yunche. It was truly an unintentional mistake. You have to believe me." Gu Yunche had long stopped believing Bai Lin's pitiful appearance. After the incident on the train, Gu Yunche had some doubts, but this time, how foolish would he have to be to believe Bai Lin's excuse? Gu Yunche adjusted his cuffs and impatiently said, "Whether you believe it or not, I have my own conclusions." He then looked at Gu Yunran with a tone of reproach. "Gu Yunran, why didn't you take Mu Cheng and Bai Lin to handle the household registration in the morning? Why did you wait until the afternoon?" Gu Yunran hadn't expected her brother to still be waiting for her. She explained dejectedly, "I've been busy with the paper I need to publish at school. I was exhausted from staying up late and just slept a bit longer. How could I have known such a thing would happen?" But Gu Yunche would not let it go. He sighed and said in a deep voice, "Gu Yunran, when will you change your self-centered bad habit? Just because you think your sleep is more important, you put the household registration matter second." Gu Yunran bit her lip. I was wrong." Seeing the usually strong-willed Gu Yunran bow her head in front of Gu Yunche, Gu Yunting felt that his brother was really angry this time. Then they heard Gu Yunche's cold voice, "And you, because you're afraid of trouble, you hide when something happens, always trying to play both sides. You're not only delaying others, but also turning yourself into a man without responsibility. Gu Yunting, when will you grow up? What was meant to come would eventually come." However, Gu Yunting felt that his brother's words were quite reasonable, and he nodded, "Brother, I know I was wrong. I will change." The responsibilities of the 3 were clearly laid out by Gu Yunche. Mu Cheng, who was standing at the staircase, heard everything clearly. She now wanted to hear what punishment Gu Yunche would impose on them. Gu Yunche took the teacup that Sister Fong had brought in and took a sip. Sister Fong said to Gu Yunche, "I added chrysanthemum. It's good for the eyes, clears heat, and reduces dryness." Gu Yunche pinched the teacup, his chest tightened. Did Sister Fong discover his inner turmoil? He raised his eyes to look at Sister Fong, and sure enough, her gaze towards him was meaningful. Gu Yunche took another sip of tea and cleared his throat. "Gu Yunting, starting today, your living expenses will be reduced by 15 yuan each month, and you will spend your weekends working to earn money. This is to exercise and train you, to toughen your will through labor and hardship." Gu Yunting accepted his fate and nodded. "Okay, I accept the punishment." Gu Yunran, you are arrogant, selfish, self-centered, and love to cause trouble. Gu Yunche looked down at the chrysanthemum flowers unfolding in the cup and said coldly, "Since you are busy with your studies, then you shouldn't come back on weekends and during summer vacation. Your living expenses will be reduced by 20 yuan each month. If you're short on money, you can go volunteer at the affiliated hospital of your school." Gu Yunran was unconvinced, but just as she was about to speak, she caught Gu Yunche's cold gaze and swallowed her words. She stood up and walked in front of Bai Lin, saying fiercely, "Because of you, I suffered such a huge loss. Bai Lin, just wait for me." After saying that, Gu Yunran circumvented the sofa and went upstairs. Reaching the staircase, she bumped into Mu Cheng. She shot Mu Cheng a glare. "You unlucky thing. You were harmed to the point where you couldn't even get your household registration. How can my brother's punishment for us make up for your lost household registration quota? You're the one who lost the most." Gu Yunran moved up the stairs, but Mu Cheng believed in what Gu Yunche had said. Mu Cheng walked towards the living room, just as Gu Yunche coldly said to Bai Lin, "Your father has done a favor for my father, but that doesn't give you the right to act recklessly in the Gu family. Tomorrow, you will move to live at school and should not return to the Gu family unless absolutely necessary." Upon hearing this, Bai Lin slumped down onto the sofa. "Brother Yunche, Are you really treating me this way for Mu Cheng? Yunche couldn't be bothered to listen to Bai Lin's explanations or arguments. If it weren't for considering Bai Lin's parents and his father's thoughts, his punishment would be even harsher. At this moment, Mu Cheng walked over. She coldly questioned Bai Lin. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? You intentionally treated me this way because of Brother Gu, right? Yunche frowned, pondering the implication behind her words. Could it be that Bai Lin liked him? Did she make things difficult for Mu Cheng because she noticed that Yunche valued and protected her? Bai Lin trembled with anger, but she saw Mu Cheng's lips curling up slightly. Mu Cheng's smile was captivating yet filled with mockery. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? Are you feeling uncomfortable now that your dirty thoughts are exposed? Yunting, sitting there, felt a sudden enlightenment. Oh, so, it's because of this? Bai Lin, you are truly disgusting. You actually have your eyes on my brother? The little color left in Bai Lin's face drained away. But Mu Cheng suddenly grabbed Bai Lin and slapped her backhandedly. I told you before, don't provoke me, or I'll make you pay. Just now. It was Brother Gu punishing you. Now it's my turn to settle scores with you. After saying that, she slapped Bai Lin again. Yunche did not stop her. He casually sipped his tea, hoping that Mu Cheng could vent her anger. Just as Mu Cheng was about to strike again, Gu Shenji and Fang Wenqing came back from outside, their gaze fixed on the scene. She quickly had an idea and knelt on the ground, grabbing Bai Lin's hand. Crying out, Sister Bai Lin, if you have resentment against me, you can hit me or scold me. But you can't think that 2 slaps will repay the debt for my lost household registration quota. Yunting watched Mu Cheng's actions in disbelief, and the tea he had just sipped sprayed out. He looked in astonishment at Yunche, who was sitting across from him. Yunche glanced at Gu Shenji and Fang Wenqing at the door, then lowered his eyes and chuckled. The smile at the corner of his mouth, full of indulgence and affection. Chapter 79. Yunche, you want to touch me? Gu Shenji and Fang Wenqing were stunned by the scene before them. The two stood at the door for a long time, listening to Mu Cheng's rambling cries. They exchanged glances, seemingly catching a hint of understanding. Gu Shenji furrowed his brows and asked in a deep voice what happened. What does it mean that Mu Cheng didn't get registered? Bai Lin's face lost all color. She wanted to explain, but was held tightly by Mu Cheng, who was kneeling on the ground, gripping the hem of her clothes. Her eyes were filled with fear as she defended herself. Uncle Gu, I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Also witnessing this scene were Secretary Li and Driver Wang, who had come in from outside to grab a meal. They had just returned from a business trip with Gu Shenji and were waiting at the station for Fang Wenqing, who had also returned from an academic exchange. Mu Cheng knew that with Secretary Li and Driver Wang present, even if Gu Shenji wanted to favor Bai Lin, he would have to give her an explanation. Otherwise, an unfair handling would make subordinates feel that their superior was unjust in their dealings. Thinking of this, Mu Cheng cried even harder, her choked sobs making people's hearts tremble. Yunche looked at the familiar little fox, Mu Cheng, who had returned to the scene, and a faint smile appeared on his lips, which he quickly concealed. He stood up and said, Dad, Mom, little Mu has suffered a great grievance because Bai Lin is deliberately retaliating. She didn't get registered today. Gu Shenji felt the veins on his forehead throb. He had been worried sick about the registration quotas for these 2 girls. Although the paperwork was handled by Secretary Li, it was his face and connections that were at stake. As the primary responsible person, he had to set an example, and it took multiple requests and coordination letters to the higher-ups in the registration management department to secure the 2 quotas. Yet Bai Lin had caused Mu Cheng to miss a registration. Secretary Li's expression also darkened. He had been busy for over half a year running around for the registration matter. How could it end up being only half successful? Fang Wenqing, who had always been skeptical of Bai Lin, tugged at Gu Shenji's arm. Old Gu, let's go inside and talk. We need to calm Lil Mu down. Look at her. She is crying so much she can't even speak. Gu Shenji nodded. Yunche, you come with me to the study first. Secretary Li, you call in everyone involved in this matter one by one to the study. I'll question them personally. Yunche had long anticipated his father's style of handling matters and had no objections. He helped Mu Cheng, who was kneeling on the ground, to her feet and lowered his voice. Mu Cheng, that's enough. If you cry any harder, the act will be over. Go wash your face upstairs and wait in your room. Mu Cheng's heart raced. How could her flawless acting be seen through by Yunche? Seeing that Mu Cheng looked somewhat dazed, Yunche smirked and whispered, "Don't you get it? Conserve your energy for the next act. Understand?" Mu Cheng pouted and mumbled, "I understand." Yunche smiled with satisfaction. He raised his eyes to see Yunting looking at him with astonishment. Feeling awkward, he clenched his left fist. Yunqing, wait for me at the door of Dad's study. I have something to tell you." Yunting thought, "Brother, what is there to say? I'm not blind or stupid. I can see clearly." He forced a smile and said, "No need to tell me. I didn't see anything." Yunche. He hadn't expected his foolish younger brother to suddenly become clever. Was he becoming smart? Fong Wenqing and Gu Xinji went upstairs. Meanwhile, Sister Fong, who couldn't keep secrets, had already recounted the afternoon's events in detail to Secretary Li and Driver Wang in the kitchen. Secretary Li's expression turned grim. How can Bai Lin, at such a young age, have such a vicious mind? Without a household registration, little Mu will be a blind drifter in the capital, a black household. How can she live? Driver Wang also felt Bai Lin was overly harsh. Exactly, she's gone too far. Isn't this ruining little Mu's future? In the living room, only Mu Cheng and Bai Lin remained. Mu Cheng, about to wash her face, pushed the exhausted Bai Lin onto the sofa. With a tone of mockery and disdain, she said, "Bai Lin, those who commit too many injustices will bring about their own demise. You've narrowed your own path. Let us see how you turn things around." Bai Lin glared at Mu Cheng in anger, biting her lip. "I won't let you have it easy. TSK, you should think about how you won't be living in the Gu family in the future." Mu Cheng walked slowly upstairs. Deep down, she admired Yunche even more. He knew that it was impossible to make Bai Lin completely disappear from their sight, so he could only compromise and have Bai Lin move out of the Gu family. This way, Gu Xinji wouldn't force Bai Lin to stay, and while Bai Lin was at school, she would gradually distance herself from the Gu couple. No matter how deep the feelings were, they would fade away without contact. Cutting off the source, it was as simple as that. Mu Cheng nodded in admiration. TSK. And this am a little fox. Yes, the real old fox. But since this old fox has seen through her, why does he still indulge her? Mu Cheng's heart couldn't help but race. If one had to find a reason, it could only be that Yunche liked her, which was why he kept helping her and indulging her. Reflecting on the original story's plot, Yunche and Mu Guiying ended in divorce, with Mu Guiying dying on a smuggling boat. Could she, Mu Cheng, really change the original plot? Mu Cheng didn't want to follow in Mu Guiying's footsteps. She couldn't accept Gu Yunche's affection, as she feared death. Occasionally teasing a handsome guy was just to lift her spirits and fill her emotional value. She didn't want to marry a man like Gu Yunche, who was always in the spotlight of other women, and enter into competition with other women. She valued her life. She feared death. She loved money, and she loved herself even more. She had no confidence in changing the original story. Therefore, she didn't want to accept Gu Yunche's love. She was determined to be a pond master, raising big fish. With this thought, Mu Cheng rushed into the bathroom with a basin, using cold water to wash away the tear stains from her face and the occasional confusion in her mind. She looked at herself in the mirror. Mu Cheng, stay clear-headed. Just tease Gu Yunche, but don't get too involved. Suddenly, she lowered her eyes, thinking of Gu Yunche's well-built physique. She licked her lips. TSK. Not getting emotionally involved? Could she at least get a little physical? It would be a waste not to sleep with such an exceptional handsome guy. Her thoughts were a bit too reckless and crossing the line for this era. She was just indulging a fleeting whim, only daring to think about it. When Mu Cheng went out, she was still pondering whether Gu Yunche had abs or a V-line. After all, she had seen the muscle lines on his back last time. Suddenly, she accidentally bumped into a wall while looking down, and when she looked up, she met Gu Yunche's gaze. His eyes were bright and deep, like a dark whirlpool pulling her in. Mu Cheng's brain short-circuited for a moment, and she blurted out, "Gu Yunche, do you have 8-pack abs?" Gu Yunche's ears turned red, and he forced himself to remain calm. "Yes, why do you ask?" Mu Cheng's mind flashed with images of his muscular physique, a walking embodiment of hormones. She laughed. Her brain still short-circuited. What else? Of course, I want to touch them. Gu Yunche's cheeks flushed slightly, and his ears heated up, his hands hanging beside his pants, unconsciously clenched into fists. His voice was hoarse and low. "You want to touch me?" Chapter 80. Confession rejected. Yunche's voice was deep and magnetic, and his suddenly raised tone of astonishment instantly jolted Mu Cheng awake. She awkwardly chuckled. I was just joking, Brother Gu. How can you take it seriously? Such a thing. Would Mu Cheng really joke about it? Was she only joking with him, or did she joke like this with everyone? Yunche recalled how he had gone to great lengths to protect Mu Cheng in the study, clarifying the context and details. And now, after comforting her and waiting for her, she actually made a joke that could not be taken seriously. A hint of gloom and displeasure crossed his face as he grabbed Mu Cheng's hand and pulled her into his room. Just then, it was Gu Yunran's turn to be questioned. Earlier, Secretary Li had informed her to go directly to the study to find her father in 20 minutes. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a figure dart into her brother Gu Yunche's room. She frowned, wondering who it was. Gu Yunran thought for a moment. The last person to be questioned should have been her eldest brother Gu Yunche. Did she see it wrong? She didn't think much about it and headed to the study on the 3rd floor. Inside Gu Yunche's room, he pressed Mu Cheng against the door. His tone was low and teasing. Why can't I take it seriously? I want to take it seriously. Mu Cheng. She felt her mind was already a bit foggy. Was Gu Yunche offering his bed? She fought the urge to nosebleed. She pushed Gu Yunche away, her tone plaintive. Brother Gu, how can you joke like this with me? I'm still young and naive. I don't really understand what you mean by being serious. In Gu Yunche's eyes, Mu Cheng was mature and clever, possessing wisdom far beyond her peers. She must understand what he meant. He looked down at her. The other day when I called and asked Enfang to tell you I had something to say, weren't you curious about what I wanted to say? This sounded overly ambiguous. But Mu Cheng had already made up her mind not to date or marry Gu Yunche. She valued her life. She pretended to be clueless. Enfang didn't tell me, and I only learned yesterday from Gu Yunting that you went to a nearby county for a mission. Gu Yunche's thin lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. His tone was indifferent, pretending to be clueless. Enfang is not someone who can keep others' words to herself. She's very straightforward. Mu Cheng became completely anxious this time. Gu Yunche's features were deep and handsome, his brows revealing an indescribable charm, and his deep-set eyes seemed to hide endless secrets, making it hard to fathom, yet intriguing. Staring into his eyes for too long would pull one into a strong, cool aura. At that moment, Mu Cheng found herself caught in his aura, gripping her hands tightly. She turned her head away from him, believe it or not. If you don't believe me, you can ask Enfang. Gu Yunche frowned. Did Enfang really not pass on the message to Mu Cheng? It didn't matter. Now that he had seen her, it was the same for him to tell her directly. Gu Yunche's clear breath enveloped Mu Cheng again as he pulled her closer, forcing her to meet his gaze. He lowered his head, his eyes tracing her lips, his nose almost touching hers, just an inch away. Mu Cheng's hands suddenly loosened, gripping her skirt tightly. She timidly asked, if you have something to say, why are you so close to me? Gu Yunche himself didn't know why he wanted to be this close to her, but he just did. He leaned closer to Mu Cheng's ear, his low voice sounding. Mu Cheng, I like you. I want to date you. Mu Cheng. At first, she thought her ears were playing tricks on her. She had vaguely guessed that Gu Yunche seemed to want to confess to her, but she didn't expect him to be so bold. While she was pretending to be confused, he directly confessed his feelings for her and expressed his desire to date her. Suddenly, a little angel with wings and a little monster with red horns appeared in her mind, fighting on different sides. Gu Yunche noticed Mu Cheng standing there silently, not responding to him. He became somewhat anxious. What? You don't like me? Mu Cheng's dazed gaze fell on Gu Yunche. With his looks, physique, and background, how could she not like him? If she didn't, she must be out of her mind. But she was scared. She feared becoming cannon fodder again, ending up dead. Mu Cheng sighed, shaking her head. Brother Gu, I'm not worthy of you. Worthy or not, it's not up to you to decide. I say you are worthy. Gu Yunche did not interpret this as Mu Cheng's rejection. He thought it was her shy refusal. He tightened his grip around her waist and carefully held her in his arms. Mu Cheng, I can't control my feelings for you. Let's be together. No, I can't be with you. Mu Cheng dared not indulge in Gu Yunche's warm and broad embrace. She pushed him away, her gaze cold as she said, I don't like you, and I don't want to date you. After saying that, Mu Cheng didn't linger and rushed back to her room. Gu Yunche stood there in shock, clenching his fists tightly suppressing the turbulence within him and the indescribable bitterness. But that pain still surged to his throat. He glanced at the open door, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips, as if mocking his own overestimation of himself. Yunche walked over to close the door and sat down on the bed. He wondered if his confession was rejected because Mu Cheng simply didn't like him, or if he hadn't done well enough. On the other side, Mu Cheng leaned against her bedroom door, calming her extremely restless heart. Yunche's sincere gaze was too captivating. She thought he must be very sad right now. After all, such a talented person had always been admired and adored. How could he have ever faced rejection? And she was the first to dare to reject Yunche. Mu Cheng self-deprecatingly muttered, "Mu Cheng, you really are something. You gave up a top-tier flower to save your life." Yet, deep down, she felt like a coward. Upstairs, Yunche, who had just finished being questioned, hurried downstairs. After entering the study, she saw that the one being questioned was Yunche, so the figure she had seen earlier was likely Yunche and Mu Cheng. Was Mu Cheng, that vixen, trying to seduce her brother again? Yunche stormed to Yunche's door and knocked, but there was no sound from inside. She twisted the doorknob. It was locked. Yunche's heart sank, and she couldn't help but knock. "Brother, are you in there?" Mu Cheng, hearing Yunche calling for Yunche, thought it sounded like Yunche had locked the door. He wouldn't shut himself away because of a rejected confession, would he? She opened the door and looked at Yunche. "Sister Yunche, are you looking for Brother Gu?" Seeing Mu Cheng poke her head out of her room, Yunche let out a sigh of relief. She lowered her voice and said, "Mu Cheng, my dad wants you to go to the study." Mu Cheng nodded, straightening her skirt and slipping on her slippers to head to the study. At that moment, Secretary Li also came over to call her. Noticing Yunche standing in front of Yunche's door, he informed, Ran, Yunche has returned to the team. Are you looking for him for something?" This news struck Mu Cheng's heart like a blow. She knew the old fox was hurt. He must have gone back to the team to lick his wounds and heal his heart. Right now, he was emotionally affected, but he wouldn't show it. It would be her who would end up heartbroken and troubled in the future. Mu Cheng's emotions were unsettled, and she appeared sad and distressed. This made Aunt Fong, who came out of the study, feel very sorry for her. She grabbed Mu Cheng's hand. "Little Mu, don't be afraid. I explained everything about why Bai Lin didn't pass on the message to you and what happened today. It sounds like Bai Lin was scheming." Mu Cheng nodded gratefully and pushed the door open, only to see Gu Shun's gloomy expression as he looked up. He forced a faint smile. "Little Mu, come sit. You've been wronged." Chapter 81. "Next month, I'll send you to high school." Gu Shun Ji stood up and poured a cup of tea for Mu Cheng, placing it in front of her. With his brows slightly furrowed, he awkwardly asked Mu Cheng for her opinion on how to deal with Bai Lin. During her time living with the Gu family, Mu Cheng felt that both Gu Shun Ji and Fong Wenqing were sharp and perceptive individuals. They had a keen insight into issues, demonstrating the various high-level qualities of the older generation, compared to Gu Yunting and the others, who lacked the ability to discern people. The Gu couple definitely had a discerning eye. Mu Cheng pressed her lips together and spoke in a slightly aggrieved, yet composed tone. "Uncle Gu, I trust your judgment." Gu Shinji had thought that Mu Cheng would relentlessly cling to Bai Lin's faults, but this soon-to-be 18-year-old girl did not. Instead, it was Fong Jie, Gu Yunche, and Gu Yunting who were vehemently opposed to Bai Lin, wishing to drive her away and cut off all ties. Only Gu Yunche considered the situation comprehensively. He did not hastily condemn Bai Lin, but instead required her to board at school from now on and visit the Gu home less frequently. This punishment was not light and also preserved some face for his father, who owed the Bai family a debt of gratitude. Gu Yunche, as the group leader, naturally had his methods, but Mu Cheng's gentle approach truly surprised Gu Shinji. "Little Mu, you are very understanding. Bai Lin Shefato, Bai Zhenbang, was a comrade of mine. We fought together in the border defense battle, and our friendship is deep." Gu Shunji sighed, recalling how he had been gravely injured but was carried out of the minefield by Bai Zhenbang. He had passed away, but the survivor would carry guilt for a lifetime. Indeed, Mu Cheng silently praised her own powerful imagination. She had guessed early on that Bai Lin's father had saved Gu Shinji's life, which was why the Gu family had been so lenient with her. If she had insisted on making Bai Lin pay a price, even if Bai Lin were to be punished, Gu Shenji would have blamed her for not understanding the bigger picture. Mu Cheng said solemnly, I understand that a life-saving grace must be repaid with gratitude. She held the teacup and gazed at the unfurling tea leaves inside. Uncle Gu, I think Gu Ji's suggestion is great. Bai Lin Jiao living at school can help her grow and also avoid further conflict with me, and it prevents her from meeting Enraged. After all, Enraged is fiercely opposed to her. She must feel uncomfortable knowing Bai Lin Jie used her as a pawn. Gu Shenji paused, looking at Mu Cheng. It was surprising to see an 18-year-old girl from the countryside be so mature in handling people and matters. He nodded. Yes, you make a good point. I think Yunche's handling of the three of them is quite appropriate. But it does put you at a disadvantage. Mu Cheng's heart was clear. Even if she didn't mention it, her grievances wouldn't diminish. Perhaps they would even grow. She bit her lip and said, but, Uncle Gu, to be honest, I'm more concerned about whether I can settle my household registration than what punishment Bai Lin receives. I really don't want to go back to Gucheng village and suffer again. I want to study and go to university. Gu Shenji saw tears welling up in Mu Cheng's eyes, and he felt a deep ache in his heart. He comforted her, don't worry. Yunche just told me he would resolve your household registration issue. If he can't manage it, Uncle Gu will back you up. Don't be afraid. I won't let you return to Gucheng village. Yunche is solving it? What kind of karma is this? Previously, when Gu Yunche said he would help her with her household registration, she was very happy. But who would have thought he would confess to her next? If it weren't for her rejecting Gu Yunche, she would have been confident about his help with her household registration. Now Mu Cheng was uncertain. She was afraid that Gu Yunche, feeling rejected in his pursuit of her, would simply abandon her case. Mu Cheng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately said nothing more. She only thanked him and added, Uncle Gu, please remember my household registration issue. Gu Shenji laughed heartily, thinking that no matter how mature a little girl may be, she is still just a little girl. He nodded, don't worry, focus on your studies recently. I'll send you to high school at the beginning of next month. Upon hearing this, Mu Cheng's eyes lit up with happiness. Thank you, Uncle Gu. As she stepped out the door, she saw Bai Lin waiting at the entrance. Her face pale. Bai Lin glared at Mu Cheng with resentment, but Mu Cheng remained calm and composed. She smirked. Being born into the right family is a skill. Bai Lin, you really should thank your parents. Bai Lin, just as she was about to retort, she saw Mu Cheng turn back and knock on Gu Shenji's study door. Peeking in, she said, Uncle Gu, Bai Lin Jie is here. Without being hypocritical and pleading for Bai Lin or overly flattering him, Mu Cheng's calm demeanor changed Gu Shenji's perception of her significantly. He nodded, okay. Go tell Aunt Fong to steam the base I brought back for our little Mu. Mu Cheng beamed with joy. It was no secret that she loved fish. But Gu Shenji bringing fresh base from afar to cook for her showed how much he valued her. She happily nodded and turned to give Bai Lin a glare. Bai Lin had no words to express her grievances and entered the room meekly. As Mu Cheng went downstairs, she vaguely heard Gu Shenji's suddenly raised voice and Bai Lin's sobs. Gu Shenji's anger towards Bai Lin stemmed entirely from disappointment and a sense of not being able to mold her into something better. When she told Fong Wenqing about the steamed base for dinner, she noticed Fong Wenqing was in a good mood. Fong Wenqing smiled and said, You reminded me just in time. The yellow flower vegetables have cooled. Mu Cheng awkwardly laughed along, and Fong Wenqing gently brushed her long hair. She said earnestly, Little Mu, Annie knows you've been wronged. Your generosity, both I and your Uncle Gu will remember. Then, somewhat perplexed, she added, Old Gu really doesn't understand a girl's thoughts. He has missed the mark. Mu Cheng. During dinner, Mu Cheng became the focus of attention. Gu Yanran and Gu Yanting were both quiet. After dinner, they returned to school, while Bai Lin reflected on her mistakes in her room, facing the wall in contemplation. Her dinner was delivered by Chef Wang. After dinner, Mu Cheng watched TV in the living room with Fong Wenqing. She heard Gu Shenji mention, Do you remember I told you about the investment project and Minister Qin from the National Development and Reform Commission? Fong Wenqing listened to Gu Shenji mention it briefly. And what's going on? Is he coming down to inspect the work? No. He called me the other day to suggest a family gathering. He has a son, and I think he wants to make us in-laws. Gu Shenji's tone was filled with joy. The National Development and Reform Commission, established in the 1970s, was a pioneering department for development and reform, a powerful entity. Gu Shenji's happiness indicated that the Qin family was strong and substantial. Mu Cheng thought about this while biting into an apple. She saw Fong Wenqing become animated. This is good news. Yunran is getting older, 5 years of medical school, and who knows how long for further studies. If she can graduate and get married, that would relieve us of concern. If the Qin family weren't strong, Fong Wenqing likely wouldn't agree so quickly. Noticing that the Gu couple was going to discuss further, Mu Cheng obediently got up and returned to her room. However, as she passed Gu Yunche's door, memories of him pinning her against the door flooded her mind, stirring her emotions. Mu Cheng pushed open her door and entered, feeling dejected. Why did I have to be the wicked female supporting character? I've wasted my chance to flirt with such a handsome guy like Gu Yunche. What a pity. She sprawled out on her bed, feeling a bit uneasy. Would Gu Yunche not help her with her household registration anymore? On the other side, Lu Xiao sat on the bleachers with a white towel and military water bottle, helplessly watching Gu Yunche, who had come back from home to report work and was now running laps in self-punishment. As Gu Yunche ran closer, Lu Xiao shouted, "Gu Yunche, are you a spinning top? How many laps have you run? Stop right there." Chapter 82. No matter how good he is, she doesn't like him. Lu Xiao saw that Gu Yunche had no intention of stopping, so he ran down to intercept him on the next lap. He handed a towel to Gu Yunche, saying, "You just got back from out of town, and now you're pushing yourself to run more laps. Aren't you worried about collapsing? Your heart must be hurting." Gu Yunche took the towel and wiped the sweat from his neck and forehead. He glanced down at the faint outline of his abs visible beneath his damp tank top, feeling a heavy sense of weakness in his chest as he breathed. A little fox who had wanted to touch his abs a second ago had just rejected his confession, and now he didn't know what kind of sorcery was stirring in his heart. He couldn't hate her, but also couldn't let go, feeling completely at a loss. He didn't want to collapse, but he truly felt heartache. Lu Xiao noticed something was off with Gu Yunche. He tentatively asked, "What's wrong? Your face is as dark as Bao Zhang's. Did you have a fight with your little moose sister?" It was better that Lu Xiao didn't mention Mu Cheng. As soon as he did, Gu Yunche's sense of defeat intensified. He walked over and sat down on the grass, resting in silence. Lu Xiao didn't know much about relationships, but he had seen his younger sister go through the ups and downs of dating, and Gu Yunche's forlorn look seemed unmistakably like heartbreak. He handed Gu Yunche a military water bottle. "Here, drink some water. If you don't replenish your fluids, this poor little flower of yours is going to wilt." Although it was meant to tease Gu Yunche, he had no smile on his face. Instead, Gu Yunche took the water bottle, opened it, and gulped down several mouthfuls. Seeing that Gu Yunche had no intention of leaving, Lu Xiao sat down on the grass next to him. After a long pause, Gu Yunche finally capped the bottle and lazily lay back on the grass. He looked up at the starry night sky and asked Lu Xiao, "Tell me the truth, am I really quite annoying? Not likable at all?" Lu Xiao was about to jokingly put Gu Yunche down, but he saw the seriousness in Gu Yunche's calm gaze. He cleared his throat and looked at the night sky, his tone a bit sour. "If you're not likable, then what does that make me? A nuisance to everyone?" Lu Xiao cleared his throat again and said earnestly, "Comrade Gu Yunche, academically you are diligent and astute, with an exceptional learning ability and proficiency in 4 foreign languages. In terms of military skills, you have led the entire regiment to achieve first place in the military district for many years in solo operations and command drills. You could be said to be capable in both civil and military affairs." Gu Yunche scoffed, "Is that it? Is that not enough?" Lu Xiao, somewhat unwillingly, continued, "There's more. Comrade Gu Yunche is described as handsome, with a tall and strong physique, resembling Pan and Song Yu. In short, he is a beautiful man. Every time he goes out, he attracts the attention of Xiao Wang from the convenience store, Xiao Liang from the ice cream shop, and almost all the female doctors and nurses in the hospital. It's truly enviable and jealousy-inducing, especially for someone as handsome as I am." Gu Yunche felt a headache talking to Lu Xiao. He kicked Lu Xiao's shoulder with his foot and said, "All right, just shut up." But Lu Xiao had no intention of stopping. After complimenting Gu Yunche inside and out, he got straight to the point. "Did that little moose sister kick you to the curb?" Gu Yunche replied, "Ha, you really think highly of me. We never even started. How could I get kicked?" Gu Yunche plucked a blade of grass and blew on it like a harmonica, producing a beautiful tune that was somewhat melancholic. Lu Xiao understood the situation. She doesn't like you? My God, what kind of man does she prefer if she doesn't even look at you? Gu Yunche's former confidence had been completely crushed by Mu Cheng at that moment. He smiled bitterly. Anyway, it's definitely not someone like me. The falling flower has intentions, but the flowing water is heartless. Yunche, what do you plan to do next? Lu Xiao was quite worried about Gu Yunche's state. It was Gu Yunche's first time having feelings for a girl, and the blow of her not liking him was undeniably significant. The melody suddenly stopped. Gu Yunche's gaze dimmed as he glanced at the starry sky. He self-deprecatingly chuckled. What can I do? I should still treat her well. If she finds someone she likes, I'll just be her big brother, her support, her family. So you just going to be like Lu Xianghui? Lu Xiao chuckled. That a bit negative. If I were you, I wouldn't give up. I would pursue her fiercely. If I can't catch up, I can still be her family later. His words were rough, but made sense. Lu Xiao was indeed reasonable, but Gu Yunche didn't want to become someone Mu Cheng disliked. Gu Yunche currently felt very confused. He couldn't think of a solution. He couldn't force Mu Cheng to like him, could he? The night was cool as water, and Gu Yunche's heart became tranquil in the cool night. The next day, an early rising Mu Cheng found herself at a loss for what to do. Should she go to Yunche's place or wait for Gu Yunche's call? If she called to ask about Gu Yunche's registration, it would seem too deliberate since she had just rejected him. Confused, Mu Cheng lay on her bed, sighing. Suddenly, Fang Jie came and knocked on the door. Her tone filled with joy. Little Mu, good news. Gu Yunche just called and said he's coming to take you for your registration. He asked you to wait at home and not leave. Mu Cheng, who had been lost, instantly felt a sense of direction, but her smiling face froze. She suddenly felt guilty, while Gu Yunche appeared noble, generous, and honest. He hadn't taken her rejection as a threat to withhold her registration. She had simply overthought things from the beginning. After responding to Fang Jie, Mu Cheng began to wash up and change her clothes. When Gu Yunche parked his military green Jeep at the Gu family's door, he took 2 deep breaths and glanced at the rearview mirror, trying to put on a few seemingly natural expressions. He paused, a faint bitter smile forming at the corners of his mouth. When Mu Cheng came down wearing a white polka dot dress, she saw Gu Yunche in military attire leaning against the car door waiting for her. With his excellent body proportions and broad shoulders, he stood there like a beautiful scenery, yet she painfully rejected such a man. Mu Cheng felt somewhat uneasy and forced herself to walk over. Brother Gu. Gu Yunche turned to look at Mu Cheng against the sunlight. Her smile froze on her face as she was struck again by Gu Yunche's good looks. First his physique, then his appearance. She couldn't help but internally scream, "What a sin! How can you bear to reject such a man? Clearly, he must have had the worst luck for 8 generations, while you saved the entire galaxy." Gu Yunche was momentarily stunned, then smiled faintly. "Get in the car. I'll take you to the registration office." Mu Cheng nodded and got into the passenger seat. Gu Yunche thought Mu Cheng had never sat in the passenger seat before. He leaned over to fasten her seatbelt. He patiently explained, "This is a seatbelt. Put it on for safety while driving." The fresh scent of soap filled Mu Cheng's nostrils again, and she thought of a phrase. "This is a condom. Put on for safe driving." Mu Cheng smiled foolishly. "This isn't a school bus." "No, we're going to the registration office." Gu Yunche slightly furrowed his brows, thinking Mu Cheng was rambling because she was embarrassed to see him, making small talk. His previously warm heart cooled again. He held the steering wheel, starting the car and looking straight ahead. Mu Cheng first couldn't suppress her laughter, but then fell silent under Gu Yunche's stern aura. In the quiet car, Gu Yunche felt as if he could only hear his own heartbeat. He sighed and finally spoke, "Little Mu, don't feel burdened when facing me. If we can't be lovers, we can still be friends or siblings." Mu Cheng's strong outer shell began to crumble, and she looked at Gu Yunche, who was driving. In his words, she sensed his tolerance and humility, and that humility was solely because he liked her. Chapter 83. Is the object of marriage? If someone treats you poorly, you can dismiss their words as inconsequential nonsense. But if someone has always treated you well, you can't just pretend you didn't hear them. At that moment, Mu Cheng realized deep down that she cared about Gu Yunche, that she was concerned about his humility arising from her presence. Yunche noticed that Mu Cheng still seemed dazed, so he changed the subject. In the future, Yunran and Yunche would return home less often on weekends. And during the summer vacation, they couldn't go home, while Bai Lin would stay on campus. He would find it much easier at the Gu family. After this incident, he made sure that those who didn't treat Mu Cheng well were kept away from her. But this was ultimately not a long-term solution. Mu Cheng nodded, I understand. After saying this, Yunche fell silent again, his hand on the steering wheel covered in a thin layer of sweat as he felt anxious about Mu Cheng's emotions. If he had known they would end up like this, he would never have confessed to her that day. He felt very awkward at that moment, a reflection of his inner turmoil. Upon arriving at the household registration office, Yunche took out the approval slip, while Mu Cheng presented the certificate issued by the Ancient City Village Committee. The staff looked at Yunche and asked, "Who is Mu Cheng to you? What is your relationship? Why was her previous name Mu Guiying?" Yunche had intended to clarify everything with Mu Cheng early on, but she had been ignoring him since she got in the car, and he had been the one trying to make conversation. He was also afraid that explaining the car would only complicate things further. Yunche tugged at Mu Cheng's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Mu Guiying is Mu Cheng's original name. Her current name was given by me with her consent. Our relationship is a romantic relationship aimed at marriage. After we get married, she will be a military spouse." Yunche glanced at Mu Cheng awkwardly. "The leadership is taking care of us and has applied for the household registration approval from the higher-ups." In an instant, Mu Cheng understood why Yunche had tugged at her sleeve before speaking. His words were too shocking, and he was giving her a heads up. How could she not cooperate? She could easily figure out that this was Yunche's expedient measure to secure the household registration quota. Mu Cheng watched as the staff filled out her information by hand before placing it in a file bag, then took out the household registration card that Yunche had prepared in advance and began to fill in her personal information. It was her first time witnessing the process of household registration without a computer. Soon, the staff took out the official seal, dipped it in ink, and stamped it. Afterward, the completed household registration booklet was pushed toward Yunche. For the first time, Yunche and Mu Cheng's names appeared on a legal document, along with Bai Lin, his parents, and siblings. He handed the booklet to Mu Cheng and said, "Look, from today on, you are Mu Cheng, a resident of the capital." Mu Cheng nodded slightly, finally obtaining the household registration she had long yearned for. As they walked out of the household registration office, the sun was blazing. Mu Cheng quickly put on her sun hat, and Yunche's gaze fell on her youthful face peeking out from under the white brim. He lowered his eyes to hide his emotions. However, Mu Cheng cheerfully said, "Brother Gu, let me treat you to lunch. You've helped me a lot." Yunche initially wanted to refuse her invitation, but he liked Mu Cheng in his heart and naturally wanted to spend more time with her. He gladly accepted, driving her to a nearby state-run restaurant specializing in Beijing cuisine. Mu Cheng looked at the menu on the wall and ordered grilled meat, fried meatballs, half a roast duck, money pancakes, and stir-fried mixed vegetables. Yunche interjected, "That's enough. It's just the two of us, and we won't finish if we order too much." However, Mu Cheng seriously added braised pig's trotters and chilled hawthorn juice. Yunche looked at her in confusion, his brows slightly furrowed. "Aunt Fong's breakfast didn't suit your taste?" Implicitly asking if Mu Cheng hadn't eaten enough in the morning to order so many dishes. Mu Cheng smiled and replied, "No, but the pig's trotters must be included. You didn't get to eat them last time." Yunche paused. He wondered how Mu Cheng knew he had given the pig's trotters to Lin Wanhua for Yaya to eat. After Mu Cheng took her seat, she proactively stood up to pour tea for Yunche, saying, "At noon, let me treat you to a good meal instead of wine." Yunche held the warm teacup, hesitated for a moment, and then drank the tea in one gulp. His voice was deep and apologetic. "Mu Cheng, I need to apologize to you first. I shouldn't have said you were my partner and that we were going to get married without your permission. For some reason, the words partner and lover coming from Yunche made her heart flutter." Mu Cheng waved her hand. "I guessed it was for the household registration." Yunche looked at the insightful Mu Cheng, his bitter smile indicating helplessness. "It's not entirely that. Mainly, my partner Lu Xiao and my superior misunderstood you as my girlfriend." He spoke these words very awkwardly, gripping the teacup tightly, as if he were going to crush it with sheer force. Yunche continued solemnly. After I confessed my feelings to you and was rejected when I reported to my superiors that I hoped to get you registered, the first thing they thought of was registering you as a military spouse. Even if I tried to explain further, they would just think I was being shy. Mu Cheng looked at the awkward Gu Yunche and felt that he indeed looked embarrassed. A shy tough guy was quite a sight, and she couldn't help but rest her chin in her hand to admire Gu Yunche's shyness. Gu Yunche lowered his eyes, not daring to meet Mu Cheng's gaze. He cleared his throat a couple of times, but there are regulations in the army. Registering as a military spouse is the most reasonable option, given my family situation, which they all understand. I didn't provide a more in-depth explanation. Gu Yunche looked at Mu Cheng with a guilty conscience. Mu Cheng smiled. Is that all? Also, my regiment's political commissar, Lu Xiao, the one who helped you with the teaching materials last time. Gu Yunche decided to shift the blame onto someone else. Lu Xiao said the leadership was stubborn, and this is just a beautiful misunderstanding. Mu Cheng couldn't help but laugh, taking a sip of tea. Commissioner Lu is quite cute. Brother Gu, are all the male colleagues in your regiment this cute? Cute? Gu Yunche was surprised that Mu Cheng found Lu Xiao's chatter endearing. Why did she think Lu Xiao was cute when he didn't appeal to her at all? You haven't even met Lu Xiao. He is not cute at all. He is rather noisy. Gu Yunche frowned, seemingly nonchalant as he asked, Mu Cheng, am I not cute in your eyes at all? Just then, the waiter brought the dishes. Mu Cheng picked up a fried meatball and shook her head with a smile. No, you're the cutest in my eyes, just like this fried meatball. So likable. Gu Yunche was taken aback at first, realizing Mu Cheng had misunderstood his words. He smiled helplessly. Soon, all the dishes were served, and Gu Yunche picked up a piece of pig's trotters and glanced at Mu Cheng. How'd you know I gave the braised pig's trotters you sent me to Lin Wanhua? Mu Cheng replied with a playful smile. Because Sister Wanhua sent a bowl of twice-cooked pig's trotters to the Gu family. And Sister Bai Lin said you purposely wasted my kind gesture by giving the pig's trotters to Sister Wanhua. Gu Yunche froze, putting down his chopsticks with a loud clatter. Nonsense. I never intended to waste your kind gesture. Gu Yunche looked at Mu Cheng with a wronged expression. It was Wanhua who said Yaya wanted to eat, so I gave it to her. At the time, Lu Xiao also wanted some. We two grown men can't snatch food from a 2-year-old girl, right? Now I see. Mu Cheng used the public chopsticks to pick up a fried meatball and placed it in Gu Yunche's bowl. I understand now, so don't waste my gratitude this time. Eat more. Gu Yunche felt that Mu Cheng was trying to comfort him, and his bad mood improved slightly. Just then, Mu Cheng asked again, Brother Gu, tell me about your story with Sister Wanhua. Chapter 84. A fake date encountering a real menstrual period. Gu Yunche looked at Mu Cheng with intense and silent eyes, as if he wanted to memorize every expression of hers, while his own expression was awkward and perplexed. He said in a deep voice, what story could there be between Lin Wanhua and me? We were neighbors when we were young, and classmates when we grew up. That's all. Mu Cheng took a sip of chilled hawthorn juice and picked up some dishes to eat. Hearing this, she held the tip of her chopsticks in her mouth, her beautiful eyes looking at Gu Yunche. Mu Cheng leaned slightly forward and asked, Brother Gu, have you ever had a girlfriend so far? Gu Yunche's expression stiffened for a moment. Then he calmly but quietly replied, no, but I actually want to date you. Didn't you refuse? Oh my God. Mu Cheng internally screamed. Gu Yunche was actually a pure-hearted baby who had never even had a first love. She had just let go of a male species that was nearly extinct in her era. She made a swallowing sound like she was swallowing vegetables, but in reality, it was just swallowing saliva. Gu Yunche looked at Mu Cheng with scrutiny, as he always felt there was doubt and mockery in her gaze. He mumbled, you don't really think there is something between Lin Wanhua and me, do you? She's the wife of my comrade. There is no way we could have anything past, present, or future. Don't misunderstand. Mu Cheng quickly waved her hand, her smile shimmering as if teasing a child. No, I was just curious why Sister Wanhua is so close to Uncle Gu and Aunt Fawn. So it turns out you were neighbors. Gu Yunche's anxious heart calmed down a bit at that moment, and he explained the connection between their families. It turned out that Lin Wanhua's father was Gu Shunji's old class leader, promoted before Gu Shinji. Although he wasn't as high-ranking as Gu Shinji now, the friendship from living in the same courtyard still remained. Lin Wanhua's mother had poor health and often went to the Gu family for meals when they were young. Later, as they grew up, Yunche moved to live at school during high school to avoid any misunderstandings. The letters Lin Wanhua sent to Yunche that Mu Cheng saw were from their high school days. As for why Lin Wanhua married his comrade Li Zheng, Yunche spoke hesitantly. What exactly happened that day? I'm not sure. I don't want to tell you hearsay. Mu Cheng had already pieced together a rough idea and smiled. Is Li Zheng in the same army as you? When Li Zheng was mentioned, Yunche's expression darkened a bit. He silently shook his head. If he was with us, perhaps things wouldn't have gone wrong. Then, while eating, Yunche told Mu Cheng about Li Zheng's tragic fate. He looked at Mu Cheng calmly and said, "This is why Lu Xiao and I take special care of Lin Wanhua. 1. Yaya has a congenital heart disease. 2. Li Zheng was disabled and transferred to civilian life. Their lives are tough. When she asked for pig trotters, could I refuse?" From these words, Mu Cheng sensed many hidden truths, such as Lin Wanhua's premarital pregnancy and her indifference towards Li Zheng, and how Lin Wanhua could think of using Bai Lin to disgust her instead of rushing to her husband's side. Yunche had no romantic intentions towards Lin Wanhua, but Lin Wanhua had deep feelings for Yunche. Mu Cheng took a sip of hawthorn juice and raised her eyes to see Yunche staring at her. Suddenly, Yunche smiled mischievously. "Mu Cheng, are you jealous of Lin Wanhua?" Mu Cheng wanted to roll her eyes at Yunche but held back. She shook her head no. By the way, the textbooks were arranged by Commissar Liu. I haven't thanked him yet. Can you invite him out tomorrow? I'll treat you both to dinner. Yunche felt like he was hit by a series of blows, like a dependable soldier had fired a burst of bullets all aimed at his heart. But the person hit felt pain everywhere. He had been busy with ideological training in the regiment and had no time. Mu Cheng noticed Yunche's soft brows turn serious, and he ate silently. He glanced at the dishes on the table, smiling at the corner of his mouth. "But I can pack some dishes for him to take back, even if you're treating." "Okay, as you say, Brother Gu." Mu Cheng felt Yunche's expression was as changeable as the weather, so she didn't dare to say much and quietly ate. Yunche, however, after secretly observing Mu Cheng for a long time, decided to continue pursuing her. The usually reserved Yunche began to search for conversation topics again. Finally, he found one. "Has my father mentioned when you can go to school?" Mu Cheng nodded, "Yes. Recently, but I can only transfer if I pass the school's testing exam." "Good. Then starting tomorrow, come find me at noon, and I'll continue teaching you." Yunche's brows brightened, and deep in his eyes was a hint of a smile. Mu Cheng was taken aback. She hadn't expected Yunche to take the initiative to mention her studies, and she had no reason to refuse. She was eager to learn more to make her academic skills more reasonable. Before they settled the bill, Yunche ordered 2 meat dishes and packed the barely touched roast duck to take with him. "Brother Gu, you wait for me in the car. I'll go pay." Yunche smiled lightly and nodded, carrying the lunchbox outside. Mu Cheng went to settle the bill. The waiter said, "Comrade, the bill for your table has already been settled. It was your military officer husband who paid." Did Yunche settle the bill when he mentioned ordering dishes for Lu Xiao? He was always like this, never letting her spend a penny more. Mu Cheng put the money away in her bag, but suddenly felt a warm flow beneath her, startling her. She quietly asked the waiter, "Is there a place nearby to buy sanitary pads?" Sanitary pads were only used by a few affluent families at the time. Most households used toilet paper. The waiter was taken aback. What is a sanitary pad? In summer, Mu Cheng wore a light dress, and she closed her eyes in despair. Yunche waited in the car for Mu Cheng for a long time without seeing her come out. He got out of the car to look for her and saw Mu Cheng awkwardly standing there talking to the waiter, and a small red flower bloomed on her dress. Yunche lowered his eyes, turned back to the car, and took out a thin black jacket he had left inside. He walked straight to Mu Cheng's back, unfolded the jacket, and wrapped the sleeves around her waist. Mu Cheng paused. She slightly turned around and saw Yunche's deep eyes. He said softly, "Tuck the sleeves in properly." A simple sentence, a natural action, moved Mu Cheng to the point of wanting to cry. She nodded slightly and secured the jacket before walking out of the restaurant with Yunche. "Brother Gu, I might dirty your car," Mu Cheng said apologetically. Her eyes full of shame. "I didn't know it would come early, so I wasn't prepared." It's okay, get in the car. I'll take you to buy what you need." Yunche said this while keeping his eyes fixed on the ground, his ears turning red. Mu Cheng, however, couldn't smile. It's not toilet paper. It's, I know. My leader went on a business trip to Guangxing, and he bought that stuff produced in Port City for his wife over there. He mentioned it's better than the capitals. Yunche stammered through his words, looking quite awkward. In the past, Mu Cheng would have laughed, but now she was in pain and couldn't laugh at all. Once the car started, Mu Cheng leaned back in the passenger's seat, sweating from the pain. Gu Yunran also had menstrual cramps, and Gu Yunche had seen his sister struggling at home. Seeing Mu Cheng in discomfort, he softly said, "In the future, remember your menstrual period. Don't indulge in cold things. Like that glass of chilled hawthorn juice you just had." Mu Cheng nodded, feeling that the car was going much faster. When they arrived at the store, Gu Yunche, with red ears, hurried into the shop, while Mu Cheng leaned against the car door waiting. Not long after, Gu Yunche came out quickly, red-faced, wrapping a large bag in his own jacket. Chapter 85. Are you two secretly dating? All the way, Gu Yunche kept an eye out for public restrooms. But Mu Cheng was feeling too unwell. He was very afraid that she would faint alone in the women's restroom. Gu Yunche hurried home. When they arrived at the Gu family house, Mu Cheng's face was pale, and her forehead and the tip of her nose were covered in fine cold sweat. Gu Yunche got out of the car, opened the passenger door, hung Mu Cheng's bag around his neck, and picked her up, rushing inside. He shouted as he ran, "Aunt Fong, come help." When Aunt Fong came out from the back room and saw Gu Yunche carrying Mu Cheng, she thought Mu Cheng had been injured. She then heard Gu Yunche explain, "Hurry upstairs, Mu Cheng has her period, help her." Aunt Fong felt a chill running down her spine. Was this something the usually composed Gu Yunche would say or do? Her gaze fell on the black jacket around Mu Cheng's waist. It was Gu Yunche's jacket, which Fong Wenqing had bought for him when she went on a business trip to Guangxing in March. Gu Yunche really liked the style and fabric of this jacket. He often wore it during holidays or outings. But to use this beloved jacket to cover the bloodstains on Mu Cheng's skirt? Mu Cheng's lips were white. She didn't expect that the original body of Mu Guiying would have such a fierce menstrual flow. She was struggling to cope and leaned against Gu Yunche's shoulder, saying, "Brother Gu, let Aunt Fong help me." "Okay." Gu Yunche rushed up to the second-floor restroom, sat Mu Cheng on the toilet, and handed her over to Aunt Fong before hurriedly making to leave. Aunt Fong called out, "Yunche, don't rush off. Go get a change of clothes from Mu Cheng's room." He paused for a moment, recalling the embarrassment he felt when he accidentally tore off Mu Cheng's underwear while trying to untangle their clothes in Gucheng Village. Gu Yunche stopped in his tracks and turned back to the restroom, saying, "Aunt Fong, you go find it. I'll support her." Aunt Fong nodded, picked up Mu Cheng's bag, and headed out, searching for the door keys as she walked. Gu Yunche's large hand held Mu Cheng's shoulder, allowing her to lean against him. But she ended up resting against his firm abs instead. She felt a pang in her nose and let out a muffled sound. Gu Yunche's face instantly flushed red, and he quickly bent down to let Mu Cheng lean on his shoulder, his hand resting on her waist. When Aunt Fong came back in, she saw Gu Yunche kneeling on one knee, holding Mu Cheng. She raised her eyebrows and exclaimed, "Why are you two still hugging?" "Gu Yunche." Mu Cheng was sweating coldly, her lower abdomen icy, and she was in too much pain to speak. She only felt that Gu Yunche's embrace was warm, and she was very comfortable leaning against him. Aunt Fong came over to support Mu Cheng and pushed Gu Yunche out. Gu Yunche also felt embarrassed. He hurried downstairs, only to hear Aunt Fong calling from upstairs. "Yunche, Mu Cheng said the sanitary pads are in her car. Bring them up." Gu Yunche. He took the sanitary pads and went back upstairs, leaving one pack at the door and knocking. He placed the remaining ones on Mu Cheng's desk. He thought everything was settled and wanted to rush back to the car when Aunt Fong called out again, "Yunche, don't rush off. You need to carry Mu Cheng back to lie down. I can't move her." Gu Yunche felt completely numb and pressed his fingers to his forehead before returning to the restroom door to wait. When he saw Mu Cheng again, she had changed into her pajamas, but her complexion was still poor. She shyly mumbled, "Brother Gu." Gu Yunche licked his lips and bent down to pick Mu Cheng up, heading straight for her bedroom and placing her on the bed. He pulled the blanket over her and tucked her in carefully, pausing for a moment before asking, "Feeling better?" Mu Cheng nodded, but she felt like she had lost all her beauty today. She was a mess. She pulled the blanket over her head. Gu Yunche couldn't help but laugh. He pulled the blanket down, saying it's not something to be ashamed of. Don't hide. He knew Mu Cheng was embarrassed, so he stood up to leave, only to see Aunt Fong entering with a bowl of brown sugar water. She called Yunche over, saying, "Yunche, this needs to be drunk while it's hot. It won't be effective if it cools down. You feed it to Mu Cheng." Both of them felt awkward. Aunt Fong, as someone who had been through this, scolded Yunche seriously. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and feed it to Mu Cheng. I need to wash those dirty clothes quickly, or they won't come off later." Mu Cheng wanted to die, especially wanted to die. She turned to Aunt Fong and said, "Aunt Fong, don't wash them. I'll be fine after lying down for a while. It's not painful anymore. I'll wash them myself." Yunche steadily caught the hot bowl, pursed his lips, and asked, "Aunt Fong, will drinking this really help? Is menstrual pain that easy to resolve?" Aunt Fong smiled knowingly at Yunche and said, "When you two get married and Mu Cheng has your child, the menstrual pain will be gone." Yunche, standing at the side of Mu Cheng's bed, felt awkward. Hearing Aunt Fong's words, he stood there in a daze, while Mu Cheng pulled the blanket over her head, making pig-like sounds that expressed her despair. Aunt Fong laughed heartily and said, "Aren't you two just secretly dating and encountering a bit of awkwardness? I don't think it's a big deal. Yunche, feed Mu Cheng while it's hot. Blood stains need to be washed with cold water, and Mu Cheng can't touch cold water now. If she gets cold at her uterus, it could lead to infertility." Aunt Fong, you're getting more and more ridiculous. Mu Cheng and I are not in a romantic relationship. Yunche stared at the bowl of brown sugar water, but his explanation was interrupted again by Aunt Fong. "I understand. It's a secret, right? Don't worry. I won't say a word about your business." Aunt Fong, Yunche, and the peeking Mu Cheng both called out to her in unison. Aunt Fong chuckled and muttered, "My eyes are so sharp. I've noticed it long ago. You go out for Western meals, compete for school spots, and go to settle down. You don't come home for lunch, and you're hugging and cuddling. Hee. Young people are different." After Aunt Fong left, she kindly closed the door. After she left, Mu Cheng felt the taste of social death in the air and didn't dare to look at Yunche. But Yunche came back to his senses, placed a bowl on the table, and sat down at the edge of Mu Cheng's bed. He pragmatically said, "I'll feed you the brown sugar water. After you finish, I'll go explain things to Aunt Fong." Mu Cheng had a long face and said, "Brother Gu, do you think this is brown sugar water? I think it's bitter medicine." Yunche chuckled and pretended to be serious, saying, "Do you think I'm so bad that you feel it's so bitter just because you're misunderstood with me? How could that be? On the contrary, through all these events, I can feel Yunche's genuine care and help for me. No, I'm worried it might cause you trouble." Yunche was not satisfied with Mu Cheng's explanation. He propped her up, placed a pillow behind her waist, held the bowl, and scooped a spoonful of brown sugar water to her lips, saying, "Drink." Mu Cheng stuck out her tongue to taste it, saying, "You can put it there. I can drink it myself. It's too hot right now." But Aunt Fong just said it should be drunk while hot. Yunche retracted the spoon, blew on it, and then fed it to Mu Cheng. The temperature was just right, not too hot to drink. Seeing him insist that she drink, Mu Cheng stopped refusing and obediently drank the brown sugar water. The warm brown sugar water made her feel much better. As the bowl of brown sugar water emptied, Yunche looked at Mu Cheng, who had regained some color in her face, and gently said, "You should lie down and rest for a while. Don't come to find me to study these days. Just take a good rest at home." Mu Cheng paused. Was she being spoiled? But after saying this, Yunche strode out the door, running into Bai Lin, who had just returned from outside. Chapter 86, I will officially pursue her this morning. Secretary Li of Guxinji helped Bai Lin complete her boarding school procedures, while Bai Lin returned home to pack her things. Due to the previous incident, Bai Lin's image in Guxinji's eyes had taken a significant hit. She had thought that she could continue to stay in the Gu family by crying and relying on her father's past favors with Guxinji. But Guxinji disagreed and supported Yunche's approach. With red-rimmed eyes, Bai Lin watched Yunche come out of Mu Cheng's room holding a porcelain bowl. She lowered her gaze and asked, "Brother Yunche, do you hate me?" Yunche replied flatly, "If you don't want to be hated, don't do things that make people hate you." He had heard many heroic stories about Bai Lin's father, Bai Zhenbong, and he admired heroes. Thinking of this, Yunche added, "Bai Lin, girls should have self-respect and self-love. Don't be jealous or greedy. You are your parents' only child. You should strive to become their pride, not a stain." With that, Gu Yunche sidestepped past Bai Lin. Bai Lin's heart ached as she turned to look at Gu Yunche straight back. Brother Yunche, I was wrong. I'll be boarding next Monday. Can you come and see me off? Gu Yunche paused, closed his eyes in silence, and said, We'll see. I may not have time. Bai Lin watched his straight figure head into the kitchen, feeling furious as she glared at the closed door of Mu Cheng's room. Mu Cheng will see about that. Inside the room, Mu Cheng recalled her half-day spent with Gu Yunche, her face burning with embarrassment. She pulled the blanket over herself and let out a small, pig-like squeal. How humiliating. Oh heavens, let me explode on the spot. How could I be so clumsy and embarrassing? Just thinking about the ridiculous scene of Gu Yunche helplessly holding her while she was still bleeding made Mu Cheng feel like tearing her hair out in embarrassment. Suddenly, she peeked out. I didn't dirty his car, did I? The car that Gu Yunche drove was assigned to him and Lu Xiao by the regiment. Since Lu Xiao couldn't drive, Gu Yunche usually drove himself. The thought made Mu Cheng's scalp tingle. Gu Yunche, who was a cleanliness freak, might have gotten his car dirty because of her. She felt she had committed a terrible sin. On the other side, back at the regiment, Gu Yunche was washing the car himself without anyone's help. When Lu Xiao came over, he saw Gu Yunche's military jacket draped over a nearby rack, and his shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He was wiping the passenger seat with a rag, while water hoses and buckets were at his feet. Lu Xiao shaded his forehead from the sun and walked over to Gu Yunche with squinted eyes. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Oh, Commander Gu is personally washing the car? Did you throw up in it? Gu Yunche would never mention Mu Cheng's private embarrassment to anyone. He was washing the car under the blazing sun to prevent anyone from seeing the private embarrassment that Mu Cheng had left in his car. He also didn't want anyone to misunderstand that he had a nosebleed or something. The former was absolutely unacceptable, and the latter was absolutely intolerable. Otherwise, that unlucky Lu would definitely tease him. Oh, Commander Gu is so fond of Miss Mu that he started to have a nosebleed? Lu Xiao noticed Gu Yunche, shot him a glance. Gu Yunche casually replied, Yeah, seeing you makes me want to throw up. Isn't that throwing up? Lu Xiao rolled his eyes and teased, Given that you just had a breakup, I'll let it slide. He glanced at the aluminum lunchbox and asked, What's this? Mu Cheng is grateful to you and packed some food for you, Gu Yunche said, glancing at the blazing sun. But I came back late, so I don't know if it's gone bad. Lu Xiao opened the lunchbox and found all his favorite dishes inside. Then why did you have to come back late? Isn't that a waste? Gu Yunche picked up the hose and started rinsing the tires. Smirking, didn't you say before the important thing is the thought? She appreciated your help in getting her the textbooks, and that's all that matters. Lu Xiao knew Gu Yunche wasn't a wasteful person. He wouldn't intentionally come back late. Did you go out to dinner with Mu Cheng? What's the reason for being late? He wanted to interrogate him. Gu Yunche thought Lu Xiao was still a bit naive. He coldly scoffed, no comment. Lu Xiao mumbled to himself as he opened the other two lunchboxes, planning to salvage the situation by taking them to the cafeteria. But he found one box had leftover roast duck, and the portion looked like it was half-eaten. Gu Yunche, are you disgusting? You must have not let Miss Mu treat me to dinner as a thank you and brought back leftovers for me. Gu Yunche laughed at Lu Xiao's outburst and said, Yeah, that's how it is. What can you do about it? Lu Xiao couldn't win against Gu Yunche, and technically, Gu Yunche was his superior. So what could he do? He could only swallow his anger. Don't worry, I'll definitely get a candlelit dinner with Miss Mu alone, Lu Xiao said with a cheeky expression. Who knows, maybe by then, Miss Mu will take a liking to me and start dating me? Gu Yunche tightened his grip on the hose and suddenly aimed the water outlet at Lu Xiao, blocking it with his thumb, causing several jets of water to spray towards Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao covered the lunchbox and fled in a panic, but he still got his back wet by Gu Yunche water spray. He turned around, cursing, I see you're going crazy. Can't I say anything? No. Gu Yunche replied with a smirk, then suddenly said seriously, I haven't given up. I'm planning to officially pursue Mu Cheng and win her over. Lu Xiao felt like the iron tree had bloomed after 1,000 years. Gu Yunche had finally come to his senses. He nodded slightly. If you can win Mu Cheng over, I won't mind having this meal counted at your wedding banquet. Wedding? That seemed far off. Mu Cheng was going to university. But Gu Yunche liked hearing that and didn't refute it. The smile at the corner of his mouth was quite evident. Lu Xiao didn't leave, but waited for Gu Yunche to finish washing the car before they walked back together. Then Yunche said again, on Saturday, come with me to the state-run store. I want to show Mu Cheng a bicycle. Lu Xiao looked at Yunche in astonishment, his jaw tightening. Yunche, I've known you for so many years, yet I've never seen you give me a bicycle. You're too focused on girls. What do you mean I've known you for so many years? When have I been close to you? Yunche thought Lu Xiao was a bit of a fool, speaking without thinking. If you can't express yourself, just shut up. Lu Xiao also felt that what he just said sounded strange, so he grinned and said, my bad. I'll accompany you to look at bicycles, but you have to ask Miss Mu out, and I'll help you strategize. Don't even think about it, Yunche replied, putting on his jacket as he walked back with large strides. Lu Xiao scoffed, narrow-minded. In the evening, Fong Wenqing returned home to find Fong Jie had cooked millet porridge. She hurriedly asked, why did you cook millet porridge? Fong Jie thought that Yunche and Mu Cheng were secretly dating, so she didn't dare to reveal this little secret and naturally wouldn't say it was Yunche who had instructed her to make porridge for Mu Cheng. Little Mu has her period and has cramps, so I made her some porridge with brown sugar. Hearing Fong Jie's words, Fong Wenqing nodded. You should add some red dates and goji berries. By the way, has little Mu settled in? She has. Yunche took her back and then returned to the regiment. Fang Ye Sikit. When Yunche left, he ran into Bai Lin coming back to pack her books. Bai Lin even asked Yunche to take her to school on Monday. But Yunche didn't agree. Fong Wenqing snorted coldly. She's so scheming and still wants to cling to my son? Don't tell old Gu. I'm afraid he'll soften his heart and cause trouble for my son. Fong Jie nodded with a smile and took the porridge to Mu Cheng. She knocked on the door and quietly said to Mu Cheng, who was lying on the bed reading, Yunche asked me to make you porridge with brown sugar. Chapter 87, she wants to avenge Yun Xiao. Mu Cheng got up and sat on the edge of the bed, placing the bowl on the table beside her. She scooped a spoonful with a spoon, finding 2 peeled boiled eggs inside, the white egg whites tinged with a light brown sugar color. Fong Jie looked proud and said, Yunche asked me to add 2 more boiled eggs. Mu Cheng's cheeks suddenly flushed red, and she looked at Fong Jie with a sense of grievance. Aunt Fong, we are not in a romantic relationship like you think. Don't say any more, I understand. Fong Jie said, as if nothing could stop her, looking meaningfully at Mu Cheng. Xiao Mu, your background isn't good and you didn't go to school, which might be an obstacle for you too. But now you're going to high school soon. And once you graduate from college and have a stable job, you and Yunche will be a perfect match. Mu Cheng felt she couldn't explain herself to Fong Jie. But Fong Jie was still keenly analyzing. Xiao Mu, I've been with the Gu family for so many years, and I've watched Yunche grow up. This is the first time I've seen him treat a girl so well, so thoughtfully. Yunche has a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Yet he doesn't mind at all that you are on your period or that you got his car dirty. He hugs you and holds you. Isn't that because he likes you? Mu Cheng's face turned red, and she begged, Aunt Fong, please stop. I beg you. Fong Jie laughed heartily, patting Mu Cheng's shoulder. I won't say anything more. You two are doing well. Aunt Fong is waiting to help you with your kids. Mu Cheng. She hadn't recovered from the shock when she heard Fong Jie say again, eat it while it's hot. It's all Yunche's intention. So sweet. Mu Cheng was completely speechless. She felt Aunt Fong was a formidable person, a master of imagination, relying on her imagination for everything. After Fong Jie left, Mu Cheng sipped her porridge slowly, not counting calories as she usually did. She found the porridge truly sweet, sweet to her heart. After finishing the porridge and eggs, her smile couldn't be suppressed. She didn't know why she kept wanting to smile. Perhaps it was because of the amusing events of the day. That night, Mu Cheng slept soundly as her stomach felt better. However, Yunche was restless, as every time he closed his eyes, he recalled the muffled sound of Mu Cheng's face colliding with his abdominal muscles and the scene of holding her in his arms. Waves of heat rolled through him, and he knew he was going to have those embarrassing dreams again. Let it be, he thought. What if one day those dreams come true? For the next 2 days, Mu Cheng stayed home to rest, but there was no phone at Yun Xiu's house, and she couldn't contact her, fearing that Yun Xiu would be worried. On Saturday, Mu Cheng got up early to find Yun Xiu. As soon as Yun Xiu saw Mu Cheng, she excitedly got up from the sewing machine. Mu Cheng, where have you been these past 2 days? I couldn't reach you and was almost worried to death. Yun Xiu's panicked expression deeply touched Mu Cheng. She whispered, I had my period and my stomach hurt, so I stayed home for 2 days. Yunche pulled Mu Cheng to sit down, pouring her water while smiling. My mom said that when women get pregnant and give birth, menstrual pain will go away. When Mu Cheng took the cup, she was slightly distracted. That day, Fang Jia also mentioned in front of Gu Yunche that after they got married, her menstrual pain would go away. Seeing Mu Cheng's cheeks flush, Yunche teased, "Are you shy or thinking of someone?" Mu Cheng took a sip of water and said seriously, "To prevent you from worrying about me, let me tell you about my situation." Then, Mu Cheng told Yunche how she came to the Gu family and how a girl named by Lin harmed her. She sighed. "Now you should understand why I wanted to rent your house, right?" However, Yunche didn't answer that question. Instead, she exclaimed, "That eldest son of the Gu family, who takes care of you, is actually a commander? Such a big leader. What does he look like?" Mu Cheng paused, surprised. "After I said so much, you only focused on him? He's the one who treats you the best. He's the most touching part of your story." Yunche's words carried a sense of comfort. Mu Cheng felt that Yunche was somewhat love-struck. But Yunche's next words made her realize a truth. A man like Gu Yunche, who was so high quality, was rare in the market, and it was her luck to encounter him. Yunche began to share her story. She and her ex-husband, Hong Qin, were high school classmates. She didn't get into college, but her ex-husband did, so she worked at the Hongye clothing factory to support him. However, after her ex-husband graduated and married Yunche, he looked down on her. Her ex-husband was assigned as the deputy factory director at Yunche's clothing factory. He first fired Yunche, giving her employee position to his widow, First Love. Then secretly had a child with the widow and claimed that their child was the illegitimate child of the widow's deceased husband. However, the child grew more and more like Yunche's ex-husband. When Yunche discovered the truth and sought a divorce, her ex-husband accused her of being unfaithful and using his power to spread rumors in the factory, forcing Yunche to leave the factory's staff quarters and leading to her divorce with little cash. Left with no choice, Yunche moved back to her family home in Maoyan Alley, but her mother passed away 6 months later, leaving her with a tailor shop. Yunche wiped her tears. She said hoarsely, "When hardships came, what kept me going was my desire to see Hong Qin get his comeuppance." Mu Cheng was furious, cursing wildly. "Hong Qin is just a scumbag, worse than an animal." "Yunche, don't worry. One day, I will acquire the Hongye clothing factory for you, making that scumbag pay." The Hongye clothing factory was a large collective, and Yunche thought Mu Cheng was too angry and starting to talk nonsense. Yunche linked her arm with Mu Cheng's, smiling. "Don't say such angry words. I'm doing well now, and after partnering with you, I feel energized and happy." Mu Cheng looked around the newly renovated shop, feeling confident. "Yunche, don't worry, I will definitely keep my word." Then the two went to a state-owned store to buy fabric for curtains and other items. Yunche watched Mu Cheng select materials with admiration and respect. Mu Cheng chose a grass green and white checkered fabric, as well as a grass green material. She also wanted to buy white lace and tulle, asking Yunche while selecting, "Yunche, can you make lace and tassels?" "My mom taught me. Why?" Yunche asked in confusion, only to see Mu Cheng buying grass green braided rope and silk thread. She smiled and said, "It's for the curtain ties." Yunche had seen Mu Cheng's sketches, but only saw the big window, nothing else. Mu Cheng didn't say much, and after buying the fabric, she put it in her travel bag. "It's so heavy, Yunche, let's take a taxi back later." Taxis had appeared in the capital, but it wasn't at a point where they had to rely on them, as the fare wasn't cheap. Mu Cheng said loudly, "Money, I'll pay." She then went to a place selling artificial flowers and bought a lot of light yellow, light green, and dark green artificial flowers and leaves. Yunche knew Mu Cheng had physical limitations, so she took the initiative to carry the bag while Mu Cheng hugged the artificial flowers, walking behind Yunche. Lu Xiao wandered out from the home appliance section of the state-owned store, and, upon raising his head, saw a beautiful girl wearing a dark red short-sleeved shirt, blue denim skirt, and a red and white spotted hairpin, carrying a large bouquet of artificial flowers. He was stunned. Suddenly, Lu Xiao turned and pulled Gu Yunche from a nearby room. He pointed at Mu Cheng's back and said, "Look quickly, I've spotted a stunning beauty. She's really pretty." Gu Yunche recognized at a glance that it was Mu Cheng's back. "Mu Cheng, why is she here?" Chapter 88. She will eventually be mine. The flowers do not belong to him. The beauty does not know him. And this beauty happens to be Mu Cheng, Gu Yunche's little sister. Lu Xiao muttered this sentence in his heart. After mumbling it too much, he blurted out, Gu Yunche, how come you have such good luck? You can actually hang out with a little sister like Mu Cheng, who looks like a Hong Kong star. Have you accumulated several generations of good fortune? Gu Yunche watched Mu Cheng's charming figure get into a taxi, with a woman carrying a package following her. He wondered who this woman was. Isn't Mu Cheng supposed to be studying at home? Lu Xiao was still chattering away when Gu Yunche shot him a cold glance and said, Enough, come with me. Aren't you going to pick a bicycle? Lu Xiao noticed that Gu Yunche didn't even glance at the red lady's bicycle he liked when he saw Mu Cheng. So, he followed him out. Gu Yunche got in the car, and Lu Xiao quickly followed. He was confused. Mu Cheng isn't even your girlfriend yet. What's wrong with her going shopping with a good friend? Gu Yunche's expression was stern, and his tone was filled with urgency. Mu Cheng has no relatives in the capital. How about she have good friends? He tightened his grip on the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator to follow the taxi. I'm worried she might be deceived. There are still many criminals trafficking women and children. When Lu Xiao heard this, he felt that Gu Yunche's concerns were very reasonable. Hurry up. We can't let a trafficker take your wife away. Gu Yunche followed the taxi, twisting and turning until they arrived at the Cat-Eye Alley in the Western District. It was a residential area with old courtyard houses, but it was still bustling with people. Because of the densely populated area, all kinds of people could be found, making him increasingly uneasy. Gu Yunche felt his throat tightening, and sweat was forming in his palms. In the past, during practical exercises, he had always been at ease and never felt this tense, but now he was very anxious. Yunche, don't panic. We can deal with traffickers easily. I promise you. I won't let your little sister Mu be harmed. In the past, Lu Xiao would often take advantage of Gu Yunche, but now he couldn't be bothered to respond to him. Upon reaching the tailor's shop, Mu Cheng got out of the car, holding a bouquet of artificial flowers in one hand and helping Yunche carry a bag into the store with the other. Gu Yunche's car stopped not far away, and he and Lu Xiao got out and followed. From a distance, they saw a brightly colored sign for the Chengxiu clothing store, which had a neon light shaped like an orange. Is little Mu here to buy clothes? Lu Xiao thought Gu Yunche was overreacting about Mu Cheng. He was clearly too worried. Gu Yunche's deep eyes flashed with surprise, and gradually, the sparkle in his eyes revealed a sense of helplessness and admiration. He smiled slightly. She's not here to buy clothes. She's here to sell clothes. Lu Xiao. He noticed that Gu Yunche had completely relaxed. Gu Yunche walked to a nearby convenience store and bought 2 bottles of soda. After opening one, he handed it to Lu Xiao. Let's wait here. Lu Xiao took a sip of soda in silence. Am I your lookout? Aren't you afraid of heat stroke? I am. Gu Yunche didn't indulge Lu Xiao, nodding fine. You can go back first. Lu Xiao hesitated. He would have to take 3 buses to return to the group from Cat-Eye Alley, and he didn't want to go through all that trouble. I was just saying, I'll wait with you. That little sister Mu is quite a sight. Gu Yunche. Soon, Gu Yunche found a small stool for Lu Xiao, who sat with his back to the clothing store in the shade of a tree, while Gu Yunche leaned against the tree, holding his soda and watching the busy Mu Cheng through the large glass window. Inside, Mu Cheng was explaining the making of a curtain and the key points of the pleats to Yunche. She also mentioned that it was patchwork, half grass green and half grass green with white checks. Yunche nodded, and Mu Cheng didn't want to be idle either. She asked Yunche to teach her how to make a net and tassels. After learning, she sat down in a chair by the window and focused on her work. Gu Yunche watched Mu Cheng's movements, a slight smile on his lips, unable to help but praise, is my little fox becoming more capable? Unable to see Mu Cheng. Lu Xiao leaned over to watch the chess game with the old man playing chess. He couldn't help but retort to Gu Yunche, what do you mean yours? She's not yours yet, so stop flattering yourself. Gu Yunche paused and firmly said, she will eventually be mine. Making curtains was quite simple, and it didn't take long for Yunche to finish. She also joined Mu Cheng in making the net, and the two were chatting and laughing. Gu Yunche felt he had overthought it. The girl getting close to Mu Cheng shouldn't be a bad person. But how did they know each other? As he was looking down, he saw Mu Cheng getting up to hang the curtain. Thinking back to how Mu Cheng had struggled with menstrual pain a few days ago while standing on a foldable chair that was easy to tip over, he didn't think much and strode into the store. At that moment, Mu Cheng was holding the curtain and preparing to hang it on the previously installed pulley, with Yunche supporting her from below. Yunche frowned and reached out to support Mu Cheng. "Be careful. Come down, I'll hang it for you." Hearing Yunche's voice suddenly, Mu Cheng hurriedly turned around, causing the red foldable chair to tilt, and she fell towards Yunche. Mu Cheng panicked but was steadily caught by Yunche. She nestled in Yunche's arms, and he looked her over to ensure she wasn't scared. He chuckled. "Don't you recognize me?" "I do recognize you, but why are you here, Brother Gu?" Mu Cheng asked Yunche, feeling a bit guilty. As Lu Xiao entered, he saw Yunche holding Mu Cheng, and standing opposite them was a girl who was staring at them in shock. "Hey, Yunche, be mindful of your impact. This is outside." He felt that his words were ambiguous. Of course, it would be even worse in the group. Yunche thought Lu Xiao was too noisy again. He gently steadied Mu Cheng. "I'm here to help you with your work. You could take a break. We'll talk privately later." Mu Cheng was initially pleased to receive free labor from Yunche due to his first sentence. But after 2 seconds of happiness, she became dejected again, as Yunche would definitely ask her what this shop was about. When Lu Xiao heard Yunche mention his name, he rolled his eyes. "Yunche, if I'm working, shouldn't I get a proper introduction?" Yunche turned around and pulled Lu Xiao in front of Mu Cheng. "This is Lu Xiao, our group's political commissar, my life and death partner." Lu Xiao extended his hand to Mu Cheng. "Little Mu, hello, I'm Lu Xiao, Yunche University classmate, roommate, brother, and current partner. You can call me Brother Lu. Since Yunche could be Mu Cheng's Brother Gu, why couldn't he be Brother Lu?" Mu Cheng found Lu Xiao quite charming. He was friendly and had a handsome, sunny boyish look, with 2 dimples showing when he smiled. She reached out to shake his hand, but saw Yunche swat Lu Xiao's hand away. "Don't be shameless. Don't you have a sister?" "You have a sister too," Lu Xiao retorted, and besides hearing the laughter of the 2 girls, he also saw Yunche's dark expression. He withdrew his hand. "Little Mu, who is this next to you?" Yunche wanted to ask, but hadn't had the chance, and it was now voiced by Lu Xiao. Mu Cheng held Yunche's hand, smiling. "This is Yunche, my good friend and also a partner." Yunche paused, slightly nodding. "Hello, I'm Yunche. Thank you for taking care of Mu Cheng during this time." Yunche finally met the Gu group leader that Mu Cheng had mentioned. The man was wearing a white shirt, gray trousers, a black belt, and black leather shoes, looking dignified and masculine. She smiled and nodded, quietly telling Mu Cheng, "You two are quite a match." Yunche looked at Mu Cheng with a smile, agreeing. Mu Cheng thought, "You were so quiet, and you could still hear that?" Chapter 89. A handsome guy is flirting with her. Lu Xiao supported himself on a chair, while Yunche stood on the chair hanging curtains. He thought the color of the curtains was fresh and beautiful. He smiled and asked, "Who matched this fabric?" "It's Mu Cheng." Yunche laughed and said, "All the clothes here are designed by Mu Cheng." Mu Cheng, who had just returned from pouring water, hurried over to cover Yunche's mouth. "What are you saying? Don't let Brother Gu misunderstand." Yunche paused for a moment, his hand holding the hook still. He had always vaguely felt that Mu Cheng had secrets hidden from everyone, including him, but he also knew that Mu Cheng was very good at dressing herself. A girl who knows how to dress herself having ideas about fashion design is understandable, but Mu Cheng gave him a feeling that was not just simple. It was more profound. After exchanging a series of eyebrow raises with Yunche, Mu Cheng turned to Yunche, who quickly finished hanging both sides of the curtains. He turned to her and asked, "It's done. Is there anything else?" Lu Xiao interjected. "Yunche is the best at tiring out foolish boys. While I'm here, little Mu, don't hesitate to tell him if you have any tasks." His words made Mu Cheng laugh, and when she smiled, both Lu Xiao and Yunche were momentarily stunned. Lu Xiao's astonishment was noticed by Yunche, who jumped down from the chair. Yunche raised an eyebrow and sneered, lowering his voice. "Lu Xiao, I have my eyes set on Mu Cheng. If I find out you come here to cause trouble for her, watch your legs." Yunche was anxious. It wasn't that he was afraid Lu Xiao would cause trouble for Mu Cheng. He was worried about Lu Xiao being an obstacle to him, just because he had glanced at Mu Cheng a couple of times. Lu Xiao helplessly smiled. "Yunche, today I have a whole new understanding of you. You value beauty over friendship." Mu Cheng then brought over 2 cups of freshly brewed tea, saying there's still a little task, Brother Gu, Comrade Lu. You guys drink some water first. The way she addressed them distinguished their closeness and hierarchy. Lu Xiao noticed Gu Yunche's mouth slightly curling up. Gu Yunche took the teacup and took a light sip of tea. Lu Xiao is particularly capable and likes to work, so don't hesitate to ask him for help. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes, feeling like he was just an emotionless working machine at that moment. Mu Cheng was not lazy, but her body was indeed inconvenient right now. She smiled and nodded. After finishing the store's decorations, Yunche and I will treat you to a meal. Following Mu Cheng's instructions, Gu Yunche and Lu Xiao rearranged the sewing machines, model display stands, and clothing racks in the store. Mu Cheng dressed a newly bought mannequin in a white dress with green spots, putting on a sun hat, necklace, and handbag. Brother Gu, help me move this to the window. Gu Yunche then noticed how unique this large window was. Not only were there curtains hanging, but a faux flower was placed in the left corner and a mannequin was set in the right corner, making it both beautiful and functional as a display case. He and Lu Xiao worked together to set up the mannequin while Mu Cheng tied the curtains with the prepared lace and tassels. Gu Yunche stared at the lace and tassels in Mu Cheng's hands. Did you make this? Mu Cheng replied without thinking much. I learned to make it from Yunche. This was the kind of gratitude Gu Yunche wanted, not greasy pig trotters. Lu Xiao took the sweat towel that Yunche handed him to thank her, catching Gu Yunche's hesitant expression. He whispered to Yunche, our Captain Gu has taken a liking to little Mu, and by extension, to everything about little Mu. You should privately remind her that Gu Yunche wants a small item made by Mu Cheng, like the lace. Although it was Yunche's first time meeting Gu Yunche and Lu Xiao, both outstanding individuals left a very good impression on her, especially Gu Yunche. He was handsome and attentive, dealing with matters efficiently, making him and Mu Cheng a perfect match. She smiled and nodded. Comrade Lu, don't worry. I will do my best to bring the two of them together. Lu Xiao felt that Gu Yunche was lucky, as both were willing to help with his love life. Mu Cheng walked over, inviting Yunche to sit and work on the sewing machine, while she led Gu Yunche and Lu Xiao outside to check out the decoration results. The three stood outside the store, and what caught their eyes was a beautiful girl in fashionable clothes working on a sewing machine, showcasing her beauty and skills through the dazzling window display. Lu Xiao was momentarily stunned. He realized how soft and beautiful Yunche was. How had he not noticed that earlier? Gu Yunche also understood the purpose of Mu Cheng's decorations. It was a great marketing strategy, like models showcasing on a runway. If Mu Cheng came from the once prosperous Haicheng, he wouldn't be surprised, but Mu Cheng came from Guqing village. He grabbed Mu Cheng's wrist after we finished eating. Let's have a chat. Mu Cheng's heart was clear about what he meant. He clearly wanted to interrogate her. She initially wanted to go out to eat, but once the little shop was set up, it attracted many people. Yunche was too busy to leave, and Mu Cheng happily ran around the shop. Gu Yunche, on the other hand, found Mu Cheng's clothing sketches. The simple, bold lines weren't professional, but her designs were daring and novel. With various styles of dresses he had never seen before, a thought flashed in his mind. If all those clothes were worn by Mu Cheng, she would surely be more beautiful than the goddess by Qian in the stories. Lu Xiao accompanied Gu Yunche around a state-run store and helped him for a whole morning for free, and he was now so hungry that his stomach was touching his back. He leaned over and teased, Gu Yunche, only when our basic needs are met can we think of lust. We haven't even solved our hunger yet. What are you daydreaming about? Lu Xiao, who usually kept quiet, suddenly spoke, startling Gu Yunche. He glanced at his watch. It was almost noon. I can't cook, and buying ingredients and cooking will take too long. I'll give you money. Could you go pack some food? Lu Xiao looked incredulous at Gu Yunche's words. I can't drive. Are you asking me to go get food on foot? Because he wanted to spend more time with Mu Cheng. Gu Yunche was reluctant to move, but Lu Xiao couldn't drive either. Just then, Yunche, who was busy taking measurements for customers, said, Comrade Lu, there's a bicycle in the yard behind our store. Why don't you ride it to get the food? Lu Xiao. In the end, Lu Xiao rode a bicycle, holding the money that Mu Cheng had shoved into his hands, to the state-run restaurant to pack food. Gu Yunche sat on a corner sofa, watching Mu Cheng take notes on customer requests and measurements. A lady who came to order clothes joked with Mu Cheng. That handsome young man is your boyfriend, right? He keeps staring at you. It's making me shy. Mu Cheng lifted her gaze and caught Gu Yunche's intense stare. When he noticed her looking over, he suddenly smiled, and that smile was as warm as sunshine with a gentle light in his eyes, as if it were the most beautiful flower blooming just for her. A voice in her heart shouted, "Oh my gosh, a handsome guy is flirting with me." I can barely resist the urge to pounce on him. Not long after, Lu Xiao returned, and the customers had dispersed. Yunche closed the store and set the food on the table in the back living room. A table with 6 dishes for 4 people felt particularly harmonious. Lu Xiao was truly hungry, eating silently. Yunche occasionally used the public chopsticks to add dishes to his plate, while Gu Yunche said to Yunche, "I came in a hurry this time, but next time I come, I will definitely bring a gift to congratulate Comrade Yun on the opening." Yunche looked meaningfully at Mu Cheng, who then said, "You're the boss. Just thank Brother Gu." Gu Yunche's deep eyes narrowed slightly. After the meal, Mu Cheng washed the dishes while Gu Yunche helped. He casually asked, "Boss Mu, what percentage of the shares do you hold in this store?" Chapter 90, Plundering His Kiss? Gu Yunche's voice was deep and gentle, yet each word was laid out with care. Mu Cheng's gaze met his, her heart pounding like a drum, and she couldn't move for a long time. Finally, she awkwardly shifted her gaze away. Yunche is an unfortunate person I accidentally got to know. I just wanted to help her," Mu Cheng said vaguely. "Now that business is good. We are partners. I take 60, she takes 40. Gu Yunche listened to Mu Cheng's words with some reservations. He didn't delve into whether she was a technical partner, but he knew she must be, as the money she had in his account had not been touched, and the little money she had was not enough to open a shop. "If you need money, just tell me. I have savings to support you in expanding your business." Gu Yunche said this naturally, his voice as magnetic and deep as ever. Yet it stirred ripples in Mu Cheng's heart. Excited, she turned around and hugged Gu Yunche. "Big Brother Gu, how can you be so good? You don't ask me why, yet you're willing to support me. You truly are my angel." As Mu Cheng flailed her arms, Gu Yunche, after a moment of surprise, placed his hands on her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Gu Yunche gently wrapped around her and through the thin fabric of her clothes. His hot breath continuously surged towards her, causing her face to burn uncontrollably and her heartbeat to seem to slow down. She heard his low, hoarse voice near her ear. "That day you said you want to touch my abs, I thought about it, and it's not impossible." Mu Cheng gazed at Gu Yunche's deep and three-dimensional features, with an indescribable firmness and nobility between his brows. But right now, he looked like a charming male fox enchanting her. Gu Yunche, in her excitement, she stopped calling him Big Brother Gu and directly used his name. "I'm here," Gu Yunche said, his brows slightly furrowed, a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Mu Cheng, you were the one who came over to hug me first." It was indeed Mu Cheng who took the initiative first, her hands, wet from washing dishes, had dampened Gu Yunche's shirt. She argued, "I hugged you to express my joy. I hugged you to express my affection," Gu Yunche replied with a smile, his tone not lewd, but filled with ambiguity. He stared at Mu Cheng's lips, leaning in little by little. Yunche came over to wash fruits, and Lu Xiao told her not to bother. He followed her into the kitchen. There they saw Gu Yunche hugging Mu Cheng, just an inch away from kissing. Gu Yunche's thin lips and Mu Cheng's moist lip color were too striking. Yunche exclaimed, "Ah." Gu Yunche hurriedly released Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng calmly turned her head to look at the two who had interrupted her moment, her eyes filled with a hint of resentment. She quickly regained her composure. Knowing Yunche was right, this era was not open-minded. After failing to plunder Gu Yunche's first kiss, Mu Cheng explained, "My eyes were dazzled. Big Brother Gu, blow on them for me." Just now, Gu Yunche couldn't help himself. He wanted to kiss her, and she didn't refuse. If Lu Xiao and Yunche hadn't come in, would their romantic relationship have been established? Lu Xiao didn't expect Gu Yunche to be so bold. He pulled Yunche out to explain, "Our Captain Gu has received higher education and studied abroad. Have you seen Lushan Love?" The kissing scenes in Lushan Love were widely discussed at the time and are quite representative of openness even now. Yunche nodded with a blush, and Lu Xiao looked out the window, feeling embarrassed. After saying goodbye to Yunche, Gu Yunche drove away with Lu Xiao and Mu Cheng. Lu Xiao didn't want to be a third wheel, but he also didn't want to drive back. Moreover, Yunche had assigned him a disguise task. After failing to kiss, Mu Cheng noticed that Yunche's ears were still red, like ripened fruit, and she reflected deeply on her impulsive behavior. Perhaps Yunche's recent behavior had been too good, leading her to become a bit complacent. Seeing Yunche's embarrassment, Lu Xiao engaged Mu Cheng in casual conversation. "Xiao Mu, I can keep the secret of you and Yunche opening a shop, but you have to tell me, are you still planning to go to university?" Yunche had no intention of asking because he knew Xiao Mu would definitely go to university, but opening a shop could delay Mu Cheng's studies. And he wanted to know her true thoughts. "Of course I want to go to university." Mu Cheng covered her slightly heated face due to Yunche's presence. Going to university and starting a business to make money are not mutually exclusive. "Don't worry, I won't delay my studies." Yunche was very satisfied with this answer. Lu Xiao glanced at Yunche, who was driving, thinking Xiao Mu is great, but she's not your girlfriend. Why are you so happy? Before long, Mu Cheng noticed that Yunche had parked the car in front of a state-run store. "Big brother Gu, are you going to buy something?" "I'll just take the bus home." When Yunche saw Mu Cheng wanting to go home after getting out of the car, he coughed lightly, making a signal with his left hand clenched into a fist near his lips. Lu Xiao was looking around, thinking of buying 3 ice creams to quench everyone's thirst. Suddenly, he felt a punch on his back. Lu Xiao immediately spoke up. "Xiao Mu, I want to buy my sister a bicycle and need your advice." Mu Cheng was slightly taken aback. She thought if Lu Xiao really wanted to buy his sister a bicycle, he could just bring her along to choose. Why go through the trouble of asking her? Yunche knew Mu Cheng was smart, but he wanted to give her a surprise to make her happier. He explained, "Lu Xiao thinks you have good taste, and whatever you choose, his sister will definitely like. He wants to surprise her." Lu Xiao thought it was all thanks to Yunche, who was quick-witted. Only then did Mu Cheng follow them into the state-run store. Yunche led Mu Cheng to see the red female bicycle of the Wuyang brand that he had previously liked. This bicycle had undergone reforms with a beautiful design, light and flexible, perfect for Mu Cheng, who liked to wear skirts. Mu Cheng glanced at the store full of Phoenix and 28 bicycles. This one was indeed the most beautiful and outstanding. She jokingly teased Lu Xiao, "Commissioner Lu, your taste is really good. This bike is beautiful and light. Your sister will definitely like it." Lu Xiao smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, "It's not my taste. It's Yunche who wants to give you the best." Seeing that Mu Cheng liked it, Yunche secretly noted it down and prepared to buy the bicycle ticket. This bicycle was a bit more expensive than others, but he felt it was the only one that matched Mu Cheng. He went to discuss the purchase ticket with the salesperson. Lu Xiao didn't follow. He fiddled with the bicycle bell nearby. Mu Cheng pondered about Yunche going to discuss the shopping ticket. She smiled and asked, "Commissioner Lu, where do you live? Is it far from the bookstore where you work? I heard Big Brother Gu say your sister works at Xinhua Bookstore. I live in the Dongcheng district. It's not far for her to work. She can ride a bike there. My dad got her a new female bicycle last month. She used to ride my mom's old bike." Lu Xiao stopped fiddling with the bell, looking surprised at Mu Cheng. "Xiao Mu, can you not tell Yunche that I slipped up? He'll be mad at me." When Yunche returned, he noticed Mu Cheng was in a good mood. Her lips curled into a sweet smile, while Lu Xiao laughed more openly, like a fool. He frowned and shot Lu Xiao a glance. Lu Xiao's lips didn't move, but he whispered, "Xiao Mu, Yunche won't find out, right?" Mu Cheng found Lu Xiao quite amusing. She lowered her head and smiled without speaking. But she knew the red bicycle was a gift from Yunche to her. Yunche first took Mu Cheng home before returning to the regiment with Lu Xiao. Yunche went to the parking lot to park the car, and Lu Xiao, who returned first, saw Lin Wanhu waiting at the office door. "How long have you been waiting?" Lin Wanhu smiled lightly. "For a while." "What are you doing with Yunche?" Lu Xiao opened the door and went in, first pouring himself a glass of water. "Don't mention it. I was exhausted today. I went with Yunche to help Xiao Mu pick a bicycle." Chapter 91, Weekend Blind Date. During dinner, Lu Xiao agreed to keep Mu Cheng's store opening a secret. He had to keep it a secret, but the matter of buying a bicycle for Mu Cheng was a surprise from Yunche for her, not for Lin Wanhua. So it didn't matter whether he mentioned it or not. Lin Wanhua saw Lu Xiao take a big sip of water from his cup. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes as she pursed her lips and said, I came to inform you in Yunche that Li Zheng is arriving in the capital on Tuesday. Lu Xiao turned around in surprise and saw Gu Yunche just entering the door, seemingly having heard Lin Wanhua's words. He smiled and said, "Great. Let's go pick him up together." A hint of unease flashed in Lin Wanhua's eyes as she shook her head. "Forget it. I'll go first. He will feel inferior when he sees you." Gu Yunche's smile slowly faded, his brows furrowing. His cool yet firm voice rang out, "I don't think he will. He is not someone who accepts his fate." Despite his physical limitations, Li Zheng could achieve what others could not. Lin Wanhua closed her eyes and turned to look at Gu Yunche angrily. "On what basis are you so sure he won't feel inferior? He is the one with a broken leg, while you enjoy the honors and hold a high position. When you look down on others, do you even care about their sadness and inferiority?" After saying this, she coldly brushed past Gu Yunche, clenching her fists as if anger enveloped her, radiating a fierce aura. Gu Yunche smiled wryly, raising an eyebrow at Lu Xiao. "What did I say wrong?" Lu Xiao shrugged, pulling out a chair to sit down. "Lin Wanhua is upset right now. Don't be like her. After all, she has a sick child and a disabled husband." He tapped the documents on the table, lamenting, "Misfortune always seeks the unfortunate." Gu Yunche's eyes flickered with painful light, his throat bobbing. Inside, he was like a stormy sea, all because of Li Zheng, the man who once loved basketball in college, but now had a broken leg. He tightened his jaw. "Since Lin Wanhua doesn't want us to pick him up, let's visit him on Wednesday night." Lu Xiao nodded. "All right, I'll bring a bottle of wine, and we can have a good drink." "Drink?" Gu Yunche pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth. "Let me check with the leader first. Recently, we've had training on emergency mobilization, and I'm afraid drinking tonight wouldn't be good." Gu Yunche always considered everything thoroughly, making Lu Xiao feel like his captain was worrying about him as a political commissar. On the other side, Lin Wanhua returned directly to the infirmary after leaving the regiment. Her teacher, Director Li from the medical school, approached to inquire about Li Zheng's condition. "Wanhua, the orthopedic director at the affiliated hospital, is my college alumnus. I believe there are ways to help with